Martial Peak Chapter 4409 to Chapter 4459. When Xianxia accidentally fell into the shadowless cave heaven back then, Profound Yang Mountain was the first place he landed on. It had been 10,000 years since then. Profound Yang Mountain wasn't expansive as there were only about 10 or so peaks, but over the years, he had managed to grow it into the largest great force in the shadowless cave heaven, and he had a lot of top cultivators who worked for him. Profound Yang Mountain was practically his foundation in the shadowless cave heaven. It didn't matter that some of his subordinates were injured or killed, as that would only mean a loss in power. However, the fact that Profound Yang Mountain was razed to the ground basically meant that his foundation was ruined, which meant that it would be hard for him to survive in the hostile environment in the shadowless cave heaven. The culprit of all his misery was the young man named Xianxia, therefore, it was expected that he was incensed when he saw him again. His eyes seemed able to spit fire as his murderous intent surged. He appeared eager to swallow Xianxia alive as he watched the young man approach. Dongqing and Zhouye were also alarmed as they quickly surged their world force and readied themselves for a fight. They had experienced Xianxia's horrifying power before. Prior to that, they believed that Xianxia was at the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Unless he was faced with an Open Heaven Realm Master in the Seventh Order or above, he was basically peerless. However, after the battle on Profound Yang Mountain, they realized there was always a mountain beyond the mountains. It was inconceivable that there was such a terrifying Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the world. In that battle, they were knocked out before it even climaxed. When they awakened, they were no longer on Profound Yang Mountain. Furthermore, Xianxia broke it to them that Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, so it wasn't inhabitable anymore. Then, Xianxia led them to Unrivaled Guild in an attempt to join that great force. They had no other choice. In the shadowless cave heaven, only the headquarters of the three great forces were safe from the astral wind. In order to survive in this place, they had to join one of the great forces. Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, and they couldn't possibly go to Twin Spirit Island, hence, they were only left with Unrivaled Guild. Nevertheless, the three chiefs didn't seem to have the intention of accepting them as they mocked them explicitly. Infuriated, the three of them turned around and left. Since they had nowhere to go, they could only take the risk and look for the possible exit of the shadowless cave heaven. At the time, Xianxia had said it was better to risk it all for a chance to survive than to allow the astral wind to slowly grind them to death. However, they couldn't believe that Xianxia had relentlessly pursued them all the way here to hunt them down. That was the reason they felt humiliated and incensed. What a coincidence. How are you three? Xianxia landed about 1,000 meters from the trio with a friendly smile on his face. With a dark expression, Xianxia questioned, "Are you determined to kill us ruthlessly? In that case, let's fight. Although this monarch isn't a match for you, it won't be easy for you to kill me either." Xianxia gazed at him with a tilted head. "Do you think I'm here to kill you all, Head Mountain Lord?" Xianxia snorted, "Are you not?" Xianxia slowly shook his head, "No. Yunfei Bai offended and humiliated my proprietress, so he only had himself to blame that he was killed. The reason I destroyed Profound Yang Mountain was that I was angered. To me, the moment Profound Yang Mountain was ruined, the accounts between us were settled. Of course, if you want to seek revenge, I don't mind spending some time dealing with you. Let's see if you're capable of doing that." Xianxia sported a grim expression but didn't respond. Apparently, he didn't believe him. Zhouye asked, "Since you're not hunting us down, what are you doing here, then? Don't tell me you're here to take in the view." Xianxia replied with a smile, "I believe we're here for the same reason." Dongqing was startled for a moment before he asked, "Are you also looking for the exit to the shadowless cave heaven?" Xianxia replied, "Island Master Hua told me the Head Mountain Lord had a speculation that the source of the astral wind was an exit to the outside world, so it might be possible to find it if one travels against the wind." As he spoke, he took a glance at Xianxia. Upon hearing that, Xianxia snorted, "Good. It was this monarch who came up with this view, however, no one can prove whether it's true. We'll find out by looking for the origin of the astral wind." Xianxia shrugged smilingly at them, "Do you want to work with me?" Xianxia sported an odd expression as he asked, "You want to work with us? Why not?" Xianxia arched his brow, "In fact, there isn't a blood feud between us, unless you want to avenge Yunfei Bai's death. We'll put aside the death of my second brother for now." You destroyed Profound Yang Mountain, which practically left us homeless in the shadowless cave heaven. This feud is absolutely irreconcilable, so what right do you have to work with us? Maoxia sneered. Yang Kai shrugged, since you've said so, I won't force you to agree to it, however, I hope that you won't be begging for my help later. Upon finishing his words, he shot a meaningful glance at Maoxia. The head mountain lord scoffed, ridiculous. What would this monarch have to beg you for? Yang Kai nodded, I hope you can keep that tough attitude when the time comes. Don't make me look down on you. See you soon. Then, he took a step forward as his figure vanished. When Maoxia and the others came to their senses, he was already far away in the distance. There was a solemn expression on Gengqing's face as he remarked, the Tao of space is indeed extraordinary. Just now, he was unable to figure out how Yang Kai disappeared. He would be unable to fend him off if Yang Kai decided to launch a sneak attack on him using a space secret technique, since the latter was also a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Xianxia frowned, I can't believe he's looking for an exit as well. Is he sick of living? The reason the three of them had fallen into such a state was that they had no other choice, since there was nowhere in the shadowless cave heaven that they could call home. Unless they found the exit and left this place, they would be killed by the astral wind sooner or later. However, it was puzzling that Yang Kai was also trying to search for the exit when he already had a shelter. His actions suggested that he wasn't lying, as he was truly going against the wind. A myriad of expressions came over Maoxia as he looked in the direction Yang Kai had disappeared. Although he wasn't certain whether Yang Kai's words were true, he reckoned that the latter really didn't have the intention of fighting with them, otherwise, the young man wouldn't have been so polite just now. He happens to be ahead of us, so we'll just use him to find the path for us. A glint flashed through Maoxia's eyes as he waved his hand, follow him. When he initially heard Yunfei Bai mention that Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, Maoxia had the intention of capturing Yang Kai and making use of his expertise to look for the exit. However, things eventually got out of hand. Yunfei Bai was killed, Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, and the three of them had to flee in embarrassment. Now that Yang Kai was leading the way, they could simply follow him and make use of his skill to find the exit. With this plan in mind, they kept a distance of 100 kilometers behind Yang Kai, paying close attention to him. The shadowless cave heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th-order open heaven realm master after his death. Supposedly, there should be some kind of inheritance of the shadowless divine monarch in this place. Although it might not be as ample as the one in the blood monster cave heaven, it shouldn't be so destitute. However, the arrival of the astral wind once a month meant that even if there were any resources left behind, they would have lost their spirituality and turned into dust over the years. After all, the astral wind was so eerie that even 6th-order open heaven realm masters were unable to resist it. So far, Yang Kai hadn't discovered anything useful. Wherever he went, all he could see was barren land, as the entire world was infused with death qi. From time to time, he would stop to observe his surroundings for a moment before continuing his journey. Maoxia and the others followed him closely, but they had no idea what he was trying to do. They also tried to look into the places Yang Kai had stopped, but they couldn't find anything of interest. As time passed, Maoxia and the others began to grow anxious. The astral wind would appear once a month, and they had previously endured it once, which caused huge losses to their small universes. If they couldn't find the exit before the astral wind struck again, they would suffer even greater losses. A few days later, the three of them stood in the void as they silently observed the figure on a barren peak that was a few kilometers away. An impatient Xianxia asked, he's been standing there for half a day. What is he trying to do? Although Yang Kai had stopped in some places from time to time, it was the first time he remained stationary for such a long time. Maoxia stared intently at Yang Kai and observed every change in his expression, then he excitedly said, perhaps he has discovered something. Upon hearing that, Xianxia and Gengqing were thrilled as they looked in Yang Kai's direction with nervous but hopeful gazes. It would be a good thing for them if Yang Kai could find the exit. In that case, they would be able to leave this accursed place. There came a moment when Yang Kai let out a breath and opened his eyes, then he gazed at the three of them with a smile. Head Mountain Lord, what if I say I've found the exit? Would you believe me? Maoxia became excited, are you serious? Yang Kai pointed at the space in front of him and declared, it's right here. Maoxia immediately released his divine sense to scan the area, but a long time later, he shook his head. This monarch can't detect anything, so I don't know if I should believe you or not. Yang Kai guffawed. It's simple to prove if I'm telling the truth. After he finished speaking, space principles around him surged as he performed a set of hand seals. All of a sudden, Maoxia had a bad premonition as he exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai flashed a grin at him. "Take a guess." Maoxia yelled, "Stop him." As he spoke, he charged forward and surged his world force before pushing out his palm at Yang Kai. Too late. Yang Kai roared as he jabbed his hands into the void and stomped his foot on the ground. Open. A cracking sound was heard as though something had snapped. The three of them were dumbfounded as they saw a crack appearing in the void above the peak. The horrifying sound of a gale reverberated as the astral wind came rushing through the void crack that was forcefully opened. It's the astral wind. Maoxia's expression changed drastically. A void crack suddenly appeared above the barren peak, and through the crack came the violent astral wind. Maoxia was both surprised and shocked. He was surprised because his speculation was right. The origin of the astral wind was really where the exit was. The astral wind didn't belong in the shadowless cave heaven to begin with, instead, it blew into this place from the outside world. Perhaps they could leave the shadowless cave heaven by going past the crack. However, he was shocked because it was the first time he saw such an intense astral wind. He had lived in the shadowless cave heaven for about 10,000 years, but it was the first time he came across such a violent gale. On second thought though, it wasn't so surprising. This place was considered the source of the astral wind, so it was expected that the gale here was fiercer than other parts of the shadowless cave heaven. Maoxia could clearly feel the astral wind gusting into his small universe, bringing his world force away and undermining his heritage. All of his vitality weltered, and it was as though his bones had softened. "You're insane." Maoxia glared at Yang Kai in a way as though he wanted to eat him alive. "Even if you want to die, don't drag us down with you." While he reproached the young man, he kept looking for somewhere that could fend off the astral wind. Unfortunately, there wasn't such a place within his sight. The astral wind seemed to have filled the entire universe, and no place was safe. Yang Kai, however, was just standing in front of the void crack. There was an ancient tree behind him that exuded vibrant vitality. He was engulfed in the low-hanging branches, and as the astral wind gusted through the canopy, the branches swayed lightly, but the man inside wasn't bothered one bit. He just stared silently at the three of them who looked like they were on pins and needles. Maoxia swept a glance over the ancient tree, then his pupils contracted as he shouted, "You're able to fend off the astral wind? What's so hard about that?" Yang Kai put on a faint smile. "That's impossible." Maoxia growled. Although he wasn't willing to believe it, what he was seeing wasn't fake. Yang Kai was just standing outside of the wind source. Supposedly, he would be more severely affected than the others. However, the reality was that within the ancient tree's range, the astral wind was warded off as though it was blocked by an invisible force. That's the reason he's so confident. A realization dawned upon Maoxia. Just now, he doubted why Yang Kai had come all the way here to look for the exit instead of staying on Twin Spirit Island. After all, the astral wind would strike once a month, and every strike could cause immense losses to a cultivator's small universe. Nevertheless, it now seemed that Yang Kai wasn't afraid of the astral wind. At that instant, he recalled that Yang Kai had told him to keep it up and he must never beg him for help. The young man was clearly waiting to embarrass him. Maoxia was so infuriated that his murderous intent surged and he roared, "Kill!" Upon finishing his words, he charged towards Yang Kai. Without hesitation, Zhouye and Gung Qing followed right behind him. The three mountain lords had joined forces again as they pounced on the young man in an imposing manner. They had previously done that on Profound Yang Mountain, but they were eventually defeated by Yang Kai. It wasn't that they were weak. It was because Maoxia believed that he was the strongest cultivator in the shadowless cave heaven, so he had underestimated Yang Kai. Once a mistake was made, it was hard for him to turn things around. After the incident, he gave it a thought and reckoned that if he hadn't been negligent, things wouldn't have ended up in such a terrible state. Regardless of how powerful Yang Kai was, he hadn't reached the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. He was just a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm master. Given the harsh lesson previously, Maoxia wouldn't dare to lower his guard now. therefore, he went all out from the start. His sixth order open heaven realm aura shook the world as he attacked. When Yang Kai, who was standing outside the void crack, saw that the mountain lords were as ferocious as tigers, he merely shook his head, and before the three of them could strike him, he directly disappeared from the spot. Maoja almost sprayed out a mouthful of blood with exasperation. He was ready to strike, but his target had gone missing all of a sudden, which made him feel like he had punched a pile of cotton. It was expected that he was vexed. Turning his head, he saw Yang Kai standing just more than 10 kilometers away and staring silently at them. "Big brother." Gongqing awaited his order. After a brief moment of hesitation, Maoja said through gritted teeth, "Go." Then, he directly plunged into the void crack and disappeared. Seeing that, Gongqing and Zhouye hurriedly followed him. "They're pretty resolute." Yang Kai watched them leave and nodded gently. As the astral wind devastated the surroundings, the three of them were losing their strength with each passing breath. If this dragged on, it could cause their small universes to collapse. Rather than getting tangled up with Yang Kai, they figured it was better to look for the exit through the wind source. As long as they could get out of the wind source, they would be able to leave the shadowless cave heaven and obtain their freedom. However, it wasn't an easy feat to leave. Yang Kai looked silently at the void crack he had torn apart with a meaningful grin on his face as the relentless astral wind caused the branches of the ancient tree behind him to sway. After just 10 breaths of time, 3 figures shot out of the void crack, looking battered with unstable auras. They were Maoja and the others who had entered the crack just now. In just 10 breaths of time, their auras had dropped significantly. It was apparent that they had suffered some huge losses. Presently, they all looked horrified as though they were being pursued by some kind of hideous beast. In quick steps, they ran as far away as possible from the void crack and disappeared over the horizon. Before they vanished from sight, Maoja glared at Yang Kai and snarled, "This monarch will never forget what you've done to me and will get even with you one day." Yang Kai put on a faint smile and nonchalantly chased after them. Maoja and the others thought that they would just stay as far away from the wind source as possible. But regardless of how far they went, they were still unable to get rid of the astral wind's harassment. What made them even more incensed was the fact that Yang Kai was calmly following them, and they were unable to get rid of him. He didn't attempt to attack them as he just gazed at them from afar as though he was watching a good show. 2 hours later, Zhouye screamed with a pale face, "Something is wrong, big brother." Maoja's expression was so cold that it was as though one could scrape a layer of frost off his face. Certainly, he had also realized that something was off. Usually, the astral wind would only last for about an hour before it stopped, but now it had far exceeded its normal duration. After giving it a thought, he realized that the cause of the astral wind this time was that Yang Kai had torn the void apart and exposed the wind source. If the void crack wasn't closed, the wind source wouldn't disappear, therefore, they were unable to draw on their past experiences to make a judgment. However, under the influence of the astral wind, the heritages of their small universes were draining away at a steady pace. There would come a moment when their cultivation regressed or their small universes might even fall apart directly. 1 hour later, the astral wind still didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon and Zhouye appeared to be in a desperate state. Gongqing took a glance at the relentless Yang Kai and said through clenched teeth, "Why don't we fight it out with him, big brother?" There was a bitter smile on Maoja's face as he shook his head, "We're no longer a match for him." If they were still in peak condition, they could have joined forces and fought against Yang Kai. However, presently, their strengths had plummeted significantly, so how were they supposed to defeat him? They were unable to flee either. If Yang Kai had the intention, he could wait for their strength to drop further and easily kill them off. He didn't even need to make a move actually, for it would only take 3 to 5 days before the 3 of them were killed by the astral wind. All of a sudden, Maoja stopped in his tracks and turned around. As he stared at the approaching Yang Kai, he questioned in a grim voice, "What do you want?" Yang Kai stopped and hovered in midair. The branches of the ancient tree behind him hung low and his stable aura suggested that he hadn't even been affected by the astral wind one bit in the past 3 hours. He looked condescendingly at Maoja and asked, "You're an intelligent man, head mountain lord, so why is there a need to ask the obvious?" Maoja asked, "You've torn space apart and exposed the wind source. Now, the entire shadowless cave heaven will be devastated by the astral wind. What benefits would that bring you? Xianxia shook his head. I just wanted to see if I could break through the void and connect to the outside world. Exposing the wind source was just an accident. Maoxia scoffed. Even if that's true, what are you trying to achieve by following us but not attacking? I hope you're not going to tell me that you want to collect our corpses. Xianxia sneered. I don't have such a distasteful hobby. Maoxia's face fell as he took a glance at the tree behind the young man. Do you want us to submit to you, then? Xianxia replied with a smile. I'm just trying to give you all a chance to survive. In this situation, you're going to lose your lives if you don't submit to me. I believe no one is willing to lose their life when there is another option, including you all. Why would you turn me down when there's a chance to survive? Maoxia said through clenched teeth. This monarch has lived for a long time, and has killed countless people before. Do you think I fear death? Xianxia rubbed his palms together. I admire the fact that you're not afraid of death, Head Mountain Lord. You're truly valiant. If you insist on dying today, I won't stop you. After you pass away, I'll help you find a proper place and bury your corpse. However, sometimes simply dying isn't the worst fate a man can face. Seeing the cultivation you've accumulated over millennia slowly being scraped away, all your hopes, dreams, and aspirations taken from you piece by piece, now that sounds like a fate worse than death. Maoxia's expression darkened when he heard that. Just like what Xianxia had said, life or death already didn't matter to someone like Maoxia. He had lived for a long time and killed innumerable people in the past. He could accept it if he were to die in battle. However, seeing his life's work slowly taken from him, the heritage of his small universe shaved off one piece at a time while being powerless to resist, it was simply intolerable. It was just like seeing a thief barging into his house, taking away all his properties and burning his home down while he was forced to watch. The whole point of cultivation was to traverse one's martial Tao. No one could tolerate the notion of their cultivation being stolen from them. Gongqing's face was livid as he shuddered in rage and unwillingness. It was as though he could imagine himself perishing into nothingness. Xianxia pressed her lips together and her eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. Xianxia extended his hand and said, I truly admire the fact that you're so calm in the face of death. Since you're determined to die, I will stop persuading you. All of you may set off on your journey to the Yellow Springs now. He appeared ready to watch them slowly perish on their own. The astral wind never stopped as the entire shadowless cave heaven was devastated by the sandstorm it kicked up. Two parties silently confronted each other. While Xianxia was calm and collected, a myriad of expressions came over the three mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain. Big brother, Xianxia called out gently. Maoxia turned to look at her, and as their eyes met, he couldn't help but recall the moments they had spent together in the past. The coldness on his face slowly melted away. After a sigh, he gazed at Xianxia and asked, Will you ensure our safety if we submit to you? Xianxia arched his brow. Not only can I ensure your safety, but I can also bring you out of the shadowless cave heaven. Maoxia shook his head. How do I know if your divine manifestation is able to protect others as well? Xianxia replied with a smile, It's easy. Just come over and give it a try if you don't believe me. Maoxia nodded, I'll do that then. After he finished speaking, he was ready to charge towards Xianxia. Gongqing immediately stopped him, I'll do it, big brother. Before Maoxia could object to it, he had already gone on ahead. Apparently, he was worried that Xianxia might harm Maoxia, so he decided to give it a try in his stead. In the blink of an eye, Gongqing had already reached Xianxia, who didn't stop him and even opened a gap in the towering evergreen's protection to let him come in. Gongqing remained vigilant while standing beside Xianxia. As he looked up at the tree crown and observed the low-hanging branches, his expression was soon transformed by shock. Standing in the protection range of this ancient tree, he couldn't feel the slightest harassment from the astral wind. Besides that, the ample vitality around him soothed his body and mind, and his fatigued figure seemed to have been rejuvenated in an instant. He had never seen or heard of such a divine manifestation before. More than 10 breaths later, he dashed out of the protection range. Before that, he took a glance at Xianxia with a conflicted gaze. Upon his return, he secretly spoke to Maoxia and narrated what he had gone through just now. As Maoxia listened to him, he narrowed his eyes. A moment later, Maoxia let out a sigh, Good. We have nowhere else to go in shadowless cave heaven. If you're able to bring us out of this place, we're willing to submit to you. If he could leave this place, he would have a chance to ascend to the seventh order, which was greatly tempting. Yang Kai rubbed his palms together and said, Head Mountain Lord is a straightforward and flexible man. However, how do I know if it's not just an empty promise? Since you've made such a decision, I hope you'll give me some assurance. I don't wish for you to betray me one day. After all, we haven't really been on good terms. Maoxia snorted, What kind of assurance do you want? Do you want us to make a heart demon oath? There's no need for that. Yang Kai grinned at him and summoned an ancient-looking book. You just have to use your blood essence to write your names in here. Maoxia's expression changed. What's this? The loyalty list. As Yang Kai spoke, he tossed the book at Maoxia. After taking it, Maoxia opened it and realized there were only 9 pages in the loyalty list. A person named Chen Tianfei was on the first page, he was on the second page, and some Yun Xinghua was on the third page. The rest of the pages were blank. As he scanned the loyalty list with his divine sense, Maoxia realized that the book contained a mysterious power. Although he was a sixth order open heaven realm master, he was still unable to see through it. The thin book felt extremely heavy in his hands, as though it weighed as much as a mountain. He looked up at Yang Kai and asked, What's the use of this thing? Yang Kai replied honestly, Once you leave your name on it, your life will come under my control. Maoxia's expression changed. Gongqing bellowed, Brat, don't go too far. The 3 of them were sixth order open heaven realm masters. If Yang Kai's words were true, they would essentially become his slaves by leaving their names in this book. He'd rather die than be humiliated in such a way. Yang Kai dispassionately said, You can decide whether you want to leave your names on it or not, I won't force you. However, what I can tell you is that if you're willing to leave your names there, I'll bring you out of the shadowless cave heaven and return you to the 3,000 worlds. If you're not willing to do that, it's fine as well. If we have a chance to get along with one another in the future, you'll find out what I'm really like. Maoxia suddenly asked, What are the cultivations of these 3 people? Yang Kai was startled for a moment before he realized that the other person was talking about the people on the loyalty list. Then he replied, 2 of them are in the 4th order and the remaining one is in the 5th order. Maoxia nodded, The people on the loyalty list must have some grudges with you. You were not willing to let them off, but you didn't want to kill them either, so you made them leave their names on the list so they would work for you. Correct. Good. Maoxia nodded, then he put a finger into his mouth and bit it to squeeze out his blood essence. After that, he turned to page 4 of the book and wrote down his name. Big Brother. Dongqing and Zhouye were flabbergasted. Once he left his name there, he would never be able to resist Yang Kai again. After leaving his name on page 4, Maoxia tossed the book at Gongqing and replied, Rather than waiting for death here, we should seize the chance to live. In the meantime, he secretly spoke to the 2 of them, I've heard about the loyalty list before. It was made by a high-rank open heaven realm master named Loyalty Demon using the blood and flesh of Xianxia. It can be used to enslave open heaven realm masters, but only those below the high rank. Although he had already heard about the loyalty list, he didn't let his emotions show on his face when Yang Kai mentioned the book's name. He was at the peak of the 6th order open heaven realm, and if he hadn't been trapped in the shadowless cave heaven where there was a lack of resources, he would have ascended to the 7th order open heaven realm a long time ago. If he could return to the outside world, he could gather enough resources and shake off the book's control in no time. That was the reason he didn't even hesitate to leave his name on the book. Gongqing and Zhouye were excited upon hearing Maoxia's intention but still pretended to know nothing as Gongqing said through clenched teeth, Since you've made such a decision, Big Brother, I'll follow suit. Then, he squeezed out his blood essence and put down his name before passing the book to Zhouye. A moment later, Zhouye left her name on page 6. Yang Kai extended his hand and retrieved the book, then flashed a smile at them, Wise people will submit to the circumstances. I'm glad that you've made such a decision. I'm sorry for offending you some time ago. From now on, we're all one family. Maoxia replied in a muffled voice, You didn't offend us. It was just that we had different stances. Yang Kai opened up his towering evergreen and beckoned to them, The wind is strong outside. Please come in here and follow me to seal the void crack. The 3 of them exchanged glances and dashed towards Yang Kai. Upon entering the protection range of the ancient tree, they realized that the astral wind was completely shut out. Xianxia couldn't help but let out a breath with a relieved look on her face. Maoxia's expression turned milder as he examined the branches and fell into his thoughts. Your wood element divine manifestation is simply incredible, Brother Yang. What's the order of your wood element power? After giving it a thought, Xianxia replied, I don't know what order it is either actually, but it's a high-rank one at least. He had no idea what the order of the immortal tree was, but upon hearing that, Maoxia thought that he simply wasn't willing to tell him the truth, so he stopped asking. A high-rank power? Maoxia exclaimed, your foundation is indeed solid since you had the guts to condense a high-rank power. I saw you using a fire element divine manifestation and a water element divine ability that are also of the high rank. Did you intend to directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm? Xianxia replied with a smile, that was indeed my original plan, but an accident happened so I only ended up in the mid-rank open heaven realm. Maoxia's brow twitched as he was horrified deep down inside. He couldn't believe that someone was ambitious enough to plan to directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm. Although Xianxia didn't make it in the end, the foundation he had built wouldn't be wasted. That was the reason he was able to defeat Maoxia even though both of them were in the sixth order open heaven realm. As they casually chatted, they headed towards the wind source. They arrived at their destination in just 4 hours. The void crack where the wind source was located was torn apart by Xianxia using space principles. Supposedly, it would slowly heal under the influence of the local world principles. However, the astral wind was extremely abrasive, and the principles in the shadowless cave heaven were already somewhat broken, so the crack didn't seem to be showing signs of healing. The crack was still around even though half a day had passed. Standing in front of the crack, Xianxia manipulated his space principles and pushed out his palms. As space principles undulated, the crack slowly healed wherever his palms moved over. After an hour, Xianxia finally managed to close the crack and the astral wind disappeared. Next, he put away his towering evergreen and frowned before falling into his thoughts. Maoxia and the others had suffered immense losses, so they immediately sat on the ground with their legs crossed. Following that, they fished out piles of open heaven pills and various other resources to refine them in order to make up for the losses in their small universes. Xianxia didn't have to do this, so he found a place nearby and started doing his own things. Half a day later, Maoxia opened his eyes and saw a newly created array. Xianxia appeared busy, but he wasn't certain what he was doing. Although Maoxia was unresigned and resentful of the young man, he wouldn't let his emotions show on his face as he had left his name on the loyalty list. Hence, he went over and asked curiously, what are you doing, Brother Yang? Do you need my help? There's no need for that. It's almost done. Xianxia waved his hand. After observing it for a moment, Maoxia finally realized what the young man was doing and asked, are you building a space array? Xianxia nodded, N. It takes more than 10 days to come here from Twin Spirit Island. It'll be much easier with a space array around. Are you going back to Twin Spirit Island? Xianxia replied with a smile, the reason I came to the shadowless cave heaven was to look for my companions. Since I've found them as well as the exit, we'd better leave this place sooner rather than later. The environment in the shadowless cave heaven is far too hostile. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Maoxia set his mind at ease. Since Xianxia was ready to bring the people from Twin Spirit Island over, he should have the confidence to achieve his goal, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such a huge risk. Are you all coming to Twin Spirit Island with me? Or are you going to wait for me here? Xianxia asked. After pondering on it for a moment, Maoxia asked, according to the regular pattern, the astral wind will strike again in 10 days. Will you be able to come back here in 10 days, Brother Yang? Xianxia shook his head, I don't think so. It would take him more than 10 days to arrive at Twin Spirit Island, so there was no way he could return to this place before the wind came. Moreover, he would have to spend some time on Twin Spirit Island. We're going with you, then, Maoxia decided. They would have Xianxia's protection by following him while they would be powerless to resist the wind if they stayed here. Since an agreement had been reached, they immediately set off on their journey towards Twin Spirit Island. They didn't speak to each other on the road, and 10 days later, the astral wind indeed struck again. Xianxia used his towering evergreen to ensure everyone's safety. Although the three of them had experienced it before, they were still awestruck by the divine manifestation. A few days later, they finally arrived at Twin Spirit Island. After a message was sent out, the fog around the island separated and Xianxia led the three mountain lords towards the bamboo forest where the proprietress and the others resided. When the person, who was guarding the grand array, saw Xianxia and the others, he was shocked and immediately reported it to Huayong. As Xianxia shuffled into the bamboo forest with the three of them, chef and accountant, who were cultivating, were astounded. Upon leaving their huts to have a look, they were startled. "Where's proprietress?" Xianxia asked. "She's still cultivating in seclusion," chef replied, then pulled Xianxia away and pointed in the direction of Xianxia and the others. "What's going on? Why have they come here with you?" Xianxia took a glance at the three of them and explained, "They were captivated by my charm, so they've surrendered to me. Now, they have to obey my command." Chef shot him a dry glance as he apparently didn't believe him. "I'm going to meet proprietress," Xianxia said, then headed to the bamboo hut where she resided. Chef, accountant, and the three mountain lords exchanged glances. Standing outside the hut, Xianxia raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. He only opened the door and entered the place upon getting her response. Outside the bamboo forest, Huayong was covered in cold sweat as he dashed forward alongside Shumudan. They both appeared worried. When he was told that Xianxia had returned to Twin Spirit Island with the three mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain, he didn't believe his subordinate at first. After all, Xianxia had previously burned down Profound Yang Mountain and killed the second mountain lord Yunfei Bai. That was a blood feud that was practically irreconcilable. It would be a miracle if they didn't fight the moment they met, so how was it possible that they had come back together? However, since the subordinate swore that he had seen it with his own eyes, Huayong had no choice but to believe him and rushed over to look into the matter. What's Xianxia trying to achieve? Huayong was befuddled. Previously, Xianxia said he was going to look for the exit of the shadowless cave heaven, but he returned with Xianxia and the others after just 1 month. Was he going to make a move on Twin Spirit Island? Had he come to any agreement with Xianxia and the others? Huayong couldn't help but let his thoughts run wild. When he reached the bamboo forest and saw those people who seemed to be in a confrontation, he narrowed his eyes and called out, "Head Mountain Lord Mao." Shumudan's face stiffened as she put up her guard. Xianxia turned to look at Huayong and cupped his fist, "Island Master Hua." Huayong gulped with difficulty as he wasn't certain what he was about to face. Regardless, he still stepped forward and said in a bitter voice, "You should have informed us that you were coming to Twin Spirit Island, Head Mountain Lord Mao. It's rather impolite of us to not at least welcome you at our doors." Despite his polite tone, he was practically implying that Xianxia was too disrespectful by coming to his territory without informing him. Although Huayong was timid, he wasn't a pushover. Xianxia said impassively, "We have nowhere to go. Since Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, I'm no longer the head mountain lord. It wasn't this Mao's intention to come to Twin Spirit Island. We were merely following Sir Yang." "Sir Yang?" Huayong was stunned, wondering who the person was that Xianxia was talking about. Just then, Xianxia's voice was heard coming from the hut, "You're here, Island Master Hua. Please come up together with your wife. I need to tell you something." Upon hearing that, Huayong darted his gaze between the hut and Xianxia in puzzlement. Since he was unable to figure anything out, he gave a signal to Shumudan to tell her to be careful, then strode towards the hut with a frown. After entering the place, they saw Xianxia and Lan Yurua seated across from each other as they seemed to be having a chat. When the latter pair saw the couple, they quickly rose from the chairs. Upon saluting one another, everyone took a seat. An anxious Huayong asked, "What's going on with Head Mountain Lord Mao and the others, Brother Yang? I heard that they came here with you." Xianxia replied with a smile, "Relax, Island Master Hua. They've indeed come here with me, but they don't have any ill intentions against Twin Spirit Island." Huayong fell silent with a grim expression. Although he had allowed Xianxia to come and go from Twin Spirit Island as he pleased, it didn't mean the young man could bring Xianxia and the other mountain lords with him. However, since he wasn't a match for Xianxia to begin with, Huayong decided to keep his mouth shut. Upon seeing his expression, the proprietress comforted him by saying, "Island Master Hua, just so you know, Xianxia and the others have submitted to Xianxia. Without his order, they won't make any rash moves." "They've submitted to him?" Huayong's brow twitched. He had the urge to ask Lan Yurua whether she even understood what she was talking about. However, when he recalled that Mao Xia had called Yang Kai Sir Yang, he couldn't help but fall into a state of disbelief. Let's not talk about them just now. Yang Kai waved his hand. I'd like to talk about leaving the shadowless cave heaven. A shocked Hua Yong lifted his head. Have you found the exit, Brother Yang? Xu Mudan couldn't help but cover her mouth and gaze at Yang Kai in shock. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai nodded, I found the exit. Just like what Mao Xia speculated, the origin of the astral wind is the passageway that's connected to the outside world. By moving past it, we'll be able to leave the shadowless cave heaven. You went to the source of the astral wind? Hua Yong exclaimed. Yang Kai nodded in response. After giving it a thought, Xu Mudan spoke. The astral wind suddenly struck again for no reason more than 10 days ago, and it lasted for about half a day. It's different from the regular pattern, Yang Kai explained. That's because I tore the space around the source of the astral wind apart and opened a passageway to it. Xu Mudan exclaimed. Disbelief was written all over Hua Yong's face as he said, in just 1 month, Brother Yang has achieved something that we haven't been able to do for over 10,000 years. A humble Yang Kai replied, luck played a big part in it. An excited Hua Yong said, since you found the exit, do you have the confidence to leave this place? Yang Kai said, I was about to talk about this very issue, Island Master Hua. It's not hard to leave this place, but the problem is what we will face after leaving Shadowless Cave Heaven. Hua Yong furrowed his brow. What do you think we'll face, Brother Yang? Have you forgotten about what you've told me before? Yang Kai stared at him. After giving it a thought, Hua Yong replied, we'll probably fall into the source of the astral wind after leaving the Shadowless Cave Heaven. It must be very dangerous there. Yang Kai nodded, that's right. Once we leave the Shadowless Cave Heaven, we'll fall into the origin of the astral wind. I have no idea how dangerous it will be. To be honest with you, I have a way of fending off the astral wind. At the very least, the astral wind gusting into the Shadowless Cave Heaven doesn't bother me at all. However, I don't know what will happen after we fall into the astral wind's source. Hua Yong was shocked upon hearing this. It was only now that he understood the reason Yang Kai had the confidence to leave Twin Spirit Island and look for the exit. It was no wonder that Yang Kai's aura didn't seem to have been affected one bit even though the astral wind had struck twice over the last month. He actually had a way to defend against it. After a moment of silence, Hua Yong asked, are you going to leave the Shadowless Cave Heaven, Brother Yang? Yes. Yang Kai nodded, many thanks to both of you for taking care of us. If you want, you can come with us, and I'll do my best to take care of you. Of course, I welcome the rest of the people from Twin Spirit Island if they want to leave as well. I'm also going to inform those from Unrivaled Guild about it. Unrivaled Guild? Hua Yong looked doubtfully at him, are you friends with them? Yang Kai shook his head, no. However, we will have greater strength with more people accompanying us. We don't know what will happen after we leave the Shadowless Cave Heaven, so I'm willing to bring those who want to come with me. Hua Yong bowed his head, I admire how righteous and just Brother Yang is. Island Master Hua is too kind, it's the least I can do. Xu Mudan, who had remained silent all along, suddenly asked, the origin of the astral wind must be extremely dangerous. Do you have the confidence to move past it, Senior Brother Yang? After giving it a thought, Yang Kai replied with a serious expression, I cannot give you an affirmative reply since I have no idea what the situation is like on the other side. Even if it's a path of certain death, do you still insist on leaving the Shadowless Cave Heaven? Yang Kai said with a smile, life is not a clear path laid out before us. I don't strive for everything to be perfect, only to not have any regrets. Rather than remaining trapped here forever, I'm willing to give it a try. Xu Mudan became startled for a moment before she pressed her lips together and nodded, I understand. Hua Yong said, this is a serious matter, so I cannot make a decision in a short time. Please give us a few days to sleep on it, Brother Yang. Yang Kai replied with a smile, Proprietress still needs another month or so to recover, so we won't be leaving so soon. You can tell me about it after you make a decision. Many thanks. Hua Yong cupped his fists, then he rose from the chair and left with Xu Mudan. Upon reaching the door, he suddenly turned around, this is a serious matter, Brother Yang, so I hope you won't break it to the rest of the people on Twin Spirit Island for now. Yang Kai's expression changed when he heard that, then he replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Island Master Hua. You have full control over the affairs in Twin Spirit Island. I won't interfere." It was then Hua Yong thanked him and left the place. After the couple was gone, the proprietress said with a smile, "He's pretty cautious. He must be worried that his subordinates will start having other ideas if the news is leaked." It can't be helped. Yang Kai could understand. If word got out that he was able to bring some people out of Shadowless Cave Heaven, many of those from Twin Spirit Island would be tempted to join him. If Hua Yong and Shu Mudan decided to stay in the end, but Yang Kai brought most of their people away, the power of Twin Spirit Island would be greatly weakened. It was expected that Hua Yong didn't want the news to be leaked so soon, and he was able to set his mind at ease since Yang Kai had given him the assurance. "Are you really going to inform those from Unrivaled Guild about this?" the proprietress asked. Yang Kai nodded. "They're all pitiful people, so I don't mind lending them a hand. It's up to them whether they'll believe me or not." The proprietress paused before nodding as well. "Give me a month. If it's just like what you've said, we're going to face a lot of trouble after leaving the Shadowless Cave Heaven, so I should restore my full strength before we depart." "Of course." A moment later, Yang Kai stepped out of the bamboo hut. The people outside the hut were still staring at one another, so Yang Kai directly wedged into the spot between both parties before turning to look at Maosha. "I'm going to Unrivaled Guild." Maosha retracted his gaze and frowned. "Why are you going there?" "I'm going to ask them whether they want to leave Shadowless Cave Heaven. I don't mind bringing them with me." Gung Qing widened his eyes. "You want to bring those from Unrivaled Guild with you? What's wrong with that?" After a moment of silence, Gung Qing shook his head. "There's no problem. If possible, he wouldn't want those from Unrivaled Guild to tag along." After Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, the three of them headed to Unrivaled Guild in an attempt to seek shelter, but the three chiefs had no qualms about mocking them, which was why they eventually left in exasperation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken such a huge risk to look for the exit. Gung Qing naturally wished for those from Unrivaled Guild to be trapped inside the Shadowless Cave Heaven forever. However, since Yang Kai had made a decision, he wasn't in any place to object to it. Technically, the three of them were now Yang Kai's subordinates as their lives were under his control. They didn't have the right to change his mind. "You'll come with me, Xianxia. I don't know where Unrivaled Guild is after all." Yang Kai gazed at her. Xianxia looked inquisitively at Maosha, who then said, "Since Sir has given the order, you should go with him." It was then Xianxia nodded gently. Yang Kai swept a dispassionate glance over Maosha before shuffling forward. After leaving Twin Spirit Island, Xianxia led the way and headed to Unrivaled Guild. While they were on the road, Xianxia asked, "Sir, you're already so powerful at such a young age. I'm sure you're from one of the cave heavens or paradises." Yang Kai shot her a glance and said, "Did Maosha tell you to inquire about my background?" Xianxia's face stiffened as she forced a smile. "Don't get me wrong, sir. I'm just curious. Since you're not willing to tell me, please just ignore my question." She tucked her hair behind her ear and revealed her alluring profile and her snow-white skin. "You'll find out about my background after we leave this place. Even if I tell you about it now, you probably won't believe me." Xianxia replied with her head hung low. Over the years, she had always been in an important position. As the fourth mountain lord of Profound Yang Mountain, she was famous throughout the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Now that she had become someone else's servant who had lost control over her own life, she wasn't used to it. The three mountain lords speculated that Yang Kai was a core disciple nurtured by one of the cave heavens or paradises. Otherwise, he couldn't have possessed a power that was in the same order. Furthermore, the fact that Yang Kai had refined so many high-rank materials strengthened their beliefs. Unrivaled Guild was pretty far away from Twin Spirit Island, so it took them 5 days to arrive at their destination. Upon their arrival, Xianxia said, "We'll soon reach the headquarters of Unrivaled Guild. You must act carefully, sir." Yang Kai looked up but couldn't see anything unusual. Suppressing the doubt in his heart, he continued following Xianxia as they moved forward. In just a moment, they saw a smooth-looking cliff, which was so flat that it was as though it was cut using a knife. There was a protruded rock in the middle that served as a platform. Xianxia and Yang Kai landed on the platform, then she pointed at the wall. "This is the headquarters of Unrivaled Guild." Yang Kai released his divine sense and realized that there was a barrier in front of the wall of this platform. There must be some space behind the wall. Inform them of our arrival, Yang Kai ordered. Xianxia nodded, then she performed a hand seal and pressed both her hands against the wall, whereupon a layer of visible ripples spread around. A moment later, rumbling sounds were heard coming from behind the wall. A passage was revealed in the flat wall, then more than 100 people flooded out of it. There were 3 bald men, whose figures were built like bulls, at the front. What surprised Yang Kai was that the 3 of them looked identical. They were apparently triplets. The auras of the 3 of them suggested that they were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Needless to say, they were the 3 chiefs of Unrivaled Guild. Yang Kai tooted in amazement. Over the years, he had met quite a number of twins, but it was the first time he came across triplets. What was especially rare was that these 3 burly brothers had all ascended to the 6th Order. It was no wonder that Unrivaled Guild was able to face off against Profound Yang Mountain, as the brothers were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Furthermore, since they were triplets, they probably had some kind of innate connection. It wouldn't be surprising if they had cultivated a combined attack technique. If both parties got into a scuffle, Maoxia on his own wouldn't be a match for them. Now, it seemed that among the 3 great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, Twin Spirit Island was indeed the weakest. Besides the fact that they only had 2 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters on their side, their collective power was also no match for the other 2 great forces. The reason they had survived until this day was that the environment in the shadowless cave heaven was truly hostile, as the resources were scarce. Among the 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters, unless there was a great blood feud, they wouldn't easily get into a fight, as once they were exhausted or injured, it would be hard for them to recuperate. As soon as the brothers appeared, Xianxia gently spoke to Yang Kai. Sir, they're the 3 chiefs of Unrivaled Guild. Their names are Shan, Qiu, and Yu. As for who is who, I can't really tell. A speechless Yang Kai swept a glance over the brothers and realized he couldn't tell them apart either. The brothers were fierce upon their appearance, but when they saw Xianxia, their eyes seemed to be glowing. One of them called out, I was just wondering who had the guts to knock on our door. It's you, beautiful little girl. Another person said smilingly, what's wrong? Have you changed your mind and decided to be our wife? The last person said, that's great. We'll marry you today and let you know what it's like to be a bride. Xianxia was so exasperated that she started flushing, then she said through gritted teeth, stop spouting nonsense, you ugly men. I'll never be your wife. The first person who spoke stroked his bald head and sported a ferocious expression, beautiful girl, since you're not willing to be our wife, why are you even here? Are you sick of living? We don't mind granting your wish, as we're adept at torturing women. The second person glanced at Yang Kai and tooted, who is this pretty boy? I've never seen him before. The last person remarked, he must be this woman's lover. Just then, a person rushed over and spoke to the brothers with a horrified expression. Since the downfall of Profound Yang Mountain, the survivors had either gone to Twin Spirit Island or Unrivaled Guild. Presently, some of the people standing behind the brothers were originally from Profound Yang Mountain, so they could immediately recognize Yang Kai. At that instant, they started trembling in fear, wondering if he wasn't happy with destroying Profound Yang Mountain alone. Had he come all the way here to ruin Unrivaled Guild? Upon hearing the subordinate's words, the 3 brothers stiffened and gazed at Yang Kai with widened eyes. They examined the young man as though they were trying to look into his soul. One of them suddenly said in a small voice, that's Yang Kai? I thought he'd look mighty. You know, with more muscles. It's surprising that he has such thin arms. The second brother nodded, don't be negligent, third brother. You can't judge a book by its cover. This person really doesn't seem ordinary. Why do you think so, big brother? He doesn't even flinch when facing the 3 of us, so he's definitely not an average cultivator. You're right, big brother. But why is he here? The third brother asked in puzzlement. I don't think he's well-meaning. I heard that it hasn't been a long time since this person arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, but he has already destroyed Profound Yang Mountain. I'm worried that he has the intention of ruling over this place. He wants to rule over this place? Over our dead bodies. That's right. We're united against anyone who dares to invade our territory. Let's get ready to fight, big brother. I'm worried that we're no match for him. I heard that he had barged into Profound Yang Mountain and severely wounded Maoxia. Although the three of us can join forces to defeat Maoxia, I don't think we'd be able to achieve what he's done. It proves that he's just a bit more powerful than us. We'll just give it a try to find out whether we're a match for him. Why don't we just summon our trump cards later to make sure that he won't have enough time to respond? The brothers gathered together as they stared at Yang Kai and discussed their tactics, out loud. Yang Kai's brow twitched as he turned to look at Xianxia, who lowered her head and secretly spoke. These guys seem to have been born dim-witted. A speechless Yang Kai wondered how they even ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. With that said, they obviously had extraordinary aptitudes. Presently, the brothers seemed to be in a conflict as they were arguing about who would make the first move. Their faces had reddened as they were agitated. Yang Kai coughed into his fist, then cupped his fist at them. Greetings, three chiefs. My name is Yang Kai. I'm sorry for the sudden visit. What are your names? The three of them immediately stopped arguing. One of them loudly patted his own chest. My name is Xianxia. The second person said, I'm Xianxia. The third person said in a grim voice, Xianxia. Yang Kai gazed seriously at them in an attempt to connect their faces to their names, but his effort was in vain. Not only did these burly men look alike, but their demeanors and voices were also similar. More importantly, their auras were almost identical. Perhaps even their own mother wouldn't be able to tell them apart. Yang Kai decided to give up as he said, please don't get me wrong. This Yang has no ill intentions against Unrivaled Guild. I also don't intend to rule over the shadowless cave heaven like what you were worrying about. Xianxia exclaimed, he heard our conversation, big brother. A hint of ruthlessness flashed through Xiao's face. We'd better make a move first, or else we'll be at a disadvantage, big brother. Xianxia widened his eyes in shock as he puffed out a scorching breath through his nostrils. As he glared at Yang Kai, his gaze became increasingly ferocious. Faced with the imminent danger, Yang Kai took some steps backwards and raised his hands. Wait a moment. I don't intend to go against the three of you, nor am I here to fight. I've come all the way here to tell you that I've found the exit of this shadowless cave heaven, and I'm going to leave in 1 month. If you want, you can come with me. If not, I'm not going to force you. Yang Kai found it hard to deal with these three. Before coming to this place, he had imagined various circumstances when he met the three chiefs of Unrivaled Guild, but he hadn't expected that it would turn out this way. You found the exit? Xianxia was startled as the ruthlessness in his eyes went away. Yes. Yang Kai bowed his head. Why should we believe you? Distrust was written all over Xiao's face as he gazed at Yang Kai. We've been looking for the exit for thousands of years but to no avail. How did you even find it? I have my methods. Yang Kai shook his head. As for how I found it, I can't really tell you. However, Xianxia was with me at that time. If you don't believe me, you can ask her about it. In an instant, the three brothers shifted their attention to Xianxia. Xianxia frowned, apparently not willing to talk to them, but she still nodded her head in the end. Sir Yang is not lying to you. He has really found the exit of the shadowless cave heaven. The reason we've come all the way here is to inform you about it. The doubt of the brothers evaporated as they appeared ecstatic. He's really found the exit. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. It seemed that these guys were truly dim-witted as they readily believed Xiaoya's words. Nevertheless, it saved him a lot of trouble, so he just went with it. The brothers could barely contain their excitement while the cultivators from Unrivaled Guild looked at Yang Kai with fervent gazes. No one was willing to stay in the shadowless cave heaven if they had a chance to leave. Resources in this damned place were scarce, so they had no future if they stayed here. Many of them had been stuck in this place for thousands of years. Due to the astral wind, Ma Tianyuan's cultivation had dropped from the 6th order to the 5th order, so he was rather pitiful. Many of them were indeed tempted by Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai said, just so you know, even though I've found the exit, we might come across some trouble if we want to leave. There might be some unforeseeable danger. Xianxia stroked his bald head and stared at Yang Kai. We have nothing to do with one another. Since you found the exit, you could have left on your own. Why have you come over to inform us? Do you have any ulterior motive? Xiao and Yu immediately gazed vigilantly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai burst into laughter. What ulterior motive could I have? Just like what I've said, even though I've found the exit, there might be some danger ahead, therefore, having more people to help is a good thing. If you're willing to come with me, I may need your assistance when the time comes. Upon hearing his explanation, the brothers understood his intentions. I'm going to leave the shadowless cave heaven in 1 month. If you want to come with me, you can look for me in Twin Spirit Island before then. I'll be staying there during this period of time. Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai cupped his fist and left with Xianxia. The reason he had come over was to inform the 3 chiefs about his plan. Since he had achieved his goal, he didn't remain. These 3 were truly dim-witted, so it might do more harm than good if he talked any further. The brothers were rooted to the spot as they watched Yang Kai leave. Behind them, the Open Heaven Realm Masters exchanged glances. Meanwhile, in a luxuriously decorated room on Twin Spirit Island, Huayong was drinking on his own. A series of footsteps were heard coming from behind him, then a warm body pressed against his head. A pair of slender hands were placed on his forehead as the woman gently massaged him. Huayong closed his eyes and rested his head against his wife's belly. He could clearly feel the fetal movements coming through the skin. As he took a whiff of the pleasant fragrance, his mind was slowly soothed. Are you in a dilemma, husband? Shimudan asked gently. Yes. Huayong sighed. It's too difficult to make a decision, my wife. Yang Kai had put him in a really tight spot. Before his arrival, Huayong and his wife had stayed in the shadowless cave heaven for about 10,000 years. Although the environment was hostile, their lives had been quite peaceful. However, in just a few days, Yang Kai had basically turned this place upside down. Profound Yang Mountain was destroyed, and only 3 of the 4 great mountain lords were left. Moreover, those 3 had become Yang Kai's subordinates. On top of that, Yang Kai found the shadowless cave heaven's exit, which the cultivators in this place were unable to do for thousands of years. Certainly, Huayong wanted to leave the shadowless cave heaven as well. They practically had no future in this place, however, it took a lot of courage and determination if they wanted to leave. Others had no idea what they could face after going past the exit, but Huayong was fully aware of it. After all, Yang Kai had explained the situation to him already. Upon moving past the exit, they would probably fall into the source of the astral wind, which was a death trap. The astral wind coming into the shadowless cave heaven was already so violent, so Huayong couldn't imagine what would happen if they really fell into its source. Although he was a 6th order Open Heaven Realm Master, it wouldn't take long before his small universe was worn away entirely. Shimudan said gently, Sir Yang has said that he has a way to defend against the astral wind, hasn't he? Huayong replied, yes, but he's going to bring a lot of people with him. Lan Yurua, Maosha, and the others are going with him. If we also join them, are you sure he will have enough power to protect all of us? Moreover, he has left to inform Unrivaled Guild about it. Once the news is leaked, many people will be tempted to leave with him. Shimudan said, since he has made such a decision, he probably has the power to do it. Huayong shook his head, I'm worried that an accident might happen. Shimudan flashed a smile at him, since you find it hard to make a decision, why don't we think about what will happen if we stay? If we stay, Huayong narrowed his eyes. Shimudan went on to say, if we stay here, we'll probably become the sole rulers of the shadowless cave heaven. Maosha and the others are definitely leaving, and now Sir Yang has left for Unrivaled Guild. I believe those 3 brothers won't be able to resist such a temptation, so they'll most likely tag along. By then, we will be the only 2 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the shadowless cave heaven. Huayong's gaze brightened as he listened to his wife. If that was the case, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing to stay. Shimudan continued to say, afterwards, we can consolidate the forces in the shadowless cave heaven. There won't be 3 great forces anymore, only Twin Spirit Island will be left. You're right. Huayong repeatedly nodded as he could barely contain his joy. Shimudan then continued, Liner will be born in a year or 2. Given our capabilities, we definitely can raise him well, however, resources in the shadowless cave heaven are scarce, and the situation has exacerbated since the 3 great forces have basically dug up every last usable resource over the years. We can't be certain about Liner's aptitude, but it obviously won't be too weak. Nevertheless, how far can he go without resources? The world energy in the shadowless cave heaven is poor to begin with, so perhaps he'll be able to reach the Origin King realm or the Tao Source realm. At any rate, he can never make it to the open heaven realm, which means his life will be pretty short. After he dies of old age, we'll have to personally bury him. As Huayong listened to her speak up until now, he couldn't help but shudder. Then, he turned around and pressed his hands against her belly as though he was trying to protect his child. He gazed at his wife and said, "Please don't say such terrifying things." Shumudan just stared silently at him. As their eyes met, Huayong finally realized his wife's intention. "You're trying to persuade me to leave, aren't you?" Shumudan shook her head. "Since this mistress is married to you, I will follow you forever and will support whatever decisions you make. If you want to stay in this place, I'll stay here with you. If you want to leave, I'll follow. However, we have a child now, so I hope that you'll think about his future too." As she spoke, she lovingly stroked her belly. A hesitant Huayong said, "But the origin of the astral wind," Shumudan said, "since Sir Yang is determined to leave, he must have the confidence to achieve his goal. He wouldn't have taken such a huge risk if there's no chance of survival. No one is willing to throw their life away for nothing." Huayong furrowed his brows for a moment before he said, "Please let me sleep on it." Shumudan nodded gently. "Please don't feel burdened in any way. I'll support you no matter what." A moved Huayong took her hands. There was nothing else he would ask for since he already had a wife like her. After she was gone, Huayong drained another few bottles of wine and became a bit tipsy. Upon making a decision, he told his subordinate to immediately inform him when Yang Kai returned. The subordinate nodded and withdrew. About 5 days later, Yang Kai returned to Twin Spirit Island and started arranging a space array in the bamboo forest. The proprietress needed a month or so to fully heal from the backlash from wearing the blood monster battle dress, so Yang Kai used this time productively. Since there was already a space array in front of the exit, arranging one here allowed him to move around easily. While he was busy, someone informed him that Huayong was inviting him to a banquet. In the main hall, Huayong and Yang Kai were seated as a group of curvaceous ladies danced in front of them. This sight was pretty rare as no one in shadowless cave heaven was below the open heaven realm. That was because anyone who wasn't in the open heaven realm wasn't allowed to enter. In other words, the ladies who were dancing were all open heaven realm masters. Although they were in the low rank, they were still open heaven realm masters. Only in a special environment such as the shadowless cave heaven would these ladies put down their pride and dignity to survive in such a way. In the outside world, even the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't let open heaven realm masters do such a thing. As the melodic music sounded, the hourglass figures danced elegantly. These ladies, who were of different styles of beauty, tried their best to showcase their advantages and seduce Yang Kai. They heard that Yang Kai had single-handedly destroyed Profound Yang Mountain, and even the 3 mountain lords had become his subordinates. If Yang Kai were interested in them and willing to protect them, they would be able to enjoy a great life. To the side, Huayong observed Yang Kai and realized that even though the young man was enjoying the show, he didn't show any lust towards these women. While Huayong was disappointed, he admired the fact that Yang Kai didn't seem to indulge in such amorous hobbies, which was a rare quality. After 3 rounds of wine, Huayong waved his hand to motion for the ladies to leave. Yang Kai put down his wine cup and gazed at the older man. "Do you have anything you need me to do, Island Master Hua?" Huayong must have a reason for inviting him to a banquet. Yang Kai speculated that it was about leaving the shadowless cave heaven, but he wasn't certain what he was up to. A horrified Huayong replied, "I wouldn't dare, Brother Yang. You're a powerful man who single-handedly destroyed Profound Yang Mountain and subdued Maosha. This Hua can never achieve what you've done. I wouldn't dare to tell you to do anything. There are just some questions I'd like to ask you." Yang Kai motioned for him to ask. After measuring his words, Huayong asked, "Which cave heaven or paradise are you from, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai couldn't believe that Huayong had this kind of speculation as well. Zhouya had previously asked him about it, which should be an order from Mao Zhe. It was only now that he realized Huayong shared the same sentiment. Nevertheless, it wasn't surprising. He had showcased a power that was much greater than those in the same order. To most people, only an elite from one of the cave heavens or paradises was capable of doing that. Yang Kai shook his head with a helpless smile. That would be a misunderstanding, Island Master Hua. This Yang is just a rogue cultivator. I'm not from one of the cave heavens or paradises. Hua Yong exclaimed, no way. He couldn't believe that Yang Kai could be so powerful if the latter wasn't from one of the cave heavens or paradises. Yang Kai said, it's true. Hua Yong gasped as he increasingly admired the young man. Yang Kai was already so mighty when he wasn't from one of the cave heavens or paradises. Would he have been even more formidable had he come from one of those? After a moment of hesitation, Hua Yong asked, are you without any foundation in the outside world, Brother Yang? Yang Kai replied honestly, I founded a force called Void Land and now serve as its lord. Upon hearing that, Hua Yong became relieved, thinking that the young man had a base at the very least. Although Void Land sounded like the name of a second-class great force, it was expected as Yang Kai was a mid-rank open heaven realm master. Hua Yong couldn't help reminiscing about the past. Before coming to the shadowless cave heaven, my wife and I had a territory in the outside world as well, but 10,000 years have passed. That place has probably been occupied by someone else by now. Yang Kai replied with a smile, what is there to worry about since you're still alive? Both of you are in the sixth order open heaven realm. If you leave shadowless cave heaven, you can occupy any spirit province and rise again. Hua Yong shook his head, this Hua is old now, so I'm not as ambitious as when I was young. Now, I just hope to look for a peaceful place so that my wife and I can nurture our child together. All of a sudden, he rose from the chair and cupped his fist at Yang Kai with a solemn expression, Brother Yang, this Hua has an impolite request. Yang Kai quickly stood up and replied, please don't be overly formal with me, Island Master Hua. Please tell me right away. Hua Yong said, my wife and I would like to join your Void Land. Are you willing to accept us? This Hua will be grateful if you do. Yang Kai's expression changed, you want to join Void Land? Hua Yong said, N. Do you not accept any outsiders? Yang Kai replied with a smile, that's not it. It's just that it's only been slightly more than 10 years since Void Land was established, so its foundation is rather weak. He paused for a moment, if you don't mind my place being small, this Yang is more than willing to welcome you. An ecstatic Hua Yong said, we're more than grateful that you're willing to accept us so that we'll have a place to stay. Why would we even mind it? Following that, he swung his sleeves and cupped his fists with a serious expression, Sect Master. Yang Kai took his hands and said with a smile, you're being too formal again, Elder Hua. Elder? Hua Yong arched his brow. Yang Kai explained, since both of you are in the sixth order open heaven realm, you'll be the elders after you join Void Land. An elated Hua Yong said, many thanks, Sect Master. This Hua will definitely do everything he can to contribute to Void Land. Certainly, Yang Kai didn't think this old man was sincere. Hua Yong didn't even know where Void Land was, so why would he really do everything he could for the sect? Yang Kai never took his words seriously. Still, just like that, Void Land had 2 new 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, which was why Yang Kai was excited. Even though Hua Yong had his own considerations, and he might not even be sincere about joining Void Land, they would be a part of the sect after they were given the brand of Void Land. If Void Land really fell into danger in the future, the couple would be pretty useful. Since they were one family now, Hua Yong became increasingly passionate as he invited Yang Kai to take a seat and filled his cup again. Meanwhile, he attempted to find out more about Void Land. Upon learning that there were 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, more than 10 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and about 300 people in the 4th Order and below, Hua Yong was astounded. A second-class great force like that could be considered extraordinary by having this kind of heritage. It could be said that Void Land was at the peak among the second-class great forces. He couldn't figure out how a great force that was founded just a decade ago grew to be so formidable. With that said, he was relieved that Void Land was strong. He and his wife were going to join Void Land after leaving the shadowless cave heaven, so with such a strong sect as their support, they would be more confident when dealing with any affairs in the outside world. After they drank for a bit more, Yang Kai retired to his room. Hua Yong probingly asked whether Yang Kai wanted the ladies who danced earlier to serve him in bed, but the latter rejected it outright. He stopped mentioning it as he saw him off and cupped his fist, Sect Master, I'll inform the people from Twin Spirit Island about this tomorrow so they can decide whether they want to leave. When the time comes to leave the shadowless cave heaven, my wife and I will follow you. Please take care of us then. Xianxia nodded, don't worry, Elder Hua. After Xianxia was gone, Huayong breathed a sigh of relief, then he shuffled towards his bedroom to tell his wife about what had happened. As Xianxia recalled the incident earlier while heading towards the bamboo forest, he couldn't help smiling. He was indeed surprised that Huayong asked to join Void Land all of a sudden. However, if he were in his shoes, he would have made the same decision. Huayong had decided to leave the shadowless cave heaven with Xianxia, but he was worried that he wouldn't be able to protect his wife and himself after falling into the source of the astral wind. By then, their lives would hinge on Xianxia. With Xianxia's protection, they probably would be safe. Nevertheless, if Xianxia didn't protect them, they were bound for death. Now that they had joined Void Land though, Xianxia had to ensure their safety since he was now their sect master. With this connection between them, the couple could follow Xianxia with peace of mind, otherwise, they wouldn't have easily sided with any great force since they were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. However, since Huayong had agreed to it, a lot of people would tag along as many of those from Twin Spirit Island would want to leave together. It wasn't certain whether those from Unrivaled Guild would want to come, but Xianxia wasn't bothered either way. Upon returning to the bamboo forest, Xianxia started getting busy. Half a day later, the space array was completed. He gave it a try and confirmed that he could easily reach the exit. Now that everything was prepared, he just had to wait for the proprietress to recover before they set off. Life was peaceful for the following days as Xianxia refined open heaven pills and resources to strengthen the heritage and world force of his small universe. Just like what Chef had said, when a cultivator reached the open heaven realm, he had to manage his small universe seriously. Accumulation took a painfully long time, so it wasn't easy to ascend to the next order. A few days later, Huayong rushed to the bamboo forest and reported, Sect Master, the 3 brothers from Unrivaled Guild have come over with a group of people and shouted that they want to see you. A glint flashed through Xianxia's eyes. As he recalled the 3 burly men, his face twitched slightly. Are they here to fight, or do they want to leave with me? They didn't say anything. Huayong shook his head, they just wanted to meet you and mentioned that you were the one who told them to come here. They look quite fierce, so I think they're probably up to no good. A headache came over Xianxia as he said, let's meet them. He was the one who told them to come here, so he couldn't keep hiding from them. At that instant, he regretted informing those 3 about it. He should have let them perish in this place on their own. If they really left, they would surely create trouble in the outside world sooner or later. After leaving Twin Spirit Island, Xianxia saw the brothers standing outside the island with a group of Open Heaven Realm masters behind them. Upon seeing Xianxia, the brothers immediately glared at him. One of them bellowed, Xianxia, all of us are here now. When are we setting off? A speechless Xianxia gazed at them and asked, are you all leaving Shadowless Cave Heaven with me? Of course. Another person yelled impatiently, otherwise, why would we have come all the way here? The third person demanded, cut the crap. Let's leave now. Xianxia's face twitched even harder than before as he explained, there might be some unforeseeable danger. If you're not careful, you might lose your lives. Will you all please think it through? All of a sudden, he didn't feel like bringing these brothers with him anymore. What's there to think through? The first brother who spoke yelled, since there's a chance to leave, why wouldn't we seize it? Do we really have to wait for death here? The 3 of them were simple-minded and straightforward, so it wasn't surprising that they were so resolute in their actions. Xianxia had just informed them about it some time ago, but they really called the roll and came over. It had to be noted that they were not friends to begin with, nor had they come into contact prior to the previous meeting. Most people would have some doubts. Huayong had to join Void Land before he had the audacity to leave with Xianxia, otherwise, he would never be able to set his mind at ease. More than 100 people from Unrivaled Guild had arrived. These people were standing behind the brothers as they stared at Xianxia with fervent and fawning gazes. Certainly, not everyone from Unrivaled Guild had come. Some people were still in doubt, so they had decided to stay. With that said, 100 cultivators was a lot of people. After giving it a thought, Xianxia said, we can't leave now. Please calm down and wait for me here for some time. We'll only set off when everything is prepared. Then, he turned to look at Huayong. Please help settle them down. This matter was giving Huayong a headache, but he still replied, yes. Then, he welcomed those from Unrivaled Guild into the island. Although Shan and the others were displeased, Yang Kai had the final say in this matter. Since he wasn't leaving yet, none of them could set off. After they entered Twin Spirit Island, Huayong welcomed them with a banquet. At that moment, noise filled the island. Prior to this, Huayong already had a conversation with his confidants and informed them that he was leaving with Yang Kai. He had even joined Void Land. These people could decide whether they wanted to leave. However, Huayong only had a small number of confidants, so the news wasn't leaked yet. Since those from Unrivaled Guild had arrived, however, basically everyone was aware of it now. At that instant, those from Twin Spirit Island were tempted. As the days went by, Shan and the others would visit Yang Kai from time to time and urge him to depart. A frustrated Yang Kai told Mao Xia and the others to keep guard outside the bamboo forest so that no one could disturb the proprietress. After 1 month, the barrier outside the bamboo hut dissipated as the proprietress stepped out. Yang Kai, chef, and accountant, who had been waiting outside, turned to look at her. When they saw that her skin was glowing and her aura was stable, which meant that she had gotten rid of the lingering monster chi, they heaved a collective sigh of relief. In the shadowless cave heaven, the proprietress and the others had endured the astral wind many times before, which inevitably caused some losses to their small universes. However, as long as their foundations were not damaged, they could make up for the losses sooner or later, so it was no big deal. After Yang Kai told the proprietress about what was going on in Twin Spirit Island, she sported a worried expression. Can you protect so many people on your own? Based on what you've said, there are probably more than 200 people who will be tagging along. There won't be a problem if the wind and the origin of the astral wind isn't too strong. However, if it's significantly more violent, it might be hard for me to fend it off entirely. Yang Kai gave it a thought. I have the 6 Fated Paths bag that can store some people. He had obtained the 6 Fated Paths bag from Su Huang. As for how the artifact was made, he had no idea. Nevertheless, the space inside the bag was expandable, so it was pretty amazing. More importantly, it could also accommodate Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, regardless of how incredible the bag was, there must be a limit. Previously, Yang Kai had only kept a small number of Open Heaven Realm Masters inside it, so he had no idea what the limit was. The proprietress sighed, unfortunately, there's no high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master with us. The small universe of such a person can accommodate a lot of people and help share your burden. The small universe of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master had fully materialized, so it could accommodate living creatures. Anyone could enter it as long as their order wasn't higher than that of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. In other words, any 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could keep people in the 7th Order and below inside his or her small universe. When Yang Kai arrived at the outer universe in the past, he came across the Fire Spirit Land Protector Venerable Duan Hai from 7 Wonders Land who led him to a portal, behind which was a universe. Now, it was apparent to Yang Kai that it wasn't Duan Hai's small universe. That was because Duan Hai was only in the 4th Order, so his small universe couldn't accommodate living creatures. What he saw at that time was probably a divine ability cast by Duan Hai or the projection of his small universe. However, Yang Kai and the others were too weak in the past, so they were not able to judge. Hence, they thought that it was Duan Hai's small universe. Although Yang Kai was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, his small universe was different from those of other Open Heaven Realm Masters. That was because his small universe could accommodate living creatures since he had merged it with his small sealed world. However, a high-rank cultivator wouldn't usually keep anyone inside their small universe because there was a huge risk associated with doing so. If an ill-intentioned person caused some damage inside their small universe, the owner would suffer an immense loss. One would only let someone enter their small universe if they had complete trust in that person. After a brief discussion, Yang Kai sent a message to Huayong, who replied promptly. Since all of those from Twin Spirit Island and Unrivaled Guild were ready, they could set off at any moment. Following that, Yang Kai told them to gather together in the bamboo forest. Just a while later, a large group of people marched into the bamboo forest. These 200+ people were divided into 2 groups. One of the groups was from Twin Spirit Island and was led by Hua Yong and Shu Mu Dan. The other group was from Unrivaled Guild that was led by the Shi brothers. The couple shuffled forward and saluted Yang Kai, then Hua Yong said, "Sect Master, everyone from Twin Spirit Island is ready. The people who are willing to leave are all here." Yang Kai swept a glance over the people behind him and nodded. When Mao Xia and the others, who were standing behind Yang Kai, heard how Hua Yong addressed him, their expressions changed slightly as they fell into their own thoughts. The Shi brothers had grown impatient after waiting these past few days, so at this moment, one of them urged Yang Kai in a loud voice, "When are we setting off? Why are you always dawdling?" Yang Kai gazed at them with a smile, "We're ready to go now." The brothers were elated as one of them said with a smile, "Good good. We don't have to keep waiting anymore." As Yang Kai swept a glance over the crowd, he said, "Many of you are from different forces, and there might be some grudges between you. However, since you've decided to leave with me, I hope you'll set those grudges aside and work with one another. If anyone dares to pull any dirty tricks or sow discord on the road, I'll teach them a lesson regardless of who they are. Even though I've found the exit of Shadowless Cave Heaven and I have the confidence to leave this place, we might come across some unforeseeable danger during the process. We might lose our lives at any moment, so if you're not willing to take the risk, you'd better stay here so that you won't regret it later." Everyone stared at him in silence but no one left. Just then, Hua Yong cupped his fist and said, "We'll obey your orders, Sect Master. If anyone dares to jeopardize our plan, this Hua will not let them off." Yang Kai nodded gently, "If everyone is prepared, we'll set off now." Then, he turned around and led them to the space array he had built before sending a signal to Mao Xia and the others, "You go over first and get prepared." Mao Xia and the others stepped into the space array in silence, whereupon Yang Kai pushed his space principles and activated the array. After a light flashed, Mao Xia and the others were gone. Upon seeing that Mao Xia and the others were safely sent over, these people set their minds at ease. The space array that Yang Kai had built was neither big nor small, so 6 people could be sent over at a time. It took Yang Kai about an hour before he delivered all 200 or so people over. After Yang Kai stepped into the array, a light flashed through it as the world around him started spinning. When his vision refocused, he was already standing in front of the wind source. More than 200 people were already there as they looked around. Upon seeing Yang Kai, they immediately shifted their attention to him. Yang Kai pointed at a particular spot in front of him and said, "The exit is right there. I'll tear the space apart later and bring all of you out. However, since this place is connected to the outside world, the astral wind is just outside of here. After the crack appears, the astral wind will also come gusting in." Many of them gasped and appeared horrified. Basically everyone in the Shadowless Cave Heaven had experienced the brutality of the astral wind before. No one could ward it off. That was the reason they were terrified the moment they heard that the astral wind would come in through the crack. It was only now that they figured out what kind of danger Yang Kai was referring to earlier. If they wanted to leave, they would have to face the astral wind. "I will do my best to protect all of you, however, since there are many of us here, I might not be able to take care of everyone. As such, I'd like the weaker cultivators to enter my 6 Fated Paths bag to lighten the burden." As Yang Kai spoke, he summoned the 6 Fated Paths bag and briefly talked about its abilities. At that moment, many people exchanged glances as they fell into a dilemma. The 6 Fated Paths bag was indeed amazing as it could accommodate Open Heaven Realm Masters, however, once they entered the bag, they would lose control over their own lives. If the bag was destroyed, the people inside it would instantly be killed without a chance to resist. However, they were not in any position to object now. Yang Kai was only one man, and since so many people were tagging along now, some of them had to enter the bag to lighten the load. Hua Yong and the Shi brothers directly told the weaker cultivators to enter the bag. Although they were reluctant, they had no other choice. With the bag in his hand, Yang Kai stored people inside it one after another, mostly those in the 2nd order and the 3rd order. After putting about 100 people inside, Yang Kai finally realized that the bag had reached its limit. If he kept stuffing more people inside it, there was a risk of the bag exploding. That was why he stopped. Nevertheless, now, he also had a vague judgment of the bag's limit. The number of people the bag could keep seemed to have something to do with cultivation. If the people being kept inside the bag were strong, the artifact could only accommodate a small number. If they were all mid-rank open heaven realm masters, the bag could probably only keep 20 or so people inside. Half of the 200 people were gone, which greatly alleviated Xianxia's burden. The rest of the people who were outside were all in the third order open heaven realm and above. If they really came across any danger upon leaving the shadowless cave heaven, these people would be able to help. Since everything was ready, Xianxia walked up to the spot where he previously tore space apart. Then, he turned his head and nodded to motion for them to be careful. As space principles undulated, Xianxia performed different hand seals and then shouted, "Open!" The sound of something cracking was heard, then a void crack suddenly appeared and rapidly expanded. The moment the void crack appeared, the astral wind started gusting in, which caused the expressions of these people to change drastically. Xianxia immediately used his towering evergreen, and as an emerald light expanded, the gigantic tree crown seemed to cover the entire sky. Its branches hung low and engulfed the 100 or so people. Standing within the range of this wood element divine manifestation, everyone could feel a surge of vitality around them, and their minds were immediately soothed. All of their anxiety was gone as they looked up and tooted in amazement. It was the first time Huayong saw this divine manifestation, and as he listened to the howling wind and looked around, he muttered in disbelief, the wind really got blocked out. Standing under this humongous tree, he realized that he wasn't harassed by the astral wind one bit. It was even safer than when he was on Twin Spirit Island. He was both shocked and excited, thinking that he had made the right decision to leave with Xianxia. Since Xianxia had such a divine manifestation, he could ensure their safety while navigating through the astral wind. If Huayong had chosen to stay, besides the fact that the shadowless cave heaven might collapse one day, his unborn child would also be unable to cultivate properly, thus making his future bleak. Just like his wife had said, they would have to personally bury their child one day. Xianxia and the others had experienced this before, so they immediately stood beside Xianxia the moment he activated Towering Evergreen. "Let's go!" Xianxia shouted, then charged towards the void crack. The other cultivators didn't hesitate to follow him as they made sure they were always within the tree's protection range. The void crack that Xianxia had torn apart was huge. After all, more than 100 people had to cross it, so a small crack wouldn't serve its purpose. As soon as they left the shadowless cave heaven, they felt that time and space were disturbed. An even more violent astral wind came at them from all directions, which caused the branches of the great tree to sway. Xianxia's expression changed as he finally realized why Xianxia and the others previously returned so soon after they moved past the crack. They had indeed fallen into the source of the astral wind after leaving the shadowless cave heaven. The wind here was even more violent than the one gusting into the shadowless cave heaven. In such an environment, even sixth-order open heaven realm masters like Xianxia and the others would soon lose their lives as their small universes broke apart. Xianxia found it hard to sustain his towering evergreen as the branches shook wildly, and these cultivators were worried that the divine ability would be broken. By then, all of them would be exposed to the gale. Fortunately, even though the tree swayed, the divine manifestation remained stable. Xianxia turned around and manipulated space principles once again to seal the void crack. Some people had decided to stay in the shadowless cave heaven, so if he didn't repair the crack, the astral wind would continue blowing indefinitely. By then, the people who stayed would be doomed. After Xianxia was finished, he realized that everyone was staring at him. They had finally left the shadowless cave heaven, but just like what was expected, they had indeed fallen into the source of the astral wind. Only by leaving this region would they stand a chance to survive. No one knew which direction they should head. Xianxia released his divine sense, but it was immediately shredded by the astral wind after it left Towering Evergreen's range, giving him a headache since he was unable to scan the surroundings. Gritting his teeth, he simply led these people in a random direction. It wasn't like the source of the astral wind was boundless, so as long as they kept moving forward in the same direction, they would eventually escape. The fear scale caused everyone to be anxious. It felt terrible to have their lives hanging by a thread. As Xianxia sustained his towering evergreen, his energy left his body like the water discharged from a dam. He felt fortunate that he had put more than 100 people inside the 6 Fated Paths bag, otherwise, he would have consumed even more energy. The branches hanging from the ancient tree shook violently as though they would be gone with the wind at any moment. However, they still steadfastly blocked the astral wind out. After they moved forward for a bit, Yang Kai's expression changed suddenly. The proprietress was just beside him, and upon seeing his expression, she quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "There's something over there." Yang Kai stared intently ahead with his dark gaze as though he was trying to see through the gale. However, the endless wind had even caused space to warp, so he was unable to see anything. His words made everyone stiff. Huayong asked, "Perhaps only high-rank open heaven realm masters are able to resist this violent wind. What could it be that's lurking in the wind?" There was absolutely no living creature in the world that could live in this gale. However, Yang Kai wouldn't lie to them in this situation. What's more, he was protecting everyone with his wood element divine manifestation, so he was more sensitive to the surroundings than all of them. "I have no idea." Yang Kai shook his head with a solemn expression, then yelled, "It's coming." Right after he finished speaking, his expression changed drastically as he turned to look in a particular direction. Over there, a hole was torn in the protective shield of his towering evergreen. Even though he was trying his best to repair the tear, a visible wisp of green smoke still snuck in through it. Following that, the green smoke contorted and turned into a translucent human-shaped creature with 4 limbs, but its height was only half of the average human adult. There were no facial features on its face, which was eerily flat. "A wind spirit!" the proprietress exclaimed. "The astral wind has nurtured a wind spirit. Stay on guard, everyone." All of them immediately raised their defenses. Before anyone could react, the wind spirit directly snuck into the body of the cultivator nearest to it and disappeared. The cultivator was in the 4th order open heaven realm and soon began screaming as the aura coming from his body fluctuated unstably. The people around him leaped away in shock. The 4th order open heaven realm master yelled in horror, "It's inside my small universe. Save me." Huayong bellowed, "No one can help you since the wind spirit is inside your body, only you can save yourself. Don't panic. Focus on using your world force to drive it out." Upon hearing that, the man hurriedly did as he was told. However, his cultivation was too weak. It wasn't certain what the wind spirit was doing in his small universe, but everyone could feel his aura plunging rapidly. In just over 10 breaths of time, his aura dropped from the 4th order to the 3rd order, then the 2nd order and eventually the 1st order. "Help me!" the man wailed as his aura flickered. Right after this final cry, he suddenly grunted and exploded into a blood mist. The people around him were instantly covered in blood. His small universe collapsed. Mao's pupils contracted. A 4th order open heaven realm master had lost all his world force in such a short time, so it was only natural that his small universe would be critically destabilized. The moment his small universe came apart, he died a horrible death. No one could resist the astral wind as it could sneak into an open heaven realm master's small universe and wear away their heritage. Now, it seemed that this wind spirit was significantly more powerful than the astral wind. After the man was killed, the green wind spirit reappeared. It had apparently shot out of the dead person's small universe. Then, the green smoke moved and charged towards another cultivator. Mao Zhe directly used a divine ability which struck the wind spirit. He was a 6th order open heaven realm master, so his methods were naturally formidable. However, since he was surrounded by so many people in such close quarters, he was rather restricted in his movements. Nevertheless, the power of this divine ability was not to be underestimated. The immense force caused the wind spirit to pause. As though the wind spirit was infuriated, it abandoned its target and dashed towards Mao Zhe instead. Mao Zhe's expression changed, but he was unable to dodge the wind spirit in such a place, so he had no choice but to continue using his divine abilities to force back the creature. At the same time, Geng Qing and Zhou Ye made a move together. Since 3 6th order open heaven realm masters had joined forces, they were able to hold the wind spirit at bay. Despite that, they weren't able to destroy the wind spirit, which was strange. The proprietress suddenly yelled, "Don't use your world force. This thing can absorb it to strengthen itself." Mao Zhe examined the creature with narrowed eyes and realized that the wind spirit's color had become darker than when it first appeared, and it had also become more agile. The proprietress was right to say that the wind spirit was able to absorb all kinds of world force to strengthen itself. The creature had just dived into a fourth-order open heaven realm master's small universe, which caused his aura to plunge and his small universe to collapse. It seemed that the creature really was becoming stronger after it fed on the fourth-order open heaven realm master's heritage. However, how was an open heaven realm master supposed to fight without using their world force? An open heaven realm master was only an open heaven realm master because they could use world force. The foundation of an open heaven realm master's power was the world force in their small universe. If they couldn't use world force, they were no different from a toothless tiger. Seeing that the wind spirit was charging towards him, Maozhi respectively grasped Zhouye and Gung Qing with his hands before he fled backwards. Nevertheless, there was nowhere else they could go as they soon reached the edge of towering evergreen's protection. If they moved any further, they would be exposed to the astral wind directly. At the most critical moment, a whip broke through the air and wrapped itself around the wind spirit. Following a thunderous noise, the whip tightened itself, which caused the wind spirit to fall apart. But soon, the wind spirit took shape again. However, the strike allowed everyone to see a glimmer of hope. The proprietress, who was holding the whip, yelled, "Use your artifacts." Although an open heaven realm master had to activate their world force to use their artifact, the attack of an artifact itself wasn't composed purely of world force. It was also mixed with the artifact's own power, which could apparently not be absorbed by the wind spirit. The proprietress was just giving it a try, so it surprised her that she actually found the solution right away. At that instant, lights of different colors flickered. The open heaven realm masters summoned their artifacts and attacked the wind spirit. The violent fluctuations of energy were chaotic as all sorts of elements surged out. The wind spirit was extremely agile and it could easily dodge most of the attacks. On the other hand, many of the cultivators were accidentally hurt since they were all crammed together. With that said, some of the attacks still struck the wind spirit. Every strike could make its figure fall apart, but it would soon reform. However, its color became increasingly dimmer. Seeing that, Huayong yelled, "Hang in there and don't panic. As long as we're united, we don't have to be afraid of this wind spirit." He wasn't boasting wildly. Even though the wind spirit born in this place was eerie as it could kill a fourth-order open heaven realm master in a short time, there were many open heaven realm masters around, including 9 in the 6th order. If they couldn't even deal with a single wind spirit, they should just give up and let it kill them. The powers of the artifacts continuously blossomed and the wind spirit had become so dim that it was almost transparent. Just when it was about to be destroyed, a crack suddenly appeared on its flat face as though it had opened its mouth and it released a fierce howl. No one knew what this wind spirit was doing, but they still put up their guard with solemn expressions. Although the wind was heard howling, it didn't appear to be intimidating or lethal at all. However, Yang Kai's expression changed drastically as he said, "Stay alert. We might be in trouble." "What?" Huayong turned his head to ask, then his pupils contracted. In the meantime, cracks that were caused by a mysterious force started appearing around the protection range of the towering evergreen. Puffs of green smoke snuck in through the cracks, then contorted and turned into odd-looking creatures. Just like the wind spirit they had seen previously, these things had limbs but not facial features. Their faces were flat in an eerie way. Some of them looked like tigers, wolves, and some other animals. The creatures that had barged in were all wind spirits. It was just that they were of different forms and there were more than 10 of them. Everyone felt a crawling sensation on their scalp. Just one wind spirit was enough to give them a headache as over 100 open heaven realm masters were unable to kill it in a short time. Just when they were starting to see a glimmer of hope though, more of these wind spirits rushed in. Apparently, the wind spirit was calling out to its companions just now by making that howling sound. Many appeared to be in despair. As soon as these wind spirits took shape, they started flying around. The cultivators exclaimed and tried to avoid them, but there was nowhere they could go. In just a moment, these wind spirits snuck into the bodies of over 10 cultivators and disappeared. These people widened their eyes in horror as they were desperate to fight for a chance to survive. They madly pushed their world force in an attempt to force these wind spirits out of their small universes, but their efforts proved futile. Many of them called out desperately for help. The 9 6th order open heaven realm masters sported solemn expressions. None of them could have expected that they would come across this kind of danger after leaving Shadowless Cave Heaven with Yang Kai, including Yang Kai himself. He thought that after leaving Shadowless Cave Heaven, the biggest risk he would face would be a more intense astral wind. With his towering evergreen though, he was confident he could ensure their safety. However, it never crossed his mind that wind spirits existed in the astral wind source. Even his towering evergreen was unable to block them out. Right in front of everyone's eyes, the auras of these people plunged. Just like the deceased Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from earlier, the heritages of their small universes were swallowed by the wind spirits and their orders plummeted. Their small universes trembled and then collapsed. In just over 10 breaths of time, explosive sounds started ringing out. These people subsequently exploded into blood mists, leaving no traces behind. One of these deceased Open Heaven Realm Masters was even in the Fifth Order, which was why Chef and Accountant gulped with pale faces. Both of them were in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, so had any of the wind spirits snuck into their bodies, they would have ended up like these people. Then, the wind spirits appeared again. It was obvious that their colors had become deeper, which was thanks to the fact that they had just swallowed the heritages of those Open Heaven Realm Masters' small universes. People who were still alive immediately leaped away with vigilance. Just one wind spirit could make this place descend into chaos, so how were they supposed to deal with a dozen of them? Many of them regretted not getting into Yang Kai's 6 Fated Paths bag earlier. When Yang Kai fished out the bag in an attempt to keep some people inside it, many of them were reluctant. After all, once they entered the bag, they would lose control over their own lives. Eventually, it was Hua Yong and the Shi brothers who dealt with the situation. Now, it seemed that the bag was the safest place to be. Yang Kai glared at the wind spirits as he had the urge to summon his azure dragon spear and kill all of them with it. However, he was now in the astral wind source, and he had to sustain the towering evergreen while looking for a way out, so he was incapable of helping to deal with these creatures. Fortunately, when the wind spirits struck again, everyone was better prepared. Things were much better now as they could temporarily ward off the wind spirits. Nevertheless, as they used their artifacts, the violent forces fluctuated, which made it difficult for Yang Kai to sustain his towering evergreen. However, their defenses weren't impenetrable. Just a moment later, some of the wind spirits broke through the bombardment and rushed towards the cultivators before sneaking into their small universes. These unfortunate cultivators appeared to have lost all hope. They had seen how their companions died a horrible death in front of them, so they could imagine what it would be like. Proprietress. Chef's chubby figure suddenly shook as he turned to look at the proprietress with a helpless smile. The proprietress' pupils contracted as she exclaimed, "Chef." An anxious accountant gazed at Chef in disbelief. Just now, a wind spirit circled around Chef and snuck into his body from behind when no one was aware of it. Chef parted his lips in an attempt to say something. Despite having countless things to say, he eventually condensed everything into 2 sentences. "It was my greatest honor to have met you, proprietress. Many thanks for taking care of me over the years." After he finished speaking, he appeared relieved. The proprietress charged towards Chef and pressed her hand against his dantian before madly surging her own world force power in an attempt to force the wind spirit out. However, the wind spirit had already snuck into his small universe, so she was unable to target it. Chef shook his head as his aura plunged. Just then, Yang Kai suddenly extended his hand and yelled, "Come here, Chef." Chef turned his head, but before he could react, he felt a force engulfing him. The next moment, the world around him started spinning, then he arrived at a very strange world. In this world, the moon was hanging in the sky as it cast its eerie glow on everything. Besides the refreshing air, this place was filled with dense world force. Where is this place? Chef was dumbfounded, then he soon realized in shock that a puff of green smoke billowed out of his body and turned into a snake. The wind spirit then hissed. Chef widened his eyes as he couldn't believe that the wind spirit had actually voluntarily left his body. As the wind spirit hissed, Chef could clearly feel that the world force in this world was being madly devoured by the creature. At the same time, it was also growing quickly. Under the towering evergreen, Yang Kai grunted and staggered with a pale expression. Since Chef was in trouble, there was no way he would sit back and do nothing. Left with no choice, he decided to put Chef into his small universe, thinking that he could deal with the wind spirit after that. However, he was stunned to see that the wind spirit had left Chef's body and entered his small universe instead. Yang Kai wasn't certain about the reason behind it, but he reckoned that his small universe was probably more attractive to the wind spirit. The next moment, his speculation was proven right. He had exposed some of his aura just now when he opened up his small universe to keep Chef inside it. The remaining wind spirits of different forms halted and turned to face Yang Kai. Even the wind spirits that had previously snuck into those cultivators left their bodies now. Since these wind spirits didn't have facial features, they were supposedly not able to see. However, at this moment, Yang Kai could clearly feel that they were staring at him as though they were drooling over a delicious dish. These cultivators were both shocked and stunned at the turn of events. They had no idea what Yang Kai had done so that he could attract the attention of all wind spirits. Shwa shwa shwa, the wind spirits turned into green streaks and charged towards Yang Kai in the next instant. Flustered, the proprietress exclaimed, "Watch out, Yang Kai." She then rushed over in an attempt to fend off those wind spirits for him. Xianxia and the others frowned as they dashed forward. Their names were on the loyalty list, so if anything happened to Yang Kai, they would be doomed as well. "Let them come!" Yang Kai bellowed. The proprietress stopped in her tracks and stared dazedly at him as though she was asking what he was trying to do. Unfortunately, Yang Kai didn't have time to explain anything. Faced with these wind spirits, he opened his small universe wide. As his aura was exposed, these wind spirits became excited and hastened their pace. These puffs of green smoke then penetrated Yang Kai's body and disappeared instantly. Yang Kai's figure shook, then he checked on his small universe and realized that the dozen or so wind spirits of different forms were madly absorbing his heritage to strengthen themselves. Meanwhile, Chef was trembling nearby. "Proprietress, Xianxia, enter my small universe and help me deal with them." As Yang Kai spoke, he extended his hands to them. The proprietress lowered her defenses and allowed his strength to engulf her. She disappeared the next moment. At the same time, Xianxia and the other mountain lords also vanished. When the four of them came to their senses, they realized that they were in a different world. Looking up, they saw the wind spirits wolfing down the world force around them while Chef stood rooted to the spot. "What the?" Xianxia exclaimed and looked around. He had a speculation, but he found it hard to believe it. "It's my small universe. Rather than letting these wind spirits make a scene outside, I thought it would be better to just trap them here. I'll cordon off the area around here, so please help me restrain them for now. I'll handle them when I'm free." Yang Kai's voice reverberated from all around. Not only was Xianxia in disbelief, but Gengqing and Zhouye were also astounded. They couldn't believe that they were in Yang Kai's small universe. Common sense dictated that only when an open heaven realm master reached the high rank would their small universe be able to fully materialize and accommodate living creatures. Yang Kai was only a 6th order open heaven realm master, so how did he manage to achieve it? They couldn't wrap their heads around it as this went against the knowledge that was deeply imprinted in their minds. Nevertheless, as Xianxia felt the density of the world force around him, he finally understood why he wasn't a match for Yang Kai even though both of them were in the 6th order. The heritage in Yang Kai's small universe was clearly richer than his own. As he looked up at the bright moon, he realized that the celestial entity seemed to contain a power that could freeze his soul. He was astounded, thinking that it was probably a high-rank element power. Although he was now a 6th order open heaven realm master, he had only reached the 5th order directly when he achieved an ascension in the past. In other words, his limit would be the 7th order in the future, which was why he craved this kind of power. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, they felt a force cordoning off the space around them. Apparently, Yang Kai had sealed this region so that the wind spirits wouldn't be able to cause too much damage to his small universe. However, his effort would be futile if there was no one around to tie down the wind spirits, as the seal would be broken through sooner or later if they were left alone. That was the reason Yang Kai decided to put the proprietress and the others into his small universe. He was trying to make use of their powers to stall for time. Presently, he had to bring everyone out of the astral wind source as soon as possible, so he didn't have time to deal with the wind spirits for now. Although it was difficult for 4 6th order open heaven realm masters to confront more than 10 wind spirits, it wasn't Yang Kai's intention to have them kill the odd-looking creatures. He just wanted them to distract them so that the wind spirits wouldn't run rampant, hence, there shouldn't be any problem. Upon learning Yang Kai's plan, the proprietress made the first move. The whip in her hand coiled around the wind spirits like it was a dragon before ripping them apart. She was trying to attract their attention so that they wouldn't be able to concentrate on swallowing the heritage in Xianxia's small universe. Seeing that, Maoxia and the others quickly made a move as well. Xianxia felt that his small universe had descended into chaos, which made it hard for him to focus. There was a bitter smile on his face as he finally realized why people always said even a high-rank open heaven realm master wouldn't easily let others enter their small universe, for that would be a terrible experience. No one would let someone else go into their small universe unless they wholeheartedly trusted that person, as any slight disturbance would cause damage to their small universe. Under Xianxia's towering evergreen, these people looked around in horror. Of the more than 100 open heaven realm masters, 20 or so had lost their lives in a short time. It could be said that they had suffered an immense loss. Moreover, the eerie wind spirits had all dived into Xianxia's body, which made them feel worried. It had to be noted that Xianxia was the key to their survival. If anything happened to him, all of them would be exposed to the astral wind source. With the towering evergreen around, they would be safe from the harassment of the astral wind. However, without this wood element divine manifestation, no one had the confidence to survive here for long. Therefore, all of them turned to look at Xianxia, who seemed fine even though he sported a solemn expression. Huayong asked with concern, "Sect Master, those wind spirits?" Xianxia replied in a muffled voice, "They're inside my small universe. Maoxia and the others are dealing with them. We have to leave this place quickly." Then, he continued leading the crowd forward. They followed him closely, ensuring that they were always within the protection range of the divine manifestation. On the road, they came across several more wind spirits that broke through the defense of towering evergreen and caused a ruckus. Xianxia used the same trick and sent these wind spirits inside his small universe. The proprietress and the others already found it hard to deal with the dozen or so original wind spirits, so the situation only exacerbated when more were let in. There were even times when they were almost attacked and invaded by the wind spirits. Left with no choice, Xianxia sent Huayong and Shu Mudan into his small universe so that they could help. The movements in his small universe thus became even more violent. Xianxia could feel his blood weltering while his aura was extremely unstable. As his head kept buzzing, he had a feeling that he would suffer from cultivation dissonance at any moment. Time seemed to pass by even more slowly at this moment. Accountant, who had been standing guard beside Xianxia, suddenly exclaimed, "You're hurt." He could see that blood was leaking from Xianxia's 7 orifices, and his eyes were horrifyingly red. Xianxia grunted as he couldn't even spare the focus to respond. He silently charged forward while exerting more force to sustain his towering evergreen to fend off the howling astral wind. Each breath that passed felt like an hour, but at a certain point, Xianxia suddenly felt that the pressure around him was gone and the towering evergreen's protection, which was suppressed by the astral wind earlier, abruptly expanded. An energized Xianxia shouted, "We're out of the source." Everyone was elated as they looked around. However, as the green branches hung so low, they were still engulfed in an emerald light, making it impossible to see outside clearly. With that said, they were aware that the wind, which had haunted them for a seemingly long time, finally stopped howling. They had really left the astral wind source. At that instant, all of them started cheering. To be safe, Xianxia didn't immediately retract his towering evergreen, sustaining it as he continued charging forward for another incense stick worth of time. Following that, he released his divine sense, and upon making sure that they were safe, he withdrew the wood element divine manifestation. As the light dissipated, the others released their divine senses and realized that they had landed on a shattered spirit province, which was about 100 square kilometers. It was absolutely desolate, while all around was only endless void. "Please stand guard for me," Xianxia hurriedly said to the Sher brothers as he sat down cross-legged. Then, he emptied his mind and sunk his consciousness into his small universe. The Sher brothers still hadn't figured out what was going on or where they were, but upon hearing Xianxia's words, they immediately surrounded him and raised their vigilance. At this moment, they were not certain whether they had really left the shadowless cave heaven and returned to the 3,000 worlds, so they reckoned that they had to ensure Xianxia's safety. The battle inside Xianxia's small universe was fierce. 6 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and about 20 wind spirits were locked in combat. As these people flew around, the powers of their artifacts blossomed. Although Yang Kai had cordoned off this battlefield, the wild energy fluctuations still caused his small universe to shake and rumble. The 6 of them were elated when they saw Yang Kai's figure appear. The proprietress said, "Yang Kai, it's too hard to deal with these wind spirits. We're unable to destroy them." When the first wind spirit appeared, it took all 100 or so open heaven realm masters attacking it for some time for its color to simply become dim, to say nothing of the fact that there were so many wind spirits now. Furthermore, they were now inside Yang Kai's small universe, so they didn't dare to release too much of their power. They were now even more restricted in their movements than previously. "I know. Let me handle the rest. Many thanks for all you've done." As Yang Kai spoke, he extended his finger, whereupon a portal appeared in his small universe, beyond which was the aura of the outside world. Xianxia asked with a frown, "Will you be alright on your own?" Yang Kai replied, "I have no idea, but I have to give it a try. Right now I'm restricted since all of you are here, so please leave this place first." After a moment of silence, Xianxia sent a signal to Gung Qing and Zhouye, then the 3 of them shot out through the crack together, followed by Hua Yong and Shu Mudan. A worried proprietress gazed at Yang Kai and parted her lips. Before she could speak though, Yang Kai said with a smile, "Don't worry, proprietress. Even if I can't kill them, I'll still be able to expel them." The others were unable to force these wind spirits out once they were invaded because their small universes were still ethereal. On the other hand, Yang Kai's small universe was corporeal, so if it came down to it, he could simply cut out part of his territory and expel it. Although his foundation would be damaged by doing this, it was better than waiting for death. "Be careful, and don't push yourself too hard," proprietress stated in a solemn voice, then turned around and left through the portal. After closing the portal, Yang Kai stared silently at the wind spirits and said through clenched teeth, "I bet all of you have been having fun, haven't you?" The wind spirits apparently couldn't understand him, and without the restraint of the proprietress and the others, they immediately started swallowing the heritage of his small universe again. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the power of his small universe was rapidly streaming into these wind spirits. Although he had cordoned off this area, he was still unable to stop them from absorbing his heritage. Honestly speaking, Yang Kai still had no idea what these wind spirits really were. He speculated that they were born in the astral wind source and simply followed their instincts to swallow up world force. They probably didn't even have sentience. Yang Kai couldn't let these creatures continue wreaking havoc in his small universe. The longer they stayed, the greater the loss he would suffer, so with a thought, he yelled, "Water reflects the moon." The moon in the sky immediately shone brightly and cast its glow on everything below. A layer of frost was instantly seen on the figures of these wind spirits, as though they were covered in white clothes. Yang Kai was ecstatic since his water element divine ability seemed to be working. Just now, he was worried that his element powers wouldn't be useful against these wind spirits, but now he could set his mind at ease. As the frost expanded, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the speed at which the world force was draining had slowed. The wind spirits instinctively felt that something was off. They were originally wolfing down the small universe's heritage, but they were now staring up at the moon in the sky. The next instant, their figures shook to break free of the frost, then they pounced at the moon. The howling of wind was heard coming from their mouths, which threw Yang Kai's small universe into turmoil. The closer the wind spirits got to the moon, the colder they felt. Showered in the moonlight, they found themselves becoming increasingly sluggish as the frost on their figures thickened. Despite that, they still wouldn't back down, so Yang Kai had to watch as the wind spirits crept closer to the moon. The moon in Yang Kai's small universe was the manifestation of his water element divine ability, which was somewhere between illusory and real. He wasn't certain what would happen if these wind spirits managed to reach it. He wouldn't dare to take the risk. Seeing as water reflects the moon was unable to stop these wind spirits, he decided to use his first divine manifestation and bellowed, "Golden Crow casts the sun." The moon suddenly sank beyond the horizon, and as the golden crow cawed, a great sun leaped into the sky, a 3-legged exotic bird flying around it gaily. The icy cold power was instantly replaced by a scorching heat. The wind spirits hadn't managed to stop their advance when the golden crow's true fire was spit out from the sun. Then, a series of strange sizzling sounds were heard. As these wind spirits continued to howl, their figures were completely engulfed in the black golden crow's true fire. Golden Crow's true fire was said to be able to burn down everything in existence, and it seemed these wind spirits weren't an exception. Seeing that, Xianxia was ecstatic. He could see that the 20 or so wind spirits had turned into fireballs, and as the Golden Crow's true fire continued to burn, dark smoke started billowing from their flaming figures. Xianxia frowned as he instinctively felt that the dark smoke was a terrible thing. This was his small universe, so he was able to detect the slightest anomaly, and the dark smoke made him feel like he had eaten some rancid food. Realizing the ferocity of Golden Crow casts the sun, the wind spirits instinctively tried to flee. However, since they were now covered in Golden Crow's true fire, how were they supposed to get rid of it? Moreover, Xianxia had cordoned off the space around this area, so regardless of how hard they tried to break through the seal, they were unable to escape the Golden Crow's true fire. Xianxia pushed his power to strengthen his Golden Crow casts the sun. More dark smoke billowed from these wind spirits, and as that happened, they became dimmer and dimmer. The very first wind spirit was previously besieged by over 100 open heaven realm masters, so it was much weaker from the start. Quickly being burned down by the Golden Crow's true fire, it soon fell apart and vanished into thin air. Xianxia arched his brow because as the wind spirit evaporated, he felt a stream of world force surging into his small universe, which helped make up for some of the damage done to his heritage. What's going on? Xianxia wondered but didn't have time to ponder on this issue as he had to continuously sustain Golden Crow casts the sun. At the same time, he exerted more force to fortify the seal so that these wind spirits wouldn't be able to cause further damage to his small universe. Golden Crow casts the sun was immensely powerful, and given Xianxia's current cultivation, he was even able to cause a certain degree of damage to a high-rank cultivator using it. Therefore, the average open heaven realm master wouldn't be able to persevere for long under the influence of this divine manifestation. With that said, these wind spirits were clearly pretty tough. The great sun in the sky continued to burn them, and although Xianxia could feel that they were getting weakened by the moment and believed that they would eventually fall apart like the first wind spirit, that would still take some time. 2 days later, Xianxia, who had been paying close attention to the wind spirits, suddenly shifted his attention to one of them. Just then, following a muffled boom, the almost transparent wind spirit exploded into nothingness. Just like what happened previously, right after the wind spirit disappeared, a stream of pure world force flooded into his small universe. Pung pung pung, more wind spirits popped as half of them soon disappeared. More world force gushed into Xianxia's small universe like a raging storm, leaving him in a state of disbelief. 1 day later, the last wind spirit was finally burned to death by the Golden Crow's true fire. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief when he saw its figure coming apart. More than 20 wind spirits had been destroyed, and after they disappeared, they left behind a lot of world force. What was more precious was that the world force was without any impurities. In other words, anyone could absorb it and turn it into their own capital immediately. Initially, the heritage of Xianxia's small universe was severely damaged because of those wind spirits. However, now, not only had the losses been made up for, but he had also gained some benefits. Xianxia didn't immediately leave his small universe. Instead, he emptied his mind and used his small universe to refine the world force left behind by the deceased wind spirits in order to strengthen his heritage. Time went by slowly. More than 10 days later, on the Shattered Spirit Province, Huayong, who had been paying close attention to Xianxia, suddenly called out, "Sect Master is waking up." Since Xianxia brought them to this Shattered Spirit Province half a month ago, he had been seated there without moving a muscle. All of them could see that he had lured the wind spirits into his own small universe, but no one knew what happened next. They had experienced the eeriness and power of the wind spirits, so it was expected that the proprietress and the others were worried. Upon hearing Huayong's words, the proprietress immediately turned to look at Xianxia and realized that he was indeed slowly opening his eyes. Before she could ask anything, Xianxia suddenly let out a puff of dark smoke through his mouth. Shocked, the proprietress hurriedly released her divine sense, but she couldn't identify what the dark smoke was. It seemed to carry a hint of the wind spirit's auras, but it didn't entirely feel like it either. In reality, this dark smoke was the same dark smoke released by the wind spirits when they were burned by the Golden Crow's true fire. Xianxia had no idea what it was, but he instinctively felt that it would do him more harm than good if he kept it in his small universe. Over the past few days, Xianxia had been trying to refine the world force left behind by the deceased wind spirits and come up with a way to get rid of the dark smoke. Now, his efforts finally yielded some results. In the end, it was his small universe, so he could easily detect any anomalies, allowing him to disperse the dark smoke with only some effort. "I'm sorry to make you all wait for such a long time," Xianxia got to his feet and said. The proprietress asked with concern, "How are you?" "I'm fine." Xianxia shook his head. In fact, not only was he fine, but he had also attained some immense benefits. It wasn't certain what those wind spirits were, but after they were destroyed by the Golden Crow's true fire, they significantly bolstered his strength. Xianxia could clearly feel that the heritage of his small universe had increased significantly, possibly as much as 100 years of dedicated cultivation would bring him. He was more than satisfied with this pleasant surprise. The proprietress was still doubtful, but upon seeing that his skin was glowing and his aura had become more stable than before, she relaxed slightly. All of a sudden, Xianxia turned to look in a particular direction and narrowed his eyes, then exclaimed, "What is that?" He could see that there was a gigantic tornado that appeared to be several tens of thousands of kilometers wide in the distance. As the tornado swirled around, warping the space surrounding it slightly. The sight was quite terrifying. The proprietress walked up to him and looked in the same direction before explaining, "That's the astral wind's source." A shocked Xianxia couldn't believe that he had actually left such a place some time ago, much less that those eerie wind spirits could actually be born in such a place. The wind, Xianxia frowned and fell into his thoughts. For some reason, he could feel a strange and mysterious domain within the tornado. "It's a divine ability," the proprietress said. Xianxia gazed at her in shock. The proprietress went on to say in a bitter voice, "Trust me. Before you woke up, we had been observing it for quite some time and came to the conclusion that it was once some kind of divine ability." Xianxia felt his throat turning dry. "A divine ability? Does that mean someone cast it?" Maoxia took a step forward and said with a bitter smile, "Perhaps it's a divine ability left behind by a great ancient expert. Although countless years have passed, it's still as powerful as ever." Xianxia widened his mouth in disbelief, but the truth was right in front of his eyes, so he had to accept it. He wouldn't have figured it out if the proprietress hadn't pointed it out. Upon hearing her words though, he could indeed see that it was a divine ability cast by someone in an unknown time. However, it continued to exist until this day. The divine ability happened to be located just outside of the Shadowless Cave Heaven's exit, therefore, right after they left the Shadowless Cave Heaven, they fell into the region this divine ability covered. It seemed to be targeted at the small universes of Open Heaven Realm Masters. If one wasn't careful enough, the astral wind would sneak into their body and wipe away their heritage. This astral wind wasn't the same as the one that gusted into the Shadowless Cave Heaven. Instead, it was a tornado that would endlessly devastate a person's small universe. Xianxia wouldn't dare to think about what would happen if a person was struck by such a divine ability. If such a tornado ravaged his small universe, he reckoned that he couldn't persevere for more than 10 breaths. The divine ability never subsided, and as time passed, eerie wind spirits were born from it. Judging from what happened after the death of those wind spirits, Xianxia reckoned that the world force brought away by the astral wind didn't just disappear, instead, it was brought back to the tornado. Those wind spirits were probably hybrids of the world force and the divine abilities domain. Over the years, countless Open Heaven Realm Masters had accidentally fallen into the tornado and passed away. Their world forces were all devoured by the wind spirits. The Shadowless Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by a deceased 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it wasn't supposed to be so desolate. However, due to the astral wind's harassment that took place once a month, the world force was continuously lost. Furthermore, basically all the Open Heaven Realm Masters were affected by the astral wind in the Shadowless Cave Heaven. The world force was snatched and brought back to this tornado as it became the nutrients for the wind spirits. Therefore, it could be said that every wind spirit contained very ample world force. Xianxia had gained tremendous benefits by destroying those wind spirits and obtaining their world force. As he looked silently at the tornado, he couldn't help but wonder how many more wind spirits there were inside it. The ones he had come across were certainly not all of them. If he rushed into the tornado and lured more wind spirits into his body, he could save a lot of time on cultivation. In that case, he would be able to ascend to the seventh order open heaven realm sooner. Although there was only a difference of one order between the seventh order and the sixth order, it was like the gap between the heavens and earth. The former was in the high rank while the latter was in the mid rank, so they were not comparable at all. Others might be wary of the astral wind, but Yang Kai was able to ward it off, and with his previous experiences, he could handle those wind spirits with ease. Nevertheless, he soon gave up on that idea. This couldn't be helped as his strength had increased too quickly recently. Back then, he was forced to ascend to the fifth order open heaven realm, then 1 month later, he made it to the sixth order by consuming a world fruit. If he still rushed into making an attempt to reach the seventh order open heaven realm, it might cause his small universe to become unstable. After all, the open heaven realm was a process where one had to build up and manage their small universe gradually. Sometimes advancing too quickly was a bad thing. He reckoned that when he was ready one day, he could still come back here and lure those wind spirits into his small universe in an attempt to ascend to the seventh order open heaven realm. At the thought of this, Yang Kai set his mind at ease. "Where are we now?" Yang Kai asked. The proprietress replied, "We're in the shattered heaven, but I don't know our exact location." Yang Kai nodded gently, thinking that the shattered heaven indeed lived up to its bad reputation. Before coming here, he had heard that this place was paved with danger. He had previously seen some ferocious artifacts that had gained sentience, and now there was this divine ability that had persisted across countless eons. No one knew how much more danger they would bump into. If they were not careful enough, they would lose their lives here. Yang Kai fished out a universe chart he had bought in the Shattered Heaven Star City, but he soon realized that he still couldn't identify their location. Left with no choice, he said, "I guess we're lost for now. We can only play it by ear." No one objected to the suggestion. Regardless of where this was, it was better than staying in the shadowless cave heaven. They had never expected that they would be able to leave the shadowless cave heaven in their lifetime after all. Yang Kai then fished out the 6 Fated Paths bag and released the 100+ people he had previously kept inside it. After a brief discussion among the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they headed in a particular direction. They came across a lot of danger on the road, most of which did not come with a warning. Although the 10 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been vigilant, they still suffered damage on several occasions. More than 200 cultivators had left the shadowless cave heaven with Yang Kai, 20 or so were killed by the wind spirits, and half a year later, only roughly 140 people were left. Other than the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were still fine, basically everyone else had suffered some degree of injury. This just went to show how dangerous the Shattered Heaven was. Over the past 6 months, the group did not just travel in the same direction. Instead, they would change course from time to time. Unfortunately, after such a long time had passed, they still hadn't encountered anyone, which made it impossible for them to identify their location. Another 6 months later, Yang Kai, who was in the lead, suddenly looked in a particular direction for a moment. Then, he became elated and exclaimed, "There's movement over there." Upon finishing his words, he charged forward. The people behind him became energized as well and hurriedly followed after him. A moment later, they saw some flashes of light in front of their eyes and felt some energy fluctuations coming from up ahead. Apparently, some people were fighting. As they got closer, Yang Kai realized that there were 2 Open Heaven Realm Masters engaged in a life-and-death battle. It wasn't certain why they got into a scuffle, but the battle was quite intense. Both of these 2 were powerful 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It wasn't certain how long the battle had lasted, but their auras were pretty weak and they were practically covered in wounds and blood. While they were trying to hack each other to death though, the 2 men sensed something and turned to look at Yang Kai. The next moment, their expressions changed drastically as they separated and drew back. A short time later, Yang Kai stopped in a spot that wasn't far away from them. When the 2 men saw the group of people behind Yang Kai, they sported solemn expressions. As they exchanged glances, they subconsciously moved closer to one another. Regardless of the cultivation of these people, they couldn't possibly go up against so many on their own. Although they were just fighting a life-and-death battle earlier, they were at least familiar with one another. Compared to these strangers, they would rather trust the party they knew. Noticing their vigilance and hostility, Yang Kai put on a friendly smile and cupped his fist. "Please excuse us. We just happened to pass by this place, and we mean no harm. The man on the left shot Xianxia a glance with distrust, then asked with a frown, "What do you want?" Xianxia replied, "We were previously trapped inside a perilous place, and it took us years before we finally managed to escape. Unfortunately, we've become lost, so we don't know how to get to the Shattered Heaven Star City. Would you be so kind as to point the way for us?" The two men were astounded as they were wondering why such a large group of people had approached them all of a sudden, but it turned out that these people were just looking for directions. The man who spoke earlier pointed in a particular direction and said, "If you want to head to the Star City, move in that direction. You'll reach it in half a month." Xianxia looked in the same direction and nodded gently, "Many thanks. Sorry for disturbing you." Following that, he flew off in the direction the man had pointed out, followed by the rest of the group, which soon disappeared into the distance. The two men, who were engaged in an intense battle just a moment ago, traded glances, feeling at a loss. After this farce, they were no longer determined to kill each other. Furthermore, they were equally matched to begin with, so if they kept on fighting, both parties would end up severely wounded at best. Now that they had been interrupted, they no longer had the heart to keep fighting. After cursing at one another, they turned into rays of light and charged into different directions. Meanwhile, Xianxia and the others were moving in the direction they were pointed at full speed. As expected, the further they went, the more cultivators they came across. These people had obviously just left the Shattered Heaven Star City. Regardless of who they were though, these people would always run away when they saw such a large group of Open Heaven Realm Masters approaching. Countless people were killed or robbed in Shattered Heaven every day. If a person was killed in this place, no one would seek justice for them. Half a month later, the Shattered Heaven Star City came into sight. The people behind Xianxia started cheering, the Sher brothers were especially loud. When these cultivators saw the Star City, their eyes became reddened and moist, as though they had just been reborn. Previously, they had accidentally fallen into the shadowless cave heaven, and they thought that they would never be able to leave. It never crossed their minds that they would have a chance to return to the 3,000 worlds one day. Many of their companions had lost their lives along the way here, so it felt amazing to have come back alive. Soon, they charged into the Star City. As they watched the cultivators who were moving around, the stalls on the streets, and the disorderly buildings, they felt a sense of cordiality. The sight before their eyes was never seen in the shadowless cave heaven after all. Even Xianxia and the other mountain lords were moved. Then, they checked into an inn and had a bath to wash away the dirt on their bodies. Following that, Huayong took out some money to hold a banquet for the companions who had left the shadowless cave heaven together. At that instant, the inn's lobby was crammed with people. Over 140 people were divided among more than 10 tables. Xianxia and the other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were seated together while the rest of them crowded around with their friends as they chatted and drank. The place was bustling with noise. Meanwhile, many Open Heaven Realm Masters, in groups or as individuals, came over and proposed a toast to Xianxia, thanking him for helping them to escape the shadowless cave heaven and return to the 3,000 worlds. An easygoing Xianxia didn't turn down anyone and soon became tipsy. A while later, Huayong asked the Sher brothers, "What are your future plans?" Presently, Shan was gnawing on the thigh of some kind of roast beast, and his lips were covered in grease, so upon hearing Huayong's question, he took a large swig of alcohol and asked back, "What do you mean?" Huayong said with a helpless smile, "Since you've left the shadowless cave heaven, you'll need to look for a place to stay. It's not like you'll just keep wandering around, right?" The Sher brothers were astounded upon hearing that as they traded glances for a moment. Then, Shan scratched his head and said, "That's right. What should we do next?" Chiu said in a muffled voice, "You're the big brother, so I'll listen to you." On the side, Yu nodded repeatedly. Shan batted his eyes, then looked smilingly at Huayong, "What about you two? What are your plans?" Huayong replied with a smile, "My wife and I joined Void Land, and thanks to the sect master Yang, we've been promoted to the position of elders." Then, he took a glance at Xianxia, brother Mao, and should have done the same. "You decided to join Void Land?" Shan stared at Xianxia in shock. A silent Xianxia sported a wry smile. As a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he wouldn't have joined Void Land if he wasn't restricted by the loyalty list. Even if he willingly decided to join, he was supposed to be an elder just like Hua Yong, but now, they were just Yang Kai's subordinates and couldn't even control whether they lived or died. They were practically servants. Hua Yong promptly said to the Shi brothers, "We all owe the sect master a life-saving grace. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have a chance to leave the shadowless cave heaven. Since we've now gained a second chance at life, we should repay his favor." We all occupied different territories in the shadowless cave heaven, however, since we've left, why don't you also join Void Land? Given our friendship over the years, we can take care of each other in the future. What do you think? The Shi brothers fell silent upon hearing that. A moment later, Xianxia said in a small voice, "Big brother, why don't we join Void Land as well?" Shi Shan furrowed his brow. "If we join Sect Master Yang's great force, we'll be under his control. What if he doesn't allow us to drink wine and eat meat? It certainly doesn't feel as great as having our own territory." Shi Yu dipped his head. "Big brother is right." Shi Shan said, "We can join forces and venture into the outside world. I don't believe we'll fare poorly. It's better than getting bossed around by someone else. When we manage to make a name for ourselves, we can do whatever we want." Their voices were neither loud nor small, so the open heaven realm masters at the scene were able to hear them. Seeing that the brothers were not willing to join Void Land, Hua Yong was ready to keep persuading them when Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him. "Just let the Shi brothers do whatever they want. This Yang wishes all the best for your future." Shi Shan gazed at Yang Kai with a grin. "We'll venture into the outside world for now. If we really can't make a name for ourselves, we'll come join you." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Good. The doors of Void Land are always open for you." These Sixth Order brothers were triplets who had mastered a profound combination technique. When they joined forces, they would be far more powerful than an ordinary Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If they could join Void Land, the Great Force's collective power would increase tremendously. With that said, before Yang Kai even left the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he had subdued the 3 mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain. Then Hua Yong and Shimu Dan requested to join Void Land. It could be said that he had gained some handsome benefits by acquiring 5 more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters for Void Land. Since the Shi brothers were not willing to work under him, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force them. Then, Yang Kai looked around and declared openly, "If any one of you is willing to join Void Land, this Yang will welcome you. If you have somewhere else to go, this Yang will wish you all the best. Since we've overcome a great life or death crisis together and finally left the Shadowless Cave Heaven together, we're practically friends now. If you're willing to join Void Land, this Yang will not mistreat you." Then, he picked up his cup and continued, "This Yang will propose a toast to all of you. Let's drink to all our futures." Following that, these Open Heaven Realm Masters rose from the chairs and picked up their cups, their gazes filled with gratitude and admiration. When they were done with the wine in their cups, they took a seat again as the lobby once again became bustling. After finishing up the ample meal, they returned to their own rooms and took some rest. However, Yang Kai was unable to get any sleep as some people would knock on his door and express their willingness to join Void Land from time to time. These cultivators had been trapped inside the Shadowless Cave Heaven for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Although they had returned to the outside world, most had no place to go. They were grateful that Yang Kai had brought them out of the Shadowless Cave Heaven, and since he was the sect master of Void Land, they were more than happy to side with him. Just like what Yang Kai had said, they had experienced life and death moments together, so they knew they would not be mistreated. Furthermore, the 3 mountain lords of Profound Yang Mountain and the island masters of Twin Spirit Island had joined Void Land, so regardless of what Void Land was like in the past, it would have a bright future since so many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters belonged to it now. Yang Kai didn't turn anyone down who came into his room as he happily agreed to let them join. Void Land was unlike other great forces as it was founded not long ago, so they didn't have enough time to nurture their own young cultivators. What's more, it was hard for the people from the Shadowless Cave Heaven to join other great forces as their loyalty wasn't guaranteed. However, since Void Land was in the midst of rapid development, Yang Kai desperately needed more masters to help support it. It wouldn't be too late to think about other issues when everything was settled in Void Land. Looking at it from another perspective, the cultivators who joined now could grow with Void Land, and as time passed, they would eventually develop a sense of belonging, so their loyalty wouldn't be an issue in the long run. 2 days later, the Shi brothers bid Yang Kai farewell. Since they had decided to venture into the outside world, they wouldn't want to stay here too long. They had loitered in the desolate shadowless cave heaven for far too long, so they yearned to explore the wonders of the outside world. When Yang Kai saw them off, he realized that the Shi brothers had many of the people from Unrivaled Guild with them. There were also some people who were originally from Profound Yang Mountain. The Shi brothers had been the chiefs of Unrivaled Guild for many years, so although they were rather muscle-brained, they were indeed powerful and had their own charisma. Since they did have some influence, it was expected that some people were willing to follow them. As for the people who were originally from Profound Yang Mountain, they were probably wary of Xianxia and the other mountain lords. After all, following Profound Yang Mountain's demise, they immediately sided with the other two great forces, which practically meant that they had abandoned their old leaders. Now that Xianxia and the others had joined Voidland, these people didn't have the nerve to side with Yang Kai, so they had no choice but to leave with the Shi brothers. About half of the over 140 people left, so roughly 70 remained. Yang Kai wasn't in a rush to leave the Shattered Heaven Star City though, and instead cultivated in this place for half a month. Although the Shattered Heaven Star City was dilapidated, it was also filled with good things. Countless cultivators moved around this place every day, and many of them were able to bring back rare resources from the depths of the Shattered Heaven. Yang Kai initially intended to buy some cultivation resources, but his attempts were ultimately in vain. This couldn't be helped as the things in this place were quite expensive, almost 2 times the average price in the outside world. More importantly, he couldn't find the things he really needed. Since he was now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the fastest way for him to cultivate was to refine 6th Order materials. After his conversation with Chef some time ago, Yang Kai learned that he had to refine full sets of materials to properly increase the heritage of his small universe. He had more than enough materials for the 5 elements, but he lacked 6th Order Yin-Yang materials as these things were truly rare. As for 5th Order materials, he didn't need to buy them. With the Gourd Vine and Voidland, complete sets of Yin, Yang, and 5-element materials were produced every month, so the supply was basically infinite. Half a month later, a ship departed from the Shattered Heaven Star City. The ship was bought by Yang Kai, and while its defensive and offensive strength weren't particularly outstanding, it was pretty spacious as it could comfortably accommodate 200 people, so the 70 or so aboard had more than enough space to move around. Since the route had been mapped out, someone just needed to drive the ship forward while Yang Kai found a room and cultivated in seclusion. The view in the void alternated between surreal and desolate as time went by slowly. 1 month later, the ship suddenly shook. Hua Yong knocked on the door and said, "Sect Master, we've arrived at the first destination according to your plan." "We've arrived?" That was quick. Yang Kai opened his eyes and left the room. After nodding at Hua Yong, he walked towards the deck. He looked into the distance and saw a spirit province that was full of world energy hovering in the void. A thick layer of fog surrounded the spirit province, and one could faintly see some beautiful buildings and splendid mountains through the mist. Some figures left the cabin as Xianxia and the other mountain lords stood behind Yang Kai and looked into the distance. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is this Voidland?" Although the place looked average, it had the scale and ambience of a second-class great force. With that said, it wasn't very impressive. "It's not Voidland." Yang Kai shook his head. Xianxia was confused. What was this place if it wasn't Voidland? He had just left the shadowless cave heaven, so he was unable to identify the location without a universe chart. As they spoke, the proprietress led chef and accountant to the deck. Hearing the noise, Yang Kai turned around and walked over. "Why are you here, proprietress?" The proprietress shot him a glance and frowned. "What are you trying to do?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "You know fully well what I'm trying to do." The proprietress furrowed her brows and parted her lips. "I was just spouting nonsense since I was infuriated at that time. Many years have passed, so let's just put it behind us." Yang Kai shook his head. "Although many years have passed, you'll be restricted by your oath if it is not resolved, meaning you won't be able to make it to the high-rank open heaven realm in your lifetime." He paused for a moment, then asked, "Are you worried that there will be too many casualties?" She said with a conflicted expression before she sighed, "There must be some innocence. Once a war breaks out, many people will lose their lives." After a moment of silence, Xianxia said, "I'll try to limit the casualties then." Seeing that she was about to keep dissuading him, he cut her off by saying, "Your heart demon oath must be resolved. Furthermore, when Heavenly Sword Union made things difficult for me in the past, they also participated. Since they have the guts to invade Void Land, they must be ready to pay the price." Seeing that he was determined, the proprietress let out a sigh and stopped trying to dissuade him. On the other hand, chef and accountant rolled up their sleeves as they realized Xianxia's intention. Huayong and the others were puzzled, not knowing what they were talking about. Maoxia secretly spoke to Huayong, who replied, "I have no idea either. We've come to this place according to the route that sect master mapped out. The place in front of us is apparently called Boundless Altar." A glint flashed through Maoxia's eyes as he darted his gaze between Xianxia and Boundless Altar. At the same time, he paid a silent tribute to those from Boundless Altar for a moment. The people from Boundless Altar must have offended this walking disaster, otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have directly come all the way here after leaving the shadowless cave heaven. Boundless Altar was doomed. A top second-class great force was usually managed by 1 or 2 sixth-order open heaven realm masters at most. However, there wasn't a lack of sixth-order open heaven realm masters on this ship as there were 7 of them in total. No second-class great force in the world was able to go up against such a lineup. As they spoke, the ship continued moving towards the Spirit Province. In just 1 hour, they arrived at the periphery of the Spirit Province. As they got closer, they could see the view in the Spirit Province clearer. They saw that there were many people moving around in Boundless Altar. Rays of light could be seen flying between the magnificent spirit peaks. There were also a lot of exotic beasts that flew through the air. The ship was neither small nor big, but as it navigated through the void, it was still pretty conspicuous. The guards around Boundless Altar had noticed the ship some time ago, and seeing that it was directly coming at them, they immediately sent a message to their higher-ups. Soon, a figure shot out from one of the spirit peaks in Boundless Altar. Hovering within the coverage of the Grand Array, he looked intently into the sky. What came into his sight shocked him, for he could see a lot of people on the ship. Due to the distance and the fact that these people weren't releasing their auras, he wasn't able to discern their cultivations. However, he had a feeling that those people were ill-intentioned. Hence, he bellowed, "This is Boundless Altar. Who goes there?" His loud voice reverberated across the void. The ship didn't seem to have any intention to stop and simply charged towards Boundless Altar. The person's expression changed. As a beam of light flashed across his fingers, he sent a message to some people. The next moment, the Grand Array lit up. With a dispassionate expression, Xianxia lifted his hand and forcefully brought it down. Seeing that, Huayong and the others immediately made a move as well. In an instant, a crack appeared in the Grand Array around Boundless Altar and the ship directly flew inside. On the deck, Xianxia's clothes flapped in the wind as he shouted, "Void Land Xianxia has come." Xianxia's thunderous voice spread across the entire Boundless Altar. In an instant, the world shook as countless eyes looked in the direction where the voice came from. Most of the cultivators in Boundless Altar were puzzled as they had never heard of Void Land or Xianxia before. That was because they were weak and they had rarely stepped out of Boundless Altar. Despite that, they could still clearly sense the hostility in the person's voice, so they leaped into the air and charged in a particular direction. On the other hand, a small number of people had their expressions changed drastically as their gazes were filled with horror. Although Voidland wasn't a household name as it wasn't comparable to the cave heavens and paradises, it was still a rising star in recent years. This great force was rising at a speed that was unprecedented. The long-lost legendary Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills were found in the star city of that great force, which drew the attention of other great forces from all over the 3,000 worlds. Before that, the 100 Sects Alliance, led by Heavenly Sword Union, invaded Void Land, but after the battle, the alliance was defeated, and even the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, was executed on the battlefield. More importantly, Boundless Altar was a part of that alliance, and they had suffered immense losses. Great Elder Ling Chen-Chiu and a number of other Open Heaven Realm Masters were killed in Void Land, leaving no corpses behind. Initially, Boundless Altar and Void Land had no contact with one another. After all, they were separated by several great territories, and they had no relationships of any kind. However, since the incident of the Hundred Sects Alliance, grudges had been formed between both parties. Certainly, those from Boundless Altar were heartbroken at the fact that Xianxia and the others were killed. Even though Boundless Altar was considered a second-class great force, its heritage was weak. A fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master was an important pillar in their great force, so Xianxia's death did have some negative impact on Boundless Altar. Nevertheless, there was nothing they could do about it. The idea of avenging Xianxia's death never crossed their minds as the Hundred Sects Alliance was defeated and nearly wiped out, so how could Boundless Altar achieve anything on its own? Rather than them looking for revenge, they had to consider themselves lucky if the other party didn't come seeking trouble. It could be said that all the great forces that besieged Void Land at that time shared the same sentiment. Recently, they had been hiding inside their great forces and doing their own things as they were afraid that those from Void Land would retaliate against them one day. Those from Boundless Altar had never expected that Xianxia would arrive at their great force and directly break their grand array. Boundless Altar was considered a well-established second-class great force with a few tens of thousands of years of heritage. Supposedly, its grand array shouldn't be so fragile to be broken with only one move. The reason this was happening was that none of them had expected that there was such a reckless person in the world who would directly barge into their headquarters without even giving a warning. The grand array wasn't even fully activated when a crack was opened in it, which allowed Voidland's ship to enter. Furthermore, 5 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters had made a move at the same time, so regardless of how sturdy the grand array of Boundless Altar was, it could never endure the bombardment from so many powerful masters. Even if it was fully operational, it would only have been a matter of time before it was destroyed. Even the 9 heavenly layers was broken through once, to say nothing of the fact that the grand array in this place was significantly weaker than the 9 heavenly layers. After moving through the crack, the ship silently hovered in the air with Xianxia standing on the deck and looking down coldly at those below. The person who came from the Spirit Peak turned pale and stared solemnly at Xianxia as he asked, "Are you Voidland Sect Master Yang?" Xianxia looked condescendingly at him, "Who are you?" The person cupped his fist and replied in a bitter voice, "Altar Master of Boundless Altar, Xianxia. Please forgive me for not greeting your excellency earlier as I was unaware of your arrival." Xianxia arched his brow, "You're the Altar Master of Boundless Altar?" Xianxia dipped his head, "Yes." Xianxia sized him up, and judging from the faint fluctuations coming from his body, he should be a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Xianxia thought that Boundless Altar was pretty weak as the Altar Master was only a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Since the increase in his strength, the height of Xianxia's vision had also grown significantly. Before going to the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he was still immensely pressured when he was faced with a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. When he was returning to the star boundary back then, he was completely powerless to resist someone like He. In the end, he had to use a precious mid-rank world fruit to help Lu Shui ascend from the 4th-order Open Heaven Realm to the 5th order so that she would have the power to fight back against He and eventually subdue him. Now, he was a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master who had defeated Xianxia, a peak 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Numerous 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were also killed by him before. Therefore, Xianxia's attitude was now different when he was faced with someone like Xianxia. It had only been a short time since he arrived in the 3000 worlds, and he hadn't come into contact with a lot of great forces, so he wasn't aware that this was actually the norm amongst second-class great forces. According to the classification of great forces in the 3000 worlds, any place with mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters assuming command could claim to be second-class. If a sect had several 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, their heritage could be considered impressive. Some of the second-class great forces only had 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters leading them. Although they were also second-class great forces, they didn't have the scale and power to match. Such great forces were actually found everywhere. After sweeping a glance over Xianxia, Xianxia asked, "Do you know an old fart named Xianxia?" Upon hearing that, Xianxia sported a bitter expression, knowing that his biggest fear had come to haunt him. When he heard Xianxia mentioning his great force earlier, he knew that he was in trouble. It was apparent that those from Void Land were here to retaliate against them, therefore, at the mention of Xianxia, he knew that his speculation was right. He couldn't help but secretly curse at Xianxia for offending Void Land for no reason. Heavenly Sword Union's Kong Feng had some ulterior motive for heading to Voidland, so it wasn't necessary for Xianxia to butt into that affair. Boundless Altar had nothing to do with Heavenly Sword Union to begin with, so they didn't need to join forces with the latter. Now that Yang Kai had stormed into Boundless Altar, how were they supposed to deal with him? Yuqi Qingzhou said in a helpless voice, "To be honest with you, Sect Master Yang, Xianxia is the great elder of Boundless Altar. He left with some people a few years ago, and he has gone missing since then." "Why did you mention him all of a sudden? Have you come across him somewhere?" It wasn't like he could say he had no idea who Xianxia was. As the great elder, Xianxia held an important position in the sect. It would be insincere if he said he didn't know him. Now, he could only try to separate Boundless Altar from the feud so that they would be able to avoid calamity. As for avenging Xianxia's death, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. He had seen the people on the ship making a move earlier. There were 5 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so they could easily destroy the entire Boundless Altar. He went missing? Yang Kai sneered, "Is that really the case?" Yuqi Qingzhou's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he nodded. "I wouldn't dare to lie to you, Sect Master Yang. Please understand." As they spoke, the cultivators from Boundless Altar were flying over from different directions. They still had no idea what was going on when they stood behind Yuqi Qingzhou. However, upon seeing that the Altar Master was quite anxious, they realized that they were in a perilous situation, so they sported solemn expressions. Yang Kai stared seriously at Yuqi Qingzhou for a moment before he nodded gently. "I'll take your word for it. Since you don't know where Xianxia is, I'll tell you now. That old dog brought some people to invade Voidland, and he was killed by me for his transgression." Yuqi Qingzhou pretended to be shocked as he exclaimed, "Why would he do something so foolish?" Yang Kai stared at him and felt disgusted, thinking that the Altar Master could indeed put on a good show. A frustrated Yuqi Qingzhou said, "The great elder was old, and he sometimes made rash decisions. A few years ago, he was pretty dejected over something, so he decided to go out and travel. He hasn't returned since then. We all thought that he was cultivating in seclusion somewhere, but we never expected that he had made such a huge mistake." Following that, he bowed deeply at Yang Kai. "Please forgive him, Sect Master Yang. He has paid the ultimate price for the mistake since he was killed. I hope you will not try to settle accounts with him now." There was a devious smile on Yang Kai's face as he said, "Why would I settle accounts with a dead person?" Yuqi Qingzhou's expression changed. Yang Kai's words suggested that he was going to settle accounts with those who were living instead. Knowing that the crisis was unavoidable, Yuqi Qingzhou secretly sighed and cupped his fist. Regardless of his reasons, Xianxia was the great elder of Boundless Altar. As he has offended Sect Master Yang and Voidland, we'll have to bear some responsibility. Since you've come all the way here, we're willing to pay a price in the hope of appeasing your wrath. Please give us a chance to live." After he finished speaking, the people behind him appeared vexed. No one would feel pleased when they had to act so subservient in their own headquarters. However, none of them dared to express their fury. The Altar Master's obsequious behavior suggested the other party was too formidable. If they got into a conflict, Boundless Altar would suffer a huge loss. "It's surprising to know that you're such a sensible person, Altar Master Yuqi." Yang Kai looked meaningfully at him. He was initially filled with murderous intent as he was ready to help the proprietress vent her anger here, but was rendered almost speechless by Yuqi Qingzhou's eloquence. Since the other party was acting so polite, his murderous intent subsided. With a lowered gaze, Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before declaring, "Since you're willing to offer some compensation, Altar Master Yuqi, we can certainly talk it out." Yuqi Qingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. "What demands do you have, Sect Master Yang?" Yang Kai replied dispassionately, "When the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, I declared in front of Xianxia and all others present to hear that not only would I kill them, but I would also wipe out the sects behind them, down to the last chicken and dog." He had indeed said such a thing to both Xianxia and Qi Jin at that time. The expressions of Yuqi Qingzhou and the cultivators from Boundless Altar changed drastically upon hearing that. Yang Kai's cold voice went on to reverberate as he continued, "This king initially intended to honor those words. However, since you're such a reasonable man, this king will give you 2 choices. Do you want me to destroy the sect or kill everyone here?" Was there a difference between the two options? It seemed that this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. Yuchi Qingzhou sported a dark expression as he said in a grim voice, "Sect Master Yang, we're willing to appease you, so why do you insist on acting ruthlessly?" Yang Kai snorted, "When the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Void Land, no one forced you all to join. Since you've committed the act, you must pay the price. One's mistakes must be paid for in kind." Yuchi Qingzhou said after a sigh, "I'm the altar master of Boundless Altar. I'm already embarrassed that I'm not able to make the sect thrive, but the foundation of several tens of thousands of years cannot be destroyed on my watch. If you're so relentless, Sect Master Yang, don't blame us for offending you. You're courting death." Yang Kai's eyes were filled with coldness. "You're fully aware that all of you can't go up against this king." Hua Yong, who was standing behind him, wore a menacing expression. He had just joined Void Land, so he desperately needed a chance to prove his worth. If a battle broke out, he would be the first to charge forward. Yuchi Qingzhou said in a grim voice, "Everyone dies eventually, the only difference is how soon it happens. Since the Great Elder made a mistake, we can't blame you for coming over to hold us accountable. However, there are no cowards in Boundless Altar. We shall live and die together with Boundless Altar." The cultivators behind him appeared incensed as they shouted, "Live and die together with Boundless Altar." Following some whooshing sounds, the auras of these open heaven realm masters spread around as the world forces undulated. A moved Yang Kai swept a glance over these cultivators and secretly sighed. Was this the heritage of a sect that had been in existence for several tens of thousands of years? Although they were lacking in strength, their sense of belonging and loyalty to their sect was far greater than those of younger great forces. Even though these people were all aware that they would lose their lives in this battle, they still refused to back down. Many appeared terrified, but none was willing to take a step back. Yang Kai nodded lightly, "Since you've made such a decision, this king will stop persuading you. On the road to the Yellow Springs, at least you won't be lonely." He was determined to destroy Boundless Altar as this was related to the proprietress Heart Demon Oath, so there was no turning back. Although he respected their loyalty to their sect, that wouldn't stop him from demolishing Boundless Altar. Anyone who stood in the way of his martial Tao would be killed. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai raised his hand and was about to order his people to attack when suddenly he turned to stare at the deepest part of Boundless Altar and exclaimed. Maoxia and the others also sensed something as they looked in the same direction. A powerful aura seemed to have awakened in that place. Although the aura was only faintly exposed, it revealed that the owner was extraordinary. There was actually a sixth-order open heaven realm master in Boundless Altar. The revelation surprised Yang Kai. When he saw that Yuchi Qingzhou was only in the fifth-order open heaven realm, he thought that Boundless Altar was pretty weak. It wasn't until this moment that he realized he had underestimated the heritage of a sect that had been in existence for over 10,000 years. It wasn't that they didn't have a sixth-order open heaven realm master, the person just didn't want to reveal himself. If it weren't for Yang Kai and his group preparing to make their move, this person wouldn't have exposed himself at all. The ample aura suggested that the person's cultivation was truly incredible. Upon sensing the aura, Yuchi Qingzhou and the others looked in that direction and exclaimed, "Old ancestor." Just then, an old voice was heard coming from that direction. It seemed that he hadn't spoken for a long time, so his voice sounded hoarse. "Little friend, will you please listen to this old master first?" Yang Kai gazed in that direction as a glint flashed through his eyes. It was as though he was able to see across space and find out the person's whereabouts. Then, he said impassively, "Is there any advice you'd like to give me, old sir?" The person replied, "I wouldn't dare to give you any advice. I just hope that you'll come here and have a talk with me, little friend." After giving it a thought, Yang Kai nodded, "N." Then, he turned his head and ordered, "All of you, wait for me here." A worried Hua Yong said, "Sect Master, do you want me to go with you?" "There's no need for that." Yang Kai waved his hand and took a step forward. After he left the ship, his figure flickered and disappeared. All of them looked in the direction where the old voice came from. Yuchi Qingzhou and the others appeared ardent, as though they were hoping that their old ancestor would be able to solve this issue for them. Maoxia, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly said, "This old sir from your sect is about to ascend to the seventh-order open heaven realm, right?" He too was at the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, as he was just one step away from the Seventh Order. Therefore, he was especially sensitive to this person's aura. However, he had suffered some losses in the shadowless cave heaven some time ago. Although he had returned to the 3,000 worlds, it would take him a long time before he could restore his lost strength. Yuqi Qingzhou replied, "Old ancestor has been cultivating in seclusion for 800 years. I have no idea about his current cultivation." Maoxia sneered, "Do you think your old ancestor can make him leave?" Yuqi Qingzhou turned to look at Maoxia, who then snorted, "You're too naive." He didn't explain anything after finishing his words. No one could understand how horrendous Yang Kai was until they fought him head-on. Before coming across Yang Kai, Maoxia believed that no one under the high-rank Open Heaven realm was a match for him. There might be a small number of people who were as powerful as he was at most. After all, he was already at the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, after one encounter with Yang Kai, he realized that there was always someone out there who was stronger. That guy was no different from a monster, as he had condensed numerous high-rank elements. Although Yang Kai was just a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master, Maoxia speculated that his power was actually approaching the Seventh Order. He wasn't certain about the power of this old ancestor from Boundless Altar, but he was sure that this old man was no match for Yang Kai. He was at the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, but he had suffered a loss at Yang Kai's hands. Now that another person of the same caliber was about to experience the same, Maoxia couldn't help but take pleasure in the other party's misfortune. If he was the only one who had suffered from this kind of setback, it would be too sad. No one knew what Yang Kai and Boundless Altar's old ancestor talked about, and they couldn't even detect any energy fluctuations coming from them. But 2 hours later, a figure shot out from the deepest part of Boundless Altar. The person was clad in a grey robe that matched his hair and beard. With his Sixth Order Open Heaven realm aura, it was apparent that he was Boundless Altar's old ancestor. Yuqi Qingzhou and the others flew over as they cupped their fists as they bowed, "Old ancestor." The old ancestor took a glance at them and declared, "All of you, order the disciples to pack up now. We will leave within 1 hour." "Old ancestor." Yuqi Qingzhou's pupils contracted as he couldn't believe what he had just heard. But when he caught a glimpse of the blood at the corner of the old ancestor's mouth, he exclaimed, "You're injured?" The old ancestor wasn't willing to delve into this topic, as he simply waved his hand, "Do it now." Certainly, Yuqi Qingzhou wouldn't dare to disobey. After taking a glance at the place where the old ancestor cultivated in seclusion, he clenched his teeth and cupped his fist, "Yes." Then, the order was passed on to everyone. Soon, the entire Boundless Altar was bustling with noise as the disciples quickly packed up as many things as they could. 1 hour later, thousands of Boundless Altar's members gathered together in the same place. Many of them hadn't figured out what was going on. They just heard that a person named Yang Kai from a force called Voidland suddenly barged into their home, and then they were ordered to leave. The old ancestor swept a glance over Boundless Altar's foundation that had stood strong for several tens of thousands of years. Although he was reluctant, he still turned his head and cupped his fist at Huayong and the others. "Please tell your sect master that this old master has complied with his demand, and hope he gives us a chance to survive." Huayong nodded his head, "Don't worry. My sect master is a righteous person who won't kill others unnecessarily." It was then that the old ancestor nodded and cupped his fist again, "Farewell." Then, he turned around and led the thousands of Boundless Altar's members to leap into the sky, soon disappearing. The Open Heaven realm masters aboard Yang Kai's ship exchanged puzzled glances. They initially thought that a battle was inevitable. Many of them had even rolled up their sleeves as they wanted to prove their worth to Yang Kai. It never crossed their minds that the matter would be settled in such a way. They wondered what Yang Kai had discussed with or done to Boundless Altar's old ancestor that made the latter easily give up his sect's foundation. Although they had no idea what had happened, they were certain that the old ancestor had suffered a loss at Yang Kai's hands. Outside Boundless Altar, Yuqi Qingzhou and the others appeared humiliated as they followed behind their old ancestor. Although there were many people, none of them said anything, which made the atmosphere quite gloomy. All of a sudden, the old ancestor, who was leading the way, sprayed out a mouthful of blood which quickly boiled and evaporated in a horrifying display. "Old ancestor." Yuqi Qingzhou quickly flew over. The old ancestor waved his hand with a dejected expression. "It's true that there will always be young and talented people to replace the old. Such power at such a young age. Incredible. An embarrassed Yuchi Qingzhou said, "Forgive this junior for being so useless, dragging old ancestor into this mess. Our 10,000 years foundation was lost at my hands. Please punish me." The old ancestor shook his head, "It's not your fault. Moreover, as long as the people of Boundless Altar still live, our inheritance will never truly be lost. There are countless spirit provinces in the 3,000 worlds, so why should we worry about not rising again?" Yuchi Qingzhou felt crestfallen as the old ancestor consoled him. The old ancestor took a deep breath to suppress the weltering vitality in his chest, then asked, "What is the background of Voidland? Why do they hold a grudge against us?" Yuchi Qingzhou then reported to him the incident of the 100 Sects Alliance invading Voidland. The second elder provided some additional information once the sect master was finished. "Old ancestor, I heard Great Elder mention that he held some grudges against a woman named Lan Yurua. At that time, he joined forces with the leader of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin, and ambushed that woman. The reason he took part in that alliance was that Voidland has some kind of close relationship with Lan Yurua. He was trying to lure them out so that he could destroy them once and for all." Golden Rainbow Province? Old ancestor arched his brow upon hearing that. "Yes." The second elder bowed his head. Yuchi Qingzhou said, "It seems that those from Voidland are trying to settle accounts. That's why they invaded Boundless Altar today. I guess Golden Rainbow Province won't be able to avoid this calamity either." A glint flashed through the old ancestor's eyes as he said, "Get someone to head to Golden Rainbow Province and tell them what happened here today." A shocked Yuchi Qingzhou said, "Old ancestor, we're neither family or friends with Golden Rainbow Province, so why should we inform them about it?" It wasn't that he wanted to take pleasure in Golden Rainbow Province's pending misfortune, he just didn't find it necessary to inform them about it. Those from Voidland were determined to destroy Boundless Altar, and this old master is too weak to repel them. However, perhaps there are others who can teach them a lesson in our place. The fact that Boundless Altar was destroyed was definitely an irresolvable blood feud. However, he was unable to get his revenge since he wasn't strong enough. He had no choice but to remain silent about it. Nevertheless, he wouldn't mind seeing those from Voidland suffer some losses or even lose some lives. Since the old ancestor had given the order, they wouldn't dare to disobey him despite the fact that they were puzzled. The second elder offered to do it and left the team before heading towards Golden Rainbow Province. The other party might not believe them if the messenger wasn't of some importance, and since Great Elder Ling Chenqiu had lost his life in Voidland, the second elder was the best suited to do this job. After taking a look in the direction of the Sex Foundation, the old ancestor heaved a sigh. If he'd known such a calamity would befall Boundless Altar, he would have broken through to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm sooner in order to save their inheritance. However, it was too late now. Everyone from Boundless Altar was now gone, leaving only the dozens of Open Heaven realm masters that came with Yang Kai behind in the spacious Spirit Province. They hadn't been able to detect any movements coming from Yang Kai since he went over to meet with Boundless Altar's old ancestor. However, these Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters could sense that his aura was stable, and he didn't show any signs of injuries, so there was nothing to worry about. They reckoned that they could settle down in Boundless Altar for now since this place was beautiful and full of world energy. Although all the valuable items were gone, the buildings were naturally immovable, so they found some places to stay as they cultivated and waited patiently. 2 months later, a roar was heard coming from the deepest part of Boundless Altar, one so thunderous that the entire sky shook. All of them turned to look in that direction. Mao Zhen narrowed his eyes as he could clearly sense the joy in Yang Kai's heart through the resounding roar, as though the latter had gained some kind of immense enlightenment. More importantly, Yang Kai's cultivation seemed to have improved. That revelation stunned Mao Zhen. As a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master himself, he knew that it was extremely difficult to take a step forward in this order, so how was it possible that Yang Kai had grown significantly in such a short time? Was he really a monster? Mao Zhen wasn't aware that when they were passing through the tornado divine ability back then, Yang Kai lured the wind spirits into his body and killed them, which greatly nourished his small universe and saved him over 100 years of secluded cultivation. When he met up with Boundless Altar's old ancestor, even though they didn't engage in a life-and-death battle, they had exchanged some moves. Despite the fact that the old ancestor had used all his power, he was still injured by Yang Kai. If this wasn't the case, he wouldn't have ordered the disciples of Boundless Altar to evacuate. The reason the old ancestor decided to back down was that he realized he was no match for Yang Kai. He wasn't even able to defeat Yang Kai, to say nothing of the fact that the latter had brought more Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm masters with him. If it came down to a fight, everyone from Boundless Altar would die. The fact that he was able to leave with his disciples safely was already the best possible outcome. When they traded moves at that time, Yang Kai suddenly comprehended something, which was why he hurriedly started cultivating in seclusion, and it wasn't until this moment that he finished. In fact, Yang Kai's cultivation hadn't increased a lot. After all, it had only been a short time since he ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, and coupled with the fact that he had been nourished by the world forces left behind by the deceased wind spirits, his own heritage was already quite rich. The reason Xianxia felt this way was that Yang Kai's Sixth Order aura had become increasingly stable. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had left the place where he cultivated in seclusion, everyone went over and greeted him. Sect Master. Hua Yong and Shu Mudan cupped their fists. Yang Kai nodded gently and swept a glance over them before ordering, "Destroy this place." Upon receiving the order, all of them began using their divine abilities. Several tens of thousands of years of inheritance had been accumulated in this beautiful spirit province as over the millennia, countless open heaven realm masters had passed away in this place. After their deaths, their small universes fell apart and their world forces were partially absorbed by Boundless Altar to strengthen its own heritage. It was a shame to just destroy it like this, however, since Yang Kai had given the order, they had to obey. It wasn't difficult to demolish a place no one was defending. Dozens of open heaven realm masters joined forces and turned Boundless Altar into a shattered spirit province in just 2 hours. On the deck, Yang Kai stood beside the proprietress as they watched the sight in silence. The proprietress remained silent, and it wasn't until a long time later that she sighed. She wasn't a ruthless person. Although she had a fiery temperament, she still couldn't bear to see a spirit province being destroyed just because of her oath from back then. At that time, she was truly incensed because Bai Qi was disturbed while ascending to the open heaven realm, almost dying as a result. That was the reason she made such a heart demon oath against Ling Chenqiu and Qi Jin. Now that she was restricted by the oath, she had to fulfill it if she wanted to make it to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. Fortunately, the way Yang Kai settled the issue was as peaceful as possible as he didn't injure any innocent people in the process, which was acceptable. She could never have expected that the little shophand she forcefully brought back to First in the past would so quickly become such a successful master. Not only had he saved her from the shadowless cave heaven, but he also owned void land and commanded many powerful cultivators. It only took Yang Kai a couple of decades to achieve things that would normally take others thousands or even tens of thousands of years to do. Hua Yong returned with the other cultivators as he cupped his fist and reported, "Sect Master, Boundless Altar is gone for good." Yang Kai nodded, "Let's go." Since Boundless Altar was destroyed, his next destination would be Golden Rainbow Province. As the ship accelerated, it turned into a ray of red light and shot towards the nearest territory gate. The proprietress suddenly said, "The old ancestor from Boundless Altar could have ascended to the Seventh Order before now." Yang Kai was spacing out when he heard that, then he frowned and nodded, "I agree." If she hadn't pointed it out, he wouldn't have pondered on this issue. It was apparent to him that the old ancestor was at the very peak of the Sixth Order and was about to ascend to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. Although Boundless Altar was just a second-class great force, they should have enough resources to support the old ancestor's ascension given their years of accumulation. However, the fact was that the old man had been stuck at the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm all this time. Perhaps he wasn't not confident enough? Or, perhaps he lost the drive to continue striving forward due to his old age, so he wouldn't dare to give it a try? Yang Kai pondered. The old ancestor was indeed quite aged, and his vitality was clearly declining. He was no longer in the prime years to attempt an ascension to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. The ascension from the Sixth Order to the Seventh Order was equivalent to the process of rebirth. Once the person succeeded, their strength would increase tremendously, however, one mistake would cost them their life. No one would easily attempt a breakthrough if they weren't confident enough. That might be so, the proprietress said impassively, but another reason might be that he wasn't willing to reach the Seventh Order. A curious Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean?" Don't cultivators always aspire to achieve greater heights? Since he is able to do so, why isn't he willing to take that step forward? To the side, Mao's expression changed as he gazed at the proprietress and asked in horror, could the rumors be true? What rumors? Xianxia asked inquisitively. Mao furrowed his brow. Sir, have you ever thought about why there isn't even a single high-rank open heaven realm master in all the second-class great forces? According to the classifications of great forces in the 3,000 worlds, a great force with even one mid-rank open heaven realm master would be considered second class, and a great force with high-rank open heaven realm masters would theoretically be first class. Since this is how the great forces are classified, many second-class great forces should eventually become first class given enough time. That's because after millennia of accumulation, some people must be able to make it to the 7th order open heaven realm. Xianxia's expression changed as he nodded, you have a point. Although the second-class great forces were not comparable to the cave heavens and paradises in terms of their heritages, at least some of them had to have been able to nurture disciples who directly broke through to the 5th order open heaven realm. For example, Zhou, whose body was taken over by Black Crow Divine Monarch when Xianxia came across him in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, came from a second-class great force, Great Thousand Blood Land. After Black Crow Divine Monarch took over his body, he used it as a base and ascended to the 5th order open heaven realm. In other words, Zhou was supposedly able to make it to the 5th order himself. Given enough aptitude and opportunities, he should have been able to ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm someday. Once he did, Great Thousand Blood Land would become a first-class great force. As time passed, it might even become a part of the cave heavens and paradises. Over the years, Zhou was certainly not the only one who was nurtured in Great Thousand Blood Land. Over their entire history, Great Thousand Blood Land must have raised tens of thousands of disciples, of which at least a handful should have similar aptitude to Zhou. However, in the end, Great Thousand Blood Land remained a second-class great force as they didn't have a single high-rank open heaven realm master. The other top second-class great forces should be in similar situations. Where were the core disciples that had directly made it to the 5th order open heaven realm over the years then? It was impossible that no one had managed to ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm. Questions naturally arose when they looked at the issue from this perspective. The proprietress took a glance at Xianxia and asked, what kind of rumors did you hear? With a dark expression, Xianxia replied, in order to sustain their statuses in the 3,000 worlds, those from the cave heavens and paradises would make a move once anyone outside their own ranks tried to reach the 7th order open heaven realm. They would either nip the crisis in the bud or force that new high-rank open heaven realm master to join their great forces so that they can strictly supervise them. The expressions of Huayong and the others changed drastically when they heard that, and Huayong anxiously asked, are you serious? He and his wife were both in the 6th order open heaven realm, so it was just a matter of time before they tried to reach the 7th order. If Mao's words were true, they would have to think twice about reaching the 7th order open heaven realm. Otherwise, those cave heavens and paradises might target them when they achieved an ascension. Mao shook his head, it's just a rumor I heard. I have no idea whether it's true. If the rumors were true, it would explain why there wasn't even a single high-rank open heaven realm master in all the second-class great forces in the entire 3,000 worlds. It wasn't that no one was capable of ascending to the 7th order, but rather that once they broke through, they would be brought back to the cave heavens and paradises to be put under strict supervision. The old ancestor from Boundless Altar certainly had the resources to reach the 7th order open heaven realm, but he still wasn't willing to do so. Perhaps that was what he was worried about as well. Xianxia's face fell as Mao's words reminded him of his own experience. He was targeted back then because he was trying to directly ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm. In the end, he was forced to become a 5th order open heaven realm master. It was only then that Tijing and the others let him off. The cave heavens and paradises would never allow him to directly ascend to the 7th order open heaven realm as they suppressed him at all costs, however. The idea that they would also stifle the cultivators who made it to the 7th order open heaven realm through years of accumulation was absolutely intolerable. Rumors are a terrifying thing indeed. The proprietress shook her head with a helpless smile. I've heard such rumors as well, and many people believe them to be true. They're not? Maoxia frowned. Of course not. The proprietress shook her head. although the cave heavens and paradises could be overbearing sometimes, they can't control everything and everyone in this world. They would appear far too petty if they would even butt into such affairs. How could such short-sighted and narrow-minded people ever become truly powerful and respected? As a shopkeeper of First Inn, the proprietress had a lot of connections, and she was adept at gathering information. Moreover, First Inn was the property of an elder from Xianyuan Cave Heaven named Situ Kong, so it was related to the aforementioned Cave Heaven. Therefore, she definitely knew better than most people about this kind of information. Since she had said it wasn't the case, it must be the truth. Although the rumors are false, the reason those sixth-order open heaven realm masters from the second-class great forces are not willing to ascend to the seventh-order open heaven realm does have something to do with the cave heavens and paradises. As for the exact reason, the proprietress shook her head and fell silent, apparently unwilling to disclose anything more. Xianxia and the others exchanged glances as they felt like they were on tenterhooks. However, since the proprietress wasn't willing to explain anything, they were not in any place to force her. In any case, the sixth-order open heaven realm masters at the scene were worried about ascending to the seventh-order open heaven realm in the future. The proprietress' words suggested that it might not be a good thing to reach the seventh-order open heaven realm. The heritages of those second-class great forces are not as simple as they seem either, as their inheritances stretch back for many millennia. If they're faced with a crisis that would destroy their sex, they might just display a power that is unimaginable under normal circumstances. The proprietress turned to look at Xianxia. Although Golden Rainbow Province isn't famous now, they have existed for far longer than Boundless Altar. Several tens of thousands of years ago, Golden Rainbow Province had a heritage that was approaching that of the 72 paradises. However, they slowly declined for some reason. Xianxia was astounded. I can't believe Golden Rainbow Province was so powerful in the past. If they were approaching the level of the 72 paradises in the past, they should have been able to raise multiple high-rank open heaven realm masters. When a person reached the high-rank open heaven realm, they could easily live for several tens of thousands of years. It wasn't certain what happened to Golden Rainbow Province that led to their downfall, but now, even the former lord of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin, was only in the fifth-order open heaven realm. With that said, what happened in Boundless Altar should serve as a warning to Xianxia. His encounter in Boundless Altar made him realize that these long-time great forces might have some hidden powers, so he should never let his guard down, otherwise, he was bound to suffer a setback. The proprietress said with a smile, these great forces must have some capital in order to gain a footing in the 3,000 worlds. Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar are the epitomes of such great forces. You must not be so reckless when you go about your business in the outside world. Don't oppress any second-class great force as you please, for some of them might be concealing high-rank open heaven realm masters. A shocked Xianxia asked, if a second-class great force has a high-rank open heaven realm master, wouldn't that make it first class? The proprietress shook her head. It doesn't work that way. When people mention first-class great forces, they're talking about the cave heavens and paradises. Those that are under cave heavens and paradises cannot be considered first class. A solemn Xianxia said, got it. He looked in Golden Rainbow Province's direction and wondered how much heritage they had. The ship continued moving forward. Xianxia had been to Golden Rainbow territory once before, when Bai Qi was about to ascend to the fifth-order open heaven realm. The proprietress brought him and Bai Qi to this great territory, and it was in this place that they were besieged by Qi Jin, Ling Chenqiu, and the others. Bai Qi was disturbed during his breakthrough and almost lost his life as a result. The reason the proprietress brought Xianxia to that place was to let him observe the process of ascending to the open heaven realm so that he could gain some experience from it. At that time, he had only condensed his wood and fire element powers, but now he was a sixth-order open heaven master. Things had changed greatly even though not long had passed. Faced with the siege of those open heaven realm masters, Xianxia, an emperor realm cultivator back then, was unable to do anything. In the end, he had to use one of Miamang's golden feathers to kill a fourth-order open heaven realm master, thus alleviating some of the proprietress' burden. Now that he was a sixth-order open heaven realm master though, a fourth-order open heaven realm master was no different from an ant in his eyes. Although Golden Rainbow Province sounded like a third-class great force, it was second-class in reality. It was just that they had been in existence for a long time, so they didn't want to bother changing their name. Golden Rainbow Province was undoubtedly the ruler in Golden Rainbow Territory. Just like the status of Void Land and Void Territory, Golden Rainbow Province was in charge of more than 10 third-class great forces and dozens of universe worlds of different sizes in this great territory. There was an expansive spirit province hovering in the void, and its natural landscape was as beautiful as a painting. There were some light barriers around the spirit province that reflected the view around the void, and in front of every light barrier stood a Golden Rainbow Province disciple that was staring out intently, as though they were waiting for something. All of a sudden, a ship appeared right in front of a certain light barrier as the vessel charged towards Golden Rainbow Province. The disciple responsible for guarding the light barrier straightened up and performed different hand seals as the reflection of the light barrier magnified before his eyes. Soon, the figures on the deck clearly came into his sight. After making out the appearance of a particular man, the disciple yelled, "He really came." Just then, Xianxia, who was standing on the deck, turned to look in a direction and snorted before pushing out his palm. The power of the palm seemed able to move both time and space in silence. The light barrier in front of Golden Rainbow Province that reflected the ship broke apart in an instant. The Open Heaven Realm Master, who was guarding the light barrier, was sent flying away as though he had been struck by lightning. He sprayed out a mouthful of blood, then got to his feet with difficulty. His expression had been transformed by horror. Void spying secret technique was a method used by those from Golden Rainbow Province to monitor their surroundings. It was supposed to be silent and impossible to detect. However, the other party had noticed his observation and even harmed him by pushing out his palm from afar. It had to be noted that it would still take the ship 2 or more hours before it reached Golden Rainbow Province. The person on the ship was clearly extraordinarily powerful since he was able to send the force of his palm across such a vast distance. Given the disciple's cultivation, he was probably as fragile as an ant in front of that person. Not daring to be negligent, he immediately sent a message to the higher-ups. On the deck, Xianxia lowered his gaze and fell into his thoughts. They seemed to be monitoring the surroundings from every angle in Golden Rainbow Province. Are they guarding against someone? He had a feeling that something was off, but he wasn't able to put his finger on it. On a certain spirit peak in Golden Rainbow Province, the new leader Xianxia abruptly opened his eyes as a glint flashed through his gaze, then he said, "That person is here. The very survival of Golden Rainbow Province hinges on all of us. Fellow brothers, I hope you'll be united with me to fend off our enemies." The previous leader of Golden Rainbow Province was Xianxia, however, just like Ling Chenqiu, he was killed in Void Land. Since he was dead, those from Golden Rainbow Province had to elect a new leader. Just like Xianxia, Xianxia was also a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, one of the remaining 3 in Golden Rainbow Province. As Xianxia spoke, 2 grunts of agreement came from the void. "Left and right protectors, come with me to greet our guests." Xianxia rose from where he was sitting and then 2 rays of light shot from 2 different peaks and stood behind him. They were the 2 protectors of Golden Rainbow Province who were both 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. All 3 5th Order Masters of Golden Rainbow Province were present, which went to show how highly they regarded these visitors. With that said, it wasn't like they could take the visitors lightly. About 1 month ago, Boundless Altar's 2nd Elder unexpectedly came to visit them. Thinking that the other party might have some serious matters to discuss, Xianxia personally greeted him. Then, he heard a piece of terrible news from the 2nd Elder. Boundless Altar was destroyed, and its thousands of disciples were now homeless. What was worse, Golden Rainbow Province was probably next. Xianxia was flabbergasted, but upon some probing, he learned that it was the doing of Void Land's Xianxia. The previous leader Xianxia had followed the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, to invade Void Land. Everyone in Golden Rainbow Province was aware of that fact. In the end, Xianxia was killed in battle, along with all the disciples and elders who went with him. There were not a lot of 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Golden Rainbow Province to begin with, and Xianxia was the strongest among them, but he was killed mercilessly. It could be said that the battle had caused immense losses to Golden Rainbow Province. Recently, they had been staying in Golden Rainbow Territory. In fact, they had thought about avenging the former leader's death. Regardless of what the grudges were between Xianxia and Void Land or who was in the wrong, those from Golden Rainbow Province couldn't pretend that nothing had happened since their leader was killed. However, they could only remain silent since they were not powerful enough to seek revenge. It never crossed their minds that those from Void Land would be so relentless as to launch an attack on Boundless Altar and force all of its members to flee. According to Boundless Altar's second elder, Xianxia had only brought with him about 70 people. Despite that, they were all in the Open Heaven Realm, and there were 6 or 7 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Such a lineup was truly terrifying. Upon hearing the second elder's words, Changqi Shui felt his heart sinking as a coldness came over his entire figure. There were only 3 Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Golden Rainbow Province, but they were now faced with 7 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? How were they supposed to survive? The two parties weren't even on the same level. When their enemies knocked on their door, Golden Rainbow Province would be destroyed with ease. After the second elder from Boundless Altar revealed the information to them, he left in a hurry. On the other hand, Changqi Shui and the other elders of Golden Rainbow Province felt like they were on pins and needles. If the second elder's words were true, Xianxia would never let Golden Rainbow Province off. It was just a matter of time before he arrived at their sect. None of them could come up with any solution, as in the face of absolute power, all plots were meaningless. In the end, they decided to report the matter to their old ancestor, who had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time, so that she could make a decision. The old ancestor was a supreme being in Golden Rainbow Province. However, since she had been cultivating in seclusion for nearly 3,000 years, other than a small number of elders, most weren't even aware she existed. Changqi Shui had met the old ancestor once when he was an Emperor Realm Junior in the past, and had never seen her since. He wasn't even sure whether the old ancestor was still alive or not. Nevertheless, before the old ancestor entered seclusion back then, she was already a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. 3,000 years had passed, so she was probably very close to the Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm. Given her cultivation, she might be able to force those from Void Land back. Changqi Shui paid a visit to the old ancestor, who was in a restricted area of Golden Rainbow Province. However, he wasn't able to meet her and could only speak to her from a distance. Upon hearing his report, the old ancestor told him to leave. Before that, she assured Changqi Shui that their sect would be fine. She would make sure that their enemies wouldn't leave alive should they have the guts to appear. Changqi Shui set his mind at ease upon getting such assurances, as he speculated that the old ancestor must have ascended to the Seventh Order. If not, the old ancestor wouldn't have said such a thing. It had to be noted that many Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Void Land were coming, so unless there was a Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm Master around, it would be impossible for them to repel the enemy. On a magnificent spirit peak stood Changqi Shui as he looked into the distance. Soon, a ship from the void came into his sight as the vessel charged towards him. "They're here!" He bellowed and raised his hand. "Start the array." Upon receiving the order, the cultivators of Golden Rainbow Province, who were well prepared, activated the Grand Array as layers of light barriers lit up around the Spirit Province. In the blink of an eye, 8 barriers had been formed. Golden Rainbow Province had been in existence longer than Boundless Altar, and at the peak of their power, they were approaching the strength of the 72 Paradises. Although many of the top cultivators were gone since their downfall, they still had a significant inheritance built up over the eons. Their strength was manifested in the Grand Array that had just been activated. The layers of light barriers appeared extremely sturdy as they surrounded Golden Rainbow Province. It was as though they were able to withstand the most violent storms in the world. The strength of a great force's heritage was evident in 2 aspects. One of them was the power of their Grand Array. The more ample their heritage was, the more powerful the Grand Array would be. Secondly, it was the support their disciples would get when ascending to the Open Heaven Realm. The Open Heaven Realm Masters of every great force, if possible, would return to their sect before their predestined time of death. After they died, their small universes would collapse, and their world force would partially assimilate into the sect, which was how their heritage was strengthened. The small universe of a cultivator was full of the traces of their grand Tao, the essence of their entire martial Tao. This kind of Tao essence would also permeate the place alongside their world force and remain in the sect. If any disciples in the future comprehended the same kind of grand Tao as their ancestors, they would be able to obtain part of this inheritance and enhance their chances of ascending to the Open Heaven Realm. For these two reasons, any great force in the world was extremely concerned about the accumulation of heritage in their own headquarters. The heritage of Golden Rainbow Province was truly extraordinary as it had been gathered and built up over tens of thousands of years. Although the Grand Array wasn't as abstruse as Voidland's 9 heavenly layers, in terms of pure defensive strength it was equal to, if not better than, the latter. After all, it had only been a short time since Voidland was founded. The predecessor, Seven Wonders Land, was also a second-class great force, but it was at best average among second-class forces. Even though its heritage had been accumulated over many years, it wasn't comparable to that of Golden Rainbow Province. When the heritage of Voidland became more ample after thousands to tens of thousands of years, the power of 9 heavenly layers would be significantly strengthened. Therefore, despite knowing that about 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and dozens of masters below the Sixth Order from Void Land had arrived, Xianxia Shui still had the confidence to fend them off. Besides the promise from the old ancestor, he still had the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province. They might not have as many Open Heaven Realm Masters as those from Void Land, but they had the power to fight since the Grand Array was in place. On the ship's deck, Xianxia gazed silently at the Spirit Province, which was protected by a glistening Grand Array, and snorted, "So they've been waiting for us." Earlier, he felt that something was off when he noticed that those from Golden Rainbow Province were monitoring their surroundings as he wondered who the people were that they were wary of. It wasn't until this moment that he found out those from Golden Rainbow Province were guarding against him and his companions. How did those from Golden Rainbow Province find out that Xianxia was coming, thus allowing them to get prepared in advance? The only explanation was that someone from Boundless Altar had come over to warn them. Xianxia snorted, "Do they think they'll be safe by hiding behind their Grand Array? Naive." Voidland's 9 heavenly layers weren't able to persevere for long when they were besieged previously, let alone the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province. At that time, the 100 Sects Alliance seemed to have many people on their side, but there were only a small number of top masters among them. The Open Heaven Realm Masters behind Xianxia were much stronger on average than those from the Alliance. In just a moment, the ship reached a spot that wasn't far away from the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province. Atop the deck, Xianxia looked through the Grand Array and saw that the natural landscape in the Spirit Province was as beautiful as a painting. They did have an extraordinary heritage. On the highest Spirit Peak stood 3 figures as they looked silently in Xianxia's direction. The person at the front was a muscular and decent-looking man. As their eyes met, this man yelled, "Who are you?" "Void Land's Xianxia." Xianxia replied and shot him a glance, "Who are you?" "Golden Rainbow Province's Xianxia Shui." The man at the front replied before asking, "Why have you come all the way here to Golden Rainbow Province, Brother Yang?" Xianxia looked down at him and said, "The previous leader of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin, invaded Void Land for no reason. This king is here to seek justice from your noble sect." Xianxia Shui frowned, "What kind of justice are you seeking, Brother Yang?" Xianxia grinned at him, "An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Since you all tried to exterminate my sect before, I am here to return the favor in kind." Xianxia Shui's face fell as he bellowed, "Stop boasting shamelessly, Brother Yang. Do you think we are pushovers? Although we may be weak now, it doesn't mean you can oppress us as you please. Qi Jin offended you, and he only has himself to blame that he was killed in Void Land. When we learned of this matter, we allowed the matter to drop and have no intention of avenging him. However, if anyone dares to invade our sect, all of us from Golden Rainbow Province will fight with you until our death." Xianxia gazed dispassionately at him and said, "The reason this king has come all the way here is to destroy your sect, but I'm not interested in unnecessary killing. However, if you dare to resist, many innocents won't be able to see the sunrise tomorrow, so please think twice." Xianxia Shui roared, "None of the disciples from Golden Rainbow Province is a coward. If you're really concerned about the potential loss of innocent lives, leave now, and the grudges between us will be considered settled. However, if you remain obstinate, you are the ones who will end up in a horrible state." Xianxia bared his fangs, "It seems that you're determined to struggle until death. Do you really think your Grand Array can stop this king? Well, you'll have to try to find out." Xianxia nodded, "I'll grant your wish, then. I hope you'll remain obstinate until the very end. Don't wail in pain while you die later." Then, Xianxia raised his hand and swung it down as he coldly ordered, "Kill." The cultivators on the deck had been waiting for this moment. Previously, they were prepared to prove their worth in Boundless Altar. Since they had decided to join Void Land, they had to prove to Xianxia that they were valuable to the sect. Unfortunately, there wasn't any conflict in Boundless Altar as Xianxia managed to settle the issue without taking any lives. As a result, none of them had a chance to showcase their capabilities. Certainly, they hoped to see those from Golden Rainbow Province remain stubborn. Following Xianxia's order, the dozens of Open Heaven Realm Masters on the ship turned into rays of light and took a plunge. The next moment, countless divine abilities struck the grand array of Golden Rainbow Province, causing the light barriers to flicker as ripples spread across its surface. The sight was truly horrifying. On the spirit peak, Xianxia Shui turned pale as he could feel the energy fluctuations coming from his enemies. The second elder from Boundless Altar was right to say that there were 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land, which made Xianxia Shui feel jealous. Golden Rainbow Province only had 1 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the old ancestor who had been cultivating in seclusion for 3,000 years. On the other hand, those from Void Land could easily deploy 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Both parties were not equally matched at all. Fortunately, they had the Grand Array in place. If these attacks actually struck the Spirit Province, none of them could have warded off their enemies. Many of them would have been injured or killed for even trying to resist. Loud booms were continuously heard as the violent attacks landed on the Grand Array, which caused the entire Golden Rainbow Province to tremble. The disciples turned ashen as they looked up at the sky in horror. The disciples who were in charge of the Grand Array were madly pouring their strength into it to keep it operating. All of them knew that once the Grand Array was broken through, they would be killed ruthlessly. Only by keeping the Grand Array running could they hope to fend off the enemies. However, regardless of how sturdy the defense was, it couldn't possibly endure a constant bombardment of attacks. Back then, after Grandmaster Wu Liang was done arranging the 9 heavenly layers, he passed the array jade to Xianxia and told him that the array was solid enough to endure the attacks of 10 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters for several days. The mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters he was talking about should be in the 6th Order, just below the 7th Order. In fact, when the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Void Land, the 9 heavenly layers actually didn't last for long. It wasn't that Grandmaster Wu Liang's calculations were wrong. Instead, it was because they didn't have enough energy supply. On another note, Xianxia had the intention of luring the enemies into the sect, so he intentionally opened up the Grand Array. If even the 9 heavenly layers wasn't invincible, there was no way the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province could last for a long time either. In just a quarter hour, the first of the 8 light barriers broke apart, which caused a commotion in Golden Rainbow Province as the disciples became apprehensive. The myriad of divine abilities continued to blossom as the Open Heaven Realm Masters on Xianxia's side had no reservation when it came to casting their attacks. Xianxia Shui was anxious as he kept looking in the direction where the old ancestor cultivated. At this rate, it would only take half a day before the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province was destroyed. If the old ancestor still hadn't appeared by then, they wouldn't be able to stave off these ferocious people on their own, which would be as good as giving up and dying. However, despite the fact that the Grand Array was under attack, no movements could be felt coming from the old ancestor's place. Xianxia Shui was unable to figure out the old ancestor's intention, nor did he have any idea about what she was waiting for. He felt like he was standing on pins and needles. There was nothing else he could do other than urge the disciples to keep the Grand Array running. Another quarter hour later, the second layer of light barriers came apart, followed by the third and the fourth layers of light barriers. Seeing that there was only one barrier left, Xianxia Shui decided to stop defending passively and ordered, "Change the array." Upon receiving the order, the disciples, who were in charge of the Grand Array, activated their powers to make a shift happen in the array. In an instant, the wind gusted and the water rose. The entire Golden Rainbow Province was suddenly shrouded in a thick layer of mist, allowing no one to see through it. A glint flashed through Xianxia's eyes as he snorted, "How dare you show off this kind of paltry trick in front of this king? Come with me." After he finished speaking, Xianxia led the way and charged forward, followed by dozens of people who soon disappeared into the mist. They were unable to see clearly in the mist, and even their divine senses were greatly restricted. Also, there seemed to be a great danger lurking in the mist, waiting to burst out. Rumbling sounds were suddenly heard as a world-shaking force undulated. The force far surpassed the Fifth Order open heaven realm and reached the Sixth Order in scale. Other than the old ancestor who had been in seclusion for a long time, Golden Rainbow Province didn't have Sixth Order open heaven realm masters. The reason they were able to unleash such an attack was that they had made use of the Grand Array. Exclamations were heard as some of the cultivators from Void Land, who were inside the mist, were struck. Some of the low-rank open heaven realm masters were instantly killed due to negligence. As the Grand Array's power blossomed, Xianxia sported a solemn expression and released his divine sense. The next instant, his expression changed drastically as he yelled, "There are some weird creatures in the mist. Be careful." He could detect that there were a lot of tiny insects hiding in the mist that were not visible to the eye. While they were unsuspecting, these insects snuck into their bodies through the pores and began draining their blood essence. As Xianxia spoke, he surged his golden crow's true fire. In an instant, a layer of black flame started burning around his figure as though he had turned into a fireball, illuminating a radius of 1,000 meters around himself. Crackling sounds were continuously heard as the golden crow's true fire burned the tiny insects in the mist. Xianxia flew forward, and wherever he went, the insects were instantly killed. However, due to the fact that his divine sense had been restricted, he was unable to find out the enemy's whereabouts. At the same time, he had to be careful not to accidentally hurt his companions, so his movements were rather restricted. It wasn't until this moment that he had a taste of what the 100 Sects Alliance went through when they barged into the bewildering array of 9 heavenly layers, and it was certainly awful. Although the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province wasn't as abstruse as the 9 heavenly layers, there were indeed some similarities. A second-class great force like Golden Rainbow Province was able to ward off Xianxia's powerful subordinates using their accumulated heritage. In the entire 3,000 worlds, basically every great force had their own Grand Array. Now, Xianxia realized if he rashly decided to invade a sect's headquarters, he might still suffer a setback even though there was a huge gap in power between both parties. The reason he was able to easily take down Boundless Altar some time ago was that they were unprepared for what was about to befall them. Before they could even activate their Grand Array, Xianxia had broken through it and barged into the sect. If Boundless Altar had prepared in advance and activated their Grand Array, there would have been an intense battle. Rumbling sounds were continuously heard as more people shrieked, and it wasn't certain whether it was the enemies or Xianxia's subordinates who were screaming. Xianxia was incensed as he had come with a large group of open heaven realm masters in an imposing manner. If he wasn't even able to take down Golden Rainbow Province, he would become a laughingstock in the future. As he shook his figure, the golden crow was heard cawing. A great sun leaped into the sky from behind him with a 3-legged exotic bird seeming flying around within it. In an instant, a dazzling sun hung above the sky of Golden Rainbow Province. Regardless of how thick the mist was, it was unable to block out the sunlight. Under the scorching sunlight, the mist instantly evaporated, and the tiny insects hidden within were all killed. Golden Crow casts the sun was a divine manifestation that Xianxia had comprehended that was extremely powerful. In order not to accidentally hurt his companions, he was unable to fully activate its power, therefore, he had been careful when using it. Despite that, after the mist dissipated, many of his subordinates were seen with reddened faces, and their skin that was exposed to the air was covered in blisters. The weaker cultivators were more severely affected while cultivators in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm and above were less impacted. With the mist gone, they were able to see their enemies clearly. Certainly, Xianxia and the others, who were quite frustrated already, wouldn't miss this opportunity and instantly charged towards the exposed array nodes. Soon, people were heard shrieking as the disciples of Golden Rainbow Province, who were in charge of the array nodes, were completely powerless to stop Xianxia and the others and were directly killed. In just over 10 breaths of time, the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province was completely destroyed. On the main spirit peak, Xianxia Shui shuddered in fear as though he had been struck by lightning. He watched as the disciples were slaughtered, but there was nothing he could do to help them. He let out a sigh, thinking that Golden Rainbow Province would be destroyed on this day if the old ancestor still didn't appear. Meanwhile, Xianxia had retracted Golden Crow casts the sun as he stared coldly at Xianxia Shui, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Without moving his figure, he raised his hand and pushed out his palm towards Xianxia Shui. He had given the other party a chance. If those from Golden Rainbow Province gave up on resisting like those from Boundless Altar had done, he wouldn't have decided to kill them ruthlessly. Since they were still so obstinate though, they only had themselves to blame. Faced with the pressure from a Sixth Order's Open Heaven Realm Master, Xianxia Shui was forced to lower his figure as he felt the aura of death engulfing him. Just then, Yang Kai suddenly narrowed his eyes and balled up his fist instead as he summoned his Azure Dragon spear, then thrust it out. Before the spear even reached Xianxia Shui, a slender hand abruptly appeared in front of him like a phantom. The fingers curled up, then nonchalantly flicked at the spear 3 times. An immense force burst forth and Yang Kai felt as though a mountain had crashed into his spear. He almost lost grip of his weapon as his figure shook and moved backwards. His face had also turned pale. At the same time, Mao Zhe and the others noticed this and looked over in the direction where the slender hand appeared. There a woman with a delicate brow and long hair that hung over her shoulders appeared. Her purple dress with a belt around the waist fluttered in the wind. She looked like she was about 28 years old, which was the prime age for a woman. Her peaks were tall and her waist was slender. If they came across such a woman somewhere else, they would have thought that she was a young woman who had just come of age. However, presently, this woman was exuding an aura that no one could ignore. That was the aura of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Other than a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, no one else could so easily ward off his attack, and the woman's aura proved his point. There was no doubt that she was a newly advanced 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai had previously gone through such a stage. After he ascended to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, he was unable to curb his aura since his cultivation hadn't stabilized yet. This young woman was in exactly the same situation. Mao Zhe and the others sported solemn expressions as they exchanged glances in disbelief. It was inconceivable that Golden Rainbow Province had a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with them. They wouldn't have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. At that instant, they felt their hearts sinking. Although she was clearly a newly promoted 7th Order Master, she was still a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. High rank and mid-rank were 2 completely different realms. It could be said that the gap between them was like the difference between the heavens and earth. On the other hand, Xianxia Shui had just escaped from death's door as he fell into a dazed state for a moment. Then, he snapped out of his trance and widened his eyes before falling on one knee. With an excited expression, he said, 37th Sect Master of Golden Rainbow Province, Xianxia Shui, greets Martial Ancestor Li. The person before his eyes was old Ancestor Li Luo Shui, who started cultivating in seclusion 3,000 years ago. The disciples of Golden Rainbow Province were dumbfounded. They initially had no idea who this young woman was, but upon hearing the sect master's words, they were shocked to learn that she was their old ancestor. It never crossed their mind that Golden Rainbow Province had such a powerful master. At that instant, they were all energized as they fell on their knees and shouted, "Greetings, martial ancestor." Many men secretly examined the woman and thought that not only was the old ancestor alluring, but she also had an intoxicating figure. They couldn't help but admire her, thinking that they could die with no regrets should such a woman actually become interested in them. Without even turning her head, Li Luo Shui darted her gaze around and scanned the surroundings, then sighed, "I can't believe Golden Rainbow Province has declined so much." An embarrassed Xianxia Shui apologized, "I'm sorry for disappointing you, martial ancestor. I'm truly useless." Li Luo Shui scoffed, "All of you are indeed useless. Not only have you squandered away the heritage of our ancestors, but you also can't even repel the enemies at our gates. Disgraceful." Xianxia Shui was covered in cold sweat as he almost fell on all fours. Although the old ancestor looked like a sweet young girl, she clearly had no qualms about fiercely reprimanding them. "I suppose I can't blame it all on you though." "Get up," Li Luo Shui replied. "Yes," Xianxia Shui answered before slowly getting to his feet. As he hid behind Li Luo Shui, he looked in Yang Kai's direction as a sense of resentment flashed through his eyes, then he reported, "Martial ancestor, it's these people who are trying to destroy our sect." Li Luo Shui shot a dispassionate glance at Yang Kai, then said, 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 15 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It's no wonder that you can't stave them off. Yang Kai stared at the young woman and asked, "What's your name?" Li Luoshui replied impassively, what point is there announcing this queen's name to a dead man? Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was amused. You're pretty arrogant, aren't you? Do you think you can definitely defeat us just because you're a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Li Luoshui replied, isn't that the case? You won't understand the difference between the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm and the 6th Order until you experience it yourself. Yang Kai asked, judging from your aura, you've just ascended to the 7th Order. I wonder how much strength you can actually use? Li Luoshui let out a breath as her chest heaved. All of you are bound for death since you've forced me to ascend to the 7th Order. If you don't want to suffer, kill yourselves now. When this queen makes a move, I'll make you beg for death. Shameless boasting. Yang Kai yelled and pointed his spear forward. I have never killed a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master before. I guess I'll give it a try today. Li Luoshui shot him a cold glance. It's the first time I've come across someone as reckless as you are. Enough nonsense. Taste my spear. Yang Kai bellowed and thrust out his weapon. He had no reservation as he infused all his strength into the spear. A thunderous dragon roar reverberated across the sky. A dazzling light glistened from the tip of the azure dragon spear, and as the dragon pressure erupted, a great dragon seemed to have come to life as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. At that instant, the entire world seemed to have paled as the spear became the only thing that shone brightly. The light of the spear expanded. Faced with the attack, Li Luoshui bellowed, impudence. She raised her hand and pushed out her palm at Yang Kai. A 7th Order Open Heaven force fluctuated around her slender hand as it filled Yang Kai's vision. The world seemed to have disappeared as all he could see was her palm. He stiffened and squirmed as he instinctively felt a great sense of danger. It was the first time he directly battled against a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Although he had witnessed battles between high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters several times before, he never actively participated in any of them. Be it the war when the 100 Sects Alliance besieged Void Land or Zhu Jiuyin's battle against 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he was only a spectator. Although Yang Kai was able to feel the formidableness of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters at those times, it was too far beyond him to truly understand. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the huge gap between the mid-rank and high-rank Open Heaven realms. Faced with this palm, Yang Kai felt as though he had turned into an ant, and that there was no way he could dodge. With a great roar, he thrust out his spear even harder, causing it to give off a terrifying radiance. Violent explosions were heard as a horrifying force spread out. A pale Yang Kai was sent flying away while Li Luoshui remained on the spot, her figure only shaking slightly. When she looked down at her hand, she saw a tinge of redness in the center of her palm. Although the wound soon healed, she couldn't believe that the other party was able to harm her during the exchange of moves just now. This was inconceivable to her. She had ascended to her current realm from the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, so she was fully aware of just how much strength a 6th Order Master should be able to exert. Initially, she thought that she could easily kill this arrogant boy, but the situation turned out far different from what she had imagined. Just like Yang Kai had said, she was a newly promoted 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so the power she could use was limited. On the other hand, the enemy was quite intimidating as they had 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 15 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Facing such a force, she might not be able to save Golden Rainbow Province. She initially intended to kill one of the enemy's 6th Order Masters first to deter and intimidate the others, but it turned out that not only could the other party escape from her strike, but he even had the power to counterattack. The young man's capabilities were beyond her wildest imagination, and at that moment, she sported a solemn expression. On the other hand, after Yang Kai was forced backwards for some distance, he managed to stabilize himself. He didn't even bother to wipe away the golden blood at the corner of his mouth as he looked down condescendingly at Li Luoshui and sneered, "Is this all you, a 7th Order Master, has to show?" Back then, when the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Void Land, other than using the 9 heavenly layers to kill Kong Feng, Yang Kai could only stand back and watch. When Zhu Jiuyin battled against 4 masters outside of the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he could only watch the intense battle from the sidelines. However, at this moment, he finally had the right to fight a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. This right meant a lot to him, as it signified a huge leap forward in his martial Dao. he no longer felt as powerless as he was in the past. At this moment, Yang Kai felt fortunate that he didn't insist on directly ascending to the high rank, which was practically impossible. Only the strength within one's own grasp could be considered real. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yang Kai pointed his spear at Li Luoshui and roared coldly, "Kill." As space principles undulated, he instantly appeared in front of her and forcefully thrust out his spear. At the same time, Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, Zhouya, Huayong, Xu Mudan, and the proprietress all made a move as they sent out their own divine abilities at Li Luoshui. 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters surrounded Li Luoshui like moths to a flame, not only recklessly charging her, but also ensuring that she wouldn't be able to escape. In an instant, the entire Golden Rainbow province shook and the world itself paled. Horrifying forces reverberated across the sky, causing the ground to crack and spirit peaks to crumble. Changqi Shui and the others had already fled since they were unable to interfere in this kind of fight. Turning their heads, they saw that the old ancestor was surrounded by many figures as the lights of divine abilities dazzled their eyes. The energy fluctuations caused Changqi Shui, a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, to tremble. He secretly prayed that their martial ancestor would be able to kill all the enemies, otherwise, Golden Rainbow Province would be doomed on this day. Just then, he heard someone yelling at him, "Go to hell." Turning his head, he saw a fatty who looked like a chef coming at him with a kitchen knife in his hand. The man was clad in an apron with a giant slaughter character emblazoned on him. The fatty was accompanied by a man with drooping eyes who was holding a golden abacus. While he was flying over, he fiddled with the beads which soon shot forward. Every bead seemed to contain a terrifying force behind it. A flustered Changqi Shui immediately met the enemy head-on with the left and right protectors. However, there was a huge gap in power between both parties. Golden Rainbow Province only had 3 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on their side while the enemy had 15 Open Heaven Realm Masters in the same order as them. These Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't dare to take part in the battle against Li Luoshui, so they decided to pinch the soft persimmons instead. Ma Tianyuan, chef, and accountant engaged the 3 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Golden Rainbow Province while the rest plunged into the sect and launched a bloody massacre. Soon, the ground was covered in corpses and blood formed rivers across the land. Although Changqi Shui was incensed, there was nothing he could do to help them. Horrifying forces spread around and caused the spirit peaks to explode as the 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters engaged in an intense battle against the 7th Order Master. From time to time, someone would grunt in pain before they were sent flying away, spraying out a mouthful of blood in midair. Li Luoshui was a new 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master whose realm was still not stable, but despite that, the 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could only force a draw in the battle against her while Yang Kai alone had to bear half of the pressure. Yang Kai couldn't help but think that the high-rank Open Heaven Realm was indeed a completely different realm from the mid-rank. Li Luoshui was already so powerful even though she had only just achieved an ascension. When she managed to stabilize her realm and accumulated some heritage, how much more power would she be able to exert? How formidable must Zhu Jiuyin be since she was able to deal with 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on her own outside of the shadowless cave heaven back then? It had to be noted that the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from that time were unlike Li Luoshui. All of them ascended to the 7th Order a long time ago, so they were certainly much stronger than Li Luoshui currently was. Since a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was already so strong, what about the 8th Order or a 9th Order? When Li Luoshui saw that many of the disciples from Golden Rainbow Province were either killed or critically injured, and that the sect had descended into chaos, her alluring face contorted into a hideous expression. Her moves became increasingly powerful, as though she was adapting to her current realm. However, even though she was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she found it extremely difficult to kill any of her opponents. The leading young man was a master of the Tao of Space, and his strength far surpassed the other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. He had practically borne half of her attacks. If it weren't for this young man, Li Luoshui had the confidence to kill the rest in short order. After just half an hour of combat, Yang Kai and everyone on his side was injured, but Li Luoshui wasn't in any better condition. She no longer looked like a sweet young woman as presently, her hair was a mess and she was covered in sweat. Just then, someone was heard screaming. Changqi Shui and the others were pushed over the edge by chef, accountant, and Ma Tianyuan and had no choice but to cry out, "Martial ancestor, save us." Right after Changqi Shui shouted, chef slashed across his neck with his knife and sent his head flying away. Blood started spurting out of his neck like a fountain. Realizing that they were unable to turn things around, the left and right protectors tried to flee, but they didn't have a chance to do so. Accountant shot the beads from his abacus at them from all directions and formed countless holes in their figures. Ma Tianyuan promptly made a move and beheaded the two of them. The 3 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Golden Rainbow Province were all killed while the other Open Heaven Realm Masters had basically been wiped out beforehand. Countless others below the Open Heaven Realm were either dead or dying. The entire Golden Rainbow Province was no different from a living hell, and the Spirit Province where the sect was located was beginning to crumble and crack. Li Luo Shui shouted through clenched teeth, "All of you must die today." All of a sudden, her curvy figure shook as an invisible force spread out with her as the center. Yang Kai and the others, who had surrounded her, were sent flying away as they were caught off guard. Yang Kai's pupils contracted when he saw what was happening as he felt his chest tightening. That was because Li Luo Shui's black hair and clothes flapped in the air even though there wasn't a trail of wind, as though an invisible force was infusing into her petite figure from all directions. At the same time, her aura seemed to be rising rapidly. Yang Kai was flabbergasted as he had no idea what was going on. It was difficult to deal with this woman to begin with, as 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to take her down. However, it now seemed that her strength was rapidly increasing all of a sudden. Right then, the proprietress exclaimed, "Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law. What in the world is that?" Yang Kai asked in shock. The proprietress' words suggested that she realized what Li Luo Shui was doing. There was no time for any explanation, so the proprietress simply sent him a wisp of her divine sense that contained all the information he needed to know. Soon, Yang Kai learned what this Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law was. Strictly speaking, it was a forbidden technique. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master named Azure Void Divine Monarch had created this technique many years ago. Using his own body as a refining furnace, he drew the heritage of his sect's headquarters into his body and forcefully increased his strength with this forbidden technique. The headquarters of every great force contained a heritage that had been accumulated over thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. This heritage was the inheritance left behind in the headquarters by the Open Heaven Realm Masters who passed away over the millennia for its future disciples. However, this kind of heritage could also be absorbed and refined. It was a painfully long process for an Open Heaven Realm Master to increase their strength through the refinement of Open Heaven pills, cultivation resources, or the world force of a universe world. Regardless of what method they used, the goal was to strengthen the world force of their small universe, thus allowing them to wield greater force. The heritage within the headquarters of a great force could be absorbed and refined in a similar manner. Nevertheless, no one would do that, usually. Firstly, it would weaken the sect's heritage, thus causing some instability to their own great force. Secondly, it was basically impossible for this heritage to match with their small universe. Absorbing this heritage forcefully was basically like drinking poison to slake one's thirst. In the entire 3,000 worlds, practically every headquarters of every great force contained a complicated heritage. That was because the Open Heaven Realm Masters who passed away over the years allowed their world force to assimilate into their own sects. The Grand Tao that every Open Heaven Realm Master comprehended was different, so the traces of those Grand Taos were distinct as well. As such, the heritage of a great force was usually not only immense but also complex. If an Open Heaven Realm Master rashly absorbed and refined the heritage, it would do more harm than good. However, back then, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master named Azure Void Divine Monarch developed this technique to forcefully draw the heritage into his body in order to significantly increase his strength for a short time. Nevertheless, there was a huge downside to this technique. Although the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law could help an Open Heaven Realm Master obtain an incredible amount of power in a short time, they had to purge this heritage soon after, otherwise, it would affect their foundation and the purity of their small universe. If one didn't purge this added heritage, the impurities in their small universe would cause their cultivation to plunge. In the worst case, their small universe would destabilize and crumble, costing one their life. That was the reason the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law was a forbidden technique. This technique was widely known among Open Heaven Realm masters, however, no one was willing to use this forbidden technique unless their sect's survival was at stake. That was because it was akin to gambling their lives away. It was apparent that Golden Rainbow Province was at a life-or-death moment. Li Luoshui was resolute as she decided to damage her own foundation just to use the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law to repel the invaders. Li Luoshui, who was already a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was seen with her aura rising rapidly. It could also clearly be felt that a mysterious force was penetrating her petite figure from all parts of Golden Rainbow Province. With the infusion of this force, she seemed to have merged with Golden Rainbow Province. Her aura was so imposing that no one would dare to directly gaze at her. In short order, Li Luoshui's aura completely changed, as though she had transformed into an entirely different person. As she opened her eyes, a glint flashed through her gaze. She stared coldly at Yang Kai and the others before saying through clenched teeth, "All of you must die today for daring to invade my Golden Rainbow Province." As she performed different hand seals, she sent out divine abilities right at the 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai lifted his spear to parry the attacks, but his figure shook as he felt a tremendous force coming right at him. As though an entire world had crashed into him, the bones in his arms were instantly dislocated. He was sent flying away while the vitality in his chest weltered. At the same time, he sprayed out a mouthful of golden blood in midair. Meanwhile, the rest of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters became injured and spat blood. Li Luoshui, having used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law, seemed able to exert a force that was 2 times greater than what she could previously. The power of her divine abilities had also been greatly augmented. Faced with her attacks, the 7 felt as though they were unable to counterattack, and all they could do was wait for death. Maoji's gaze was transformed by horror and he had the intention to flee. Faced with such a formidable enemy, he would be doomed if he stayed. However, when he turned his head, he saw Yang Kai charging forward again. He secretly cursed at the man before he too dashed forward alongside Gengqing and Zhouya. They had left their names on the loyalty list, so Yang Kai had total control over their lives. Regardless of how reluctant they were, they had to fight alongside him, for if anything happened to Yang Kai, the 3 of them would suffer as well. On the other hand, Hua Yong and Xu Mudan were more reserved. Firstly, they were not restricted by the loyalty list. Secondly, Xu Mudan was pregnant, so she couldn't take part in an intense battle lest her child was affected. The couple only helped their companions out by casting their divine abilities at Li Luoshui from afar. The proprietress was naturally giving it her best as she and Yang Kai wove back and forth to get closer to Li Luoshui. The force around Li Luoshui surged as she remained on the same spot. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, she could easily ward them off by simply raising her hands. She no longer looked as flustered as before. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law had pushed her power to an unimaginable level in a short time, allowing her to not only fend off the incoming attacks, but also counterattack at the same time, drawing grunts of pain from Yang Kai and the others. As time passed, Yang Kai and the others became covered in blood, looking completely battered. Judging from the current situation, these 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were obviously no match for Li Luoshui and it was just a matter of time before they were defeated and killed by her. However, Li Luoshui no longer appeared calm as her expression grew anxious. This couldn't be helped though as she was running out of time. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law had allowed her power to increase significantly in a short time, but she could not ignore the downsides of this technique. This infusion of power was no different from poison to any Open Heaven Realm Master. The longer this kind of state persisted, the more unstable her small universe would become, and the more difficult it would be to expel all the impurities in the future and stabilize her cultivation. Therefore, she had to kill all her enemies and end the battle in the shortest time possible. The longer this dragged on, the worse her situation would become. When her small universe became unstable, she would lose the power to fight completely and suddenly be at the mercy of Yang Kai and the others. She repeatedly attempted to kill one of them to achieve a breakthrough, but she was always stopped by Yang Kai. The young man was an expert in the Tao of space whose skills were also phenomenal. The way he flitted about like a fly annoyed her to no end. By now, she clearly realized that the young man was the strongest among these sixth-order open heaven realm masters, but he was also the most difficult to deal with. If it weren't for him, she would have killed everyone else a long time ago without having to resort to such drastic measures. She felt resentful as she targeted most of her attacks at young Kai, who had no choice but to try his best to defend himself and dodge, causing deep wounds to appear on his figure. There was no such thing as impenetrable defense in the world though. There came a moment when Li Luo Shui's eyes lit up as she saw an opening Yang Kai exposed and pushed out her palm as she bellowed, "Die." Yang Kai had just stabilized his figure when he was faced with this attack. It seemed that there was no way he could dodge, so he had to fight. Realizing this, Yang Kai's figure stood firm and raised his spear to intercept the palm. At the same time, he roared, "Golden Crow casts the sun." A great sun suddenly leaped into the sky from behind him. It was so dazzling that the entire Golden Rainbow province was painted gold. There seemed to be a three-legged exotic bird playing around in the great sun, cawing loudly for all to hear. A black flame burned at the tip of Azure Dragon's spear, as though it was able to extinguish everything in the world. Upon sensing the great sun's power, Li Luo Shui narrowed her eyes and exclaimed, "A divine manifestation." She felt her chest tightening. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that a sixth-order open heaven realm master was able to use a divine manifestation. Even though she was a seventh-order master now, she was still far from comprehending her own divine manifestation. How was a sixth-order open heaven realm master able to use one then? Regardless, the sight before her eyes forced her to acknowledge reality. Faced with this spear, Li Luo Shui halted her movement for a moment before she channeled even more force into her strike. If she missed this chance, it would probably take a long time before young Kai made such a mistake again, and time was the one thing she didn't have, so she decided that even if she was injured in return, she had to kill this little bastard with this one strike. As long as she could kill him, the rest wouldn't be a threat to her. Following a loud boom, Li Luo Shui was sent flying away while young Kai was also forced backwards. Using his divine manifestation Golden Crow casts the sun, young Kai, a sixth-order open heaven realm master, traded moves with Li Luo Shui, who had used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law, with difficulty. Before Li Luo Shui could stabilize herself, the proprietress and the others had already pounced on her. She hurriedly dodged their attacks as she looked in young Kai's direction with glee, thinking that the brat's corpse must have exploded into nothingness upon impact. The next moment though, she widened her eyes in disbelief. That was because unlike her imagination, the boy wasn't vaporized like she expected. Although he was covered in blood and shrouded in a layer of blood mist, he was still alive. What's more, the great sun hanging in the sky was as dazzling as ever. Why is this brat so resilient? Li Luo Shui's eyes shrank. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was still reeling from the shock. If it weren't for his half-dragon body, he would have been killed just now. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law was truly horrifying as it could allow a person's power to increase tremendously in such a short time. Presently, the small universe in his body was in turmoil as he had apparently been impacted by Li Luo Shui's attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood and opened his bloodshot eyes before looking in Li Luo Shui's direction. The next instant, he performed a hand seal and yelled with a hideous expression, "Water reflects the moon." A cold-looking full moon suddenly appeared alongside the great sun. The moon cast its glow on the ground and brought with it endless coldness. It was a miraculous sight to behold as the sun and the moon hung in the sky at the same time. The sensations of cold and hot mingled, which made it impossible for them to identify whether it was day or night. Maoxia felt his chest tightening as his heart clenched in fear. He had previously seen the sight of the sun and the moon appearing together on Profound Yang Mountain the day his sect was destroyed. He couldn't believe that he was seeing the same sight again. Then, he quickly sent a message to Gung Qing and Zhouye before they leaped away. At the speed of lightning. While his allies were hurriedly retreating, Yang Kai's voice reverberated across the world, "Sun and moon divine wheel." The sun and the moon began to rotate in an endless cycle above his head, kicking up a storm that shook the world itself. Space and time principles blended into a single entity and formed into a mysterious space-time strength. While the sun and the moon spun about, time warped wildly and it felt as though only a breath had passed, but at the same time it was like millions of years had gone by. Besides time, space had also become strange. Those who seemed close by suddenly appeared in the distance, though they still looked as though they were standing right in front of their eyes. Everyone's sense became incredibly distorted. The sun and moon divine wheel spiraled across the sky of Golden Rainbow Province as it slammed towards Li Luo Shui. She sported a solemn expression and roared. Not daring to have any reservation, she gathered all her strength while performing a set of profound hand seals with her slender hands. Countless powerful divine abilities were cast at sun and moon divine wheel in an attempt to block its advance. Everyone seemed to be seeing hallucinations as the sight before their eyes shattered while the rumbling sounds were so thunderous that it pained their eardrums. The violent movements subsided as everyone's warped perception slowly returned to normal. All of them were horrified when they looked up as Golden Rainbow Province had literally exploded. The Spirit Province had shattered into countless pieces which now drifted about randomly in the void, together with broken corpses which were scattered about here and there. Golden Rainbow Province was thoroughly destroyed. Without the protection of the Grand Array, the Spirit Province with several tens of thousands of years of inheritance was unable to withstand the fierce battle. Innumerable disciples from Golden Rainbow Province were either killed or injured. Only a small number of people survived the brutality of the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel's impact, not because they were stronger than the rest, but simply because they were luckier. On one of the broken pieces stood Li Luo Shui as she fell into a dazed state. At this moment, this 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was battered, and her hair was a mess. Although she had successfully parried the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, she wasn't unharmed. She found it extremely difficult to deal with the eerie space-time strength that was now corroding her physique and small universe. On the other hand, Xianxia was panting heavily. He felt as though all his energy had been sucked out of him, and his small universe had never been emptier. Although the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel was powerful, he hadn't fully mastered this new space-time strength, which was why he wasn't able to control how much force he wanted to exert. The consumption of energy just to use the divine ability was terrifying. However, even though he had used his most powerful divine ability, he was still unable to kill Li Luo Shui, which went to show that the gap between the 6th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm was indeed too wide to close. Still, holding his spear in one hand, he pointed at Li Luo Shui and drew a deep breath. As his chest bulged, he bellowed, "Come." Her hair flapped in the air as she looked in Xianxia's direction with a gaze filled with murderous intent. Before she could even make a move though, her expression changed. Following that, her aura became extremely unstable as her face alternated between pale and livid. Li Luo Shui sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and as if struck by lightning, she staggered backwards as a chaotic world force started exuding from her petite figure. With a vicious-looking gaze, she shot a glare at Xianxia as though she was trying to imprint the man's face in the deepest part of her mind before she snarled through blood-soaked clenched teeth, "This queen will never forget what you've done to her today, and swears she will seek revenge." Right after she finished speaking, more blood streamed out of her mouth. Then, she moved and dashed into the distance. "Where do you think you're going?" Xianxia bellowed and attempted to chase after her. He certainly knew that he had to kill this enemy to avoid future calamity. Li Luo Shui was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so if she wasn't killed today, she would become a huge threat in the future. However, after taking a few steps forward, he staggered and almost lost his balance. He felt a burning sensation in his chest which made it hard for him to breathe. His small universe was in turmoil, making it impossible for him to focus. Stabbing his spear into the ground, Xianxia looked up, but quickly realized that Li Luo Shui was nowhere to be found. Unresigned, he pounded his fist on the ground. The proprietress dashed towards him and supported his weight before asking worriedly, "How are you?" Xianxia's aura was extremely unstable. Unable to speak, he just shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Then, he quickly sat down with his legs crossed and emptied his mind in an attempt to stabilize his small universe. Maoxia and the others took a glance at him before letting out a breath of relief. The battle today had been extremely dangerous. They had never expected that they would have to directly face a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and even engage in a life-and-death battle with her one day. More amazingly, all of the participants had survived even though they were severely injured. With that said, all this was thanks to Xianxia. If he hadn't borne most of the attacks from Li Luo Shui, a number of them would have been critically injured or even died. The outcome was acceptable. It had to be noted that the person they faced wasn't an ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. She was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law inside her sect's headquarters. It was more difficult to deal with such a person than an average 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, as the power she was able to unleash was simply horrifying. In the end, Li Luo Shui fled from the scene. It wasn't because she was wary of Yang Kai's strength, but rather because something had gone wrong with her small universe. The Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law had a very serious backlash. Although she was able to increase her power significantly for a short time following the infusion of an immense force, she would also be left with an unimaginable potential danger, as this was a heterogeneous force. While they were in an intense battle, the mixed world force continuously assaulted her small universe, which eventually made her lose the power to fight. If she forcefully kept exerting her strength, her small universe would completely destabilize. By then, without the need for anyone else to make a move, she would lose her life following the explosion of her small universe. At the thought of this, Xianxia felt extremely fortunate. If Li Luo Shui hadn't suffered from the backlash of the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law at that moment, all of them at the scene would have been killed except for Yang Kai, who might have been able to escape since he was a master of the Tao of Space. Li Luo Shui probably wouldn't be able to get her revenge anytime soon either, since she had to deal with the backlash of the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law. Unless she could completely get rid of the impurities left in her small universe due to using this forbidden technique, she wouldn't appear again. Such a process might take her a few years, several dozen years, or even a few hundred years to complete, depending on the extent of the damage. These 7 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sat down in different places and focused on recuperation. Yang Kai was the most severely wounded in the battle, and after he used his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, he was on his last legs as his small universe descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Chef and Accountant led the others to clean up the battlefield. The Spirit Province where Golden Rainbow Province was located was shattered, and all enemy Open Heaven Realm Masters were killed. As for the remaining disciples, they were either dead or injured, with the survivors having no idea where they should go. Chef and the others didn't make things difficult for them, as these people were merely disciples with weak cultivations, so there wasn't a need to kill them. They simply allowed these people to flee. Time went by pretty quickly as Yang Kai remained seated for an entire year. It took him half a year before he managed to stabilize his small universe this time. It was only now that he realized just how critical the small universe was to an Open Heaven Realm Master. The small universe was the source of power and the foundation of an Open Heaven Realm Master. Everything about the small universe was closely related to the cultivator's grand Tao. It took him another half a year to recover to his peak. 1 year after Yang Kai sat down to recuperate, he finally opened his eyes. He remained seated on one of the broken pieces of Spirit Province and looked around to see the proprietress and the others were seated nearby, cultivating in silence. Noticing some movement, the proprietress opened her eyes and took a glance over at him. As their eyes met, she put on a faint smile. "You're finally awake." Yang Kai nodded and got to his feet. After looking around, he realized that the people who had left the shadowless cave heaven with him were still around, and the ship was anchored a short distance away. Xianxia and the others opened their eyes as well. Their injuries were less severe than Yang Kai's, so it only took them a few months to fully recover, then they just waited for Yang Kai to awaken. Yang Kai briefly asked about the battle that took place a year ago and learned that some of the low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on his side were killed by the Grand Array of Golden Rainbow Province when they were stuck in the mist. Life could be fragile at times, and there was nothing he could do except pay a silent tribute to them. Although some of the low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were killed, Yang Kai had gained tremendous benefits after the battle. While Yang Kai was recuperating back then, Chef and the others were responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. The entire Golden Rainbow Province was destroyed in the struggle, but besides Li Luo Shui, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and some other weaker Open Heaven Realm Masters who had fled early on, the rest were all killed. Only the inheritance of Golden Rainbow Province that had been accumulated over a long time was left behind. It could be said that they had obtained the entire inheritance of Golden Rainbow Province. Although Golden Rainbow Province was just a second-class great force, they were pretty wealthy as they had been in existence for a long time. Chef and the others collected all the items and sorted them out before putting them into different space rings, which were then given to Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't intend to keep all these items for himself, of course, so after the ship departed from the spirit province, he distributed rewards to everyone based on the contributions they had made. Naturally, all these open heaven realm masters were elated. They were used to a life of destitution in the shadowless cave heaven where they had to be extremely frugal with each and every open heaven pill, not to mention cultivation resources of different orders. Everything was scarce in the shadowless cave heaven. Now, all of them became rich after just one battle, which was why they were ecstatic. Their admiration and respect for Yang Kai had grown significantly since he was generous enough to distribute such rewards to them. The ship moved forward in silence as it passed through different territory gates. Yang Kai didn't step out of his room as he focused on cultivating in retreat. One day though, upon receiving a message from the proprietress, he dashed towards the deck. On the deck, the proprietress was leaning against the railing while chef and accountant were standing behind her in a respectful manner. Sensing Yang Kai's arrival, she turned her head and flashed a smile at him. "Are you leaving, proprietress?" Yang Kai was reluctant to part ways with her, but she had just sent him a message to tell him that she was going to depart. The proprietress replied, "I'm heading to Thousand Birds Star City. I have to put an end to some issues. Do you need my help?" Yang Kai asked. Although he had no idea what she was going to do, he reckoned that he could lend her a hand as he was now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The proprietress shook her head, "I'm not going to fight with anyone. What's the point of you tagging along? Just go back to Voidland." Yang Kai asked, "This place is not far away from Voidland. Why don't you pay a visit there? Old Bai must be waiting for you there." "There's no need for that. I believe we'll meet again soon. As for Old Bai, just tell him to stay there when you see him." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai started chuckling, "Old Bai and I will be waiting for you in Voidland, then." The proprietress raised her hand and poked the young man's forehead, "You're now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Will you stop laughing like a fool?" "Yes, yes, yes." Yang Kai quickly straightened his face. "Good, we shall part ways here. Thousand Birds Star City and Voidland are in different directions." Following that, she nonchalantly waved her hand, "See you soon." Then, she took a step forward and leaped into the void. Chef and accountant grinned at Yang Kai before leaving with her. Standing on the deck, Yang Kai watched as the three of them disappeared into the distance, then he let out a breath. When he headed to the shadowless cave heaven back then, he had never expected that he would return as a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although he was rushed to achieve an ascension, he didn't regret his decision. As a man, he was faced with all sorts of choices in life. He didn't strive to make his life perfect, he simply strove to never have any regrets. Although Li Luo Shui had fled, the battle wasn't unfruitful. At the very least, through the battle with her, Yang Kai had identified his current limits. He was still significantly weaker than a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, even a newly promoted one. When he was faced with Li Luo Shui, he had to join forces with all the other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in order to be able to simply match her. Every move she made contained a terrifying power, and each strike that landed on him caused his vitality to welter and soul to tremble. Furthermore, after Li Luo Shui used the Azure Void Universe Augmentation Grand Law, her strength increased tremendously, to the point that she was completely capable of killing all of them off if she was given enough time. However, she was forced to flee in the end due to the backlash of that forbidden technique, otherwise, all of them would have died on that day. At the thought of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but be gripped by a lingering fear. If things were just like what the proprietress had said, even second-class great forces like Golden Rainbow Province, which had declined over many years, might have some unimaginable hidden hands. It was true for both Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province, so what about the other great forces? Although it was impossible to find out, these great forces certainly had some top cultivators who had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time. Yang Kai realized that he had to be more careful in the future when it came to matters like these lest he suffered a setback instead. On the highest spirit peak in Voidland, several dozen disciples were seated with their legs crossed inside a palace. There was a galaxy mirror in front of every one of them, and through the reflection on the mirrors they could see the view around Voidland. The void spying technique wasn't an abstruse secret technique, so it was a good method to monitor the surroundings of a great force. Previously, those from Golden Rainbow Province had used this technique to detect Yang Kai's approach, which was why they could get prepared in advance. The development of Void Land had now stabilized following a rapid expansion phase. After the incident where the Hundred Sects Alliance invaded Void Land, Bian Yuqing decided to build this Heavens Observatory in order to monitor the surroundings of the sect so that they could detect any approaching enemies in advance. There were always several dozen disciples in the Heavens Observatory at any given time to watch the movements around Void territory and detect any potential threats. If there was any emergency, they could immediately contact the Elder Hall, which would then take appropriate action. Presently, besides several dozen disciples, Yu He, a sixth-order cultivator, was also in the Heavens Observatory. Back then, Yang Kai was forced to ascend to the fifth-order open heaven realm in the Shattered Heaven, then he dove into the Shadowless Cave Heaven on his own. Following the closure of the Shadowless Cave Heaven's entrance, Yu He and Bai Qi were unable to go in regardless of how hard they tried. Left with no choice, they could only return to Void Land. Since her return, Yu He had been staying in the Heavens Observatory. She didn't want to leave so that she would find out about Yang Kai's return as soon as it happened. All this while, she had been apprehensive. After all, the Shadowless Cave Heaven was an infamous universe cave heaven, as no one had managed to leave that place prior to Yang Kai's entry. Although Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, no one could say for certain if he would be able to escape from that place. However, she stopped feeling anxious half a year ago because a piece of news reached Void Land which made her believe that Yang Kai had returned safely. Other than Yu He, Bai Qi had also been staying in the Heavens Observatory. Suddenly, one of the disciples who was responsible for watching a particular direction suddenly rubbed his eyes and looked intently at the galaxy mirror for a moment before he exclaimed, "A ship is coming." Yu He and Bai Qi instantly appeared behind the disciple as they looked at the galaxy mirror. Through the reflection, they could indeed see a ship moving towards Void Land. Void Land wasn't far away from the Star City. Usually, outsiders would directly head to the Star City and only their own people would head towards the headquarters. Recently, no one from Void Land had left, so it was highly probable that Yang Kai was aboard this approaching ship. Yu He performed a hand seal and shot a ray of light into the galaxy mirror. Soon, the image magnified and allowed them to see the deck clearly. A familiar figure on the deck came into her sight as she exclaimed and covered her lips with her hands. An excited Bai Qi called out, "He's really back." Following that, Yu He dashed out of the palace, followed by Bai Qi. Soon, two beams of light shot into the sky as a gap appeared in the Grand Array. The opening of the Grand Array shocked Bian Yuqing, who was handling her official duties. She immediately left her palace and looked up, only to see Yu He and Bai Qi flying towards the sky. Realizing something, she quickly contacted those from the Heavens Observatory. Soon, she was told that the sect master had returned. She let out a long breath as her chest heaved. The worries in her mind could finally be set down. Void Land was founded by Yang Kai, and the backgrounds of the members were pretty simple. They mainly came from two places. First of all, there were about 600,000 disciples who came from the star boundary. Although there were a lot of them, all of them were weak as there wasn't even one open heaven realm master among their ranks yet. Second, there were a few thousand people from Abundance City from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although the number of people on their side paled compared to those from the star boundary, almost all the open heaven realm masters in Void Land were from Abundance City. Regardless of which place they were from, Yang Kai was essential to the sect. If anything happened to him, Bian Yuqing wouldn't know how Void Land could continue on. Fortunately, the sect master had returned safely. After giving it a thought, she decided to send a message to everyone. Soon, both Void Land and the Star City became bustling. On the deck, Maozi gazed at the magnificent spirit province ahead and asked with surprise, "Is this Void Land?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded his head, "This is Void Land." "Does it meet your expectations, Head Mountain Lord?" Maozi replied impassively, "Since I've submitted to you, please don't mention that Head Mountain Lord title again. The three of us ask for nothing else other than to be treated fairly." "Good." Yang Kai put on a faint smile. Maozi and the others were forced to submit to him, and it was apparent that they were unresigned. Certainly, Yang Kai was aware of that. Regardless, as long as the loyalty list was in his hands, Maozi and the others wouldn't be able to cause any trouble, therefore, he didn't have to be wary of them. They were sixth-order open heaven realm masters after all, so they could play vital roles at critical moments. Moreover, Yang Kai had always been an easygoing and fair-minded man. Qin Tianfei was the first one to leave his name on the loyalty list, and he was never mistreated. On top of that, he was also given the important duty of taking care of the gourd vine. Yang Kai believed that Mao Zhe and the others would change their impression of him as time passed. This spirit province has an extraordinary heritage, and its scenery is splendid. Void Land is indeed amazing, Sect Master. Hua Yong was ecstatic. Before coming to this place, he was worried that the heritage of Void Land might be weak. However, now, he realized that this place was truly exceptional. He and his wife had made the right decision to join Void Land. This place was already wonderful to begin with, and with so many sixth-order open heaven realm masters joining, its future would be bright. Xu Mudan said in a small voice, "This grand array seems to be a little special as well." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "This grand array is called the 9 heavenly layers. Not only is it powerful, but it also has many different and unpredictable functions. In the past, 100 sects alliance led by Heavenly Sword Union invaded us, but they were all trapped in this grand array and most of them were either killed or critically wounded." 9 heavenly layers, Mao Zhe muttered under his breath. He wasn't an expert in the array Dao, but just like Xu Mudan, he could see that this grand array was extraordinary, though he couldn't figure out its true power just from observing it. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, he couldn't help but start having some expectations towards the 9 heavenly layers. Since the Grand Array was able to fend off the 100 Sects Alliance, it was surely quite powerful. What is that? It seems so lively. Xu Mudao turned to look in a different direction with a curious gaze. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "That is Void Star City." "It's a star city?" Everyone aboard the ship was shocked as they gazed at the Star City. They could see that the place was crammed with people, and countless flight-type artifacts could be seen leaving and entering through the void dock. The sight before their eyes suggested that it was a flourishing star city. Furthermore, the place was much larger than an average star city, clearly marking it as first class. They found it inconceivable that there was a first-class star city belonging to Void Land. They exchanged glances in disbelief as they couldn't figure out why the Star City of Void Land was so attractive to foreign cultivators and merchants. It had to be noted that every first-class Star City had their own unique characteristics and products that could attract merchants from all over the 3,000 worlds. Void Land must possess an incredible heritage to control such a grand Star City. If they were not powerful enough, this kind of profit-making place would have been snatched from them long ago. With such a Star City as their support, those from Void Land wouldn't ever have to worry about resources. A glint flashed through Mao Zhe's eyes as he realized that he had always underestimated Void Land. He initially thought that Void Land was just an average second-class great force, but the sight before his eyes proved him wrong. Void Land was clearly a peak-level second-class great force. As they were speaking, the fog around Void Land suddenly roiled as though a gigantic creature was about to emerge. The people on the ship became flustered as they secretly circulated their powers to prepare themselves. When they looked up, they saw a gargantuan head appearing from the fog, its eyes as big as stars and its mouth full of enormous fangs, looking like they were capable of swallowing the entire void in one fell swoop. The gigantic head appeared to be moving slowly, but it soon arrived in front of the ship. Compared to the head, the tiny ship looked like a blade of grass before a towering tree. Mao Zhe and the others stiffened in horror as though they had been struck by lightning. They did not doubt that if the mouth parted, they would be immediately swallowed. "Oh, it's Yang Boy." The mouth parted and spoke in the common human language. On the deck, Yang Kai saluted him and replied, "Many thanks for your concern, Senior." "Oh? You ascended to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm?" The voice sounded again. Yang Kai replied, "I was left with no other choice in that situation." "Good, it's good that you've achieved an ascension so that others will stop bothering you. Enough chatting for now. Come visit me when you're free. The 2 little ones miss you too." Yang Kai replied respectfully, "I'll pay you a visit when I'm done with everything." The head then retracted as the fog swelled up and covered up any traces of it. Mao Zhe and the others felt as though they had just escaped from death's door and their backs were all drenched in cold sweat. "Husband, what was that?" Xu Mudan was pale as she leaned close to Hua Yong, as though she was trying to seek a sense of security. Huayong gulped and said hesitantly, perhaps it was a turtle's head? Xu Mudan was torn between laughter and tears. Is there such a huge turtle in the world? How gargantuan must his body be since his head was already so big? Bai Shi. Mao Zhe said in a bitter voice as he looked at Yang Kai, the divine dragon has 9 sons, and Bai Shi bears a heavy load. I can't believe that Bai Shi belongs to Voidland. Upon hearing that, all of them were flabbergasted. Yang Kai said with a smile, you're indeed a knowledgeable man, brother Mao. However, Senior Bai Shi doesn't belong to Voidland per se. Instead, he's carrying Voidland on his back. He had been asleep for countless years, and as time passed, a spirit province formed on his back, which was occupied by the predecessor of Voidland. Fortunately, Senior is a kind and benevolent man who doesn't have the heart to kill, so he has allowed us to remain. The corners of Mao Zhe's brow twitched while Huayong gulped and asked in a raucous voice, Senior Bai Shi carries Voidland on his back? This piece of news was shocking to him. Divine spirits were famous and powerful creatures. Every mature divine spirit was as formidable as a high-rank open heaven realm master. For an ancient divine spirit like Bai Shi, he was probably stronger than the average 8-order open heaven realm master. Since Voidland rested on his back, there was no way Bai Shi would sit back and do nothing should an existential crisis come to the spirit province. In other words, the presence of such a divine spirit was the greatest protection Voidland could have. What puzzled Huayong was why Bai Shi was so cordial to Yang Kai. For such a formidable presence like him, he probably had no regard for anyone in the entire 3,000 worlds. On the other hand, a glint flashed through Mao Zhe's eyes as he fell into his thoughts. Previously, Yang Kai had used his dragon transformation to destroy Profound Yang Mountain, which made Mao Zhe believe that he was a member of the dragon clan. Now, it was obvious to him that Bai Shi's attitude might have something to do with this. After all, Bai Shi had a dragon clan bloodline. Voidland was a magnificent place with an extraordinary heritage, and it was close to a flourishing star city, which ensured that they would never run out of resources. It was also protected by Bai Shi. It was probably the only second-class great force in the entire 3,000 worlds to have all these advantages. Before coming to Voidland, all of them were wondering about what kind of place Voidland was and whether it could accommodate powerful people like them. If the heritage of Voidland was too shallow, it would only hinder the development of their potential as 6th-order open heaven realm masters. However, upon their arrival, they realized that Voidland's heritage was truly spectacular. They no longer dared to underestimate this place and instead felt honored because they were now part of Voidland, at least in name. The next moment, a gap appeared in the fog as 2 figures shot out through it and landed on the deck. A pleasantly surprised Yuhi stared fixedly at Yang Kai as she tried her hardest to suppress her excitement and saluted the man in an elegant manner, young master. Enough of that. Yang Kai went over to hold her up and patted the back of her hand, you must have been worried. Yuhi shook her head, I'm glad that you've returned safely. Behind her, Bai Chi looked around, but as the people he was yearning to see were nowhere to be found, he felt his heart sinking and asked anxiously, where is Proprietress and the others? Yang Kai replied with a smile, don't worry, Proprietress and the others have returned as well. We parted ways halfway through because she had to head to Thousand Birds Star City. Thousand Birds Star City, Bai Chi's expression turned milder when he heard that. He no longer felt apprehensive upon learning that the Proprietress and the others had returned safely. They were not around merely because they had parted ways with Yang Kai on the road here. Then, he quickly said, I'll go there now. Proprietress told me to tell you to wait for her here. I'm guessing she'll be coming over soon, Yang Kai shouted at his back. I can't wait that long. Without turning his head, Bai Chi turned into a beam of light and shot into the distance. He could never set his mind at ease before seeing with his own eyes that the Proprietress was safe. Seeing that Bai Chi was determined to leave, a helpless Yang Kai decided not to stop him and just watched him go. On the deck, Mao Zhe and the others curiously examined Yuhi. They had heard the woman call Yang Kai young master just now, but they were unable to discern her cultivation since her aura was fully withdrawn. However, they had a feeling that she was in the 5th-order open heaven realm at the very least. Perhaps she was a 6th-order open heaven realm master just like them. It was inconceivable that a woman with such cultivation would call Yang Kai young master. They couldn't help but grow curious about Yang Kai's background and suspected that he might have a powerful backer. "Let's go in for now," Yang Kai ordered, then the ship continued moving towards Void Land. The Grand Array had been opened as the disciples were fully aware of what was going on. No one would dare to stop the sect master from returning. Before the ship even landed, Yang Kai, who was on the deck, saw a lot of people gathering together below. The person at the front was none other than the second manager of Voidland, Bian Yuqing. Soon, the ship landed and Yang Kai led the others to leap off the vessel. The people who had gathered and had been waiting for quite some time, bowed in unison and shouted, "Welcome back, Sect Master. Get up." Yang Kai lifted his hand, "We're all one family here, so there's no need for such formalities." He swept a glance over them and realized that all the cultivators in the mid-rank open heaven realm and above from Void Land had gathered behind Bian Yuqing. Even Mo Mei, who was stationed in the Star City, had returned. All of them straightened up while Bian Yuqing kept a faint smile on her face. Just when she was about to say something, a phantom-like figure abruptly appeared in front of Yang Kai. With her hands on her enchanting hips, she stared calmly at the man. A shocked Yang Kai almost pushed out his fist, but upon realizing who the person was, he took a few steps back with a helpless smile. "Senior Zhu." The person was none other than Zhu Jiuyin. Seeing that she was still in Void Land, Yang Kai was elated. Supposedly, the agreement between them had become invalid since she had escorted him all the way to the Shattered Heaven right before he entered the Shadowless Cave Heaven. In other words, she was no longer Yang Kai's protector and was now free to go wherever she wanted. Some time ago, Yang Kai was still worried that this woman had really left. It wouldn't have mattered if she were to leave alone, but the problem was that Xianxia Luo was cultivating under her now. If Zhu Jiuyin really left, she would probably take Xianxia Luo with her. By then, Xianxia Luo wouldn't be able to disobey her. Seeing that she had stayed in Void Land, Yang Kai set his mind at ease. After giving it a thought though, he realized that even though she was a powerful divine spirit, she didn't have anywhere else to go other than Void Land in the entire 3,000 worlds. After all, she came from Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and there was nowhere in the outside world that she was familiar with. Rather than wandering around aimlessly, she was better off just staying here. Zhu Jiuyin snorted, "It's said that good people don't live long while a scourge lasts 1,000 years. I told you all that this brat wouldn't die, but you wouldn't believe me." "Isn't he back now?" Bian Yuqing replied with a fawning smile, "Yes, yes, yes. You're absolutely right, senior. We've been worried for no reason." "Humph." Zhu Jiuyin snorted and shot a disdainful glance at Yang Kai. Then, after sweeping a casual glance over the people behind him, she vanished into thin air. Yang Kai sported a helpless smile and bowed, "Good to see you too, senior." Maoja and the others were all stiff as boards as they were soaked in cold sweat once again. They were unable to detect any signs before Zhu Jiuyin's appearance, and although the woman never released her aura, just a glance from her seemed capable of killing any one of them if she wanted. It was as though they had lost control over their own lives when she stood before them, and they did not doubt that if she wanted one of them dead, they would be. After a gulp, Maoja asked in a hoarse voice, "Sir, who was that?" Yang Kai placed his palm beside his mouth and said in a small voice, "She's Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, Zhu Jiuyin. That woman is pretty foul-tempered, so you should watch your words when you see her in the future." Audible gasps were instantly heard as they gazed at Yang Kai in disbelief, as though they were trying to figure out if he was joking with them. It was horrifying enough that she was in Void Land, and now a Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was also around. Although she was undoubtedly more famous, he was known to be mild-tempered and amiable, therefore, when they saw she earlier, other than being a little shocked, they weren't too frightened. However, unlike she, the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was known to be a ferocious divine spirit that had no qualms about slaughtering people. All of them felt like crying. When they thought about having to live alongside such a fierce divine spirit, they felt a crawling sensation on their scalps. The consequences would be dreadful if they accidentally offended her in the future. "Ho? You dare badmouth this queen behind her back, you smelly brat? Don't even dream about seeing Luo'er for the next 10 years. A voice boomed beside Yang Kai's ears and shocked Maoja and the others. Yang Kai instantly sported a dejected expression, "It's a misunderstanding, senior. Please be magnanimous and forgive me." Naturally, Zhu Jiuyin flat out ignored him. Maoxia and the others looked sympathetically at him. Although they had no idea who this Luor was, she should be someone important to him. A crestfallen Yang Kai sighed, I shouldn't have opened my mouth. I was too foolish. Bian Yuqing suppressed her laughter as she tried to change the subject. Who are these people behind you, sect master? Yang Kai took a deep breath to cast away his dejectedness, then introduced them to her. They have left the shadowless cave heaven with me. Since they're willing to join Void Land, we're one family now. The eyes of Bian Yuqing and the others lit up when they heard that. Bian Yuqing was still too weak, so she was unable to determine these people's exact strength. However, Mo Mei and the others could sense that the people behind Yang Kai were all strong. Yang Kai briefly introduced them to each other. On Void Land's side, there was Bian Yuqing, Mo Mei, Yu He, Lu Shui, Peng Duo, Gong Yangxi, Jin Yuanlang, Mu Qianxian, and the other high-ranking members. On the shadowless cave heaven's side, there was Maoxia, Geng Qing, Zhouya, Huayong, and Xu Mudan. They saluted one another, and although they wouldn't immediately become friendly with each other, it was only a matter of time before they became familiar. For now, they just needed to introduce themselves. Upon learning that the Emperor Realm Cultivator before their eyes was the person who was in charge of managing all the affairs in Void Land, Maoxia and the others were astonished. This would never happen in other great forces. Usually, a person would only be given an important duty only if they were strong enough. Emperor Realm Cultivators were the strongest in universe worlds, but they were nobodies in the 3,000 worlds. In the outer universe, only when a person ascended to the open heaven realm would they gain a footing, but even that depended on their order. However, since the second manager was highly regarded by Yang Kai, she must be a trustworthy person, so they naturally wouldn't dare to be impolite to her. After telling Bian Yuqing to help those from the shadowless cave heaven to settle down, Yang Kai was ready to get some rest. Although he had escaped from the shadowless cave heaven unscathed, there had been quite a number of challenges along the way. He had gained some benefits from there, but he hadn't had time to digest them. Now that he had returned to Void Land, he decided to cultivate in seclusion to fortify the things he had grasped. Before he could leave though, Bian Yuqing reported, there's one matter that awaits your decision, sect master. Yang Kai gazed at her and asked, what matter? He usually wouldn't manage the affairs in Void Land and just left everything up to Bian Yuqing's judgment. She would only report the matter to him if there was something she couldn't decide on herself. Bian Yuqing continued, many representatives from various great forces are now staying in the Star City, waiting for you to meet with them. What great forces? Yang Kai frowned. Bian Yuqing then listed about 40 great forces. Upon hearing these names, Yang Kai was puzzled and asked, do we have any cooperation with those great forces? Why do they want to meet me? Bian Yuqing replied with a smile, just so you know, sect master, those great forces were the ones that joined forces with Heavenly Sword Union to invade us in the past. Yang Kai became startled for a moment, but upon understanding what was going on, he sneered, they're pretty good at gathering information. Those great forces had joined Kong Feng's Heavenly Sword Union to invade Void Land previously. Regardless of whether they did so voluntarily or were forced, the grudges between them and Void Land had been formed. The Alliance suffered immense losses in that battle and the two divine spirits of Void Land subsequently revealed themselves, sending shockwaves out across the 3,000 worlds. After that battle, only a small number of people managed to flee while most of the invaders were killed in Void Land. Upon experiencing the power and heritage of Void Land, those great forces were horrified, and since even Heavenly Sword Union suffered an immense loss, the others naturally wouldn't dare to think about getting revenge. After all, they were the invaders while those from Void Land were forced to defend themselves against them. It wouldn't have mattered if that was all that had happened, however. They could just not come to Void Land again. The 3,000 worlds was expansive, so they could just set the issue aside and ignore it. However, after Yang Kai returned from the shadowless cave heaven, he brought a group of people to destroy Boundless Altar, forcing its thousands of disciples to abandon their foundation and become homeless. Then, he demolished Golden Rainbow Province and wiped out almost all of its members. Now, Golden Rainbow Province ceased to exist in the 3,000 worlds. Those great forces, which were once part of the Alliance, were now quite alarmed. Both Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were great forces that had invaded Void Land, but they were now destroyed by Yang Kai. It was apparent that he was trying to settle accounts with them, and his methods shocked these people to their core. Among the 100 great forces, Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were some of the strongest in the alliance, with barely any of the others being comparable to them. There were a small number of great forces that were more powerful, but only by a slim margin. Since Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were not even able to ward off those from Void Land, how were the other great forces supposed to do that? If they couldn't appease Void Land as soon as possible, the same fate would most likely befall them. Therefore, half a year ago, after the news of the demise of Golden Rainbow Province spread, many great forces sent representatives to Void Land with valuable gifts in the hope that the other party would forgive them. It was because of their arrival that those from Void Land learned that Xianxia had left the shadowless cave heaven and had made some shocking moves. These great forces were not aware that the reason Xianxia targeted Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province was that the proprietress had made a heart demon oath in the past. They believed it was because of the fact that the Alliance had invaded Void Land, which was why they were apprehensive. While waiting in the Star City, they felt like they were sitting on pins and needles all the time, and they practically visited the governor's mansion every 2 to 3 days, which frustrated Mo to no end. "Are you going to meet them, Sect Master?" Bian Yuqing asked cautiously. "No, I'm not going to meet them." Xianxia waved his hand. He had just returned from outside, so he wasn't in the mood to handle this issue. Just let them stew for now. "Yes," Bian Yuqing replied. Although she was sympathetic towards those great forces, they only had themselves to blame. After seeing Xianxia off, she turned around and helped Maoxia and the others settle in. Upon some probing, she found out that among the people that had come here with the sect master, there were 5 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. At that instant, she was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. When Xianxia introduced them just now, he had only mentioned their names without talking about their cultivation. It wasn't until this moment that Bian Yuqing realized these people were truly powerful. It had to be noted that there were only 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land now. By joining Void Land, these 5 people would greatly boost their overall strength. She couldn't help but admire the sect master's capabilities. After a trip to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, B brought back a group of people from Abundance City. Now, upon his return from the Shadowless Cave Heaven, he came home with Maoxia and the other top masters. There was no doubt that the heritage of Void Land was on the rise. Even though there were a lot of people in Void Land, the sect was pretty expansive. Since Maoxia and the others were powerful, they naturally had to be treated with respect. Everything was settled after they chose spirit peaks they liked to live on. As for their duties in the sect, Xianxia would have to make the decision. It was not up to Bian Yuqing to make a decision on his behalf. As the second manager, she was fully aware of her boundaries. The news that the sect master of Void Land had returned instantly spread out, which caused a commotion in the Star City. The representatives of the great forces, who had come to this place with gifts, visited the governor's mansion even more frequently. Unfortunately, Mo refused to meet them, which made them anxious as they wondered about the attitude of Void Land towards them. With Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar as examples, they felt anxious to appease Void Land as soon as possible so their sects wouldn't be destroyed. Time went by slowly as Xianxia remained seated with his legs crossed in his room. While refining various resources to strengthen the heritage in his small universe, he reviewed all the battles he fought since his ascension to the Open Heaven Realm in his mind. After he ascended to the Fifth Order, he entered the Shadowless Cave Heaven and immediately engaged in an intense battle with Ma Tianyuan. Then, he barged into Profound Yang Mountain and attacked the Second Mountain Lord Yunfei Bai. As a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had the guts to battle against a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master head-on. This was rarely seen in the entire 3,000 worlds, and it was also a precious experience for Xianxia. Then, he broke through to the Sixth Order and fought with the 3 Mountain Lords just outside of Twin Spirit Island. Next, he intercepted the Mountain Lords outside Profound Yang Mountain and comprehended the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, which used an entirely new space-time strength. He then went on to destroy Profound Yang Mountain. Upon leaving the Shadowless Cave Heaven, Xianxia got into trouble in the giant tornado while dealing with the wind spirits. Following that, he barged into Golden Rainbow Province and fought against Li Luo Shui, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, with the help of several 6th Order allies. The epic battles went through his mind as though they had just happened the day before. Yang Kai tried to grasp the experiences he had obtained while reflecting on his failures in order to strengthen himself. This trip had been truly eventful. Not only had he gone from the Emperor realm to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, but the refinement of the world forces within the wind spirits had also saved him at least 100 years of cultivation, which greatly helped stabilize his Sixth Order strength. The experience of dealing with a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master was valuable as well. The battle allowed Yang Kai to clearly identify his own limits. If he came across a formidable enemy in the future, he would have a better judgment of the gap in strength between them. 3 months later, Yang Kai finally left his room. Compared to 3 months ago, his aura was now much more reserved. Unlike in the past, no one would be able to tell his true strength by just looking at his aura. Then, he sent a message to Bian Yuqing to assign some work to her before leaving his palace. When Yang Kai calmly arrived at the main conference hall of Earth Spirit Land and Void Land, which was already filled with people. These people were all in the Fourth Order and above who were the most important members of Void Land. Upon seeing Yang Kai, they rose from the chairs and cupped their fists. "Greetings, Sect Master." Yang Kai raised his hand and brought it down to motion for them to be at ease. Then, he moved and instantly appeared in front of the head seat. After adjusting his clothes, he sat down in a dignified manner. He swept a glance over the crowd and soon his gaze fell upon Xianxia and the others from the shadowless cave heaven. Smiling, he asked, "Have you all gotten used to living in Void Land?" Xianxia replied, "Everything in Void Land is wonderful. Many thanks for your concern, sir." They had slowly learned about the various heritage of Void Land in the past months, so they thought that it wasn't a bad idea to have joined. The abundant resources here would be beneficial to their martial Dao. Furthermore, since 2 divine spirits lived in Void Land, this place certainly could accommodate Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters like them. A grateful Huayong continued, "We had stayed in the shadowless cave heaven for thousands of years, and were extremely lucky to finally leave that place. Second Manager also takes good care of us. We feel fortunate that we were able to join Void Land." Compared to the shadowless cave heaven, the environment in Void Land was essentially paradise. Yang Kai nodded gently, "I'm glad that you've gotten used to living here." Then, he gazed at Bian Yuqing, "Second Manager, can you tell me everything that has happened in the sect while I wasn't around?" "Everything has been proceeding smoothly, sir." Bian Yuqing was fully prepared. Upon hearing Yang Kai's question, she immediately reported to him about the important issues that had occurred over the past 2 years in detail. During that period of time, Void Land didn't go through any drastic changes. The only thing that was different was that there were more Open Heaven realm masters now. Many of those from Abundance City were already on the brink of achieving an ascension to begin with, however, due to the various restrictions in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, they were unable to do so. Upon leaving the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Mo Mei and the others were the first batch of people who made it to the Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, there were more cultivators from Abundance City who awaited an ascension. Over the past 2 years, about 300 people had attempted to break through. Most of them had succeeded, but a small number of people lost their lives due to their failure to make it to the Open Heaven realm. A cultivator had to refine yin, yang, and the 5 elements, then split heaven and earth apart within their body to form a small universe in order to break through to the Open Heaven realm. The process could be said to be extremely dangerous, and regardless of how well prepared one was, they might still lose their life in the attempt. That was what happened to some of the cultivators from Abundance City. The people from Abundance City had been stuck in the Emperor realm for centuries, if not millennia, giving them a long time to solidify their foundations and accumulate strength. The orders of the materials they had refined were definitely within their limits, as they wouldn't refine materials that they wouldn't be able to bear. However, some of them still lost their lives while attempting to achieve an ascension. The first batch of people from Abundance City, about 300 of them, all successfully broke through because they each had the assistance of a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. However, over the past 2 years since Yang Kai left, more and more people from Abundance City had attempted to reach the Open Heaven realm. Although Yang Kai had left behind some Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills behind before heading to the Shadowless Cave Heaven, the supply wasn't sufficient to satisfy the demand. That was the reason some of them ended up falling. With that said, the percentage of those from Abundance City who lost their lives due to their attempts to achieve an ascension was comparatively lower than average. After all, due to the limitations of the environment they used to live in, they had more time for accumulation and preparation. Now, excluding the people brought back by Xianxia this time, there were about 500 Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land. If Xianxia and the others were included, the number would be about 600 in total. That was a terrifying figure. In terms of the quantity and quality of the Open Heaven Realm Masters, Void Land had surpassed 99% of all second-class great forces, though it still wasn't comparable to the Cave Heavens and Paradises. After all, it had only been a short time since Void Land was founded. More time was needed for its heritage to be accumulated. After Bian Yuqing was done with her report, she took her seat, then Mo Mei rose from the chair and briefly talked about the current situation in the Star City. It could be said that the Star City was thriving. That was because they would put one Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill up for auction every 3 months, so the city could attract more and more cultivators from the 3,000 worlds. Even the Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises would appear in the auction house when the time was right. With more traffic came more commerce, causing many resources to flow into the Star City each day, allowing it to grow and develop further. It was a virtuous cycle. The shops in the Star City were all rented out by now, and their businesses were booming. Even the private cave mansions had all been snatched up by the cultivators who now lived or worked in the Star City. Void Land now earned about 100 million Open Heaven pills every month from the Star City, and the amount was still increasing even now. Xianxia and the other newcomers were dumbfounded upon hearing that. There was no doubt that the Star City could be considered first class since it could help Void Land earn 100 million Open Heaven pills per month. The Star City alone could provide all the resources that those from Void Land would need. It had to be noted that one could buy a lot of things with 100 million Open Heaven pills. Although it wasn't enough to buy a 7th order material, they could get their hands on several 6th order materials if they were lucky. As time passed, Void Land's wealth would continue to increase. The Star City could be said to be Void Land's cornucopia. With the rise in fame, more cultivators could be seen entering and leaving the Star City. This didn't pose a problem initially as those from the governor's mansion were still able to keep on top of everything. The merchants who did business in the Star City had to pay rent and taxes. Void Land, as the overseer of the Star City, was responsible for making sure that the city and the people were safe. They had to ensure that no fights would take place, and when they did, they had to immediately settle the problems. Only by doing so could they give the cultivators a sense of security and showcase the heritage and competency of Void Land. However, following 2 years of rapid development, the governor's mansion was finding it increasingly hard to manage the city. This couldn't be helped, as the rise in popularity and development of the Star City meant that more and more powerful cultivators would come to visit. The person who could directly sense the changes was Jin Yuanlang, who was responsible for guarding the Void Dock. Since the reopening of the Void Land Star City, Jin Yuanlang had been appointed by Xianxia to guard the Void Dock and inspect the people who entered and left the city. Since he was a 5th order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could usually handle most situations that arose. However, 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters were now more commonly seen in the city. As a 5th order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was difficult for him to deter 6th order Masters if they chose to be unruly. If 2 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters got into a scuffle in the Star City, Mo Mei, who was responsible for managing the city, wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Once such a scenario happened, not only would the city suffer losses, it would also have a huge impact on Void Land's reputation. This was the issue that had to be settled immediately. Fortunately, Xianxia had brought back some powerful Open Heaven Realm Masters, including several in the 6th order. Huayong and Shumu Dan had already requested to join Void Land back on Twin Spirit Island, and Xianxia had appointed them to be the elders right away. Xianxia, Dongqing, and Zhouye were 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters as well, so they couldn't be undervalued. Following Xianxia's order, the 3 of them also joined the Elder Hall. Xianxia and the others gladly accepted the appointment. They were restricted by the loyalty list, so their lives were under Xianxia's control. Strictly speaking, they were just Xianxia's servants. However, during the time they were together, he had never mistreated them, nor had he exposed the nature of their relationship to anyone, which saved them from any embarrassment. Although they had never said it out loud, they were grateful towards Xianxia for his discretion. Even if he really wanted to make things difficult for them, they would have no choice but to bear it. Now that they were asked to join the Elder Hall, they were certainly pleased. By becoming the elders in Void Land, they would be on an equal footing to the others apart from Xianxia and the two divine spirits. More orders were swiftly given, with Hua Yong and Shumu Dan being assigned to secure the Void Dock. Jin Yuan Lang was still responsible for managing the dock's day-to-day business, and unless he was faced with cultivators that were too difficult to deal with, the couple usually wouldn't have to show up. Mao Zhe and the other former mountain lords would take turns staying in the governor's mansion to assist Mo Mei in managing the Star City. The other Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Shadowless Cave Heaven were also assigned various jobs in different departments. All of them received the orders one by one. Sect Master, the people who have come to apologize are still waiting. How do you want to deal with them? Bian Yuqing asked. Those people only knew that the Lord of Voidland, Xianxia, had returned. If they found out that more top masters had joined Voidland as well, they would be terrified. Xianxia would have forgotten about the matter if Bian Yuqing hadn't mentioned it, as he had no reason to remember those nobodies. As a glint flashed through his eyes as he asked, "Has anyone from Heavenly Sword Union arrived?" Bian Yuqing was startled for a moment, then shook her head. "I don't believe so." Xianxia snorted. The 100 Sects alliance that invaded Void Land was nearly wiped out by him in the end. Other than Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar, which he would never let off, Xianxia didn't really care about the other great forces, nor did he have the intention to retaliate against them. It would be time-wasting if he really did that, so he reckoned it would be better to just spend his time on cultivation. Furthermore, those great forces were mostly third class, and didn't even have a single mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master overseeing them. It would do more damage to Void Land's reputation and face if they were to oppress such weaklings now. With that said, Xianxia would never forgive Heavenly Sword Union, which was the mastermind behind the incident. Besides the fact that the alliance was led by Heavenly Sword Union, they had once again ambushed him while he was heading to the Shattered Heaven to look for the proprietress after he left Void territory. Since those from Heavenly Sword Union had repeatedly provoked Xianxia, he couldn't be blamed for seeking revenge against them. Make them cough up everything they can before kicking them out, and let them know if they dare to appear in Void Land again. I won't be so forgiving. Xianxia directly decided the fate of those great forces. Bian Yuqing nodded in agreement. It was apparent that Xianxia wasn't in the mood to meet those people, so he let her settle the matter. Now, Xianxia was now a powerful master, and the leader of a peak second-class great force, so it wasn't like just anyone could meet him. It was expected that those great forces would accept the outcome, and they would also have to thank Xianxia for not destroying them. Also, there was a senior from Yinyang Cave Heaven who requested to meet you a few days ago. However, since Sect Master was cultivating in seclusion, I turned her down so that you wouldn't be disturbed. Xianxia's eyes brightened when he heard that and asked, was it Chu Huashang? Presently, there were two establishments directly owned by Cave Heavens in Void Star City. One of them was the Azura Arena, which was set up by Azura Heaven. This facility was also one of the trademarks of Azura Heaven. The business of the Azura Arena was booming because many young cultivators liked to engage in all-out fights to both train and make a name for themselves. In fact, the Azura Arena was established following a discussion between Xianxia and a representative from Azura Heaven. Void Land held a large stake in the Azura Arena, which generated an equivalent revenue share from this profitable business. Meanwhile, a Dao temple belonging to Yinyang Cave Heaven was also established. Chu Huashan used to be stationed there in the past as its supervisor. Xianxia met that seductress in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, then, they went through many life and death moments there and in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, eventually growing quite close. After that, she tagged along when Xianxia headed to the Shattered Heaven. Although she didn't manage to help much, Xianxia was still grateful for the solidarity she had shown. This was no small matter. After all, Chu Huashang's identity was a little special as she was a core disciple from one of the 36 Cave Heavens, so everything she did represented Yinyang Cave Heaven. As such, she wasn't able to do whatever she pleased most of the time. However, she still steadfastly followed Xianxia to oppose Tijing and the others who had laid a trap for Xianxia. There were two reasons why Azura Heaven had set up an Azura Arena in every major star city. First of all, it was to train the disciples of their own sect, and secondly, it was to amass wealth. The disciples of Azura Heaven had to go through life and death battles in order to grow rapidly. Nevertheless, in the 3,000 worlds, there were rarely any places that would allow them to engage in such fierce battles. Therefore, the Azura arenas were their best option. Moreover, these Azura arenas were like a treasure trove for them. The Azura arenas from different star cities each generated massive amounts of revenue for Azura Heaven every year. Inyan Cave Heaven had also set up a Tao temple in every major star city, however, they didn't intend to amass wealth or train their disciples in these places. Instead, the existence of these Tao temples was to attract more talented people. The disciples of Inyan Cave Heaven were all beautiful women or handsome men, and their core secret arts revolved around forming intimate relationships with the opposite sex. In those Tao temples, their disciples could engage in discourse with talented young people from different parts of the 3,000 worlds and even find suitable life partners, which would then strengthen the sex power. The Tao Temple of Inyan Cave Heaven in Void Star City was built under the supervision of Chu Huashang. Therefore, when Yang Kai heard Bian Yuqing mention a senior from Inyan Cave Heaven, the first person that came into his mind was that seductress. However, Bian Yuqing shook her head and replied, "It's not senior sister Chu. The master of Inyan Cave Heaven's Tao Temple is now a different person." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel disappointed. If Chu Huashang was still in the Star City, he would have personally thanked her for what she had done for him. Bian Yuqing asked, "Are you going to meet her, sect master?" Yang Kai came to his senses and nodded, "Of course I have to meet her. Please tell her to come in." If it was someone else, he would have decided whether he wanted to meet her depending on his mood. However, since she was from Inyan Cave Heaven, he naturally couldn't turn her down. He could also ask this person about how Chu Huashang was doing. Upon receiving the order, Bian Yuqing immediately sent out a message. Since the meeting was over, everyone in the main hall rose from their seats and left while Yang Kai remained sitting on his own. An incense stick later, Bian Yuqing led someone to enter the hall from outside. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the person behind Bian Yuqing was an alluring woman with an enchanting figure. Her innocent-looking face and clear eyes gave off an ethereal feeling, as though she was unstained by the mortal world. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. He had met many beautiful women before, but he had never seen one such as this lady. His first impression of the woman was that she was clean. It wasn't the cleanliness of her clothes but an indescribable feeling, as though the existence of everything in the world was a blasphemy to her existence. Anyone who saw her would have the urge to protect and care for her. At the same time, his chest tightened as he had a feeling that this woman was more complicated than she seemed. Since the guest had arrived, Yang Kai had to rise from his chair to greet her. Bian Yuqing saluted him, "She's here, sect master." Yang Kai nodded gently, upon which Bian Yuqing withdrew. The woman across from him greeted him in an elegant manner, then said softly, "Greetings, sect master Yang. This mistress is Suing Shui." Her pleasant voice tickled his senses. Yang Kai lifted his hand, "There's no need to be too formal with me, senior sister Su. Please have a seat." Suing Shui thanked him with a lowered gaze. Her cheeks were painted with a tinge of redness, and her skin seemed extremely delicate. Yang Kai was unable to sense this woman's cultivation, but that wasn't too surprising seeing how she had no need to release her aura here. Nevertheless, he had a feeling that this woman wasn't any weaker than he was, so she was probably a sixth-order open heaven realm master as well. After the two of them were seated, a servant came over and served them tea. Following a bit of small talk, Yang Kai asked, "Senior sister Su, what's the nature of your relationship with senior sister Chu?" Suing Shui replied with a smile, "Chuer is considered my junior sister on paper." Yang Kai arched his brow, "On paper? What is she to you in reality?" Suing Shui said with a light smile, "I was the one who raised Chuer." Yang Kai was shocked, thinking that the woman before his eyes was like a sister as well as a mother to Chu Huashang. After giving it a thought, he realized that it wasn't so surprising. It had clearly been a long time since Suing Shui broke through to the open heaven realm, and although Chu Huashang was now a sixth-order master as well, she had only recently become one. When it came to their age, Chu Huashang was probably much younger than Suing Shui, so it wasn't surprising that she was raised by her. This was pretty common in the 3,000 worlds. Although many fellow brothers and sisters in the same sect were on the same level of seniority, there could be huge gaps in their actual ages. Therefore, some of the senior brothers and sisters were like foster parents to their juniors. Chuer always talked about and praised you. Now, I can confirm that you're indeed both handsome and talented. Xianxia lifted her alluring eyes and batted her lashes shyly. A reserved Xianxia replied, "Many thanks for your compliment, senior sister Su. May I know where senior sister Chu is now?" Xianxia sighed and replied, after making such a huge mistake, she returned to the sect to apologize to the sect master. She's confined now, and she won't be able to leave seclusion for the next 100 years. 100 years. Xianxia's face fell. Is her punishment related to me? Xianxia gazed into his eyes and said, "You seem quite concerned about Chuer, sect master Yang." Xianxia replied, "I owe senior sister Chu a great favor. Since she's in trouble, I naturally can't turn a blind eye to it." "How are you going to interfere, then?" Xianxia looked curiously at him. Xianxia became startled. "She's right. How am I supposed to interfere? She's confined in Yinyang Cave Heaven, and she's Xianxia's junior sister. This is their internal affair. What right do I have to butt into their business as an outsider?" Xianxia went on to say, "Since time immemorial, the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises have always been close allies, and internal disputes that go against our collective interests are strictly forbidden. Since she has made a mistake, she naturally has to be punished." Upon hearing that, Xianxia finally figured out what had happened. As expected, Chu Huashang's confinement was a result of her helping him. She fought with those from Myriad Demons Heaven and the other great forces outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven, which had tarnished Yinyang Cave Heaven's reputation. That was the reason she was given such a harsh punishment. As a core disciple of Yinyang Cave Heaven, Chu Huashang was fully aware of these rules and also that once she made a move, she would invite trouble to herself, but she did it anyway. Xianxia had never expected that Chu Huashang's help would land her in such trouble. If he knew it in advance, he wouldn't have let her tag along. Now that she had to be confined for 100 years, he certainly felt guilty. It's just 100 years, so there's nothing to worry about. Chuer is now a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so 100 years will pass by in a blink of an eye for her, Xianxia said gently. Xianxia frowned and stared intently at her in silence. 100 years of confinement was indeed not a long time for a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Furthermore, Chu Huashang had just ascended to the 6th Order, so she needed time to consolidate her cultivation. The confinement might not actually be a bad thing to her as, after she was set free, she would have completely solidified her new cultivation. With that said, it was still a punishment, and Xianxia was the reason behind it, which was why he felt responsible. However, Xianxia didn't seem to take the matter seriously. "Sect Master Yang," she called out gently. Xianxia came to his senses and gazed at her. "What's wrong, senior sister?" Xianxia replied, "To be frank with you, other than meeting you, this mistress is also here to seek your help." Xianxia extended his hand. "Please speak freely, senior sister. I'll not turn you down as long as I am able to assist." Before Xianxia spoke again, she appeared bashful as her cheeks became a shade redder. She lowered her head as her hair hung loose over her chest. Her posture, coupled with her innocent demeanor, could make any man lust after her and have the urge to embrace and become intimate. Xianxia couldn't move his eyes away from her as he thought that the disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven were all truly attractive. Unlike how flirtatious and enchanting Chu Huashang was, Xianxia's innocence and charm were rarely found in the world. "Sect Master Yang, since you're close to Chuer, I suppose you're familiar with some of our sect's traditions," Xianxia said gently. Her face was all red by the time she finished speaking. Xianxia had no idea about the reason behind her bashfulness as he asked curiously, "What traditions are you speaking of?" Xianxia appeared to be embarrassed as she fell silent for a moment, then replied, "When the female disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven reach a certain age and cultivation, we have to look for a suitable partner. That is the reason our Tao temples were built across the 3,000 worlds. The disciples who are stationed at these Tao temples can engage in discourse with talented people from all over to increase their knowledge and cultivation, but it is also a way to seek out appropriate partners." "I'm aware of that." Xianxia nodded as an idea flashed through his mind. "Do you have your eyes on someone, senior sister?" Xianxia nodded her head. Yang Kai said with a smile, "Congratulations are in order, then. I wonder who the young man is that is lucky enough to gain your favor. If you need my help to pass on your word, just tell me right away. I'll invite the man over. If he doesn't want to come, I'll tie him up and bring him here." "There's no need for any invitation." Xianxia shook her head. A puzzled Yang Kai asked, "Why is that?" Xianxia appeared anxious as she subconsciously played with her hair with her slender finger. Her face had become redder as she said hesitantly, "That is because the man is right before my eyes." The smile on Yang Kai's face froze, then his lips pressed into a line as he examined her seriously. A moment later, he said with a faint smile, "That joke isn't funny, senior sister Sue." Xianxia looked down at her feet and spoke in a voice that was as soft as a whisper, "I'm not making a joke, Sect Master Yang. You're now the Lord of Voidland as well as a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. You are completely qualified to be my partner." Yang Kai gazed at her with narrowed eyes. "Since you're so close to Chu Huashang, you should have heard something about me from her." Xianxia nodded. "N. Chuer told me that she repeatedly wanted you to be her partner, but you had turned her down." Yang Kai nodded. "I value my friendship with senior sister Chu, so I'm not willing to tie her down with false hope. That was the reason I didn't agree to her request. However, senior sister Sue, this is the first time we have met, so how could you say such a thing to embarrass both of us?" Xianxia looked up at him with a pair of alluring eyes, which looked like two clear springs, and said in an enchanting manner, "Are you not willing to be my partner, Sect Master Yang? What do you think?" Yang Kai questioned her instead. Xianxia pressed her lips together, then asked, "What if I say that if you agree to it, both Chuer and I will become your partners?" A startled Yang Kai asked, "Is this your idea, or senior sister Chu's?" Since Chu Huashang was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Xianxia was probably in the same order as well. Both of them were strikingly beautiful and any man would have to consider himself extremely lucky to obtain the favor of just one of them, not to mention both. Rarely would any man in the world be capable of resisting such a temptation. Xianxia replied, "I had a discussion with Chuer before I came to Void Star City. She said that the Lord of Voidland Yang Kai was a righteous man she could entrust her life to. However, since she didn't manage to gain your favor, she told me to come here and give it a try. Therefore, even though this mistress is not familiar with you as it's the first time we have met, I believe Chuer's words. Of course, she will agree to the decision I've made. As long as you agree to it, Chuer and I will both become your partners." Yang Kai couldn't believe that Xianxia wanted to be his partner just because of what Chu Huashang had said, so he said after a sigh, "I suppose you do have trust in her, senior sister Sue. Chuer has a keen eye for people. Although I'm older than her, I'm not comparable to her in this regard." Xianxia lifted her head as she summoned her courage to look at the man. "Are you really going to turn me down, Sect Master Yang?" Her bashful expression could arouse any man's pity. Yang Kai took a deep breath and replied with a straight face, "It's this Yang's luck to gain the favor of the two of you, but I already have a few wives, so I don't intend to marry more women. Although I thank you for your intentions, I cannot accept them. There are many great men out there, and I'm just one of the countless men in the world. I'm sure the two of you will find your loved ones sooner or later." Xianxia stared fixedly at him with her dark gaze, as though she was able to look deeply into his mind and soul to uncover his thoughts. A moment later, she suddenly started convulsing with laughter, which was in stark contrast to her innocent demeanor earlier. She now looked so charming that it was hard for any man in the world to resist her attractiveness. "Senior sister Sue?" Yang Kai scowled as he couldn't adapt to this sudden transformation. He was secretly shocked that the woman's demeanor could change in such a drastic manner. "The Lord of Voidland. I suppose Chuer hasn't fallen in love with the wrong guy." Xianxia covered her lips and looked smilingly at him. "What do you mean, senior sister Sue?" Xianxia replied with a faint smile, "Inyang Cave Heaven is one of the 36 cave heavens. Regardless of how immoral we're thought to be, no two female disciples would ever serve the same husband. Outsiders always say that we're lascivious people, but they have no idea how loyal we are to our partners." Yang Kai's face fell. "So, what were you trying to achieve?" He had a feeling that he had been made a fool of. If he really agreed to it on an impulse just now, he would have been humiliated. However, why was this woman trying to trick him? There were no grudges between them to speak of. Although Chu Huashan had to be confined for 100 years because she helped him, that wasn't enough of a reason for this farce. Chuer has made a mistake, and she is being punished with 100 years of imprisonment, but that doesn't really matter. What does matter, however, is that in half a year, there will be a Tao Theory assembly in Yinyang Cave Heaven where many of the talented young men will come together. The winner will be able to marry Chuer after she is discharged from confinement. Yang Kai initially felt vexed because he had been tricked, but all his fury vanished into thin air when he heard these words. Then, he asked in shock, Tao Theory Assembly? The winner will be able to marry senior sister Chu? Was that her idea? Xianxia snorted, since Chuer has fallen in love with you, why would she come up with such an absurd idea? It was a decision by the sect master, and she can't disobey. Yang Kai sported a dark expression, since she is reluctant, why would those from Yinyang Cave Heaven hold such a Tao Theory assembly? Xianxia glared at him, since she has crossed the line, we have to make it up to the other cave heavens and paradises, and this Tao Theory assembly is the result. Do you think she can refuse? Who do you think has caused all this? Yang Kai became startled upon hearing that. We've been sending out invitations since a year ago, however, due to the fact that the 3,000 worlds is expansive, we and the others who will participate need time to prepare. The Tao Theory assembly will take place half a year from now, and regardless of who the winner is, Chuer must marry him no matter what. Yang Kai frowned, I thought core disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven would never marry outsiders. It was difficult to raise a disciple like Chu Huashang. If she was married to an outsider, another sect would reap all the benefits. Hence, for a core disciple like Chu Huashang, the man had to get married into her sect, not the other way round. Xianxia replied, she's not going to leave the sect. The man will have to get married into our great force. Upon hearing her clarification, Yang Kai said, I see. Xianxia stared at him and said, if you didn't pass my test, I wouldn't have informed you about it. Since you're a righteous man, however, I suppose Chuer's eyes haven't failed her, so you have the right to know about it. Yang Kai rose from the chair and cupped his fist with a solemn expression, many thanks for informing me about this matter, senior sister. After staring fixedly at him for a moment, Xianxia also got up, that's all I have to say. Farewell. I'll see you off. Yang Kai hurriedly followed her. Xianxia didn't turn him down as she continued moving forward. It wasn't until Yang Kai left Void Land with her and saw her heading towards the Star City that he returned. It surprised him that those from Yinyang Cave Heaven were going to hold a Tao Theory assembly to look for a husband for Chu Huashang. However, Xianxia had said that the assembly was being held to make it up to the other cave heavens and paradises. After all, Chu Huashang had violated their rules, so her confinement was probably not enough to appease the various cave heavens and paradises. It wouldn't have mattered if Yang Kai wasn't aware of it, but now that he had found out about it, he naturally couldn't turn a blind eye. Nevertheless, he was in a dilemma as he wasn't sure what to do. If he took part in the Tao Theory assembly, he definitely had to become the winner, which would then mean that he would have to marry Chu Huashang. The appearance and aptitude of Chu Huashang undoubtedly stood at the apex of the 3,000 worlds, and hardly any women could surpass her. Certainly, no man could resist such a talented beauty. If Yang Kai had still been single, he would have leapt at the opportunity to marry her. However, he already had several wives, so he wasn't willing to become emotionally entangled with Chu Huashang. Moreover, she was a core disciple of her great force, so those from Yinyang Cave Heaven wouldn't allow her to live with Yang Kai without him joining their force. With that said, he wouldn't be able to set his mind at ease if he didn't at least see her. At that moment, he was unable to make a decision. A moment later, he sent a message to Mo Mei to tell her to ask around in the Star City in order to find out whether things were just like what Xianxia had said. If those from Yinyang Cave Heaven were really going to hold a Tao Theory assembly, there was no way no one was aware of it. The fame of the 36 cave heavens dictated that every move they made would cause a stir in the 3,000 worlds. Half a day later, Mo Mei replied to him from the governor's mansion and informed him that there was really such an event on the horizon. Just like what Xianxia had said, those from Yinyang Cave Heaven had been sending out invitations since a year ago as they were going to hold a Tao Theory assembly in order to look for a partner for Chu Huashang. Any cultivator in the 3,000 worlds could take part in it regardless of their cultivation or age as long as they were below the high-rank open heaven realm. As a result, countless cultivators from different great territories had started heading to Xianxia territory. Those who were powerful hoped to become the winner and marry a beautiful lady, while those who were weak were going to watch a good show and gain some life experience. After all, it wasn't every day that one could freely enter Xianxia cave heaven. Yang Kai clenched the jade slip, which contained the message, with a frown. The Tao Theory Assembly would be held in half a year, but he still couldn't decide whether he should go or not. Then, he fished out his universe chart and realized that it would take him half a month to travel from Voidland to Xianxia territory, which wasn't too long a distance. If he decided to go, he would have a few months to prepare. After pondering on it for a moment, he finally made a decision. He had to go to Xianxia cave heaven. Chu Huashang was being punished because of him, so there was no way he could just sit back and do nothing. By then, he could look for Chu Huashang and find out about her stance before coming up with any solution. The Star City was the major income source for Voidland, and the popularity of the Star City hinged on its auction house. A heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill would be put up for auction once every 3 months, which was why countless cultivators from different great forces were attracted to this place. There were not many heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills left, as they couldn't even satisfy the needs of their own disciples, which caused some of them to lose their lives while trying to make it to the open heaven realm. Therefore, Yang Kai would have to refine more since he was going to leave again. He still had a lot of the main ingredient required to make these pills, which was world source liquid. He just needed some supplementary ingredients and, since the Star City was now flourishing, he could easily get his hands on them. Therefore, after he gave an order, some people from the Star City immediately started preparing the materials he needed before delivering them to him. It was then he started refining heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. 3 months later, all the adjuvants were used up as he was surrounded by many bottles, which were all filled with heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. Countless cultivators were eager to snatch up the one available heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill whenever it came up for auction, but such pills were now everywhere in Yang Kai's room. It would be interesting to know what others thought if they found out about this. With that said, even though there were a lot of heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills here, there would come a time when they were used up. To Yang Kai and Voidland, every open heaven realm master was a precious treasure, so every disciple who was going to attempt an ascension had to be given a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill so that no tragedy would happen again. In other great forces, only the best disciples that the sects had high hopes for could get their hands on a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. But in Voidland, anyone who had the right to ascend to the open heaven realm could get such a pill from Bian Yuqing. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only Voidland provided such a benefit. After getting some rest, Yang Kai told Bian Yuqing to come over and store these pills. At the same time, she informed him about a piece of good news: Madame Lan has arrived. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was elated. She's here? When did she arrive? Bian Yuqing replied with a smile, a few days after you started refining pills. She's been here for about 2 months now. Yang Kai quickly asked her about the proprietress location, then headed over to meet her. After leaving Golden Rainbow Province back then, the proprietress said that she was going to Thousand Bird Star City to put an end to some issues. Yang Kai didn't ask her what she was going to do, but she had said that she would pay a visit to Voidland soon. It never crossed his mind that she would come here so quickly. A moment later, he met the proprietress on a certain spirit peak. Yuhi was also around as she was having a chat with her. Bai Qi, chef, and accountant, as well as some of the shop hands from First In had also come. Yang Kai could also see that Luo Haiyi was here. An idea flashed through his mind as the speculation he had made him feel excited. Upon detecting the man's presence, the proprietress shot him a glance with a smile. Smelly brat, you're finally here. Proprietress. Yang Kai walked over and saluted her. Are you all ready to relocate to Void Star City? The proprietress asked with a smile. What do you mean, relocate? Then, Yang Kai was puzzled. Bai Qi said with a smile, proprietress has left First In, so she's a free person now. Yang Kai became startled upon hearing that. Initially, when he saw that the proprietress had brought all her usual shop hands with her, he thought that she was going to open a First In branch in Void Star City, so it came as a great surprise to hear she had actually left first in. "We'd like to join Voidland. Will you welcome us?" The proprietress looked smilingly at Xianxia. "Of course," Xianxia hurriedly nodded, "of course I welcome you all. Why wouldn't I? You can even be the Lord of Voidland if you want, proprietress." "No thanks." The proprietress rolled her eyes. "I've finally relieved myself of old burdens, so why would I take on even heavier responsibilities? Don't even think about it." Xianxia grinned. "What kind of position do you want, then? Just name it." The proprietress shook her head. "I'm not going to take up any official position right now. Just prepare a serene place for me as I'm going to enter seclusion soon." Xianxia turned solemn. "Are you going to attempt to break through to the Seventh Order?" Since Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were destroyed, her heart demon oath had been resolved as well, hence, there were no more obstacles in her way to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. However, she had lost some of her heritage in the Shadowless Cave Heaven, so if she wanted to make it to the Seventh Order, she would have to spend some time recovering from those losses. The proprietress nodded with a serious expression. "I've been stuck in the Sixth Order for a long time now. It's about time to ascend to the Seventh Order." A worried Xianxia asked, "Do you have the confidence to achieve it?" Ascending to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm was no laughing matter. Although there was only a difference of one order between the Sixth Order and the Seventh Order, she was trying to cross the gulf between the mid-rank to the high rank. This was a process of sublimation in the Open Heaven realm, and the risk an Open Heaven realm master had to bear when attempting this was as great as when he or she was first attempting to reach the Open Heaven realm from the Emperor realm. The consequences were deadly if they failed. Many Open Heaven realm masters had lost their lives during this ascension over the years. For cultivators in this realm, every ascension was a perilous trial. Once they succeeded, they would transform into even more powerful beings. However, once they failed, death was all but certain. "I do have some confidence, but when it comes to a matter like this, it is ultimately up to the heavens to decide my fate," the proprietress replied calmly. Xianxia nodded. "Since you've made a decision, I'll say no more. If you need any resources, just tell us right away. He will prepare everything for you." The proprietress replied with a smile. "I have all the resources I require prepared already. I've been a shopkeeper of First In for centuries, so I've collected some good stuff along the way." "That's great." After giving it a thought, Xianxia fished out a jade bottle and passed it to her. "Take this as it might be useful in case of an emergency." The proprietress took a glance at it and realized that the jade bottle looked familiar. Soon, she recalled what it was. After Xianxia left the Blood Monster Cave Heaven back then, he passed her this jade bottle, which contained an innate Open Heaven pill born in the Universe Furnace. Blood Monster Divine Monarch should have obtained this pill at some point far in the past. This Open Heaven pill was totally different from the ones refined by alchemists and was innumerable times more valuable. Although one Open Heaven pill seemed like nothing compared to the millions that flowed through Voidstar City each day, many people would start wars just to try to snatch the single pill if word of its existence got out. At that time, Xianxia thought that this pill could help the proprietress break through to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, but she turned him down. As long as her heart demon oath wasn't resolved, even an innate Open Heaven pill would be useless to her. Now that she was ready to ascend to the Seventh Order, however, this pill was the only thing Xianxia could offer that could be of some possible help. After giving it a thought, the proprietress took the jade bottle and said with a smile, "I'll give it back to you if I don't need it." Xianxia replied with a straight face, "I'll await your good news." Back then, the proprietress directly ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so her aptitude was truly exceptional. Supposedly, given her aptitude, there shouldn't be a problem when she attempted to rise to the Seventh Order. However, she reckoned that she'd better be careful. The proprietress then suddenly asked, "Have you heard that there'll be a Tao Theory assembly in Yinyang Cave Heaven in a few months? You're aware of it?" Upon finishing his words, Xianxia smiled helplessly. First In was in the business of gathering information. Basically, everyone was aware of it now, so why would the proprietress not know it? "I'm not deaf, so why would I not be aware of such a major event?" The proprietress shot him a glare. "Chu Huashang is one of the core disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven, and she has the right to succeed the sect master in the future. However, since she has made a mistake, she has to make it up to the other cave heavens and paradises. the Tao Theory Assembly is the punishment for her. Yang Kai sighed, it's all because of me that senior sister Chu is being punished. On the side, Yuhi asked, young master, was it because? Yang Kai nodded solemnly, all 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises have always been united, so internal divisions are not permitted. Senior sister Chu broke that taboo. Yuhi exclaimed, what should we do then? Yang Kai said, I'm going to Yinyang Cave Heaven soon. Then, he gazed at the proprietress in puzzlement, are there really no grudges between the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises? Why is there even such a taboo? The proprietress explained, there are definitely grudges between them, but they have their own ways of settling such problems. If some of them are killed without anyone knowing about it, no one can say anything. However, since the other cave heavens and paradises know the details of this incident, those from Yinyang Cave Heaven have to make it up to them. That is the rule. What rubbish rule is that? Yang Kai was incensed. Since you're the cause of it, I suppose you should head to Yinyang Cave Heaven. Given your current strength, there shouldn't be anyone below the high-rank open heaven realm who is your opponent. However, you'd still better be careful. Although the disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven would frequently look for suitable partners, a disciple like Chu Huasheng is very rare. Many talented people will gather together in this Tao Theory Assembly, so the people from the cave heavens and paradises would naturally take part as well. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was startled for a moment, those from the cave heavens and paradises would join as well? I heard that the partners of the core disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven would have to marry into Yinyang Cave Heaven. Are those cave heavens and paradises willing to let their disciples join another sect? The proprietress replied with a smile, the core disciples are definitely not going to join this Tao Theory Assembly, however, the heritages of the cave heavens and paradises are ample. Besides the core disciples, they still have other disciples that could join another sect. The effort will be worthwhile if they can become closer allies with Yinyang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai nodded. Although a disciple would have to get married into Yinyang Cave Heaven, he would not sever ties with his master sect entirely. If his master sect fell into trouble in the future, that disciple, and the connection he made, would be of some help. There's one thing I'm worried about, proprietress. Yang Kai appeared anxious. What is it? She asked. Yang Kai replied, the cave heavens and paradises were already trying to suppress me before I even ascended to the open heaven realm. Now that I'm an open heaven realm master, would some of them try to kill me if I show up in the outside world? He was already targeted by 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters outside the shadowless cave heaven, and he was just an emperor realm cultivator at that time. Now that he was an open heaven realm master, it was probable that some of them would still want to kill him ruthlessly. Given the heritages of those cave heavens and paradises, it would be easy for them to kill him unless he stayed in Void Land forever. With 2 divine spirits residing in Void Land, the effort to kill him would simply be too great for the reward. To his concerns, the proprietress just said with a smile, the reason they targeted you before your ascension was that they were worried you'd directly make it to the 7th order, and their suppression has yielded some results. In their eyes, you're just a 5th order open heaven realm master, so you're no longer a threat to them. They have already nipped a potential threat in the bud, and a 5th order master is nothing to them. Yang Kai's eyes brightened, in that case, I'm now safer since I've ascended to the open heaven realm. That's right. There won't be any problems then. Yang Kai nodded. After he chatted with the proprietress for a while longer, he bid her farewell. She was going to attempt to break through to the 7th order soon, and no one else could help her with that. The only thing Yang Kai could give her was that innate open heaven pill. This breakthrough would probably take her a long time, after all, she had to make up for the losses she had suffered in the shadowless cave heaven first before she could attempt to reach the 7th order open heaven realm. The Tao Theory Assembly was just 2 months away now, so Yang Kai had to set off immediately. A few days later, he shot into the sky, and as a crack appeared in the grand array, he moved past it and dashed into the void. He was on his own this time. Yuhi initially wanted to tag along, but he had turned her down. After all, he was now a 6th order open heaven realm master that was significantly stronger than others in the same order. In the entire 3,000 worlds, only high-rank open heaven realm masters would be a threat to him now. Even if he really came across any danger, he could easily flee since he was on his own. Furthermore, the Tao Theory Assembly was an event to help get Chu Huashang a husband. Yang Kai wasn't even sure how he would handle the issue, so it would be inappropriate if he brought Chu He with him. The journey was long and the void was dead silent, so Yang Kai just moved forward at lightning speed. On a shattered spirit province just outside the territory gate of Void Territory stood an alluring lady. It seemed that she had been waiting there for a long time. When she finally saw Yang Kai moving past the territory gate, she snorted, "I suppose he can still be considered a responsible man." The person was Xianxia, who had previously met up with Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai had left Void Territory at this point, he should be heading to join the Tao Theory Assembly. That was the reason she sported a milder expression now. Then, she dashed towards the territory gate and tailed Yang Kai. After leaving the territory gate, she immediately sent a message to someone. Looking up, she could only see a small dot in the distance as Yang Kai was already far away from her. She curved her lips into a smile and muttered, "I'll give you one last test. After all, you have no right to marry Chuer if you're too weak." Meanwhile, Yang Kai was looking at the route in his universe chart and heading to the next territory gate. Half a day later, he suddenly lifted his head as he could see a ray of light charging towards him rapidly. A figure could faintly be seen in the ray of light. Yang Kai looked up, but before he could make out the person's face, the other party bellowed, "Where do you think you're going, boy?" Right after the person finished speaking, he pushed out his fist with an immense force. World force undulated, even the void trembled slightly. A puzzled Yang Kai had a feeling that the person must have mistaken him for someone else. However, since the other party was about to strike, he was unable to explain himself as he quickly extended his palm to meet the attack. Booming sounds were heard, as the other party acted violently while Yang Kai responded in kind. They exchanged more than 10 moves in just several breaths of time. "Huh?" the person exclaimed, as though he had discovered something strange. Following that, he exerted more force with his hands. If the power he showcased earlier was on par with the Fifth Order, he was now using Sixth Order strength. Yang Kai had never expected that he would randomly come across a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master as soon as he left Void Territory, and for some reason, the other party initially hid his true strength. It wasn't until he sensed Yang Kai's power that he stopped holding back. As a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master himself, Yang Kai certainly wasn't afraid of this stranger, so he surged the power of his small universe as the battle intensified. A moment later, the attacker used a feint before widening the gap between them before raising his hand. "Wait." Yang Kai abruptly stopped in his tracks and stared coldly at him. It wasn't until this moment that he was able to make out the person's appearance. The other party was a burly man with long dreadlocks, which made him look a bit eccentric. However, judging from the fluctuations of his energy just now, Yang Kai confirmed that he was indeed a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. As their eyes met, the burly man examined Yang Kai and asked, "Are you Lu Peiyuan?" "No, and I don't know him either." Yang Kai shook his head. "Ah," the man landed a slap on his own forehead, then looked apologetically at Yang Kai and cupped his fist. "I'm so sorry for mistaking you for someone else. This is all a big misunderstanding. Please forgive me." Yang Kai furrowed his brow with displeasure as the other party directly attacked him without verifying his identity first. Although the man didn't have any murderous intent, Yang Kai was still upset. Fortunately, both of them had only made some probing moves, so no one was hurt, otherwise, the misunderstanding would have turned into something serious. Since Yang Kai was in a rush, he wasn't willing to waste any more time on this man, so he simply nodded and declared, "Since it's a misunderstanding, let's forget it. Farewell." Then, he turned around and left. The man shouted from behind, "Farewell, friend." It wasn't until Yang Kai was out of his sight that the man stroked his chin with an amused look. "Interesting." While remaining on the same spot, he fished out a communication bead and sent a message. A moment later, a ray of light came over from afar and stopped beside him. The person was none other than Xianxia. "Did you test him?" she asked. The man nodded. "N. How was it?" "Your information is wrong, junior sister." The man scratched his head and looked in the direction Yang Kai had left. "You said that guy ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. Is he not in the Fifth Order?" Xianxia frowned. Chu Huashang had seen Yang Kai break through in person, and the fact was verified by the elders from Yinyang Cave Heaven. After all, besides Chu Huashang, there were also 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who had witnessed the incident, so there was no way the information was wrong. Heh, he's not in the 5th order. The man grinned, that guy is in the 6th order. No way. Xianxia shot him a glare, did you intercept the wrong guy? The man shook his head, you sent his image to me, so there was no way I was mistaken. I was shocked when I traded moves with him just now. I almost suffered a loss at his hands. The power he had showcased was definitely not in the 5th order. Although I didn't use my full strength, he was still able to force a draw. That could only mean that he's in the 6th order Open Heaven realm. How is that possible? Xianxia was astounded. According to the information she had obtained, Yang Kai was supposed to be in the 5th order Open Heaven realm. It had only been 2 years since he achieved his ascension, so there was no way he could go from the 5th order to the 6th order in such a short time. No one in the world could achieve that. The only possibility was that he had ascended to the 6th order instead of the 5th order at that time. However, that was also impossible. Chu Huashang might conceal the truth for Yang Kai, but there was no way the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters at the scene were mistaken. Isn't this for the best? The man grinned, although there's only a difference of 1 order, the gap in real strength is enormous. I was initially worried that he would suffer a setback in the Dao Theory Assembly, but now it seems that he has a chance to come out the winner. Although a 5th order Open Heaven Realm Master is fairly powerful, such a person is too weak compared to the people who are going to join the Dao Theory Assembly. After giving it a thought, Xianxia realized that he was right and nodded gently, it's indeed a pleasant surprise. Since we've given him a test, we should return to the sect now. Let's go, the man said and charged forward, followed by Xianxia. Yinyang Cave Heaven was going to hold a Dao Theory Assembly to select a husband for the core disciple Chu Huashang, and they had sent out invitations to many great forces across the 3,000 worlds. Since the event was just around the corner, many flight-type artifacts could be seen heading to Yinyang territory from different great territories. As Yang Kai flew forward, he could see flight-type artifacts of different shapes and sizes rushing towards Yinyang territory. It was the first time Yang Kai was visiting the headquarters of a cave heaven, and he was extremely curious about it. He wanted to see the heritage of one of the top great forces in the 3,000 worlds for himself, so he could understand the difference between Void Land and them. 1 month later, he arrived at a place that was 2 great territories away from Yinyang territory. He could also see more flight-type artifacts as he continued moving forward. Yinyang Cave Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens, which was why it was famous. Since the disciples from those second-class great forces wanted to marry a beautiful lady and form a relationship with Yinyang Cave Heaven, it would be worthwhile even if there were some sacrifices. Therefore, many of the people on the ships were in the 4th order, the 5th order, and even the 6th order. After all, weaker cultivators had no right to take part in the assembly. 2 figures had been tailing Yang Kai. They were Xianxia and the burly man, who were both from Yinyang Cave Heaven. At this moment, Xianxia finally believed her partner's words. Yang Kai must have been in the 6th order Open Heaven realm. After all, given their cultivation, they still hadn't managed to close the gap with Yang Kai despite chasing him at full speed for an entire month. A 5th order Open Heaven realm master could never fly as fast as he did. Both of them attempted to surpass Yang Kai, but rather than getting ahead of him, he actually got further away from them instead. They initially could see his figure from afar, but now he was already out of their sight. Just when they were about to enter Yinyang territory, Xianxia's expression changed as she fished out a communication bead and had a look. Then, she stopped in her tracks and said through clenched teeth, "Despicable." What happened? The man was perplexed as he stopped and looked at her. See for yourself. Xianxia passed the communication bead to the man, who took it and had a look. Soon, he sported a dark expression as he said, "They dare do such a thing?" Xianxia snorted, "They're not willing to let any of their 6th order disciples marry into our sect, so they're using dirty tricks to filter out any potential opponents. Shameless. Has the sect master said anything?" The man asked in a grim voice. "I have no idea. Let's find out more details first." Xianxia shook her head, then took back the communication bead and sent out a message before the pair waited on the spot for a response. A while later, two figures rushed towards them from afar and landed in front of them. As they cupped their fists, they saluted, "Greetings, martial uncle, martial aunt." There were one man and one woman who were both in the fourth order open heaven realm. They appeared intimate, so they were obviously a couple. It was the norm in Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Once they found suitable partners and got married, they would go everywhere together. "How's the situation now?" Xianxia cut to the chase and asked. The fourth order open heaven realm man replied, "All the territory gates leading to Yin Yang territory have been cordoned off, and all the ships have to be inspected before they're allowed to pass. Whenever they discover a sixth order open heaven realm master, they immediately challenge him." "What great forces are participating in this blockade?" Xianxia asked. The man then listed more than 10 cave heavens and paradises, after which he said, "Those are the great forces that have sent their disciples to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly." Xianxia snorted, "Seems they've thoroughly thought this out." The Tao Theory Assembly was meant to select a husband for Chu Huashang, with its winner being able to marry her. No high-rank open heaven realm master would take part in such an assembly, and the fourth order was just the threshold. Supposedly, only a sixth order open heaven realm master would stand a chance to be the winner. Regardless of who the person was, he wouldn't have a right to fight for the first place if he wasn't in the sixth order open heaven realm. Nevertheless, even sixth order open heaven realm masters were valuable to those cave heavens and paradises, so they were not willing to let a disciple marry into Yin Yang Cave Heaven. They would only allow fifth order open heaven realm masters to do that. As such, in order to prevent their own disciples from confronting any sixth order open heaven realm masters in the Tao Theory Assembly, these dozen or so cave heavens and paradises joined forces and cordoned off the territory gates around Yin Yang territory. Once they discovered any foreign sixth order open heaven realm masters, they would chase them away. By doing so, they could ensure that the most powerful cultivators who could participate in the Tao Theory Assembly were only in the fifth order, which would ease the burden of their own disciples when they joined the competition. Regardless of who the winner would be, their great force would only lose one fifth order open heaven realm master. "Has the sect master said anything?" Xianxia asked with a solemn expression. The disciple replied, "Sect master has had a discussion with the representatives of those great forces, however, they haven't really crossed any line as they never killed anyone or forced any participants away. Instead, they'd send sixth order open heaven realm masters to exchange moves with the other party so that those people would admit defeat and leave. Since that is the case, sect master can't really say anything." Xianxia said through clenched teeth, "Exchange moves? How could outside sixth order masters be comparable to their own? Why don't they chase the fifth order open heaven realm masters away as well? By then, only fourth order open heaven realm masters will take part in the assembly, which is even better for them." The disciple remarked meekly, "Perhaps they want to protect their reputations? They have already humiliated themselves, so why bother?" Xianxia was infuriated. The burly man hunched his back as the situation was giving him a headache. If only fifth order open heaven realm masters were going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, it would turn into one big joke. Would they really have to allow Chu Huashang to marry a mere fifth order open heaven realm master? Chu Huashang was a core disciple from Yin Yang Cave Heaven, so she was one of the candidates that might succeed the sect master's position. They were holding a Tao Theory Assembly to select a husband for her because they were under pressure, and it was already against her will. If they couldn't even find her a husband that would somewhat match her capabilities, Yin Yang Cave Heaven would be humiliated. However, now, a dozen or so cave heavens and paradises had joined forces to cordon off the territory gates around Yin Yang territory, and no outside sixth order open heaven realm masters were allowed to enter to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. If this went on, only fifth order open heaven realm masters would be able to participate, which was what those great forces were trying to achieve. Xianxia ground her teeth with fury, but there was nothing she could do. Just like what the fourth order open heaven realm master had said, those great forces hadn't really crossed any lines as they never forcefully chased the participants away. Instead, they sent powerful disciples to exchange pointers with them and make them back down. How were those from Yin Yang Cave Heaven supposed to interfere? The man with dreadlocks darted his gaze around before his eyes brightened. He looked in a particular direction and said, "Isn't there a sixth order open heaven realm master who can enter, junior sister?" Xianxia's expression changed when she heard that. Senior brother, you mean, the man grinned, if he can safely enter the sect and take part in the Dao Theory Assembly, the efforts of those great forces will all go down the drain. Xianxia's eyes lit up. You have a point, senior brother. If Yang Kai, a sixth-order open heaven realm master, showed up in the Dao Theory Assembly, he would be able to turn the entire situation upside down. According to the plan of those cave heavens and paradises, only fifth-order open heaven realm masters would be allowed to join the Dao Theory Assembly, and eventually only a fifth-order open heaven realm master would fight for first place. The heritages of the fifth-order open heaven realm masters from those cave heavens and paradises were naturally superior to outsiders. If nothing unexpected happened, the winner would be from one of their forces, and he would marry Chu Huashang. Regardless of who the winner would be, it was an agreement between those cave heavens and paradises. However, if a sixth-order open heaven realm master suddenly showed up, their plan would be ruined. Although those fifth-order open heaven realm masters were from the cave heavens and paradises, they still didn't have a right to fight with a sixth-order open heaven realm master. By then, in order to protect their reputation or for some other reasons, those cave heavens and paradises would have to send stronger disciples to participate in the assembly. Those fifth-order open heaven realm masters would be too weak, and only sixth-order open heaven realm masters could hope to fight for first place. Therefore, the most important task for them now was to ensure that Yang Kai could enter Yinyang territory to take part in the Dao Theory Assembly. Considering all this, Xianxia suddenly exclaimed with a changed expression, "Oh, no. That guy is not aware of what's going on. If he reveals his cultivation in advance, he will be barred from entry. It will be terrible when that happens." The man realized the severity of the matter as well, so he quickly looked in the territory gate's direction and yelled, "Let's go." After he finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light and shot towards the territory gate, followed by Xianxia. Meanwhile, on a deserted spirit province that was several hundred kilometers away from the territory gate stood Yang Kai as he placed his palm over his brow and gazed forward, tutaying as he muttered, "What's going on?" He initially intended to enter Yinyang Cave Heaven directly to look for Chu Huashang and find out about her intentions before coming up with any solution. However, before he even entered Yinyang territory, he saw a ship belonging to Myriad Demon's Heaven anchored just outside the territory gate. The ship looked huge and magnificent, so there should be many powerful cultivators on board. Among the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises, Yang Kai was wariest of Myriad Demon's Heaven. This couldn't be helped, as his demon eye of annihilation and black purgatory eye came from the aforementioned great force. Tijing had said that those were the two core secret techniques from Myriad Demon's Heaven that were never taught to outsiders. Only the disciples with the best aptitude from Myriad Demon's Heaven were allowed to cultivate these two techniques. When they were in the shattered Heaven Star City back then, Tijing could easily find out that Yang Kai had learned these two secret techniques. However, Zhu Jiuyin was around at that time, so Tijing couldn't make a move. After that, Yang Kai headed to the Shadowless Cave Heaven, and this matter was put down. Tijing probably believed that Yang Kai would never be able to leave the Shadowless Cave Heaven, so he stopped pursuing this matter. However, Yang Kai had managed to escape in the end. If he came across Tijing now, the latter might want to snatch his eyes from him. That man was a seventh-order open heaven realm master, so Yang Kai didn't think he could defeat him. After all, the demon eye of annihilation and black purgatory eye were the best-kept secret techniques of Myriad Demon's Heaven. If word got out that Yang Kai had learned both these techniques, they would definitely have a reason to kill him. Furthermore, those from Myriad Demon's Heaven had repeatedly attempted to suppress him previously, therefore, as soon as Yang Kai saw their ship, he stopped in his tracks. He had no idea who was aboard the ship, but it would be terrible if Tijing was present. After having a look at the universe chart, Yang Kai unfortunately realized that if he headed to another great territory now, it would take him at least a month to arrive at Yinyang Cave Heaven. There wasn't enough time for him to do that. This was giving him a headache. While he wasn't sure what to do, he saw two rays of light charging forward from the corner of his eye. As he turned and looked intently at them, his expression soon changed and he waved his hand and called out, "Senior Sister Sue." The rays of light paused for a moment, then changed their direction and headed to the shattered spirit province. A moment later, they landed before him and revealed their figures. Yang Kai wasn't sure if it was his imagination, But he thought he saw Xianxia heaving a sigh of relief upon seeing him again. When he saw the man with dreadlocks beside her though, he exclaimed, "It's you. Oh, little brother, we meet again." The man put on a frank smile. "What a coincidence." Xianxia pretended to know nothing as she asked, "You two know each other?" The man replied, "There was a misunderstanding between this little brother and me some time ago, leading to a brief exchange of fists." "You know this little brother, junior sister Sue?" With a dispassionate expression, Xianxia said, "He's the Lord of Voidland, Xianxia." The man instantly appeared surprised. "You're the person who helped junior sister Chu ascend to the open heaven realm?" "Junior sister Chu?" Xianxia was shocked. "What's your name, senior brother?" The man grinned proudly, "Yinyang Cave Heaven, Qing Kuwei." Xianxia was astounded. "Since you're from Yinyang Cave Heaven, why did you?" He was curious about why Qing Kuwei appeared outside of Void territory some time ago, as the latter seemed to be chasing after someone. Qing Kuwei immediately cut him off by patting his shoulder, like they were close friends. "I suppose we can be considered friends after a fight. I had heard about you before, but I never expected that I couldn't recognize you when I finally met you." Ha ha ha. A moment later, he stopped laughing and asked, "Are you here to join the Tao Theory Assembly, junior brother?" After a bit of hesitation, Xianxia bowed his head. "Well, I think so." "What do you mean you think so?" Qing Kuei shot him a glare. "Since you're going to take part in the assembly, why are you staying here instead of going in directly?" Xianxia didn't know what to say, so he told a small lie. "I was tired from rushing all the way here, so I decided to get some rest before heading inside. It never crossed my mind that I'd bump into you two here." Xianxia took a glance at the territory gate, and despite knowing what was going on, she wouldn't expose Xianxia, so she just nodded. "Since we're heading in the same direction, let's go together." Xianxia frowned upon hearing that. Just when he was about to speak, Qing Kuei directly took his arm and cut him off. "Let's go. The Tao Theory Assembly is just around the corner. We should go back and get prepared." The man was a sixth-order open heaven realm master with immense strength, so Xianxia could only allow himself to be lugged away with a wry smile on his face. However, he secretly decided that if anything went wrong later, he would immediately flee. While they were moving forward, Xianxia suddenly spoke to him via divine sense. "Junior brother Yang, regardless of what happens later, don't make a move. I'll handle everything." Xianxia looked up at her as he wondered why she was telling him this. Soon, they arrived at the territory gate. There were some figures standing on the deck of the nearby ship as they looked at the three of them in silence. Xianxia focused and gazed back intently at them. Fortunately, he didn't see Tijing or detected any dangerous auras. Since he was now a sixth-order open heaven realm master, only high-rank open heaven realm masters could make him feel threatened. However, high-rank open heaven realm masters were noble beings, and they would rarely leave their sex. Therefore, there were probably no high-rank open heaven realm masters on this vessel. "It's you, Elder Su, Elder Qing." An elderly man on the deck cupped his fist with a smile. In the cave heavens and paradises, sixth-order open heaven realm masters were already able to take up the position of outer elders, while the seventh-order open heaven realm masters would be inner elders. Xianxia and Qing Kuei were undoubtedly the outer elders of Yinyang Cave Heaven. The two of them wore obviously displeased expressions. Since the territory gate leading to their own sect was being blocked, they were naturally upset. They could be considered polite since they were not openly cursing the people on this ship, so there was no need for them to show any further respect. The elderly man was aware that they were resentful, so he wasn't mad at them as he replied with a smile, "Where were the two of you?" While Qing Kuei was warm and friendly with Xianxia, he was impassive to the elderly man and snorted, "We belong to Yinyang Cave Heaven, why should we tell you where we were?" The elderly man chuckled as he didn't mind it. Then, his gaze fell upon Xianxia as he said hesitantly, "This little brother looks familiar. What's your name?" Xianxia gazed dispassionately at the man without intending to reply. Since Qing Kuei was so impolite, it meant that the elderly man was only a sixth-order open heaven realm master at most. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. "Xianxia? It's you." A young man beside the elderly man suddenly stepped forward and glared at Xianxia. The fact that someone from the ship knew him surprised Xianxia. As he looked over, he couldn't help muttering, "Pei Wen Xian?" He came across this guy when they were in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, he and Chu Huashang were trying to comprehend the grand evolution immortal blood light scripture together, and Pei Wenxian was one step ahead of them. After that, Black Crow Divine Monarch seized Zhou Yi's body and was reborn, after which he attempted to silence all the witnesses. While fleeing, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang pulled a little trick on Pei Wenxian that almost killed him. The grudges between them were formed during that time. You ascended to the open heaven realm? Yang Kai's gaze flashed. Pei Wenxian was only in the half-step open heaven realm when they were in the blood monster cave heaven, but now, just like Yang Kai, he was also an open heaven realm master. Although it was hard to tell what order he was, given his heritage and the fact that he was from Myriad Demons Heaven, he should have reached the sixth order open heaven realm directly. Haven't you ascended to the open heaven realm as well? Pei Wenxian sneered as he looked at Yang Kai in a condescending manner. A puny fifth order trash. Your strength doesn't match your sky-high ambitions at all. What a joke. Pei Wenxian's aura was restrained, so it was apparent that it had been some time since he ascended to the sixth order open heaven realm. Since the heritage of his small universe was stable, Yang Kai was unable to immediately identify its order. In the same way, Pei Wenxian couldn't sense Yang Kai's order. After Yang Kai's return from the shadowless cave heaven, he subsequently destroyed Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province. Therefore, the old ancestor of Boundless Altar and Li Luo Shui, who had fled from Golden Rainbow Province, were aware of Yang Kai's true strength. However, Li Luo Shui was probably hiding somewhere to recuperate while the old ancestor of Boundless Altar had suffered a setback because of Yang Kai and lost his sect, which had been in existence for several tens of thousands of years, so he would smack his own face by going around telling others about it. According to the information gathered by the cave heavens and paradises, Yang Kai had only ascended to the fifth order outside the shadowless cave heaven, which explained Pei Wenxian's words. Even Suing Shui and Qin Kuei initially thought that Yang Kai was just a fifth order open heaven realm master. You're pretty lucky to have escaped from this shadowless cave heaven. Pei Wenxian snorted. He had heard that no one had ever left the shadowless cave heaven once they fell into it, therefore, it surprised him that Yang Kai eventually managed to leave that place. Yang Kai just snickered without responding to him. On the other hand, the elderly man from Myriad Demons Heaven sported a dark expression. You're the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai? It's no wonder this old master finds you familiar. Earlier, he felt that he had seen the young man before, but it was obvious to him now that he had seen Yang Kai's image previously, not the real person. Yang Kai shot him a dispassionate glance. That's right. This king is the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai. What of it? The elderly man said in a grim voice, I'll ask you a question. What happened to Elder Tijing outside of the shadowless cave heaven? Why did he pass away all of a sudden? A startled Yang Kai asked, Tijing is dead? You weren't aware of it? Yang Kai turned to look at Suing Shui and inquired, Senior Sister Su, is he being serious? Tijing was a high-rank open heaven realm master from Myriad Demons Heaven. If he had really passed away, the news would have been spread around, hence, Suing Shui should be aware of it. Suing Shui nodded, he's indeed dead. I heard that his life lamp in Myriad Demons Heaven has also gone out. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was flabbergasted. Why had a high-rank open heaven realm master lost his life all of a sudden? He had witnessed Tijing's power with his own eyes. Tijing was someone who could use a divine manifestation, so he was different from the average seventh order master. Although he was severely injured by Zhu Jiuyin, there was no way he would lose his life so easily as he was still fine when Yang Kai entered the shadowless cave heaven. This wasn't a trivial matter, as a high-rank open heaven realm master from a cave heaven had fallen. With that said, it was good news for Yang Kai. Tijing was aware that he cultivated the demon eye of annihilation and black purgatory eye. Yang Kai was initially wary of him, so upon learning that Tijing was dead, he reckoned that he could keep this secret for a while longer. Then, he gazed at the elderly man and asked, when did that happen? Are you really not aware of it? The elderly stared fixedly at Yang Kai as though he was trying to look deep into his mind. Yang Kai shook his head, I just found out about it now. The elderly man examined Yang Kai's expression but couldn't find anything off about it, as though the latter was really surprised to learn of Tijing's death. Then, he scoffed, Elder Tijing lost his life in the shattered heaven. We're unable to figure out the exact time, but it supposedly happened around the time when he met you. Yang Kai said, when I entered the shadowless cave heaven, even though Tijing was severely wounded, he wasn't at risk of losing his life. You can ask the other 3 masters who were there about it. As for what happened after, I have no idea. He secretly thought that Zhu Jiuyin might have killed Tijing. After all, she was the only one at the place who was capable of killing a high-rank open heaven realm master. However, given her temperament, she probably wouldn't do such a thing. Tijing represented Myriad Demons Heaven, and if she really killed him, she would have to go up against the entire Myriad Demons Heaven. Although Zhu Jiuyin was a powerful divine spirit, she wasn't so foolish. Furthermore, upon Yang Kai's return, she had never mentioned it, so she apparently wasn't the murderer. The elderly man from Myriad Demons Heaven frowned. Yang Kai's words were the same as the information they had gathered. At that time, Yang Kai was forced to ascend to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, after which he immediately dove into the shadowless cave heaven. Then, the 4 high-rank cultivators parted ways, and no one knew what happened next. As an idea flashed through Yang Kai's mind, he said, if you want to investigate this matter, you can try to look for Black Crow Divine Monarch. He might have something to do with it. Assuming that Tijing wasn't killed by Zhu Jiuyin, this matter might have something to do with Black Crow. After all, that guy was a former divine monarch who had been reborn through seizing another's body, and he had many tricks up his sleeves. A wounded Tijing might not be able to defeat him. As for whether it was the truth, it was none of Yang Kai's business. He held some grudges against Black Crow, so he reckoned that he would just let those from Myriad Demons Heaven deal with him. We definitely will hunt Black Crow down. As for whether you've spoken the truth, come with this old master to see Elder Shui first. Upon finishing his words, the elderly man extended his hand towards Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could make a move, Qing Kuei directly pushed out his fist. As their world forces clashed, Qing Kuei and the elderly man staggered backwards. What is the meaning of this, Elder Qing? The elderly man stabilized himself and sported a dark expression. Qing Kuei snorted coldly, I should be the one asking you that question. Sect Master Yang is our guest who is going to take part in the Dao Theory Assembly, yet you've already made a move before we invite him inside. Do you have no regard for Yinyang Cave Heaven at all? The elderly man said in a grim voice, it's not so serious, Elder Qing. However, this person might have something to do with the death of an elder from my sect, so this old master cannot be negligent. I have to bring him to see Elder Shui in order to look into the matter. A defiant Qing Kuei snapped, I don't care what has happened in your Myriad Demons Heaven. Since Sect Master Yang has come all the way here to take part in the Dao Theory Assembly, he's our guest, and no one can do anything to him, otherwise, don't blame this Qing for being impolite. The elderly man furrowed his brows. Just when he was about to say something, Pei Wenxian suddenly spoke to him in secret. After giving it a thought, the elderly man finally relented as he nodded, you have a point, Elder Qing. This old master was too hasty just now. They were already in the wrong as they were here trying to intercept all 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had come to participate in the Dao Theory Assembly. If they still forcefully made a move on Yang Kai, a battle would surely be ignited. The elderly man wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility when that happened. Since Yang Kai was going to take part in the Dao Theory Assembly, they could just teach him a lesson then. If there's nothing else, make way now. Why are you all blocking our entrance like dogs before our door? Qing Kuei waved his hand impatiently. Those from Myriad Demons Heaven were infuriated upon hearing that, but they were not in any place to refute Qing Kuei, so they could only hold their fury in. Following that, Qing Kuei and Suing Shui hovered on Yang Kai's sides as they flew towards the territory gate. The Dao Theory Assembly is a great event. I hope you'll have fun. As they brushed past each other, Pei Wenxian suddenly flashed a meaningful grin at Yang Kai. Yang Kai shot him a glance and grinned, I hope you all will have fun as well. The next instant, the world around him started spinning as the space contorted. When he came to his senses, he was already in Yinyang territory. This was the headquarters of Yinyang Cave Heaven as well as their foundation that had been accumulated over countless years. Yang Kai couldn't help but scan his surroundings, but there was nothing interesting as the view in the void was the same as always. As such, he just moved forward alongside Suing Shui and Qing Kuei. Soon however, he realized that this great territory was different from others. There were many universe worlds in this place, and every one of them was filled with ample world energy and could accommodate trillions of lives. These universe worlds were all under the control of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, and these innumerable lives could infuse new blood into the great force at any moment to ensure the continuation of their inheritance. Besides the universe worlds, there were also many spirit provinces along the way. Some cultivators could be seen moving around on these spirit provinces, which came in all different shapes and sizes. The big ones were as large as void land while the small ones were only several hundred square kilometers. There were a lot of strange-looking plants on many spirit provinces and cultivators could be seen tending to them. Yang Kai tooted as he moved forward, thinking that the heritage of a cave heaven was truly incredible. The entire great territory seemed to have been born solely for Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. There were so many living in those universe worlds that there would never be a lack of future disciples with exceptional aptitude, and the numerous spirit provinces used for various gardens and mines could provide an endless stream of cultivation resources. Although Voidland was pretty amazing now, it was still far behind Yin-Yang Cave Heaven in terms of heritage. Despite having a prospering star city now, it would take Voidland a painfully long time to achieve this kind of scale and heritage. The disciples from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven would patrol around the place, and when they saw Qing Kuei and Xianxia, they would immediately salute. After flying for a few days, Yang Kai finally saw a large group of spirit provinces that were closely connected. There were about 100 spirit provinces of different sizes that looked like islands on the ocean, hovered in the void. The spirit province in the center was so large that Yang Kai could clearly sense its horrifying heritage even from afar. Its world force was unbelievably ample, and it wasn't hard to imagine that countless open heaven realm masters had passed away on it. After their death, their world forces were absorbed by the spirit province to enrich the heritage of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. This was the true Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. What Yang Kai had seen along the way was just the peripheral foundation of the great force. He let out a sigh of admiration, thinking that when Void Land achieved this scale one day, it would also stand at the peak of the 3,000 worlds. He followed Xianxia and Qing Kuei to charge towards the largest spirit province. Soon, he penetrated layers of cloud, whereupon the amazingly pure world energy came right at him from all directions. Yang Kai's expression changed as he thought the disciples from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven could rapidly increase their strength much more rapidly since they were cultivating in such an environment. Raising his head, he could see that the spirit province was truly magnificent and diversified. Buildings of various styles had been erected everywhere, and there were many exotic beasts wandering around on the mountains as they looked up and howled. All of these sights dazzled Yang Kai. He could even faintly feel that many of the exotic beasts had the bloodlines of divine spirits. Although these bloodlines were quite diluted, these exotic beasts would grow to be powerful should they attain some opportunities in their cultivation along the way. Xianxia and Qing Kuei led Yang Kai to forward while Qing Kuei hospitably told him some general information about Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai repeatedly nodded as he listened to him. A moment later, they arrived at a detached building where there was a pretty-looking female disciple who greeted them. Since she was just an Emperor Realm cultivator, she was supposed to be a maidservant in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. The maidservant saluted Xianxia and Qing Kuei before uttering softly, "Greetings, elders." Xianxia nodded gently, then turned to look at Yang Kai. "The Tao Theory Assembly is still half a month away, so you'd better get some rest here. When the time comes, someone will inform you how to take part in the assembly." Qing Kuei landed a forceful slap on the other man's shoulder. "You have my best wishes, junior brother Yang." He seemed to have high hopes in Yang Kai. An embarrassed Yang Kai quickly replied, "Senior sister Su, senior brother Qing, I'm worried there's a misunderstanding here. I'm not here to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly." Xianxia and Qing Kuei were startled. "What do you mean? Why have you come all the way here if you're not going to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly?" Xianxia asked with a frown. Yang Kai replied following a sigh, "This matter has something to do with me after all. Since I'm aware of that, I have to come over to have a look. Where's senior sister Chu now? Can I see her?" Xianxia stared fixedly at him with a furious expression while Qing Kuei hurriedly said, "It's not convenient for junior sister Chu to meet anyone now. Please stay here for the moment, junior brother Yang. We can talk about it at a later time." Then, he sent a signal to the maidservant, who then extended her hand and said, "This way please, sir. We'll take our leave now since we have other matters to attend to." I'll visit you again soon. Qin Kuei patted the other man's shoulder, then released his power to engulf Xianxia and shot into the sky. Yang Kai was about to say something when they abruptly left. After the two of them were out of sight, he followed the maidservant to enter the building and get some rest. How could he say he's not going to take part in the Dao Theory Assembly when he's already here? Xianxia was incensed. In that case, the plan of those great forces will succeed. By then, Chuer will have to marry a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Perhaps the winner will be some worn-out old man. Qin Kuei grinned. Just like what you've said, he's already here. Do you think he can refuse to participate in the Dao Theory Assembly? Xianxia gazed at him with vigilance. What are you trying to do? An innocent-looking Qin Kuei replied, nothing. Let's go. We have to inform Honored Master about it. He must be pretty anxious by now. As they spoke, they dashed towards a certain spirit peak and soon after, landed before a palace. Before they even entered though, they heard a man bellowing, how dare they do that? What a bunch of shameless bastards. Do they even have any regard for Yinyang Cave Heaven? Father here will go out and kill them all now. Following that, some things were heard breaking to pieces. Xianxia and Qin Kuei exchanged glances as they couldn't help but flinch. It wasn't until the noises subsided that they dragged their feet inside. The ground inside the grand hall was a mess and many servants were cleaning things up with stiff expressions. In the center of the hall stood a ferocious-looking man with his hands behind his back. He was clad in a robe embroidered with snake patterns, and he had a golden crown on his head. Presently, he was recklessly releasing his powerful Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm aura, which caused the servants to shudder in fear. The person was none other than Yinyang Cave Heaven Inner Elder, Su Linggong. He was also the honored master of Chu Huashang, Xianxia, and Qin Kuei. Just then, Chu Huashang shuffled forward with a long sword that was even bigger than her in her hands. Upon reaching the man, she lifted the sword and said in a clear voice, "Your sword is here, honored master." "What are you doing?" Su Linggong gazed at her. Chu Huashang batted her eyes and replied, "Didn't you say you were going out to kill them all? Let's go now. I'll cheer for you from behind. Do you think I don't dare to do it?" Su Linggong sported a grim expression and took the longsword and dashed towards the door. "I'm going now. No one can stop me." Qin Kuei and Xianxia sported dark expressions. Following an exchange of glances, they sprinted forward and respectively grabbed Su Linggong's arms. "Calm down, honored master. We can discuss this first. Please don't act on impulse, honored master. It will certainly feel good to kill them now, but that won't solve the problem. Why would you invite trouble to yourself for no results?" The two of them hurriedly dissuaded Su Linggong from acting rashly. As though Su Linggong had just noticed them, he said, "Oh, Suer and Qinger." Xianxia quickly snatched the long sword from her honored master and tossed it at Chu Huashang before glaring at her. In response, Chu Huashang playfully stuck out her tongue. "Please have a seat and drink some tea, honored master." Qin Kuei pulled Su Linggong towards a chair and got him a cup of tea from the side. Su Linggong grunted and took a sip of the tea. All of a sudden, he blew his top again and threw the cup to the ground, which caused it to break into pieces. In a furious voice, he said, "Since you've returned from outside, I suppose you've heard something." Qin Kuei replied with a straight face, "Yes. The territory gates around Yinyang territory have all been cordoned off and all foreign Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were planning to take part in the Dao Theory Assembly were chased away. Only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are being allowed to enter. They've gone too far." Su Linggong pounded his fist against the table. "How can those Fifth Order trash even hope to marry my disciple? Who do they think they are? They should look at themselves in the mirror first." With the longsword in her hands, Chu Huashang said with a nonchalant smile, "I don't mind marrying a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. At that point, I'll bring the person to meet you, and you can just come up with a random reason and kill him. It won't be so bad being a widow." Su Linggong's eyes brightened when he heard that as he gazed at Chu Huashang and said with an elated expression, "You're indeed clever, little girl. How did you even come up with that idea?" Chu Huashang replied, "It's all thanks to your teachings, honored master." Su Linggong guffawed with a proud expression, "Of course it's because of my teachings. My disciples are all intelligent and talented. Qing Kuei and Suing Shui sported helpless expressions. Then, Suing Shui glared at Chu Huashang and said, "How can you make a scene here beside honored master? When you really have to marry a fifth-order open heaven realm master from one of those cave heavens or paradises, you'll spend most of your days crying." Chu Huashang scoffed, "Let's see who will be the one crying in the end." Suing Shui shook her head and gazed at Su Linggong. "Honored master, why has this matter even come to such a point? It isn't like there have never been any disputes or even casualties between the cave heavens and paradises. It's an age-old admonition that the disciples of the cave heavens and paradises must not fight against each other, but everyone knows that conflicts still happen. Why is Chuer getting this kind of punishment?" Upon hearing that, Su Linggong sighed. "There are indeed some conflicts between the cave heavens and paradises, and it's true that there have been casualties as a result. However, those were just internal struggles among the cave heavens and paradises. But now, Chuer has made a mistake for an outsider. Moreover, that brat attempted to directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm, which broke the taboo." Qing Kuei and Suing Shui frowned. Given their powers and statuses, they were aware of some secrets that were not known to most people. As they recalled the stories of the carnage of many years ago, they could faintly grasp the severity of the matter. The cave heavens and paradises were trying to make their stance clear. They would never allow anyone to directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm, and this incident could serve as a warning to all other cultivators of that determination. If an event like this ever happened again, the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises should know what to do and remember which side to take. Yinyang Cave Heaven is one of the 36 cave heavens, so while we can resist a certain amount of pressure, Chuer will have to suffer some punishment, Su Linggong sighed. Then, his expression turned furious all of a sudden. "However, those old bastards are too shameless. How can they pull such a dirty trick just because they aren't willing to let a sixth-order disciple get married into our sect?" Qing Kuei and Suing Shui traded glances, then the former said, "We have a potential solution to that, honored master." Su Linggong gaped at him and asked, "What solution do you have?" Qing Kuei replied, "I reckon that the person who has caused all this will have to solve this problem as well." Su Linggong became startled for a moment. "Are you talking about that young Kai?" Then, he became vexed. "I'm still mad at that brat. If I ever see him, I'll kill him with my sword. It's because of that thief that Chuer's happiness is ruined." Well. Honored master, Qing Kuei appeared hesitant. Su Linggong shot him a glare. "Stop stuttering like a woman and speak up. To be honest with you, honored master, Yang Kai has arrived in Yinyang Cave Heaven. He's currently resting in Riverside House now," Qing Kuei said meekly. Su Linggong became startled for a moment before he stood straight up and bellowed, "Father here will go hack him to death now." When he attempted to take his sword though, Chu Huashang hugged it tightly and shook her head at him. "Let go!" Su Linggong yelled. "No." Chu Huashang repeatedly shook her head. "Are you trying to go against me, little girl?" Su Linggong was incensed. "If you want to hack him to death, you'll have to kill me first." Chu Huashang extended her fair neck and presented her head to Su Linggong, who then pushed her away. "Why would I kill you? Father here only wants to hack him to death. How did that little bastard have the nerve to come to Yinyang Cave Heaven? It does save me the trouble since he is already here though. Today, father will end his life." As a commotion broke out, the hall descended into chaos. Qing Kuei and Suing Shui hurriedly went over to placate Su Linggong and eventually made him sit down again, though they were now drenched in sweat, feeling exhausted. "Honored master, Yang Kai is in fact in the sixth-order open heaven realm, not the fifth order," Qing Kuei quickly reported as he was worried that any further delay would result in more chaos. "So what if he's in the sixth order?" "As a seventh-order open heaven realm master, I can kill him easily," Su Linggong scoffed. On the other hand, Chu Huashang was astonished. "Impossible. I saw junior brother Yang ascend to the fifth order. He refined a fifth-ordering element treasure, I'm sure of it. How could he be in the sixth order now?" Qing Kuei replied, "I have no idea, however, I tested him, and I can confirm that he's indeed in the sixth order." Suing Shui nodded, "He's indeed in the sixth order." Chu Huashang appeared astounded. She was there when Yang Kai ascended to the open heaven realm, so she had witnessed the entire process. He was just a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master at that time, so how did he become a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now? She estimated that it had only been 2 years since they parted ways. In such a short time, it was already difficult for a new Open Heaven Realm Master to solidify their cultivation, let alone ascend to the next order. He's in the 6th Order? Su Linggong finally came to his senses as he arched his brow with joy. Ha ha ha. Good. Since he's a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, I'll not kill him for now. Tell him to do his best in the Tao Theory Assembly. Regardless of whether he wins or not, I'll give him some benefits once it's over. He was truly ecstatic. Those shameless people had cordoned off the territory gates around Yinyang territory and forced 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to leave, allowing only cultivators below the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. They were doing it because they wanted to make sure that only 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would eventually have the chance to fight for first place, and thus, they would only have to lose a 5th Order disciple to Yinyang Heaven. However, if there was even a single 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who joined the assembly all of a sudden, the plans of those great forces would fall apart. By then, they would have to use a different tactic. Whether it was for the reputation of their own sects or some other reasons, they would have to let 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters participate in the event, and Yinyang Cave Heaven would be saved from any embarrassment. Su Linggong didn't expect Yang Kai to be the winner. Regardless of the reason why Yang Kai had become a 6th Order cultivator, it had been too short a time since his ascension. After all, in the Open Heaven realm, time was vital for a cultivator to grow more powerful. Although Yang Kai had somehow become a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he didn't have enough time to accumulate more heritage in his small universe, therefore, he should be no match for those who broke through to the 6th Order hundreds or even thousands of years ago. It was true that since Yang Kai had caused all this, he should also be the one to solve the problem. Considering all this, Su Linggong's resentment against Yang Kai subsided slightly. How many people are aware of this secret? He then asked. Qin Kuei replied, no one else other than junior sister Su and I. That was the reason he could easily enter Yinyang Cave Heaven. Those from Myriad Demons Heaven also believed that he was only a 5th Order Master, so they let him through the territory gate without giving him too much of a hard time. Su Linggong's lips curved into a devious smile. It's not a good idea that no one else is aware of it. We'd better make some noises and let everyone know that he has ascended to the 6th Order. That will be much more interesting. If no one knew that Yang Kai had ascended to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, the great forces who took part in the Tao Theory Assembly wouldn't send 6th Order Masters to join the competition. In that case, Yang Kai would be able to win the first place easily. Honored Master. Chu Huashang glared at him, what are you trying to do? Su Linggong stared back at her, how can you shout at me? Where are your manners? Chu Huashang ignored his warning and continued glaring at him. Since no one is aware of Junior Brother Yang's true power, he would be able to surprise all of them when the time comes. Isn't that a good idea? What do you mean a good idea? Su Linggong realized that his eyes were starting to become sore, and it wasn't very intimidating since his eyes were smaller than those of Chu Huashang, so he decided to give up and looked away. You've ended up in such a state because of that brat. Father here has already been magnanimous enough to not settle accounts with him right now, yet you're still siding with him? Do you believe I won't bring my sword to kill him now? I don't care. Chu Huashang said through clenched teeth, if you dare to harm him in any way, what will you do? Su Linggong appeared ferocious. I'll go make cooked rice and shelled peanuts with him. Let's see who will still want to marry me after that. Chu Huashang screamed. Su Linggong parted his lips but couldn't say a word. A moment later, he pounded against the table and snapped, how dare you go against your honored master? Then, he glowered at Qin Kuei and Suing Shui, how did the two of you teach her? Look what kind of a person she has turned out to be. How could she say such shameless things? Qin Kuei and Suing Shui hung their heads low, thinking that it was none of their business. Su Linggong had always doted on Chu Huashang. In the past, they would be reprimanded whenever they tried to discipline the young Chu Huashang, but now that she had grown up to be a willful person, Su Linggong blamed it all on them instead. It frustrates me so. Su Linggong pressed his hand against his chest as though he would soon die of suffocation. An embarrassed Qin Kuei said, "There's another issue that needs to be solved first, honored master." A weakened Su Linggong gazed at him, "Just tell me right away. One day I'll be so vexed that I'll pass away because of the three of you." The corners of Qin Kuei's mouth twitched. Yang Kai said that he's not here to take part in the Dao Theory Assembly, he's just here to look for junior sister Chu. He said that since he's the cause of this incident, he had to come over to discuss it with her. He's not going to participate in the Dao Theory Assembly? Su Linggong instantly became incensed and roared, "Why is he even here if he's not going to take part? Is he just trying to watch a good show? That little bastard must be sick of living." To the side, Chu Huashang said with a happy smile, "Junior brother Yang is indeed a man of integrity." The three of them gazed at her as they were rendered speechless. A while later, Su Linggong suppressed his anger with great difficulty and said grimly, "Regardless of the reason he's here, he has to join the Dao Theory Assembly, otherwise, father will send him to the Yellow Springs personally." Qin Kuei turned solemn, knowing that his honored master was truly incensed. If Yang Kai was still so obstinate, he would end up in a horrible state. Then, Qin Kuei quickly said, "Don't worry, honored master. The assembly is still some time away. Just leave the matter to me. I'll knock some sense into his head and make him take part in it." "Good." Su Linggong nodded gently and tossed a jade slip at him, "Look. These are the candidates that those great forces have sent to join the assembly. Toads lusting after swan meat, the whole lot of them." Qin Kuei took it and infused his divine sense into it, and just like what he had expected, the most powerful candidates were only in the fifth order. There wasn't even a single one in the sixth order. The people who had directly ascended to the fifth order were still fine. After all, they still had the potential to become seventh order open heaven realm masters in the future. Such people could be potential partners for Chu Huashang. However, some of these candidates had apparently reached the fifth order from the third order through years of cultivation, so the fifth order was their limit. How did these old farts have the nerve to join the Dao Theory Assembly? It was no wonder that Su Linggong was infuriated. Meanwhile, only Yang Kai and the maidservant in the Emperor realm were in Riverside House. Yang Kai had repeatedly asked her how he could meet Chu Huashang, but there was nothing the maidservant could do. After all, she was just a lowly maidservant in Yinyang Cave Heaven since her cultivation was too weak, so she couldn't possibly come into contact with Chu Huashang. Since that was the case, Yang Kai could only give up on that idea. After all, he was in the headquarters of Yinyang Cave Heaven, so he couldn't just wander around looking for her. Fortunately, Qin Kuei came to visit the next day and told the maidservant to prepare an ample meal so that he could have a chat with Yang Kai while drinking. After their initial misunderstanding was cleared up, Yang Kai had a good impression of this man. Furthermore, he was Chu Huashang's senior brother, so Yang Kai naturally had to be hospitable to him. After 3 rounds of drink, they naturally became closer. Yang Kai asked him where Chu Huashang was and whether he could meet her, but Qin Kuei changed the subject instead. "Junior brother Yang, why have you come all the way here if you're not going to take part in the Dao Theory Assembly? Do you think junior sister Chu is not good enough for you?" Qin Kuei asked with the wine cup in his hand. Yang Kai straightened up and replied solemnly, "Senior sister Chu's appearance and cultivation are the best of the best in the entire 3,000 worlds. There are few women who could match her in either regard. Certainly, this Yang is fond of her, and I feel extremely lucky to have gained her favor." "Then, why aren't you?" Yang Kai said. "To be honest with you, this Yang already has several wives, so I'm not willing to hold senior sister Chu down." Qin Kuei became startled for a moment, then burst into laughter. "If that's your only concern, you can cast it away now, junior brother Yang. It's normal that a man has several wives. Moreover, Chuer isn't a narrow-minded person. She's known you for quite some time and is fully aware of your situation. Why would you mind it when she doesn't?" "I don't mind it. It's just that, are you worried that you won't be able to explain yourself to your wives?" Qin Kuei teased. "That's not the case." Yang Kai shook his head. "Why are you hesitant then?" Qin Kuei stared fixedly at him. Yang Kai fell silent for a moment, then sighed. "Senior brother Qin, can I see senior sister Chu and ask her what she thinks about it first?" Qin Kuei sipped his wine and shook his head. "Things have come to such a point where what she thinks doesn't matter anymore. The most important thing is how the Dao Theory Assembly will end. Do you really want her to marry an old, worn-out Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master? What do you mean? Why would she marry an old Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Yang Kai was stunned. See for yourself. Qing Kuei fished out a jade slip. What is this? These are the candidates that the great forces have sent to join the Dao Theory Assembly. Yang Kai infused his divine sense into the jade slip and put it down a while later, then said grimly, I've truly wronged her. Qing Kuei said, since you're aware of it, why don't you take part in the Dao Theory Assembly? Yang Kai sighed, can I see senior sister Chu first? Qing Kuei furrowed his brows with displeasure. A while later, he snorted and rose from the chair, that's all I have to say. Just sleep on it. Then, he turned around and left. Yang Kai called out to him, but the latter never responded. While remaining on his seat, he was lost for words. He looked down at the table, thinking that they hadn't finished all the wine. Outside Riverside House, a figure suddenly appeared and gazed at Qing Kuei. She was none other than Xianxia. Qing Kuei shook his head and pointed at his own forehead, he's such an obstinate man. Xianxia's expression turned cold, he has to pay the price for what he has done. I'll teach him a lesson right now. Qing Kuei immediately took her arm, don't go. His will is firm. Unless he is given no other choice, no one will be able to change his mind. Do we just do nothing and let this travesty unfold then? Xianxia asked coldly. Qing Kuei sighed, since there's no other choice, we have to use that move. Xianxia flung his hand away and snorted, you're really a good senior brother to her. Qing Kuei replied meekly, that's the only thing we can do. It's not like we can just watch as Chuer's happiness is destroyed. Sect Master Yang has to join the Dao Theory Assembly no matter what. It's just that Chuer will have to be taken advantage of in order for that to happen. You've already made a move? Xianxia seemed to have realized something. Qing Kuei nodded gently. Although both of them were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, he had still easily pulled a little trick on Yang Kai since the latter was unsuspecting. Certainly, the main reason was that he didn't have any murderous or vicious intent when he made a move, otherwise, Yang Kai would have noticed it. Aren't you worried that things will get out of hand? Xianxia frowned, ordinary people are not able to resist that thing. Qing Kuei scratched his face and said, there shouldn't be a problem as long as we make a move in time. In any case, we still have honored Master as a last resort. If anyone finds out about it, Chuer's reputation will be ruined. Xianxia was worried, many disciples from various great forces have come together in our sect to take part in the Dao Theory Assembly. If, Qing Kuei raised his hand and cut her off, of course we have to be secretive when doing it. I'll make sure that no one will be able to find out, but you don't want Chuer to marry someone only in the Fifth Order, do you? You're also clear about honored Master's stance. Regardless of whether Yang Kai will become the winner, he will have to be the shit stirrer. Xianxia frowned with disdain, why are you so vulgar? Qing Kuei said, I've made a move on Yang Kai, and you'll handle Chuer. Quit being soft-hearted, or else you'll ruin her happiness. Xianxia fell silent and appeared hesitant, clearly not knowing what to do. If she did nothing and let things simply unfold, the Dao Theory Assembly would become a joke, and everyone from Yinyang Cave Heaven would be embarrassed. Moreover, Chu Huashang would never get the happiness she deserved. However, it was difficult for Xianxia to make up her mind to use such a trick on her junior sister even though no harm would be caused. Let me think about it. I have to give it some serious thought, Xianxia muttered under her breath. Qing Kuei nodded, not wanting to pressure her. 3 days later, Yang Kai was cultivating in silence when he heard someone knocking on his door, then the maidservant was heard saying, Elder Qing is here, Sir Yang. Yang Kai hurriedly got to his feet and pushed the door open. Qing Kuei was indeed standing outside the room. Senior brother Qing. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Qing Kuei examined him with displeasure, then said, come with me. Despite not knowing what the other man was trying to do, Yang Kai could only follow him. They left Riverside House and flew off. A while later, Yang Kai asked, where are we going, senior brother Qing? Without turning his head, Qing Kuei replied, didn't you want to see Chuer? I'm bringing you to see her now. Yang Kai was elated upon hearing that, then he hurriedly said, many thanks for granting my request, senior brother Qing. Qing Kuei only snorted in response. An embarrassed Yang Kai fell silent and followed Qin Kuei closely. A while later, they landed on a spirit peak where there was an extensive hollow area in the center that looked like a mountain valley, which was filled with lush greenery and strikingly beautiful flowers. The view was truly spectacular. There were some buildings in the center of the valley and they directly headed towards one particular palace. Qin Kuei turned around and said, "This is Chuer's residence. You'll go in on your own. She's inside now." Yang Kai kept his fist and thanked him before shuffling into the palace. In a certain room inside the palace, Suing Shue's hands were placed on Chu Huashang's as they talked to each other in an intimate manner, as though they were real mother and daughter or a pair of sisters. "You seem tired, senior sister. What's wrong?" Chu Huashang raised her hand and touched the other woman's forehead. Suing Shue forced a smile, "Perhaps I'm just exhausted from all the traveling. But don't worry, I'm fine." Chu Huashang said, "Get some rest since you're so tired, I'll be fine. Why are you looking at me like this, senior sister?" Suing Shue poked the tip of the other woman's nose, "I'm happy that you're all grown up now. Time goes by really quickly. You're now a 6th order open heaven realm master just like me." Chu Huashang giggled and crashed into her embrace. She squirmed for a bit and finally found a position she was most comfortable in. "I've just achieved an ascension, so I'm still far behind you." "It's different." Suing Shue shook her head. "I directly ascended to the 5th order and then rose to the 6th order open heaven realm through hard work. My potential is not comparable to yours." Chu Huashang looked up at her. "When I grow to be powerful one day, I'll protect you and make sure that you won't suffer from any grievances." Suing Shue smiled gently, "I'll be waiting for that day to come." As they spoke, they heard a series of footsteps coming closer. While Suing Shue stiffened, Chu Huashang, who was in her embrace, looked up and became pleasantly surprised. "Junior brother Yang?" Yang Kai appeared embarrassed when he saw that they were being so intimate. "I just walked right in since the door wasn't closed." "Sorry." He quickly stepped backwards and closed the door. Chu Huashang batted her eyes and looked at Suing Shue, then burst into laughter. "He seems to have misunderstood something." Suing Shue poked the other woman's forehead. "What's so funny about it?" "All right, I'll take my leave now. You have a talk with him." Then, she got to her feet and left the place. Upon opening the door, she saw the embarrassed Yang Kai standing outside the room. As she looked at his face and thought about what would soon happen, she became incensed and bellowed, "If you dare to take advantage of Chuer, I'll never let you off." "I wouldn't dare to." Yang Kai bent his back. "Humph." Suing Shue flicked her sleeve, and when she brushed past Yang Kai, she forcefully stepped on his foot. Despite realizing the woman's intentions, Yang Kai didn't dare to dodge, so he could only brace himself then cringe in pain after the fact. Meanwhile, Suing Shue's footsteps faded into the distance. Chu Huashang stuck out her head from the room and beckoned to him, "Come in, junior brother." Yang Kai tottered into the room and instantly caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. He took a glance at the room and realized that the decoration was pretty cozy, which allowed him to relax somewhat. Chu Huashang offered him a seat, then filled a cup with tea for him and smiled with her lips covered. "I'm sorry for the pain you have to suffer, junior brother. Although my senior sister appears to be dispassionate, she's a warm-hearted person." Yang Kai wiggled his toes, which were almost crushed, and said insincerely, "I can see that." After taking the cup of tea she had prepared for him, he asked, "This is your room, right? Should we go to another place to have a chat?" He had never expected that Qin Kuei would bring him to Chu Huashang's bedroom. After all, her reputation would be tarnished if others found out that they stayed in the same room for any reason. "Why should we go to another place? Can't we have a talk in my room? Or, are you worried that I'll do something to you?" Chu Huashang teased as she directly sat across from the man. "Stop teasing me, senior sister." The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He reckoned that he should be at ease since the woman wasn't worried about anything, and they were not going to do anything inappropriate anyway. Across from him, Chu Huashang rested her chin on her palm and looked smilingly at him. "Have you come all the way here to see me, junior brother?" Yang Kai nodded his head with a serious expression. "I heard that the people from your sect are holding a Dao Theory assembly to select a husband for you. It's me who put you in this position, so I had to speak with you." He sighed. A nonchalant Chu Huashang replied, "It's not your fault. It's just that some people are trying to create trouble, and it has nothing to do with you, so don't feel guilty at all. In any case, it's thanks to you that I managed to ascend to the open heaven realm in the first place." An embarrassed Xianxia shook his head. "I didn't help you much." In fact, she had to fall in love with him and then sever ties with him in order to ascend to the open heaven realm. He had indeed done nothing at all, as it was all her own hard work. "You already offered me the best help since I came across you at the most critical moment before my ascension to the open heaven realm and fell in love with you. If it weren't for you, I didn't even know how much longer I would have to wait before I found a suitable person." Xianxia was secretly stunned, as he reckoned that only the disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven would have the nerve to speak so freely about such things. Most women were not so bold. Not willing to dwell on this topic, Xianxia said, "What plans do you have to solve this issue, senior sister?" Chu Huashang replied with a smile, "What plans can I have? I'll just wait for the Dao Theory Assembly to end and marry the winner 100 years later." "Are you really willing to do that?" Xianxia frowned. "As a disciple of a cave heaven, there are many things that are not up to me to decide, so what does it matter if I'm not willing? I've been nurtured by the sect for many years, so now that the sect is in trouble, I have to take up the responsibility and solve the problem. Moreover, I'm indeed the cause of this incident." Her nonchalance made Xianxia feel his chest tightening, as he felt extremely guilty. Then, Chu Huashang gazed at him with her alluring eyes and said, "Why don't you take part in the Dao Theory Assembly and become the winner? Then I'll get to marry you." Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he listened to her bold words and took in her beautiful face that was oh so close. Chu Huashang looked down at his chest and smiled faintly. "Have you fallen for me, junior brother?" In fact, Xianxia had no idea why he was reacting in such a way, as his face was all red now. It wasn't the first time he came into contact with Chu Huashang, and there were moments in the past where they literally clung to one another. However, at this moment, he suddenly found this woman to be irresistibly enchanting. As he listened to her voice and saw her smile, his blood seemed to be boiling and his throat felt dry, causing his heart rate to soar. Quickly drinking down some tea to moisten his throat, he commented, "It feels a little hot here, senior sister." Chu Huashang became startled for a moment, then scanned her surroundings and said gently, "It's indeed a little hot here." She laughed, "I guess I just feel warmth since you're willing to visit me at this point." Xianxia stared fixedly at her and fell into a dazed state. He increasingly felt that the woman in front of him was alluring, and it was extremely hard for him to resist her charm. His mind was filled with lustful thoughts as he gazed greedily at the fair skin that was slightly revealed around her chest and began to feel a little dizzy. "Junior brother," Chu Huashang suddenly muttered with a blushing face. A shocked Xianxia suddenly came to his senses, only to realize that he had grasped the woman's hands at some point, reveling in the soft and delicate feel at his fingertips. Xianxia instinctively became alert, as there was something off about the situation. However, while he was still lost in his thoughts, he realized that the woman before him had also grabbed his hands, and his vigilance instantly vanished into thin air. Presently, there were 3 people outside the valley. One of them was standing while the other 2 were seated with their legs crossed. The one who was standing was Su Linggong, while the people who were seated were Suing Shui and Qing Kuei. At this moment, strange energy fluctuations and a faint white mist could be seen swirling around Qing Kuei and Suing Shui as they continuously formed different hand seals, as though they were using some profound secret technique. Qing Kuei let out a long breath and said through clenched teeth, "That brat is pretty strong-willed and vigilant." He almost shook off the Yang demon's influence. Yin-Yang combined demons was one of the best secret techniques in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. It was a secret technique that only a man and a woman who were in love with one another could cultivate. The man would cultivate a Yang demon while the woman would cultivate a Yin demon. Harsh requirements had to be met before they could cultivate it, and even if they succeeded, the secret technique would become useless if one of them fell out of love. This secret technique had many uses. Not only could it assist the couple when they dual cultivated, increasing the rate of their cultivation, it could also be used as a combined attack technique that would significantly increase their powers when they were faced with an enemy. There was also another auxiliary use of the secret technique, which was what Qing Kuei and Suing Shui were doing. Presently, they were using the Yin demon and the Yang demon that they had nurtured for years to stir up the deepest emotions and magnify the feelings in other people's hearts. At the same time, they were transferring their feelings of attraction and love for one another to the people who were the targets of this secret technique. Qing Kuei and Xianxia had been a couple for many years, and their love for each other was deep and resolute. At this moment, they were using their yin-yang combined demons together to stimulate Yang Kai and Chu Huashang. In other words, the feelings Yang Kai had for Chu Huashang were those of Qing Kuei to Xianxia, not his real sentiment. He was just influenced by the secret technique. It was the same case for Chu Huashang. However, there was a prerequisite for this secret technique to work. The people that the technique was used on had to be at least fond of each other, otherwise, the secret technique would not work. If there was a blood feud between both parties and they were eager to hack each other to death, this secret technique would be completely useless, as trying to amplify non-existent feelings would still result in non-existent feelings. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang had gone through many life and death moments together and supported one another in the grand ancient ruins and blood monster cave heaven, so both of them treasured the relationship they had. They were humans, so there was no way they felt nothing for one another. Regardless of Chu Huashang's feelings for him, Yang Kai's fondness for her was infinitely magnified under the influence of the yin-yang combined demon's secret technique, which was proof that it had worked. Qing Kuei and Xianxia continuously used different hand seals to sustain the effects of the yin-yang combined demons. As time passed, the inside of Chu Huashang's room became more and more heated, and things seemed to be getting out of hand. There came a moment when Qing Kuei suddenly opened his eyes and said, "We should stop now, otherwise, they'll really cross the final line." They needed Yang Kai to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly to turn things around and save Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's face and protect Chu Huashang's happiness. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done such a thing. Naturally, they wouldn't sacrifice Chu Huashang's innocence to achieve that. According to Su Linggong, Yang Kai would just be the shit-stirrer. He didn't expect Yang Kai to come out the winner, but the latter had to take part in the event. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. As he shuffled towards the valley, he sported a ferocious expression and murderous intent swirled around him, as though he was going to kill someone ruthlessly. He was going to catch Yang Kai in the act and make sure that the bastard little boy wouldn't be able to refuse his demand. Qing Kuei and Xianxia exchanged glances and worried that something bad would happen. They hurriedly stopped using their secret technique and raced after their honored master. A moment later, following a loud bang, the door of Chu Huashang's room was kicked open. Despite already expecting it, Su Linggong was still incensed when he saw the sight in the room. Clothes were scattered everywhere on the ground, and there was a sense of intimacy in the air. The curtains around the bed had been untied and presently, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were covered in a quilt as they hid in the corner and shuddered. They gazed at Su Linggong in horror as though they were two kids that had been caught making a big mistake. Not a moment too soon. Su Linggong took a glance around the room and knew that these two young people hadn't managed to do anything, yet. They had only taken off their outer clothes. Certainly, Chu Huashang had already been taken advantage of, but she hadn't lost her purity, otherwise, it would be hard for her to explain herself to the winner of the Tao Theory Assembly. The current situation was the best outcome. "You dare?" Su Linggong bellowed as his fury seemed able to shake the sky. "Sure, I've been your teacher for many years, but I never expected that you'd do such a shameless thing. You disappoint me so." "Honored master." Chu Huashang's teeth chattered as she had never expected things to come to such a point. While she was getting intimate with Yang Kai, her honored master suddenly barged into her room and scared her out of her wits. She instantly felt cold all over her body. "Honored master?" The middle-aged man that had just barged into the room was clad in a robe embroidered with snake patterns, and there was a golden crown on his head. As Yang Kai gazed at the enraged man with surging murderous intent, he had the urge to dig a hole and stick his head into it. It was truly embarrassing that he was caught in bed with Chu Huashang by her honored master. He still hadn't the foggiest idea why he was so impetuous this time. He only intended to have a talk with Chu Huashang, so how did the two of them end up in bed? This wasn't how he would usually act. Fortunately, nothing had happened yet, or else he wouldn't be able to explain himself. "Senior," Yang Kai hurriedly called out. "Enough nonsense. Today you must die." Su Linggong yelled as his murderous intent almost materialized. Following that, he charged towards Yang Kai. Qin Kuei and Xianxia arrived just in time. The former quickly wrapped his arms around the older man's waist and shouted, "Please calm down, honored master. He's the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai. He saved junior sister Chu's life before." Su Linggong exerted more force with his hands in an attempt to push Qin Kuei away, but the latter would never let him go, so he roared, "I don't care who he is. Since he has the guts to take advantage of my disciple, he must die." Qin Kuei said anxiously, "If you kill him, junior sister Chu will be regarded as an unrighteous person forever. Please think twice." "What?" Su Linggong paused for a moment, then bellowed, "Get lost. So what if she'll be regarded as unrighteous? I'll hack him to death first." Qin Kuei thought that this was different from what they had agreed upon. It seemed that his honored master was truly incensed. In order to prevent things from getting out of control, he promptly sent a signal to Xianxia. The two of them immediately latched onto Su Linggong and kept persuading him for a long time before the older man was finally appeased. However, his eyes were still bloodshot, and he was panting as though he was a furious lion. The way he glared at Yang Kai was like he wanted to skin him, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. Yang Kai cowered under the quilt, and even the warm body beside him was unable to melt the coldness he felt. Qin Kuei and Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. They felt exhausted from having to play along with their honored master who seemed to have completely forgotten about their original plan. It was inappropriate that Yang Kai and Chu Huashang remained cuddled together with nothing but a quilt covering them, so Qin Kuei sent Xianxia a signal, who then leaped onto the bed and carried Chu Huashang away, quilt and all. Yang Kai was left on the bed in only his underwear as he looked embarrassed. In an adjacent room, Xianxia put down the quilt and asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Chu Huashang's face was all red as she clenched the quilt and shook her head. She was still reeling from the shock of the fact that she was caught in the act. "Let me have a look." An anxious Xianxia lifted the quilt a little and took a peek below before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Chu Huashang still had her underwear on as she had only taken off her dress. It seemed that they hadn't done anything. "Senior sister, honored master," Xianxia waved her hand, "don't worry. I'll put in a good word for you. I'm sure he won't blame you." A blushing Chu Huashang asked, "I'm worried that he'll harm junior brother Yang. Can you check on them for me?" Xianxia shot her a glare, "How are you still in the mood to be concerned about that little bastard at this point? You should mind your own business first." Back in the bedroom, under Su Linggong's vicious stare, Yang Kai put on his clothes and adjusted his hair. Then, he walked up to the older man and forced a smile as he cupped his fist, "Greetings, senior." Su Linggong directly took a seat on the chair with a stern expression. He examined Yang Kai in a way as though he could peel off the latter's skin with his eyes. Qin Kuei just stood behind Su Linggong, but when he saw how embarrassed Yang Kai looked, he had to try his hardest to suppress his laughter. Seeing that his honored master was not speaking though, he eventually took the initiative to explain, "This is our honored master Su Linggong, one of the inner elders of Yinyang Cave Heaven." "So it is Senior Su. I've heard so much about you," Yang Kai said politely as he secretly scanned the surroundings. He decided that if Su Linggong made a move, he would immediately flee. There was no way he could explain what had happened, and it was expected that the other party was infuriated. "You've heard a lot about me, have you?" Su Linggong yelled and directly broke the table into pieces. "Brat, you've taken advantage of my disciple and tarnished her reputation. How do you want to die? Tell me and I'll see it done." Yang Kai's forehead was covered in sweat as he said, "Please don't get me wrong, senior. It was just a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Su Linggong's fury surged. "You were in my disciple's bed, half naked, and you have the gall to tell me it was a misunderstanding." "Well," Yang Kai glanced cautiously at the older man, "we didn't manage to do it. Nothing had happened between us." Su Linggong snapped, "You didn't manage to do anything because this monarch arrived in time. Had I been just a breath later, you would have succeeded. It's all my fault. I have no idea what was going on, but I had indeed accidentally made a mistake. I'm willing to suffer the punishment for my acts." Yang Kai directly offered an apology. Although they didn't manage to do anything, Chu Huashang's reputation would be affected if this incident was known to others. After all, outsiders wouldn't believe that nothing had happened under such circumstances. "Humph." Su Linggong sneered, "What's the point of punishing you? You've already taken advantage of Chuer. Can you undo it?" Yang Kai hung his head low with a meek expression. "What do you want me to do, senior? Please just tell me." Su Linggong said coldly, "You know what you have to do now." Yang Kai fell silent for a moment, then let out a long sigh. "Don't worry, senior. When the Tao Theory Assembly takes place, I'll take part in it and give you a satisfactory answer." It seemed that he had no choice but to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly now. The reason the Tao Theory Assembly was held did have something to do with Yang Kai. If Chu Huashang hadn't followed him to the shadowless cave heaven to help him, none of this would have happened. Before he came to this place, the notion of eventually taking part in the assembly did occur to him, but he had never expected that he would be forced into joining it in such a way. At that instant, he was torn between tears and laughter. Yang Kai thus secretly decided that he would just win first place and come up with a solution after Chu Huashang's confinement ended 100 years later. In any case, there was no way he would watch as she married some stranger she had no feelings at all for. Chu Huashang's 100-year confinement was a certainty, and no one could foretell what would happen after she was freed. A lot of things could change after such a long time. "Don't forget what you've said." Su Linggong had been waiting for Yang Kai to say that, then he turned to look at Qing Kuei. "You've also heard it right, Qinger?" No one forced him. Yang Kai was startled as he felt that Su Linggong suddenly appeared jubilant. To the side, Qing Kuei replied with a straight face, "Yes, I've indeed heard it. It was junior brother Yang who requested to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly." Su Linggong laughed heartily. "Good, give him a place in the assembly and take him through the procedures later." "Yes." It was only then that Su Linggong rose from the chair and examined Yang Kai, who appeared perplexed. Then, he placed his hands behind his back and calmly strode out. "It's settled? Just like this?" Yang Kai gazed at the middle-aged man's back in shock. When he sensed his murderous intent earlier, he genuinely thought that Su Linggong wanted to kill him. It never crossed his mind that he would be so easily appeased. It seemed that Su Linggong was like a loud thunderstorm that carried no rain. Regardless, it was the best outcome for Yang Kai. Su Linggong Man was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all, and he was the honored master of Chu Huashang. If they got into a fight, Yang Kai wouldn't have even been able to fight back, so he would definitely suffer a terrible loss. "Junior brother Yang, honored master has high hopes for you, so you mustn't disappoint him." Qing Kuei chuckled and patted the other man's shoulder. It was obvious that he was also ecstatic. When those scheming people saw a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly showing up in the Tao Theory Assembly, they would certainly be flustered. Qing Kuei wasn't serious when he said that his honored master had high hopes for Yang Kai, of course. To Su Linggong, he just wanted to see Yang Kai taking part in the Tao Theory Assembly and wasn't concerned about the final outcome, nor did he expect Yang Kai to win first place. The heritage of a newly promoted 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wasn't comparable to those who had been in the same order for several hundred or thousand years. Yang Kai said after a sigh, "Don't worry, senior brother Qing. I'll do my best to not disappoint all of you." "Good, just do your best, but don't push yourself too hard," Qing Kuei replied in a perfunctory manner. "Can I check on senior sister Chu?" Yang Kai asked. He had never been more embarrassed in his entire life. When Su Linggong barged into the room just now, his soul almost left his body. He supposed that Chu Huashang wasn't in a better state either, and he was worried since he couldn't see her now. "Junior sister Su is taking care of Chuer, so you don't have to worry about her. Just get some rest now. I'll take you through the procedures of joining the assembly tomorrow." Yang Kai did not insist. He reckoned that both of them would be embarrassed if he really saw Chu Huashang right now, so he obeyed Qing Kuei and returned to his temporary residence. The next morning, Qing Kuei came to visit again and led Yang Kai to deal with the procedures to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Yang Kai stared the other parties back as he fell into his thoughts. He finally came to his senses after a night of contemplation. He was quite flustered the day before, so he hadn't managed to sort out his thoughts for a while. After he returned to Riverside House, however, Yang Kai pondered on the issue and realized that something was off. The incident just felt odd to him, as though he had been set up. He was just there to visit Chu Huashang and find out about her intentions, he didn't have any lustful thoughts, so how did they end up lying together on her bed? Furthermore, the atmosphere at that time had been strange and it was as if he couldn't help having obscene and lustful thoughts fill his mind. Chu Huashang seemed more attractive than she usually was, and his self-restraint also seemed to be much lower than it should have been. In truth, Yang Kai was quite fond of Chu Huashang, but it hadn't reached the point where he wanted to get intimate with her. He even suspected that he had been affected by some kind of aphrodisiac, but after checking on his body carefully, he couldn't detect any residual medicinal traces. Another thing was that Su Linggong and the others came at exactly the right moment to interrupt him and Chu Huashang. If they came any earlier, nothing would have happened in the first place, and if they came any later, he and Chu Huashang would have already finished cooking rice and shelling peanuts. Moreover, why would the master and his disciples visit Chu Huashang together all of a sudden? It might be possible for Qin Kuei and Suing Shui to do that since they were Chu Huashang's senior brother and sister. However, as a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Su Linggong shouldn't have had so much free time. What's more, while Su Linggong was her honored master, there was no way he should have directly kicked open the door to his female disciple's bedroom without first knocking. Yang Kai had a feeling that he had been set up, but he couldn't gather any proof. Even if he asked Qin Kuei about it now, the latter definitely wouldn't admit to it, therefore, he decided to pretend to know nothing. In any case, taking part in the Dao Theory Assembly was no big deal to him. On the road, Qin Kuei was amiable to Yang Kai as he told him some interesting tales about Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and soon, they arrived at their destination. The procedures to join the assembly were not complicated. Yang Kai just had to tell them his name, background, and cultivation, then he was given a token. However, when he left, he was brought to another spirit peak instead of his usual resting place, Riverside House. There are many people who are going to take part in the Dao Theory Assembly, and the participants are all assigned to one of a few spirit peaks to have some rest and to get acquainted with one another. You're going to Intertwining Fate Peak, Qin Kuei explained with a meaningful smile. Get acquainted with one another? Yang Kai arched his brow. Qin Kuei grinned. Although the Dao Theory Assembly is still a few days away, the tests began the moment you signed up. A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes as he realized the intentions of those from Yin Yang Cave Heaven. The Dao Theory Assembly indeed hadn't commenced, however, since the test had already started, the performance of the participants would be recorded by those from Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Moreover, such an arrangement would allow the more powerful cultivators to thin out the weaker ones before the official event began, thus saving some time and effort. I'll have to get to know my neighbors then. Yang Kai grinned. However, senior brother Qing, I've just ascended to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, so I'm unable to fully control my strength. If I accidentally kill or cripple someone who offends me, Qin Kuei said, the Dao Theory Assembly is not a child's game. Since they have the guts to take part in it, they have to be prepared to lose their life at any moment. Those who haven't realized such a simple truth can scram back to where they came from. Yang Kai raised his brow. Does that apply to everyone? Of course. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. In that case, he wouldn't have to worry about anyone holding him responsible afterwards. Seeing the vicious glint in the eyes of the young man in front of him, Qin Kuei suddenly felt uneasy as he wondered if he had made the right decision by conning him into taking part in the assembly. He couldn't help but drop him a reminder: if you come across the disciples from other cave heavens and paradises, you'd better act with a bit more restraint. It will do you no good if you form a feud with them. Yang Kai replied, don't worry, senior brother Qing. I understand. The prerequisite was that they wouldn't come to offend him. A while later, they finally arrived at Intertwining Fate Peak. The buildings were closely connected and formed into a huge courtyard at the center of which was a platform atop which two people were engaged in an intense battle as their world forces clashed. Yang Kai took a glance and, judging from their energy fluctuations, they were only in the 4th Order. Moreover, the two of them were pretty restrained as they clearly didn't intend to kill one another. Yang Kai thus retracted his gaze and ignored the matter. Now, to him, 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were no different than slightly bigger ants. Qin Kuei led Yang Kai to descend from the sky and land in front of a certain building, then said, this will be your residence before the Dao Theory Assembly starts. The token given to you is a jade that can be used to control this building's arrays. You'll be informed when the Dao Theory Assembly is about to Commence. Got it. Many thanks, Senior Brother Qing. After an impassive nod, Qing Kuei shot into the sky and soon disappeared. Yang Kai took a glance at his temporary residence, then fished out the token and infused his world force into it. Following that, he waved his hand, whereupon a gap appeared in the protective array around the building. After he entered the place, the gap closed. A handsome young man clad in all white clothes, who was seated beside the central stage, asked the person beside him with a frown, "Who is that guy? Why would Elder Qing personally lead him to this place?" Not only was the young man good-looking, but his demeanor was also calm and aloof. It was apparent that he came from a powerful background. What's more, he had the air of a leader about him. Upon hearing his associate's questions, he shook his head to indicate that he had never met this guy before. A sense of wariness flashed through the young man's eyes as he wondered, could he be a disciple from one of the cave heavens or paradises? However, even if he was a disciple from one of the cave heavens or paradises, he wouldn't necessarily be treated by Qing Kuei in such a way. The arrival of such a person on intertwining Fate Peak all of a sudden caused them to feel a little concerned. A fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master offered to help. "Give me a moment, Brother Kong. I'll ask around and see whether I can find out that guy's background." The person called Brother Kong nodded his head. "Many thanks for your help, Brother Sunday." The man surnamed Sun appeared to be honored. "Don't mention it, Brother Kong. When the Tao Theory Assembly starts, all of us on intertwining Fate Peak will need you to take care of us, so you don't have to thank me for solving such a trivial problem for you." The man surnamed Kong nodded in a reserved manner. "Good." After the message was sent, they waited. Many people had arrived on intertwining Fate Peak much earlier than Yang Kai, so they had either already known or met each other, forming a rather harmonious relationship with no major conflicts so far. However, nobody seemed to know who Yang Kai was, and since he was guided here by Qing Kuei personally, he naturally drew some attention. The young man surnamed Kong sported a doubtful expression as he looked at Yang Kai's resting place. He found the other party familiar just now, but from his angle he was unable to make out the person's face clearly, nor could he recall where they had met in the past. Suppressing the doubt in his mind, he shook his head and awaited the answer. "Honored Master." Qing Kuei stepped into the grand hall and cupped his fist. "Is everything done?" Su Linggong seemed to be in a jovial mood. He was drinking on his own and humming a song when Qing Kuei entered the place. "Yes," Qing Kuei replied respectfully, "I followed your order and made him settle down on intertwining Fate Peak." Very good, very good." "Ha ha ha." Su Linggong grinned in a devious manner. A puzzled Qing Kuei asked, "Is there anything special about intertwining Fate Peak, honored master? Why do you want Yang Kai to stay there?" After all, he came back to the sect a few days ago, so he wasn't familiar with the current affairs in the sect. Su Linggong picked up some food from a nearby plate, and as he munched on it, he replied, "The Tao Theory Assembly is still a few days away. They initially only expect Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to take part in the assembly, so how do you think those old farts will react when a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly appears?" Qing Kuei stated, "They'll certainly be flustered. In order to save their sects from embarrassment, they'll have to send new candidates to join the assembly." This was the plot they had come up with. Since Yang Kai, the troublemaker, was going to join the assembly, they would now have to wait for the scheming old farts to react. If nothing unexpected happened, things would unfold just like what they had imagined. That's right, however, it would be a bad idea if no one finds out that he's a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He'll have to make some noise and let everyone know. Su Linggong grinned. "On intertwining Fate Peak, there's a potential successor to the next Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union. He's also the eldest son of one of the former Union Masters, Kong Feng. His name is Kong Tianyu." "Heavenly Sword Union." Qing Kuei arched his brow. He couldn't help but whistle as he took pleasure in someone else's misfortune. "We'll have a good show to watch, then." Although he knew little about Void Land, he was aware that there was a blood feud between Void Land and Heavenly Sword Union. The former Union Master Kong Feng was killed by Yang Kai because he led the 100 Sects Alliance to invade Void Land. At that time, Yang Kai was just an Emperor Realm cultivator, but he was able to make use of the power of the 9 heavenly layers to kill Kong Feng. Otherwise, there was no way a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could have been killed by an Emperor Realm Jr. After Kong Feng's death, a man named Shen Liang, also a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, succeeded him as Union Master, but he was also killed soon after. Although it wasn't Yang Kai's doing directly this time, it was someone from Voidland who did the deed. 2 Union Masters were consecutively killed by people from Voidland. It could be said that Heavenly Sword Union had suffered immense losses at Voidland's hands. It was practically an irresolvable blood feud. Since Kong Tianyu was on intertwining Fate Peak, there was no way Yang Kai could have a peaceful time staying there. Honored Master, you're such a cunning man. Qing Kuei couldn't help but admire the older man. Right after he finished speaking though, he saw a wine bottle fly at him. He immediately covered his head and fled while Su Linggong cursed at him from behind. On intertwining Fate Peak, the man surnamed Sun clenched the communication bead in his hand with an awkward expression. Kong Tianyu asked, "Have you found out anything? Who is that guy?" The man surnamed Sun took a glance at him and replied hesitantly, "Brother Kong, from what I've gathered, that person is the Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai." Yang Kai? Kong Tianyu became startled for a moment, then started yelling with a hideous expression, "Are you sure he is Yang Kai? The one from Voidland?" The man surnamed Sun nodded, "Yes, I'm certain." It wasn't difficult to find such information. The candidates who are going to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly are not confidential in any case, so the information comes from a disciple from Yinyang Cave Heaven. If you don't believe me, Brother Kong, you can get someone else to verify it. There's no need for that. Kong Tianyu turned around and glared at Yang Kai's residence, then said through clenched teeth, "It's no wonder I found him so familiar. So, he's Yang Kai." He started laughing maniacally in the next breath, "Since he is here, it has saved me the trouble of looking for him. Father, just you wait, I'll avenge you now." The former Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was killed by an Emperor Realm Cultivator. Although the other party had achieved this feat by making use of a powerful Grand Array, Kong Feng had become a laughing stock after word got out. Kong Tianyu was the son of the former Union Master with an exceptional aptitude. He directly ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm several hundred years ago, and he was the first in line to succeed his father. If everything went all, he would be able to become the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union when he reached the Sixth Order. However, due to Kong Feng's death, which had tarnished the reputation of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Tianyu fell from the first to the fifth in line to succeed the Union Master. Given his position now, he practically had no hope of becoming the Union Master in his lifetime. It could be said that his future had been ruined by Yang Kai. This, coupled with his father's death, caused Kong Tianyu to want to kill Yang Kai. He needed to clear his name and cast away the humiliation that had been inflicted upon his family. Unfortunately, those from Voidland were not pushovers, as there were 2 divine spirits residing in that place, so those from Heavenly Sword Union couldn't afford to offend them openly. Therefore, he could only keep the resentment to himself. The Tao Theory Assembly was held by Yinyang Cave Heaven to help Chu Huashang select a husband. It allowed Kong Tianyu to see a glimmer of hope in the darkness. If he could become the winner in the assembly, he would be able to marry into Yinyang Cave Heaven. By then, he could stop getting marginalized by those from Heavenly Sword Union. Perhaps the heavens took pity on him, as Yang Kai had also left Voidland to take part in the assembly. This was the best chance for him. Kong Tianyu had been paying close attention to any news about Yang Kai since the latter had killed his father, so naturally he was aware that Yang Kai ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm just outside of the Shadowless Cave Heaven in the Shattered Heaven about 2 years ago. Both of them were in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. However, the heritage of Yang Kai, who only achieved an ascension 2 years ago, was definitely not comparable to that of Kong Tianyu, who had been in this order for hundreds of years. Kong Tianyu thus decided that he would cut Yang Kai to pieces to vent out his fury. As his murderous intent surged, he strode towards Yang Kai's residence. The other dozen or so cultivators, who were also there to join the assembly, exchanged glances as they became excited. Knowing that a good show was about to start, they followed him as well. Upon reaching Yang Kai's place, Kong Tianyu extended his hand and summoned a spear. After taking a deep breath, he infused his strength into the spear and pushed it out forcefully. At the same time, he bellowed, "Xianxia, get out here." All of them were shocked when they saw his move. The others had been staying here for a few days before Xianxia's arrival, and during this period of time, they had exchanged some pointers, but none of them was a match for Kong Tianyu. Even those in the Fifth Order were much weaker than he was. Therefore, the people on Intertwining Fate Peak regarded him as their leader. Kong Tianyu had earned this position with his spear alone. However, it wasn't until Kong Tianyu thrust out his spear this time that they realized he hadn't shown his full strength during their bouts some time ago. Judging from the power of his attack, they reckoned that even though he was still some distance away from the Sixth Order, he wasn't far off. Although the attack was powerful, it still couldn't break the array around the building. The courtyard was meant for them to rest in comfort, so the spirit arrays were naturally quite sturdy. Meanwhile, Xianxia was seated with his legs crossed in his room. The Tao Theory Assembly was only a few days away, so there wasn't enough time for him to refine any resources. The growth of an open heaven realm was all about accumulation over a long period of time. Regardless of what resources one refined, they had to ensure the balance in their small universe was maintained. Therefore, it was best to collect a full set of resources of the yin, yang, and 5 elements before refining them. Since there wasn't enough time to refine a full set of resources, Xianxia decided to simply consume some open heaven pills. The yin, yang, and 5 elements in open heaven pills were in perfect balance, and although they weren't an efficient method of cultivating, the pills were safe and easy to consume. One could refine them at any moment without any worries. Xianxia had just refined a handful of open heaven pills when he felt the array outside his residence shaking, then heard someone bellowing. He wondered who would call out to him at this point. Initially, he decided to ignore this person, but his inaction only caused the other party to become more rampant. The continuous attacks caused the array to shake constantly, leaving him unable to focus. The speed at which he refined open heaven pills also slowed down significantly. Certainly, it was expected that Xianxia was incensed. Seeing that the array was starting to show signs of failing, he had no choice but to get up and shuffle towards the door, an aura of coldness swirling around him. Although the array around the building was sturdy, it couldn't possibly withstand a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's relentless bombardment. As Kong Tianyu repeatedly attacked with his spear, the entire Intertwining Fate Peak shook as though it would collapse at any moment. Xianxia's silence infuriated him, causing him to exert more force with each blow. All of a sudden, the array around the building disappeared. The door was pushed open from the inside, and a young man with a grim expression stepped out. As their eyes met, an enraged Kong Tianyu jabbed his spear into the ground and roared, "Are you Xianxia?" A displeased Xianxia glared at him and snapped, "Who are you? Why are you shouting in front of my door? Are you Xianxia or not?" "The one from Void Land?" Kong Tianyu asked again. Xianxia replied nonchalantly, "So what if I'm Xianxia?" Kong Tianyu narrowed his eyes and nodded, "Good. I've finally found you. Do we know each other?" Xianxia looked curiously at him. "It seems that there are some grudges between us." Kong Tianyu picked up his spear and pointed it at him. "Remember, the one who killed you is the son of the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, Kong Tianyu." Then, he looked up at the sky and roared, "Father, do you see it now? Your son will avenge you today." After he finished his words, Kong Tianyu forcefully thrust out his spear as his world force seemed able to shake the void. The Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among the crowd paled. Although there didn't seem to be anything special about Kong Tianyu's attack, they felt threatened just by looking at it. It was imaginable that Kong Tianyu must have used his full strength in order to avenge his father's death. Everyone thought about how they would resolve the attack if there were Xianxia, but they soon realized there was nothing they could have done in his place. The only option would be to meet this attack head-on, but since they were weaker than Kong Tianyu, their small universes would be damaged if they tried to counter this thrust, resulting in serious injury or even death. The violent sight they all imagined never happened though. Following a light sound, Kong Tianyu was rooted to the spot as though he had been bound. His spear was grasped by Xianxia with only one hand, and he was no longer able to move it one bit. Kong Tianyu and everyone else was stunned. All of them widened their eyes as they couldn't believe what they saw. A Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had gathered all his strength to thrust out his spear, Yet that spear was easily grasped by another fifth-order open heaven realm master with only one hand. It proved that the latter must be immensely powerful. "You're from Heavenly Sword Union?" Yang Kai examined Kong Tianyu. "Kong Feng was your father?" Upon closer look, he realized that the person named Kong Tianyu indeed shared some similarities with Kong Feng in terms of their appearances. After recovering from the initial shock, Kong Tianyu gripped his spear and with a flourish shook off Yang Kai's grasp. Retreating a few steps to widen the gap with his enemy, both shocked and doubtful, he muttered, "You." Kong Tianyu was shocked at the fact that his enemy possessed such incredible strength. Just now, he couldn't detect Yang Kai using his world force at all, but the latter could easily grab his spear. In other words, Yang Kai had only used brute force to accomplish this feat. The fact that a fifth-order open heaven realm master was able to reach such a point in terms of physical strength was unheard of. At the very least, throughout Kong Tianyu's martial Dao, he had never come across anyone who was so strong before. However, he wasn't aware of the immensity of Yang Kai's strength in his dragon form. No cultivators in the same order could surpass him when it came to physical prowess. Heavenly Sword Union. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai suddenly started chuckling. "Very good. I haven't managed to visit your sect yet, but you've come here to make a scene instead. Interesting indeed." After his return from the shadowless cave heaven, Yang Kai subsequently destroyed Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province to help the proprietress resolve her heart demon oath, which sent a shock wave across the great forces that took part in the raid on Void Land. Consequently, many of those same great forces sent representatives to Void Land Star City with gifts and requested to meet Yang Kai as they were worried that he would also destroy their sects. In fact, Yang Kai didn't really care about the great forces that had invaded Void Land before. At that time, they were forced to join the alliance for various reasons. Void Land was a powerful sect now, so there was no point in settling the grudges against those minor great forces. It would be a waste of time and energy. With that said, Yang Kai didn't intend to let Heavenly Sword Union off. He initially planned to call the roll and storm into Heavenly Sword Union to get even with them. However, the Dao Theory Assembly had derailed his plan, so he had to come to Yinyang Cave Heaven first. It never crossed his mind that he would bump into Kong Feng's son here. It seemed that Qin Kuei had deliberately made him stay on Intertwining Fate Peak for this exact reason. Then, Yang Kai let out a long sigh. "So troublesome. I initially planned to keep a low profile, but it seems that won't be possible now." He was fully aware of what was going on with the Dao Theory Assembly. The most powerful participants were only in the fifth-order open heaven realm. By taking part in the assembly as sixth-order open heaven realm master, he was like an adult who was competing against children. There was no doubt that he could easily win first place if nothing changed. If he revealed his true strength now though, the situation in the Dao Theory Assembly would change. By then, people who were above the fifth-order open heaven realm would participate in the assembly. Then, it suddenly dawned upon Yang Kai that perhaps this was the exact outcome Su Linggong and Qin Kuei wanted to see. He reckoned that it must be the truth, and it wasn't until this moment that he realized why he and Chu Huashang were caught in the act. This was all a plot set up by Su Linggong. Cunning old fox. Despite knowing that Su Linggong was doing it for Chu Huashang, Yang Kai was still displeased as no one would be happy being manipulated. "What are you talking about?" Kong Tianyu glared at him as he finally calmed down. The fight between open heaven realm masters was always about the powers of their small universes, not physical strength. He was astonished that Yang Kai was able to easily grasp his spear just now, but he had now recovered from his shock. "Regardless of what you say, you will die today." Kong Tianyu wielded his spear again and pointed it at Yang Kai. As he spoke, he pushed out his spear, which was surrounded with an aura from an experienced fifth-order open heaven realm master. As his world force permeated the place, a trail of darkness was left behind that could hardly be healed as he extended his spear. "I was the young Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union and the successor to the Union Master. I had all the glory with me, however, it's all because of you that I'm marginalized by the old farts in the sect now. But so what? As long as I can become the winner in the Dao Theory Assembly, I'll be the young master of Yinyang Cave Heaven. By then, I'll make all of them kneel before me and beg for my mercy." Ha ha ha. Do you see it now? That's the difference between us. Although you're also a fifth-order master, you're not comparable to me. I've been in this order for hundreds of years while you only achieved an ascension 2 years ago. Let's see how much longer you'll. What? Kong Tianyu abruptly had his arrogant speech cut off as he became rooted to the spot. His hideous expression contorted as he gazed at his own hands with trembling eyes. He was supposed to be holding a spear, which was a fifth-order artifact that Kong Feng had refined for him when he ascended to the fifth-order open heaven realm in the past. However, there was presently nothing in his hands. The fifth-order artifact that had been with him for hundreds of years had suddenly gone missing. Looking up, he saw that his spear was now in Yang Kai's hands as the latter nonchalantly wielded the weapon. When did that happen? Kong Tianyu's pupils contracted as the cold sweat slid down from his forehead to his cheeks. Although the young man in front of him looked ordinary, he felt like he could see the door of death slowly opening before his eyes. The people around them were flabbergasted. Initially, they could see that Kong Tianyu's attacks became increasingly menacing every time he pushed out his spear. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, Yang Kai's only option would be to dodge and flee. However, to their astonishment, the situation had been turned around in the blink of an eye. Kong Tianyu's artifact was snatched by his opponent, and no one could clearly see what happened at that moment. When they came to their senses, the dust had already settled. You talk too much. Yang Kai shot a disinterested glance at Kong Tianyu. Moreover, that's not how you're supposed to use a spear. I'll teach you a move. Then, he wielded the spear and slowly thrust it out towards Kong Tianyu. Compared to the spear technique Kong Tianyu had used, Yang Kai's attack wasn't intimidating at all. Furthermore, it was outrageously slow as all of them could see the trail clearly. Even a 3-year-old kid could easily dodge it. The spectators were all doubtful as they wondered what was special about the attack. However, Kong Tianyu, the only one actually facing the attack, was now in an utter state of panic. He could clearly feel that the spear contained a horrifying power that he could not possibly resist, and that the shadow of death was about to consume him whole. He attempted to dodge, but regardless of how hard he tried, he was unable to move a muscle. The space around him seemed to have been sealed off, and even his senses seemed to have been warped, like time itself had slowed down. The spear magnified before his eyes to the point where he could see nothing else. Hong, violent force exploded as the spear struck Kong Tianyu's forehead and instantly exploded his head. The headless corpse convulsed as blood started spurting out of his neck and dyed his snow-white robe scarlet. The force lingering in the air slowly dissipated. Sixth Order. A sixth-order open heaven realm master. Someone exclaimed. Xiao xiao xiao, all the spectators instantly fled in all directions with pale looks on their faces. The Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai, who had just arrived, was actually a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Despite being a powerful fifth-order open heaven realm master, Kong Tianyu was still killed in one move. Kong Tianyu had been the most powerful person on Intertwining Fate Peak until now, so if he wasn't a match for Yang Kai, there was no way the others would be able to deal with him. That was the reason that they had immediately fled, as they were worried that Yang Kai would target them next. Have you learned it? Yang Kai asked dispassionately. In that case, you can rest in peace. Looking up next, Yang Kai saw a petite figure that looked like a young girl only 7 or 8 years old. Her face was pretty cute, and her hair had been tied into 2 ponytails. As she silently hovered in the air, she looked down at the entire Intertwining Fate Peak. There was a writing brush in her hand as she dipped it in her mouth before jotting something down on a pad. It seemed that she was trying to record something. She had to be some kind of invigilator, and there must be such a person on every spirit peak. They were the people sent by Yinyang Cave Heaven to observe the participants, and everything they did would be recorded by them. Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. The young girl's expression instantly darkened as she raised her book to stop Yang Kai from looking at her. After storing Kong Tianyu's space ring, Yang Kai turned around and re-entered his lodging to continue cultivating. Since he was a sixth-order open heaven realm master now, it was no big deal for him to kill a fifth-order master, and the matter didn't bother him one bit. If Kong Tianyu hadn't caused a scene, Yang Kai wouldn't have ruthlessly ended his life. However, that was perhaps the outcome Su Linggong and Qing Kuei wanted to see. Since Yang Kai had revealed his sixth-order cultivation, the situation in the Tao Theory Assembly would soon change drastically. Some disciples from Yinyang Cave Heaven soon came over to take the corpse away and clean up the blood. Just a while later, the spot in front of Yang Kai's door was spotless once more, as though nothing had happened just now. Just like Yang Kai had expected, after he returned to his room, messages were sent out in all directions. The fact that a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master appeared on intertwining Fate Peak spread around at the speed of lightning. On a certain spirit peak in a certain mountain range surrounded by mist, inside a gazebo, there were more than 10 figures who were either standing or seated as they seemed to be having a casual chat. One of them was Su Linggong. The Tao Theory Assembly was meant to select a husband for Chu Huashang, so as her honored master, Su Linggong was naturally unable to stay out of this matter. Therefore, he was here to receive the top masters who came from other cave heavens and paradises. Su Linggong was a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, so the people who deserved his attention were also high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Therefore, the people in the gazebo were all the inner elders from various cave heavens and paradises. None of them was a nobody. There was also another group of people outside of the gazebo, but unlike the meeting between the elders, it was just a meet-up among the younger generation. While the elders from the cave heavens and paradises were having a discussion, the younger generation were not standing idly by. Instead, they were exchanging pointers. Presently, there were one man and one woman who were engaging in an intense battle. As their Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm auras clashed, they flew around the place. The people from the cave heavens and paradises rarely had such a chance to gather together, therefore, using the Tao Theory Assembly as a chance, the elders brought their favorite disciples to this place. It wasn't that they wanted them to take part in the assembly, as they wouldn't have the heart to let the disciples they had high hopes for get married into Yinyang Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, they could make use of this chance to let the younger disciples familiarize themselves with one another and increase their experience. As the people in the gazebo watched the fight, some of them would make a remark from time to time. They looked like they were having a chat with the people around them, but they were actually commenting on the strengths and weaknesses of the ones in the battle. Although there was only a difference of one order between them, the gap between the mid-rank and the high-rank Open Heaven Realm was no different from the distance between the heavens and earth. As inner elders, they were perfectly qualified to point out the weaknesses of these youths. The man and the woman in battle continuously adjusted the ways they made a move as they listened to the elders' comment, gaining some valuable knowledge along the way. Just then, an old man with a rosy face said, "Good, the battle should stop here. Both of you must be exhausted, so get some rest now." Upon hearing that, the man and the woman leaped away and saluted one another. Then, they put away their artifacts and sat down with their legs crossed. Just then, a grim-looking old man with an aquiline nose in the gazebo turned to look at Su Linggong and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why are you in the mood to keep us company today, Brother Su?" Su Linggong was responsible for handling all the affairs in the Tao Theory Assembly. Supposedly, he had to keep these elders company. However, since the day they arrived, Su Linggong had only shown up once on the first day and let them stay in their respective residences after. He had practically ignored them since then. In fact, they fully understood how Su Linggong felt. He was resentful of them. After all, they had used a dirty trick to make sure that only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, which meant that only a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would eventually marry Chu Huashang. They reckoned that Su Linggong had been pretty restrained for not outright attacking them, so it was understandable that he ignored them most of the time. However, he had come to visit them on this day with a jovial expression, as though something great had happened to him. "What do you mean?" "While it is true I was too swamped with work and didn't have the time to keep you company, I do now," Su Linggong replied nonchalantly. "Since all of you have come all the way here, I'll have to make time for you even though I'm busy." They naturally wouldn't believe him. This guy previously showed no trace of politeness when glaring at them since they arrived. However, they couldn't figure out why he was in a jubilant mood on this day. Just then, someone approached them from afar. After saluting all of them, he walked up to the grim-looking old man and whispered something to him. The grim-looking old man's expression changed as he shot a meaningful glance at Su Linggong, soon understanding what had happened. Then, he gently waved his hand to motion for the person to withdraw and stared at Su Linggong before commenting, "An ingenious move indeed, Brother Su." This Shui is impressed. With the wine cup in his hand, Su Linggong looked smilingly at him. "What are you talking about, Brother Zhua? I don't understand." "It's fine. I know what you've done, the old man surnamed Xue sneered and rose from the chair. I'll take my leave. Seeing that, Pei Wenxian, who was seated among the younger disciples, hurriedly got up and left with him. As they walked down the mountain, Pei Wenxian cautiously followed the old man surnamed Xue. He instinctively had a feeling that the other party was in a terrible mood, but he had no idea what had happened. There's been a change in the Tao Theory Assembly, Wenxian, the old man surnamed Xue suddenly said. Pei Wenxian became startled for a moment, then asked, Master Xue, you mean, this old man was none other than Zhuobu Kun, an elder from Myriad Demons Heaven. In the past, Tijing was responsible for handling all external affairs. However, after his death in the Shattered Heaven, Zhuobu Kun took over his duties and subordinates. A Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master has appeared in the Tao Theory Assembly, Zhuobu Kun replied. A Sixth Order? We all agreed that only Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would join the assembly. Who broke the rule? Pei Wenxian asked with a frown. He's not from one of the cave heavens and paradises. You know him as well actually. Who is it? The Lord of Voidland, Yang Kai. Pei Wenxian was startled for a moment, then knitted his brows together. Are you mistaken, Master Xue? I'm aware that Yang Kai is in Yinyang Cave Heaven because he moved past the territory gate we had cordoned off. However, he's supposed to be in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, not the Sixth Order. The eldest son of Kong Feng, Kong Tianyu, ascended to the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm several hundred years ago. His power was considered quite good among those in the same order. Nevertheless, he was killed by Yang Kai in one move. Pei Wenxian's pupils contracted when he heard that. Although he hadn't been in any contact with Kong Tianyu before, he had heard about him. Just like Zhuobu Kun had said, that guy was a powerful Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who achieved his ascension several hundred years ago. Nonetheless, he was killed by Yang Kai with only one move. Pei Wenxian wouldn't doubt Zhuobu Kun. Since the older man had said so, the information must have been verified. Seeing as Yang Kai was able to kill Kong Tianyu easily, he had to be in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Pei Wenxian was dumbfounded to learn that Yang Kai was in the Sixth Order, which was the same as him as according to the information the cave heavens and paradises had gathered, Yang Kai had only made it to the Fifth Order outside the shadowless cave heaven. Suppressing the doubt in his mind, Pei Wenxian asked, Master Xue, you mean, he knew that Zhuobu Kun wouldn't have said such a thing for no reason? He was definitely required to do something. According to the original plan, all of us only had to respectively send one Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. However, with this turn of events, things have changed. What's more, the problem occurred at the territory gate we were responsible for. Since we're at fault, we have to give an explanation to the others. I want you to participate in the assembly and become the winner, Zhuobu Kun ordered impassively. That was the reason he immediately left the gazebo upon hearing the news. The news would be spread among the other great forces soon, and if he hadn't left, he would have been criticized by the others. After all, the problem was with the territory gate that Myriad Demons Heaven had guarded. Upon hearing that, Pei Wenxian replied, I can definitely become the winner. But, Master Xue, I'll have to marry into Yinyang Cave Heaven by doing so. Despite knowing that Yang Kai was also in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, he was still confident of defeating the other party since he was a disciple from a cave heaven. The disciples from the cave heavens and paradises were not afraid of anyone in the same order. You're a core disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven, so we won't let you marry into Yinyang Cave Heaven. Don't worry, I'll handle the issue. Pei Wenxian nodded his head, I'll do as you say, Master Xue. After giving it a thought, Zhuobu Kun said, you must not be complacent. Although you've refined Sixth Order elements and eventually ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Yang Kai condensed several Seventh Order elements before. Moreover, he's able to use a divine manifestation, therefore, you can't regard him like any other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It will probably be difficult for you to deal with him. Pei Wenxian replied, don't worry, Master Xue. I will not be negligent. Very good. The assembly is just a few days away. Get some rest and make sure that you're prepared. Yes. In the gazebo on the Spirit Peak, Su Linggong was humming a tune as he was in a jovial mood. He watched as the cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises came over and reported to their respective elders in small voices one by one. The elders initially had no idea why Zhuobu-kun had left all of a sudden, but upon hearing the reports from their subordinates, they finally realized what had happened. A sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master had suddenly shown up in the Tao Theory Assembly. Although there was only one person, it had derailed all of their plans and arrangements, forcing them to change their tactics. The elders subsequently left, all of them shooting resentful glances at Su Linggong before that. It was never a good feeling to be stabbed in the back. Su Linggong on the other hand only became more jubilant. After all of them were gone, he couldn't help but start guffawing. Meanwhile, there were only a small number of people in a certain palace of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven where Open Heaven Realm Masters had to make a registration to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly. Those who were supposed to make a registration had already done so, and since the assembly was just a few days away, it was basically too late for those who hadn't managed to do so already to sign up. The disciples responsible for registering the Open Heaven Realm Masters were thus lazing about somewhat sleepily. Although there were several hundred people already registered, there was only one sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. The outcome of the Tao Theory Assembly wouldn't be surprising since there was a stark difference between those in different orders. However, they were just ordinary disciples, so it had nothing to do with them. When two disciples from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, who were bored behind the registration desk, saw a figure appearing all of a sudden in front of them, they were astonished. Looking up, they could instantly recognize that the person was a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master who was the outer elder of Myriad Demons Heaven. Previously, this person had brought a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master from the same sect to make a registration, so the two disciples could recognize him. One of the disciples from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven rose from the chair and asked, "So, it is Elder He. Why have you come here all of a sudden?" Elder He's expression was so cold that it was as though a layer of frost could be scraped off his face. He had nowhere to vent out his fury, which almost burned him alive. He was the elderly man who had previously stopped Qin Kuei and Yang Kai just outside the territory gate. Since Yang Kai had managed to enter Yin-Yang Cave Heaven under his watch, he had to take full responsibility for it. As such, he had just been harshly reprimanded by Zhuobu-kun, which was why he was in a foul mood. "I'm here to make a registration," he said in a sulky voice. "What?" The disciple who spoke earlier was startled. When he looked behind Elder He saw no one there. Puzzled, he asked, "Are you doing it for yourself or," Elder He roared, "you want this old master to marry into Yin-Yang Cave Heaven?" "Of course I'm making a registration for someone else." The two disciples were stunned as they had no idea why Elder He was so incensed. Still, they hurriedly straightened up and helped him with the registration. "Please tell me the person's name, cultivation, and master sect." Elder He replied in a grim voice, "Pei Wen Xian, Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Myriad Demons Heaven." The two disciples were startled as they looked up at him. One of them asked hesitantly, "Are you sure you want to make a registration for Senior Brother Pei?" They had heard about Pei Wen Xian. He was a rising star in Myriad Demons Heaven who directly ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. There was no doubt that he had a bright future. The status of Pei Wen Xian in Myriad Demons Heaven was the same as Chu Huashang in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Such a person was destined to be one of the most important figures in Myriad Demons Heaven in the future, so there was no way he would marry into Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, otherwise, it would be a huge loss for his sect. Therefore, when the two disciples, who were responsible for registering the candidates, heard that Elder He was making a registration for Pei Wen Xian to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, they were dumbfounded. "Cut the crap. Do it now and give me a jade token." Elder He snapped. Yes. "Please give us a moment, Elder He." Not daring to be negligent, the two disciples hurriedly recorded Pei Wen Xian's information and passed the elderly man a jade token. Not willing to stay there any longer, Elder He took the token and left while the two disciples exchanged glances in puzzlement. Before they even recovered from their shock, more people had come to make a registration. Half a day later, the two disciples fell into a dazed state as they looked at the book in front of them. In such a short time, more than 10 cave heavens and paradises had sent new disciples to take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, and they were all in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Just like Pei Wen Xian, they were rising stars of their respective sects who achieved an ascension in the past 100 years. The two disciples were torn between tears and laughter because there was even a woman on the list. The words Xianxia Paradise, Gu Pan, Sixth Order were clearly written in the book. The purpose of the Tao Theory Assembly was to help Chu Huashang find a husband, so the participants were naturally all men. Something had to be terribly wrong with Xianxia Paradise, as they had sent a female disciple. If Gu Pan happened to become the winner, she would have to bed Chu Huashang in the future. The two disciples felt their blood beginning to boil as they began to imagine such a future. Although they had no idea what had happened that made these new Sixth Order Open Heaven realms change their minds and take part in the Tao Theory Assembly, they could clearly feel that a change was taking place in the assembly. Their gazes fell upon a certain name as they had a feeling that the change had something to do with that person. After all, prior to this, he was the only Sixth Order Open Heaven realm among the hundreds of participants in the assembly. On intertwining Fate Peak, Yang Kai examined Kong Tianyu's space ring and obtained some Fifth Order materials from it. Other than that, there was nothing worth mentioning. As the Lord of Void Land, Yang Kai had a first-class star city and countless powerful Open Heaven realms as subordinates. Given his wealth, he was naturally dismissive of ordinary treasures. After putting everything of value in his own ring, he continued refining Open Heaven pills. Soon, however, the barrier around his house was triggered. Instead of a violent fluctuation this time though, it felt more like someone was simply trying to get his attention. With a frown, Yang Kai got up and lowered the barrier. After pushing the door open, he saw a decent-looking young man standing outside. Seeing Yang Kai, the young man quickly saluted him, Gathering Yuan Union's Lu Jing greets senior brother. Yang Kai sized him up and asked, "What's wrong?" He remembered seeing Gathering Yuan Union in his universe chart, which included all the known great territories and great forces within them. When he was looking for the star boundary in the past, Yang Kai had carefully studied every part of the universe chart, so he vaguely remembered a force called Gathering Yuan Union. However, he didn't pay any attention to this force since he probably wouldn't come into contact with them. If he wasn't mistaken, Gathering Yuan Union was above average among the second-class great forces, with a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master overseeing their sect. "I'm sorry for bothering you, senior brother." Lu Jing cautiously examined Yang Kai's expression, and upon seeing that the latter didn't show signs of impatience, he set his mind at ease. He was shocked to see Kong Tianyu getting killed in just one move a short time ago. That guy was a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but he was killed like an ant. Therefore, Lu Jing was terrified when dealing with Yang Kai, as he was worried that the latter would make a move on him at any moment. The participants of the Tao Theory Assembly had to understand that they might get killed at any moment, hence, Yang Kai could murder all the people on intertwining Fate Peak if he wanted to do that. "If you don't mind, can I come in to speak with you?" Lu Jing asked in a gentle tone. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai stepped aside. Lu Jing thanked him and shuffled into the house. After they were seated, Lu Jing said, "I've heard much about you, senior brother. Now that I finally see you..." Before he could finish his flattery, Yang Kai raised his hand and cut him off. "Just speak frankly." Since it was the first time they met, there was nothing worth talking about between them, and the only reason Yang Kai let him in was to find out his intentions. An embarrassed Lu Jing coughed and put on a hollow laugh. "Good, senior brother Yang, the reason I've come to visit you is to ask you to protect me in the Tao Theory Assembly to the best of your abilities." Yang Kai frowned and gazed at him in puzzlement. Lu Jing put on a bitter smile. "As you can see, senior brother, I'm just a Fourth Order cultivator, one of the weakest among the participants in the Tao Theory Assembly. If I encounter a powerful opponent, there's no way I can survive." With an awkward expression, Yang Kai asked, "Since you're aware of your weaknesses, why have you still come here to take part in the assembly?" A troubled Lu Jing replied, "Do you think I want to be here, senior brother? I had no choice. Although the purpose of the Tao Theory Assembly is to help senior sister Chu select a husband, it is also a major event in the 3,000 worlds. My father told me to take part in it to broaden my horizons and gain some life experience. He doesn't expect me to become the winner. To be honest with you, many participants of the assembly are in the same situation as me. They're forced to come here by their families?" Yang Kai was surprised. Lu Jing replied, "Well, not all of them. There are only a small number of people who are forced to come here by their families. What I mean is that they're taking part in the assembly not to become the winner but to go through some training by using this event as an opportunity." Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai nodded his head. After giving it a thought, he realized that it was just like what Lu Jing had said. The Tao Theory Assembly was considered a major event in the 3000 worlds. Many powerful cultivators had gathered together in this place to exchange moves, which was a kind of training for them. Then, Yang Kai said with a frown, "It will be difficult for me to ensure your safety. What I can do at most is to let you off when you're faced with me. The others might not be as easygoing though." Upon hearing that, Lu Jing burst into laughter. "Do you think the assembly is just an event where all the participants have to fight with one another until the strongest one emerges? Isn't that the case?" Yang Kai was shocked. Lu Jing explained, "There might be such an event in the final stage, however, from what I've gathered, the assembly isn't so simple. There must be other arrangements, however, I'm unable to find out how the assembly would be carried out." He paused for a moment. "Why do you think those from Yinyang Cave Heaven want us to stay on different spirit peaks?" Yang Kai replied, "Of course it's to allow the stronger cultivators to weed out weaker opponents in advance to simplify the situation. That might be one of the reasons. However, it's also possible that they want us to familiarize ourselves with one another and find our own companions so that we can face various challenges together." A glint flashed through Yang Kai's eyes when he heard that. Was it really the intention of those from Yinyang Cave Heaven for making such an arrangement? Lu Jing went on to say, "The Tao Theory Assembly is to help senior sister Chu select a husband, so it would be too straightforward if they just wanted to select the strongest cultivator. In that case, there would be no need for a competition at all. We would just have to stand in a row and let the high-rank open heaven realms examine us to select a winner." However, how do they examine the winner's temperament and personality? Only by going through different tests could the participants showcase their capabilities in different areas. Yang Kai reckoned that Lu Jing had a point. "Therefore, I think that the Tao Theory Assembly isn't just about fighting against one another. There must be more to it." Lu Jing's eyes seemed to be glowing as though he was confident that his speculation was right. Then, he turned to look at Yang Kai. "Hence, I hope you'll ensure my safety to the best of your abilities, senior brother." Yang Kai stroked his chin and said frankly, "If the assembly is just like what you've said, I can take care of you to some extent. However, what can you give me?" Lu Jing was startled as he hadn't expected Yang Kai to agree so easily. The speech he had prepared in advance now became completely useless, so he simply asked dazedly, "What do you want, senior brother?" The way Yang Kai gazed at him made him shrink back. "If I'm not mistaken, Gathering Yuan Union focuses on doing business. Your ships sail everywhere in the 3000 worlds, and your sect is quite wealthy. Since you're able to represent Gathering Yuan Union to take part in the assembly when you're just in the fourth order, you're obviously an important figure in your sect. Say no more, senior brother. I'm willing to pay you a 6th order Yang element treasure as a reward. What do you think?" Lu Jing interrupted Yang Kai as he was worried that the latter would come up with some unreasonable demands. "Deal." Yang Kai replied without hesitation. Lu Jing breathed a sigh of relief and cupped his fists. "I'll be relying on you then, senior brother. After the Tao Theory Assembly ends, I'll pass you the reward." Yang Kai nodded, and after they chatted for a bit more, Lu Jing left. Upon activating the array again, Yang Kai returned to his room and fell silent. A 4th order Open Heaven Realm Master was able to directly offer a 6th order Yang element material, which went to show that Gathering Yuan Union was truly wealthy. It had to be noted that a 6th order material was worth 10 to 20 million Open Heaven pills, with Yin and Yang element treasures being even more expensive than that. Therefore, it was apparent that Lu Jing was an important figure in Gathering Yuan Union. Perhaps he was the Young Union Master, which was why he could offer such a handsome reward so easily. If there were indeed other arrangements in the Tao Theory Assembly just like what Lu Jing had speculated, Yang Kai wouldn't mind protecting him as long as he was capable of doing so. There was a serious lack of 6th order materials in Void Land. Besides the great emperors, Su Yan, and his other wives, Yang Kai also needed 6th order materials now. 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Yu He and the others also needed 6th order materials to cultivate efficiently. Although he had a first-class star city where he could obtain 6th order materials from time to time, Yin and Yang element materials were still extremely rare. Lu Jing was clearly a seasoned person, so he knew that other rewards might not be able to move Yang Kai. As such, he directly offered a reward that Yang Kai would not be able to turn down. Everything was peaceful for the next few days. When Kong Tianyu was on Intertwining Fate Peak previously, the place was lively as the residents would exchange pointers from time to time. However, after he was killed by Yang Kai with only one move, the entire Spirit Peak fell into a dead silence. The dozen or so people living here all hid in their resting places to cultivate while keeping their defensive arrays activated, worried that Yang Kai would storm into their places and kill them all in advance. After all, a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master was essentially unmatched on the Spirit Peak. The Tao Theory Assembly officially commenced a few days later. As a loud bell tolled, the cultivators, who had been cultivating on their respective Spirit Peaks, stepped out of their residences. On Intertwining Fate Peak, as soon as Yang Kai left his room, he saw many people looking at him with fearful eyes. Although a few days had passed, the sight of Kong Tianyu's head being blown up by Yang Kai's spear attack remained vivid in their minds. Kong Tianyu was the strongest fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master among them, but he was unable to survive a single move from Yang Kai. Certainly, as a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, Yang Kai stood out among them. They were previously worried that Yang Kai would kill all of them on Intertwining Fate Peak so that he would have fewer opponents. However, after he dealt with Kong Tianyu, he went on to cultivate in seclusion and didn't bother anyone else, allowing the others to have some peaceful days to live. Honestly speaking, if it weren't because they couldn't back down halfway, everyone on Intertwining Fate Peak would have fled already. None of them would be a match for a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master in the Tao Theory Assembly, so rather than staying there and getting humiliated, they could save themselves some time and embarrassment by backing down. However, the Tao Theory Assembly was held by Yin Cave Heaven, and no one had the guts to leave halfway. The consequences would be dreadful if their backing down was taken as a sign of disrespect towards Yin Cave Heaven. Just then, Lu Jing approached Yang Kai in a friendly manner. Yang Kai nodded gently at him and looked up. There was a slim woman clad in revealing clothes who was hovering in midair. Her short skirt could barely cover her alluring bottom, and as the wind whisked through her skirt, one could almost catch a glimpse of the spring scenery hidden below. The woman was weak as she was only in the third-order Open Heaven realm, however, her skin was delicate, and her eyes were extremely enchanting. "Since all of you are ready, please come with me," the woman stated in a sweet voice. As she turned around and flew forward, the men were aroused when they saw her bare back. None of them moved a muscle as they gazed at Yang Kai. It wasn't until Yang Kai flew up that the others followed him. More than a dozen people left the Spirit Peak and they soon reached the endless void. They had no idea where the woman was leading them to, but they could only follow her as it wasn't appropriate to ask her about it. 1 hour later, they finally saw a huge universe world in the distance. The universe world was much larger than average, and looking from afar, they could see that the terrain was pretty complex with the environment quite hostile. There was also a layer of gray mist around the universe world, seemingly shielding it from complete view. Yang Kai couldn't help but study the universe world in puzzlement. Yin Cave Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens, so why was there such a strange universe world in their territory? Given their strength, it wasn't hard for them to change the environment of this universe world, so there must be a reason for them to keep it as it was. Outside the universe world, there was a gigantic palace hovering in the void, in front of which was a square that was filled with many people. The third-order woman from Yin Cave Heaven led the group from Intertwining Fate Peak to land on the square. After stabilizing herself, she performed a salute in a particular direction. "Greetings, Elder Su. The participants from Intertwining Fate Peak are all here." Su Linggong was seated on a chair in that direction while Qing Kuei and Su Yingshui were standing behind him. Seeing Yang Kai, Qing Kuei nodded at him. Su Linggong swept a glance over them as his gaze eventually fell on Yang Kai. He seemed to be in a jovial mood as he said amicably, "Good, you may leave now." "Yes." The third-order Open Heaven Realm woman bowed and departed, leaving Yang Kai and the others where they stood. Yang Kai scanned his surroundings and realized that many cultivators had gathered together in groups in the square. There were somewhere between 300 to 400 of them in total. It seemed that they were also participants in the Tao Theory Assembly. The weakest ones were in the fourth order while there were many fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Just like those from Intertwining Fate Peak, these cultivators were supposed to be staying on their respective Spirit Peaks previously, but they were now all brought to this place. Soon, Yang Kai fell into a dazed state as he stared fixedly in a particular direction, a hint of shock on his face. That was because a petite woman was standing over there. Many of the participants around her were also examining her in shock. The existence of such a woman among a large group of men was like the bright moon in the dark night sky. It was expected that their attention was drawn to her. After all, the Tao Theory Assembly was meant to help Chu Huashang select a husband. Although those from Yinyang Cave Heaven hadn't set any strict rules, the participants were basically all men. Why would a woman take part in such an assembly? However, there really was a woman standing right on the square. Moreover, Yang Kai actually knew her. She was none other than Gu Pan from Langya Paradise. Yang Kai could barely suppress his laughter. It wasn't surprising that Gu Pan was in Yinyang Cave Heaven because she and Chu Huashang were close friends. Since this matter was about Chu Huashang's future happiness, it was only to be expected that she had tagged along with her master to this place. Nevertheless, it was quite awkward for her to appear in this square. When Yang Kai came across Gu Pan and Chu Huashang in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary in the past, they were also Emperor Realm cultivators just like himself. After such a long time though, everyone from back then had ascended to the Open Heaven Realm. Chu Huashang and Gu Pan both ascended to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. In that case, Yang Kai kept darting his gaze around and soon found two other familiar faces. One of them was Lin Feng from True Martial Cave Heaven, and the other was Ning Dao Ran from Free and Unfettered Paradise. Of the friends he got to know in Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, only little fatty Su Zhen wasn't around. It wasn't certain whether he didn't come or he hadn't ascended to the Open Heaven Realm yet. When their eyes met, Lin Feng snorted as he seemed to be displeased with Yang Kai. On the other hand, Ning Dao Ran just nodded at Yang Kai as a polite gesture. There were also some other unfriendly gazes that were examining Yang Kai. As Yang Kai swept a glance over them and soon saw Pei Wenxian from Myriad Demons Heaven and Xianxia from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. These two guys had formed grudges against Yang Kai in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, Xianxia relentlessly tried to kill Yang Kai. Fortunately, Chu Huashang never gave up on Yang Kai as she carried him on her back and eventually escaped from danger. There were some other people that Yang Kai didn't know, but he had a feeling that they were also core disciples from the various cave heavens and paradises just like Chu Huashang. There seemed to be a lot of powerful opponents in this Tao Theory Assembly. The disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven continuously led more participants to this place from various spirit peaks where they formed into different groups and waited patiently. On a platform overlooking the square, Su Linggong sat in the center seat among the other high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises, all of whom sported dark expressions. This couldn't be helped, as Su Linggong had suddenly changed the content in the Tao Theory Assembly. According to the original plan, the participants would just have to go on stage and fight against one another until the final winner emerged. It was a brutal but simple way as the stronger cultivators would be at an advantage. Nevertheless, Su Linggong informed them at the last moment that the rules had been changed, which infuriated the high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters from more than a dozen cave heavens and paradises. They didn't mind changing the content of the assembly, but Su Linggong had crossed the line by changing it at the last possible moment, leaving them unprepared. Presently, Zhuobu-kun from Myriad Demons Heaven was seated to the left of Su Linggong. He turned to look at him and asked impassively, "Brother Su, what are you trying to do?" "What do you mean?" Su Linggong glanced over at him. Zhuobu-kun asked, "Have you changed the rules at the last moment for a particular person?" "I don't understand what you're talking about." Su Linggong appeared innocent. "If you think there's something wrong with the assembly, you can leave now." "I don't mind." Zhuobu-kun snorted, "Is it really so easy, Brother Su? Since we've joined the assembly, why would we leave halfway? If news spread, Myriad Demons Heaven would become a laughingstock. Stop spouting nonsense if you're not going to leave then. I'm in charge of the Tao Theory Assembly, and I can do whatever I want." Su Linggong seemed ready to fight it out if need be. Seeing that both of them were incensed, the people beside them hurriedly calmed them down. Su Linggong looked smilingly at the square, but he secretly felt bitter in his heart. If Chu Huashang hadn't pestered him, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to change the rules of the Tao Theory Assembly. If they carried out the original plan and let the participants simply go on stage to fight, the the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises would have a distinct advantage. The winner would be one of those disciples from the aforementioned great forces, not Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai was also a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it had only been 2 years since his ascension. Be it his heritage or foundation, he wasn't comparable to the disciples from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Only when the rules were changed would he stand a chance to become the winner. Su Linggong knew that Chu Huashang was trying to help Yang Kai, but despite that, the young man would have to rely on his own power if he wanted to win first place. Now, they could only hope that this brat wouldn't disappoint them. As time passed, all the participants of the assembly were brought to this place. Yang Kai looked around and realized that there were about 500 or 600 people who were taking part in the assembly. However, he reckoned that there were originally more who were now buried on the various spirit peaks, just like what had happened to Kong Tianyu. Therefore, there were probably about 1,000 people who had registered to join the assembly. It had to be noted that all 1,000 of these people were in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm and above. None of them were minor characters. There was no doubt that the Tao Theory Assembly was a major event in the 3,000 worlds. It seemed that Lu Jing was right to say that many of the people who joined the assembly didn't intend to become the winner, as they had to be fully aware that they were not powerful enough to win. The reason they still participated in the event was to give themselves some training. Certainly, if they were lucky enough to be the winner, it would be life-changing for them. Previously, more than a dozen Cave Heavens and Paradises had cordoned off the territory gates around Yinyang territory and chased off all the foreign Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, which allowed the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to have some hope. However, following the participation of more than a dozen Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters now, their hope was thoroughly crushed. Many well-informed people had some complaints about Yang Kai at this moment. If it was not for his sudden participation, the Tao Theory Assembly would not have had any Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in attendance. In the current situation, they no longer expected to obtain any of the top positions. They simply hoped that they would not be ranked so lowly that they besmirched the names of their sects. After a while, nobody else was guided to this place. It would seem that all of the participants had gathered here. Qin Kuei leaned over and muttered something in Su Linggong's ear, after which he nodded lightly and said, "Since everybody is gathered here, let us begin." Behind him, Su Yingshui immediately took one step forward and raised an arm upon hearing those words. Hundreds of streams of light burst out all of a sudden and swept across the huge square. A short while later, all the participating cultivators were surprised to find a pale gold wristband floating in front of each of them. The wristbands were made from some kind of unknown material that exuded a faint pulsing aura. Su Yingshui's expression was cold and indifferent as she explained, "All participants, please wear these wristbands. These wristbands are very important. They are the key items that will determine your ranking in the Tao Theory Assembly, so do not lose them or destroy them. Do not remove them without authorization either, or you will be disqualified." Everybody curiously looked at the pale gold wristbands after hearing those words. Despite studying the wristbands from all angles, they could not figure out anything about them. Nevertheless, they could only obey since these arrangements were something Yinyang Cave Heaven had prepared for them. It didn't take long before everybody was wearing the wristbands. What was surprising was that the wristbands transformed into a circular brand that imprinted itself on their wrists when worn. Yang Kai quietly scanned the wristband for a moment but did not detect anything unusual. He could not even sense the slightest hint of something wrong. As for what these wristbands were meant for, he remained clueless and turned to look at Lu Jing curiously. Unfortunately, Lu Jing shook his head to indicate that he did not know anything either. Yang Kai could only give up. In any case, Yinyang Cave Heaven would eventually give an appropriate explanation for the situation. Once everybody was wearing the wristbands, Su Linggong slowly got to his feet. The majestic aura of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master unfolded, and with a dignified expression, he spoke, "Yinyang Cave Heaven has been established in the 3,000 worlds for countless years. Our inheritance is steeped with history. Today, I will be choosing a husband for my youngest disciple. It is comforting for this monarch to see so many handsome young men standing here. I hope you will perform well and achieve satisfactory results." His voice was not loud, but everybody could hear him clearly with the help of his Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm aura. It sounded almost as though he was standing next to each person while speaking. The location of the Tao Theory Assembly this time lies within the universe world behind you. The expressions of many people changed to reveal knowing looks. The truth was that many of the cultivators had already made some guesses when they saw this universe world. If that was not the location where the Tao Theory Assembly was going to be held, then why guide people to this place? Yang Kai noticed that Lu Jing, who was standing next to him, had turned slightly pale. Lu Jing seemed apprehensive about something, almost as though this particular universe world contained some kind of deadly threat. The universe world before you is known as Prison Star. It is the place where Yin Cave Heaven exiles certain dangerous criminals. The people in that universe world consist of Yin Cave Heaven disciples who committed grave crimes, as well as vicious and atrocious villains who were captured and brought back from the outside world. It can be said that every single existence within that place is a criminal. You can kill them at your discretion. I knew it. It really is the Prison Star. Lu Jing murmured softly. Yang Kai turned to look at Lu Jing. He knows something about this Prison Star. Unfortunately, it's not convenient for me to ask him about this matter under the current circumstances. I can only figure things out once Su Linggong finishes his speech. This Prison Star is a training ground for Yin Cave Heaven disciples. What you need to do now is enter the Prison Star and slaughter those who can be killed. The wristband will record your achievements. In the end, the person with the highest score recorded in their wristbands will be the winner. As soon as those words left Su Linggong's mouth, a commotion broke out among the cultivators in the silent square, and many of the cultivators couldn't help revealing joyous looks. That was particularly true for many Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. They originally thought that they would only be accompanying their charges on a study trip to the Tao Theory Assembly. After all, they did not have the slightest chance of winning against the 10 or so Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in a straight-up fight. On the other hand, if the Tao Theory Assembly was carried out in this manner, then they could avoid fighting with the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters entirely. There was even a chance of winning first place if they could obtain a good enough result on the Prison Star. Su Linggong coldly observed the commotion below, only to break into a grin after a long while. You will know how the wristband records your achievements later, but there is something else this monarch needs to inform you about first. All the criminals on Prison Star have been notified of this event, and have been told that if they kill enough participants, they will be able to obtain their freedom. That's why. It's not just you hunting them, they will also spare no effort to hunt you down. After all, it has been many years since they last tasted freedom. The commotion throughout the square died down abruptly. One of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters frowned at those words. Brother Su, why was I not informed about this? If that was the case, then every single person who participated in the Tao Theory Assembly would be in mortal danger. There were many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on Prison Star, and if anybody were to encounter those people, even a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from the Cave Heavens and Paradises might not escape alive. Similarly, the other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters turned to look at Su Linggong in unison. It was clear that it was also the first time they had heard about this. Su Linggong slapped his head lightly. Oh? Did I not tell you? No worries. It's not too late for you to find out now. Brother Su, is this your own idea? Or, is this Yin Cave Heaven's idea? A high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master questioned. Su Linggong glanced sideways at that person and simply stated, I am in charge of the Tao Theory Assembly. Whatever I say goes. If you are worried about your disciples, you can withdraw right now. This Su will not stop anybody. Withdraw. We're already here. Who would have the nerve to quit now? If we did that, won't other people look down on our sects? They originally assumed that the Tao Theory Assembly was an explanation given by Yin Cave Heaven as a result of the joint pressure exerted by the various cave heavens and paradises for Chu Huashang's actions. It would now seem though that everybody had been fooled by Su Linggong. If they had known that the Tao Theory Assembly would be so dangerous, they wouldn't have allowed their most treasured disciples to participate. Those whom they brought here were newly promoted Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. How could they compare with the old ghosts on Prison Star? Martial Uncle Su, how will the achievements be calculated if two people work together to kill a criminal? Xian Zhao of Xianyuan Cave Heaven suddenly cupped his fist and asked. Su Linggong grinned, rest assured, as long as you are nearby when the criminal dies, you will share a certain amount of the achievements. You can figure out the secrets behind this mechanism yourselves. Xianxia nodded lightly and asked again, what if we were to accidentally kill another participant? Su Linggong said, of course, there will also be achievements for that. Moreover, all the results previously obtained by that person will be passed on to you. Xianxia licked his lips and smiled, I see. This disciple understands now. The expressions of many participating cultivators were rather ugly. Yinyang Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly was now a chaotic free-for-all. There was no doubt that Su Linggong set this up to promote killings. It didn't matter whether it was the criminals on Prison Star or the participating cultivators, as long as they killed another, they would receive achievements for their deeds. Lu Jing turned deathly pale as he gulped nervously and looked at Yang Kai pitifully. Senior brother Yang. The rules of the Tao Theory Assembly had suddenly become so brutal that he was not sure if Yang Kai was still willing to fulfill their previous agreement. Yang Kai, however, just said, rest assured. Just follow me later. Lu Jing was overjoyed, many thanks for your care, brother Yang. He was incredibly grateful that he made such a timely move back on intertwining Fate Peak. How else could he have had the chance to follow a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now? He was just a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If he had entered Prison Star with his current strength alone, it would not be long before he ended up as somebody else's meal. Are there any other questions? Su Linggong scanned the audience. Nobody answered. Thus, he nodded in satisfaction. In that case, let the Tao Theory Assembly begin. After saying that, he sat back down again. Qing Kuei and Su Yingxue stepped forward at the same time and walked out from behind Su Linggong. They each used a set of hand seals before pushing their palms out towards Prison Star. In the next moment, a wide, multicolored road appeared out of nowhere, connecting Prison Star and the Palace Square like a rainbow. Su Yingxue shouted, all participants, please enter. The event will last for 1 year, during which Prison Star's Grand Array will remain closed. Nobody will be allowed to enter or leave without authorization. Once the 1-year period is up, we will guide you back here. Everybody glanced at the Rainbow Bridge for a moment, and not long after that, somebody moved and landed atop it. A distorted light flashed by and that person vanished out of sight in an instant, probably transferred somewhere on Prison Star. The rest of the cultivators quickly stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge, either alone or in small groups of 3 to 5. Yang Kai was in no hurry to move and simply stood there waiting. Junior brother Yang. A coquettish voice suddenly rang out. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction and saw a figure flying out from the depths of Yinyang Cave Heaven. It was Chu Huashang. On the stage, Su Linggong was taken aback by the sight and asked Su Yingxue, what is that girl doing here? Su Yingxue slowly shook her head. His facial muscles twitched slightly in annoyance. Regardless of the circumstances, the purpose of the Tao Theory Assembly was to choose a husband for Chu Huashang, hence, it was truly inappropriate for her to make a public appearance at a time like this. Be that as it may, she was already here, so it was already too late to stop her. The cultivators who had yet to enter Prison Star looked up upon hearing her voice, and many people recognized her identity and looked enamored at the mere sight of her. Leaving aside the fact that she was in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, Chu Huashang's figure and looks alone were first class throughout the 3,000 worlds. If they could take the winning spot in the Tao Theory Assembly, they would be able to win the hand of such a gorgeous beauty. If that had happened, then their lives would not have been in vain. In front of everybody's eyes though, Chu Huashang landed lightly in front of Yang Kai. Senior Sister Chu, what are you doing here? Yang Kai asked. He had not seen her since the last time the two of them had been caught in bed by Su Linggong, therefore, he never expected for her to come here at this time. I came to see you. She looked at him with a smile. All of a sudden, she took 2 steps forward and threw her soft body into his arms. Come back soon, junior brother. I will be waiting for you. Yang Kai immediately froze in place. The two of them had been in the throes of passion and nearly sealed the deal in her bedroom last time, but that incident had simply been a trap devised by Su Linggong, so it could not be counted. But now, she was the one who took the initiative to hug him. Furthermore, she did it in front of so many people that he was completely caught off guard. When Yang Kai looked around, he saw that the expressions of many participating cultivators were as black as the bottom of a pot. The Tao Theory Assembly was held in order to choose a husband for Chu Huashang, therefore, all the cultivators who came to participate in this event carried at least a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They dreamed of winning first place and bringing home a beautiful bride. It was for that reason that they rolled up their sleeves and prepared to put their lives on the line. To their greatest dismay though, Chu Huashang took the initiative to embrace one of the participants with a look that seemed to indicate that she was secretly in love with that man right in front of all of them. That atmosphere instantly became tense. For a time, many people glared at Yang Kai with hatred and rage in their eyes. Even more people decided that what the eyes did not see, the heart did not grieve. They turned around and rushed onto the Rainbow Bridge and were transported into Prison Star. Junior brother, please be careful. Chu Huashang did not show too much intimacy in her actions and quickly let go. Then, she took 2 steps backward and winked at him. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Turning around, he strode towards the Rainbow Bridge. Senior brother Yang, please wait for me. Lu Jing finally came back to his senses and quickly caught up with Yang Kai's pace. At the same time, he drew upon his world force and covered both of them in it. Yang Kai noticed and did not resist. When the two of them stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge together, they felt a swirling sensation washing over them and their vision blurred for a moment. In the next instant, they were in another world. Overwhelming pressure pressed down on them from above, and Yang Kai involuntarily slumped slightly. It felt as though his small universe was being covered by something and his power could not flow properly. Please forgive me, senior brother Yang. The transfer to the Prison Star is set to a random location. If I had not done that, you and I would have been separated and it would have been difficult to meet up again. Lu Jing explained his actions just now. Yang Kai looked surprised. This place is a little strange. Lu Jing said, Senior brother, don't panic. The Prison Star, he was about to explain something when he suddenly heard a piercing scream coming from not far away. Turning to look in that direction, he saw a strong and burly man riding on top of a woman in a bush nearby. The man was grinning and laughing. His hands were busy ripping apart the clothes on the woman's body without care, quickly exposing her snow-white skin to the air. It didn't take long before all she had left were her undergarments that concealed her most private parts. The woman kicked and punched desperately, crying and screaming at the same time. However, her actions only seemed to fuel the man's excitement, causing him to become more and more aggressive. Stop. How dare you do such a despicable thing in broad daylight? Lu Jing felt the blood rushing to his head at the sight and roared in their direction. He never imagined that he would be greeted by such an ugly sight the moment he and Yang Kai entered the Prison Star. Lu Jing's voice startled the burly man who was about to finish what he started. That man turned to look in this direction, his eyes sweeping over Lu Jing. Then, he grinned savagely. Where did this baby come from? How dare you ruin my fun? Scram if you don't want to die. Lu Jing snapped angrily, the people of the Prison Star are heinous indeed. Now that I've run into you, I can't forgive your deeds. While speaking, he reached out and summoned a long sword into his hand before pointing it at the man. The power of Lu Jing's small universe fluctuated, making that burly man's expression change slightly. Fourth order? His expression couldn't help becoming solemn in response. He was only in the third order open heaven realm. On the other hand, this brat who popped out of nowhere turned out to be in the fourth order. How could he dare to be negligent? He couldn't care less about the woman pressed underneath him anymore and hastily drew upon his own world force to confront Lu Jing. Yang Kai glanced in their direction once then stopped paying attention to them. One was in the third order while the other was in the fourth order, so there was no doubt about the outcome. Although Lu Jing was nothing compared to Yang Kai in terms of strength, it did not change the fact that a fourth order open heaven realm master was in the mid-rank open heaven realm. Fourth order open heaven realm masters generally commanded a certain level of respect in the 3,000 worlds. Instead, Yang Kai lowered his head to look at the jade slip in his hand, immersing his mind into it as he carefully inspected the contents. This jade slip was something Chu Huashang had secretly stuffed into his hand under the guise of hugging him earlier. He did not know what information was recorded within the jade slip, but even so, it had to be important seeing as she did not hesitate to destroy her own reputation by making an appearance at the Tao Theory Assembly just to hand it to him. On the other side, Lu Jing was caught in a fierce battle with that burly man, but thanks to the difference in their orders, he still held the absolute advantage. It didn't take more than 10 breaths of time before the burly man was suppressed to the point where he could not fight back. Sword wave after sword wave flashed out, slicing across the man's torso. Blood flowed freely from those wounds, and in a panic, the man hurriedly begged for mercy. A hint of hesitation flashed across Lu Jing's eyes, but he quickly responded firmly, "The death of scum who oppress others and forcefully seize women aren't worth pitying." With a flick of his long sword, Lu Jing created a rain of sword waves that crashed down on the burly man. When the light died down, he gave a soft snort and flicked off the blood staining his blade. Meanwhile, the burly man remained standing there motionlessly until a soft breeze blew past his body and shattered it like a wooden block that had been sliced apart. Blood flowed out like a river. Inadvertently or otherwise, Lu Jing glanced at Yang Kai as though to say that he was not completely useless. Unfortunately, he turned around only to see Yang Kai looking down at a jade slip. He couldn't help feeling disappointed as a result. Following the death of that burly man, a black light escaped from one of the pieces of his corpse and split into two. One part rushed into the golden wristband around Lu Jing's wrist while the other part rushed towards Yang Kai, who was standing not too far away, and slipped into his golden wristband. "Oh?" Lu Jing exclaimed in surprise, "Is that how our achievements are recorded?" They had heard about this from Su Linggong previously. As long as the participants were nearby when the criminals were killed, they would all share a certain amount of achievement. They had not understood how the mechanism of sharing worked at the beginning, but how could he not understand after witnessing the situation just now? Lu Jing lowered his head to examine his golden wristband and discovered something. The golden wristband that was initially blank had been dyed black at a certain spot. It seemed to be part of a pattern, but the pattern was not fully revealed because the achievements he accrued were too few. There was no time to think too deeply about this matter though. Putting his long sword away, Lu Jing walked towards the woman and gently asked, "Are you all right?" The woman's body and all her womanly charms were on full display. There were only a few torn pieces of cloth left covering her body, and her suet white jade-like skin shone with a porcelain-like luster. She was shivering violently and curled up in place. When she saw Lu Jing approaching her, her eyes filled with fear and panic as she kept shaking her head and pleading, "No. No. No, please." Her weak and vulnerable appearance made one subconsciously pity her. His heart moved. Lu Jing tried to comfort her, "Miss, please don't be scared. I don't have any ill intentions." Walking over to her, he removed his shirt and draped it over her body to cover up her womanly charms. Her body continued to shiver violently, and it was obvious that she had been scared witless by what had happened to her. The sight made Lu Jing feel helpless, but just as he was about to reassure her once more, an inexplicable sense of danger flooded his heart and chills spread across his entire body. Before he could understand what was happening, he noticed that Yang Kai, who had been standing a few paces away earlier, had suddenly appeared before him at some point in time. Yang Kai was squeezing the woman's neck, and the expression on the woman's face had become even more terrified than before. "Senior brother Yang, you," Lu Jing looked at Yang Kai in puzzlement. "Gotcha." Yang Kai exerted some force into his hand and the woman's head fell forward limply, the vitality in her eyes dissipating quickly. A black light escaped from her wrist, and just like before, the light divided into two pieces and disappeared into their wristbands. Lu Jing was shocked. Be that as it may, he was no fool, so after a moment of hesitation, he lifted the shirt he had draped over the woman's body and instantly broke out in cold sweat at what he saw. A dagger glowing with a faint blue light had appeared in the woman's hands at some point. Moreover, the dagger was clearly aimed at his chest. Just a little further and it would have pierced into his body. Only then did he understand where the sense of crisis had come from just now. The person he initially thought to be a powerless woman being assaulted turned out to be a poisonous snake that was hiding her fangs. If Yang Kai had not acted decisively, he would either be dead or heavily wounded by now. It turns out that everyone in the prison star is an extremely vicious person after all. They are all people who deserve to be killed. Lu Jing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cupped his fists. "Many thanks for saving my life, brother Yang." Even a woman they met while she was being assaulted turned out to be so dangerous. It could be perceived what kind of people were locked up in this damned place from this experience alone. Yang Kai smilingly said, "Brother Lu, don't forget that indulging in lust is equivalent to hanging a knife above your head. Take care to avoid such mistakes in the future. Lu Jing blushed furiously. It's not what you think. I just. Huh. There was no way to explain away his mistake. That was because he had truly been fascinated by that woman's beauty and charm for a time, otherwise, he would not have dropped his guard so easily. What Yang Kai said was not far from the truth. This prison star is odd indeed, Yang Kai muttered to himself. Lu Jing explained, Brother Yang, you might not know this, but the prison star is a place used by Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples as a life and death training area, so the entire prison star is shrouded and suppressed by a powerful grand array. All cultivators, regardless of their cultivation, will experience a huge decrease in strength here. Not to mention that the stronger they are, the more intensely they will be suppressed. I'm sure you saw my fight against that man just now. Yang Kai nodded. I noticed. He had noticed this phenomenon as soon as he entered the prison star. There was some sort of suppressive force that existed everywhere, making him feel as though a mountain was pressing down on him. Lu Jing was in the fourth order open heaven realm while that burly man was in the third order. Even so, their fight had not demonstrated the majesty that a third order and fourth order open heaven realm master should have. That was clearly due to the suppression of the grand array covering the prison star. Logically speaking, it should have been as simple as lifting a finger for a fourth order open heaven realm master to eliminate one in the third order. Nevertheless, it had taken Lu Jing a whole 10 breaths of time to finish his opponent. While Lu Jing's strength was indeed much greater than the burly man's, the suppression he faced was also much stronger. Thus, the wide gap in their respective strengths was narrowed greatly. Because of the grand array, all the people on the prison star are unable to exert their real strength. Since you are in the sixth order, senior brother Yang, you will also face the greatest suppression among us. That is why you have to be careful when you encounter an enemy. Even a fifth order open heaven realm master might have the power to fight you on equal terms in this place. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Looking down at his golden wristband, he murmured thoughtfully, the way the Tao Theory Assembly records our achievements is quite interesting as well. The golden wristband was originally just a blank golden brand, however, a small black mark appeared on one part of the golden wristband after they killed that man and that woman. He examined the golden wristband carefully and said, it appears to be a pattern of a star. Similarly, Lu Jing looked at his wrist and compared the pattern on Yang Kai's wrist with his own. Their situation at the moment was completely identical. You're right, senior brother Yang. This is most likely a star. It was just that the pattern of the star was not completely stained black yet. At most, only 10% of the star had turned black. Recalling their encounter just now, Lu Jing commented, those two were probably in the third order open heaven realm. Moreover, you and I shared the achievements equally. Only 10% of this star was stained black. In other words, we have to kill 10 third order open heaven realm masters on our own in order to get 1 star's worth of achievements. What if it were 4th order open heaven realm masters or 5th order open heaven realm masters? We just need to test it out on somebody to know, Yang Kai replied casually. That's true. Lu Jing nodded. Following behind a 6th order open heaven realm master like Yang Kai gave him a great sense of security. Even if they really were to encounter a powerful foe, he had nothing to worry about. He only needed to protect himself well and leave everything else for Yang Kai to solve. Thus, he secretly decided that he would keep some distance the next time Yang Kai killed somebody. It would be bad if he stole more of Yang Kai's achievements. After all, he only wished to return home safely from this trip. As for his final placing, Lu Jing wasn't too bothered either way. But, before that, we have to figure out where we are located on the prison star. Yang Kai rose into the sky while speaking. He initially wanted to observe his surroundings from above, but to his surprise, he had only just taken flight when he suddenly felt the pressure on his head increasing sharply. Furthermore, the pressure became more and more horrifying the further up he went. When he reached a height of 1,000 meters, he became completely powerless to ascend further. Yang Kai was speechless. The prison star's grand array was truly amazing. It was able to make a 6th order open heaven realm master like him unable to resist. Thinking about it again though, it made sense. This place was where Yinyang Cave Heaven locked up all the most heinous criminals, many of which were in the 6th order. If it were so easy to break free of the grand array's suppression, then all the criminals within would have escaped a long time ago. With his current strength, Yang Kai was only able to fly 1,000 meters up into the air. Any other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would probably fare worse in his shoes. In this way, escaping from the prison star was nothing more than a dream. Standing 1,000 meters above ground, Yang Kai studied his surrounding environment whilst comparing the topography with the information contained within the jade slip in his hand. This jade slip was something Chu Huashang had handed to him at the last moment. Recorded within the jade slip was various information related to the prison star, including a complete map and details on the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm prisoners. Yinyang Cave Heaven had been managing the prison star for countless years, so they knew everything about it and its inhabitants. It would not have been difficult for Chu Huashang to obtain this information. Nevertheless, her actions could be construed as favoritism if they were known she only did this because she was worried that accidents might happen if Yang Kai ran into an enemy that was too strong for him. Unfortunately, the information he obtained from his current investigation was too little for Yang Kai to confirm their current location, therefore, he could only continue to proceed forward. Lu Jing followed behind Yang Kai with a relaxed expression. Both of them experienced a sharp decrease in travel speed thanks to the suppression of the prison star's grand array. Yang Kai originally thought that the 1-year period of the Tao Theory Assembly was far too long. After all, the cultivators participating in the event were all in the Fourth Order and above. The prison star might be large, but it could not withstand the damage caused by hundreds of Open Heaven Masters battling each other. It would not take more than 10 to 15 days for the entire prison star to be turned upside down. Now, however, it would seem that their travel speed and strength had dropped significantly due to the various suppression effects of the prison star's grand array. 1 year might not even be enough time for a person to tour the entire prison star. Yang Kai would stop and study the topography of his surroundings from time to time, and after half a day, he finally confirmed his location. He carefully went through the information recorded in the jade slip once more before he turned to look in a certain direction. "You're first." While leading Lu Jing forward, the pair occasionally came across wandering criminals, some alone, some in small groups. Su Linggong had spoken the truth. All the criminals locked up on the prison star had been informed in advance about a large number of cultivators participating in the Tao Theory Assembly who would pour into the prison star. If they killed enough of the participants and obtained the necessary achievements, Yinyang Cave Heaven agreed to set them free. Tempted by this offer, the criminals on the prison star were actively searching around. Many of them had been imprisoned in this place for hundreds or even thousands of years. Some might even have been here for longer than that. As long as Yinyang Cave Heaven did not agree, they had no way of escaping this place. This opportunity was so difficult to come by, so they had to make good use of this opportunity. If they were lucky enough, they might even receive a new chance at life. Although there were many criminals imprisoned on the prison star, most of them were not particularly strong. Along the way, Yang Kai and Lu Jing only encountered those who were in the Third Order and below. Yang Kai had not bothered to attack, but Lu Jing enthusiastically killed them all. After multiple attempts and experimentation, the two of them finally gained some understanding of how things worked. As long as the distance between them exceeded 300 meters, then the credit for the kill would not be shared. On the other hand, the black light escaping from the wrists of the criminals would split into two as long as they were within 300 meters of each other. Yinyang Cave Heaven probably designed this system in this manner after taking into account that some people might travel together. This profit-sharing method would make dividing their achievements more convenient. Naturally, there was an issue regarding who contributed more and who contributed less, however, that could be solved through negotiation among those traveling together. 3 days later, the two of them entered a dense jungle. The dense jungle was covered in a thick fog that reduced their visibility to just 10 meters at most. The surrounding area also had a faint suppressive force that dampened the perception of their divine senses. It was obvious that some sort of spirit array had been arranged here. The presence of a spirit array could only mean that there were people living here, and judging by the traces and strength of the spirit array, the person living here was not weak. Lu Jing nervously followed closely behind Yang Kai, peering into his surroundings from time to time. He did not know why Yang Kai wanted to come here, but Yang Kai seemed to have had a very clear goal throughout their travels. Kacha, a soft sound rang out, causing all the hairs on Lu Jing's body to stand in fear, but looking down he saw that he had simply stepped on a dried branch. Laughing in relief, he felt that he might have been a little too nervous. The thought had only just crossed his mind when a black shadow suddenly loomed over him. Immediately following that, Lu Jing felt an extremely sticky feeling wrapping around him while his nostrils were filled with a nasty and pungent stench. It felt as though he had accidentally fallen into a smelly swamp. Shocked, he hurriedly activated his small universe. World force surged and spilled forth as he punched forward ferociously. Lu Jing's vision abruptly returned to him while his entire body felt wet and sticky. He was covered from head to toe in a turbid yellow liquid. Turning to look behind him in shock and terror, Lu Jing saw a huge flower with a gaping hole that had been blasted open by something. The flower was oozing with a liquid that was identical to the liquid covering his entire body. Lu Jing's expression darkened. Only then did he realize that he had been swallowed by this strange flower just now. He had seen many of these enormous flowers along the way, but he never imagined that they were capable of eating people. Oh? Xianxia looked at the flower with interest. Ci, an odd swaying sound rang out around them as a dozen or so of these gigantic flowers and their surroundings suddenly burst open to reveal rows and rows of jagged fangs. The tendrils of the flowering plants stretched out like poisonous snakes towards them. Then, these flowering plants bit down on the two of them. How dare mere monsters act so brazenly? Lu Jing yelled with a stomach full of grievances. With a flick of his hand, he summoned his long sword. Sword light flashed out, slashing at the attackers and tearing them to pieces one after another. These flowers might be strange, but it was not strong enough to actually harm a fourth-order open heaven realm master like him. Shwa shwa shwa, the sound of something slicing through the air rang out. The branches of the ancient trees and their surroundings seemed to come alive and began whipping towards them. Moreover, each attack contained an extremely heavy force behind it. Before Lu Jing could recover from his shock, the branches lashed all over his body. He was so badly beaten that he became flustered and quickly shouted for help, "Brother Yang." "What an impressive spirit array." Xianxia commented casually before pitch-black golden crow's true fire suddenly erupted from his body and spread outward, instantly burning the branches that stretched out towards them to a crisp. Terrified faces appeared on the ancient trees in the surroundings. There was a series of rustling sounds as many of the ancient trees pulled their roots out from the ground and fled as though they had encountered their natural enemy. The surroundings around Lu Jing and Xianxia suddenly became empty. "Let's go and meet the master of this place." Xianxia grinned. Lu Jing was covered in wet and sticky goo, but he could only dejectedly follow behind Xianxia as he murmured, "Brother Yang, I don't feel so good." "You'll be fine. We'll borrow the bath from the master of this place to wash up later." Lu Jing sighed, "I guess that's all we can do." The slime all over his body contained some corrosive properties, but his cultivation as a fourth-order open heaven realm master allowed Lu Jing to withstand them. Doing so would only consume some of his world force, so it wasn't too difficult. What was annoying was the foul stench that made him want to vomit. The pair moved forward smoothly. After what happened just now, the flowers and strange gigantic trees had vanished out of sight, but the array in this place also seemed to have bewildering abilities. Xianxia and Lu Jing wandered around for a while but could not leave, much less discover where the master of this place was located. Xianxia impatiently stopped in his tracks and shouted loudly, "Are you here, Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch? Come out and face me." According to the information given by Chu Huashang, the person who lived here was a sixth-order open heaven realm master by the name Huigu. When Huigu arrived at one of the universe worlds under the jurisdiction of Yin Cave Heaven, he brought catastrophe to it and caused all life to be annihilated. His actions provoked the anger of Yin Cave Heaven and he was eventually captured by one of Yin Cave Heaven's elders who was in the seventh-order open heaven realm. Huigu was then thrown into the prison star where he had been imprisoned for more than 800 years. This dense forest was basically an existence akin to a restricted area for all the Yin Cave Heaven disciples who entered the prison star for training. After all, the Yin Cave Heaven disciples who came for training would not be too strong. Who among them could survive a direct confrontation against an established sixth-order open heaven realm master like the Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch? Only people on the level of Qing Kuei and Suing Shui would be an opponent for Huigu. It was just that their identity and status did not allow them to enter the prison star without sufficient reason. The only exception being that they received a special mission from the sect. When they were promoted to become outer elders, they were each sent into the prison star to kill a sixth-order open heaven realm master as a kind of test. Where did this thing with no eyes come from? How dare you run wild in this monarch's territory? Hurry up and scram if you don't want to die, otherwise, don't blame this monarch for being ruthless. A sharp voice rang out, and listening to this ear-piercing voice felt very uncomfortable. Furthermore, the voice seemed to come from all directions. It was difficult for anybody to pinpoint where it was coming from. Are you sure you want to speak to me in such a manner? Xianxia glanced sideways in a certain direction. A strange cackling laughter rang out. Brat, you sure are arrogant. This monarch is in a good mood today, so I will overlook your transgression. Hurry up and scram before I reconsider. Xianxia gently nodded. I hope your bones are as hard as your mouth is stubborn. When those words left his mouth, the pitch-black golden crow's true fire burst out and filled the surroundings, turning everything around Xianxia into a sea of flames. Xianxia did not know much about the Tao of spirit arrays, but there was clearly a bewildering array set up in this place. Neither he nor Lu Jing could find their way around as a result. In order to destroy the spirit array, he could either locate the array core or shatter its structure with brute force. Given that it was simpler, he chose the latter option. The pitch-black golden crow's true fire filled the air, burning everything that it came into contact with and forcing its way outwards. The sharp voice initially taunted him unceasingly, but the other party quickly realized that something was wrong with the current situation. The whole array was on the verge of falling apart under the engulfment of the golden crow's true fire. The voice suddenly became incredibly furious. That person controlled the array from the shadows and triggered all sorts of changes that turned into an endless variety of attacks. These attacks then shot towards Xianxia and Lu Jing from all directions, each one containing great power. Xianxia's expression remained unchanged however. While casually blocking each and every one of those attacks, the golden crow's true fire continued to spread outwards. Lu Jing hid beside Xianxia, looking pale and not daring to move a single muscle. As a fourth-order open heaven realm master, he would have been killed on the spot if he had fallen into this array on his own. The only reason he remained safe and sound was thanks to Xianxia's protection. The attacks that came from all directions were not only dense but also never-ending. Not to mention, every single attack contained power equivalent to the full-strength blow of a fourth-order open heaven realm master. An incense stick later, Xianxia suddenly turned to look in a certain direction and grinned savagely. Found you. The power in his body surged and wrapped around Lu Jing. Following that, he charged forward in that direction and rammed straight through the bewildering array before he plunged headfirst into an enormous tree cave. A violent force spread out, accompanied by a series of muffled groans and screams of agony. The huge tree swayed, leaves and branches falling. 3 breaths later, everything became calm again. Inside the tree cave, Xianxia held a midget by the neck. This fellow was half the height of an ordinary human with a long and sharp chin that jutted out. Xianxia held the midget up in front of him and gave a gentle shake. The midget remained motionless, swaying back and forth like a limp noodle. Even the aura around his body was completely obliterated. Is he dead? Xianxia furrowed his brow tightly. All of a sudden, he licked his lips and added, well, if he is, I shouldn't let him go to waste. Under Lu Jing's stunned watch, Xianxia opened his jaw wide and lifted the midget to stuff him into his mouth. His actions made it seem like he was going to eat him alive. Lu Jing's eyes twitched violently at the sight. Just then, the midget that had been motionless and pretending to be dead suddenly began to struggle and scream frantically, Mercy! Have mercy, sir! Xianxia looked at the midget with a playful expression, and as their gazes met, how could the midget not know that Xianxia had simply been messing around with him? His little trick of playing dead had been seen through from the start. Xianxia casually tossed him to the ground and said lightly, don't even think about running. You won't get away. While speaking, he walked over to a bench and sat down grandly with a swish of his robes. The midget trembled violently and crawled on the ground. How could he dare to run? He had only exchanged a couple of moves with Xianxia before he was captured alive. With his meager strength, he wasn't even worthy of carrying Xianxia's shoes. In addition, his plan to play dead had failed miserably. How could he have any other thoughts at the moment? Glancing around, Xianxia noticed that the furnishings inside the tree cave were very simple. It could be seen that the master of this place was not a materialistic person. After confirming that there was nothing worth taking notice of in the room, he finally lowered his head to look at the midget in front of him and asked disappointedly, "Are you Greybone's heavenly monarch?" Contrary to the information that Chu Huashang had given to him, the midget in front of him was only in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm, a far cry from a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master. The midget hurriedly explained, "Sir, please understand. This little one is only a servant of Sir Huigu." "So, you are not Huigu?" Yang Kai raised an eyebrow at those words. The midget looked up and squeezed out an ingratiating smile. "This one is called by Mo." While speaking, he raised his hand and stroked the cluster of white hair on his head. TL note, by Mo equals white hair, literally, pft. Lu Jing couldn't help bursting into laughter from where he stood nearby. Even he could sense that the midget was only in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm after observing the fight between Yang Kai and the midget earlier. The midget might have held a leadership position among slightly weaker second-class great forces, but he was nothing more than a servant here on the prison star. Moreover, he had been given such a random name. This was clearly not his real name, but there was no need to inquire further into this matter. "Where is Greybone's heavenly monarch?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow tightly together, feeling a little disgruntled. He had come all the way here, thinking that he could go on a killing spree and earn some achievements, but who could have known that he would only find a weakling in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm here? This trip was a waste of his time and energy. Bayamo replied respectfully, "Thanks to a grand event on the prison star recently, Master has gone to visit Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch to discuss countermeasures." Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch? Yang Kai's expression changed upon hearing those words. He thought back on the contents recorded within the jade slip given to him by Chu Huashang, and there was indeed somebody by the name of Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch, who was also in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. It was said that he had the bloodline of a great monster, so his strength was not to be underestimated. "Sir, you came here to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly hosted by Yin Heaven, right?" Bayamo asked, carefully observing Yang Kai's expression. "So what if I did?" Yang Kai studied Bayamo seriously. Yang Kai was staring so hard that Bayamo felt all the hairs on his body standing upright. Whenever he recalled the time when Yang Kai had tried to eat him up in one bite, he couldn't help shuddering. Hastily squeezing out some tears, Bayamo prostrated himself on the ground. "Sir, please have mercy. This one's cultivation is low. I did not commit any heinous crimes either. Back then, I simply had eyes but failed to see and made fun of a Yin Cave Heaven disciple. For just that, I was actually thrown into the prison star. Sir, please have mercy. I'm really not a criminal." Upon confirming that Yang Kai and Lu Jing were here to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly, how could Bayamo not know that his very life was just a trophy in their eyes? He was no match for them in terms of strength, so he could only beg for his life. Yang Kai kicked Bayamo to the ground. "Stop sniveling if you want to live." Bayamo immediately fell silent and stared at Yang Kai pitifully with traces of tears still in his eyes. Sitting on the chair, Yang Kai mulled over the issue for a while. After pondering in silence, he got to his feet and picked Bayamo up from the ground. "Do you know where Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch is?" Bayamo quickly nodded. "I do. I do. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch is on good terms with Master, so they keep in contact with each other. Master once brought me to Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's palace. Guide me." Yang Kai released Bayamo and instructed. Ba-Mo looked at Yang Kai incredulously for a moment, then he immediately became overjoyed. "Sir, please come with me." At the same time, a middle-aged and fair-faced man along with another burly and stocky man sat opposite each other inside an enormous palace that was located approximately 100,000 kilometers away. There was nothing about the fair-faced man that made him seem particularly special. On the other hand, the stocky man was one head taller than most people. His muscles stacked high upon each other, giving off the feeling of explosive power. These two were none other than Greybone's Heavenly Monarch and Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch. Bayamo had not lied. As soon as it was announced that a large number of cultivators would enter the prison star to participate in some kind of Tao Theory Assembly and their targets were all the criminals on the prison star, Greybone's Heavenly Monarch had immediately departed for Giant Clam Palace to discuss countermeasures with Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch. The two of them might be in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, but they did not dare to underestimate the elite disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises. Besides, the Tao Theory Assembly was an opportunity for them. If they could kill enough of the participating cultivators, they could regain their freedom. In any case, they were not worried about whether or not Yinyang Cave Heaven would play fair. Seeing as they were notified of this matter, Yinyang Cave Heaven was bound to fulfill their promises no matter what. That was why both Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch and Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch took this matter very seriously. Contrary to their expectations, however, the two of them were in the middle of their discussion when Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch suddenly sensed an anomaly back at his secluded home. He performed a secret technique and immediately found out about the situation. At this moment, a transparent light screen appeared and floated between the two masters. The light barrier was projecting the current situation within Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch's secluded home. Naturally, the conversation between Yang Kai and Bai Mo entered their ears clearly without any deviation whatsoever. Dispelling the secret technique, Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch looked up at Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch. "What do you think, Brother Zhu Xian?" Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch replied grimly, "Not surprising. That brat must be from one of the cave heavens or paradises, otherwise, where would he find the confidence to come charging straight at us both at once?" Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch nodded. "It's a given that he comes from one of the cave heavens or paradises, but which one is uncertain. Who cares where he comes from? It's one thing if he does not provoke this monarch, but if he dares to run wild in this monarch's territory, then he will not walk out of this place alive." Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch waved his hand boldly, his voice filled with great self-confidence. Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch said, "Don't get careless, Brother Zhu Xian. This brat knows that we are together in the same place. Even so, he dares to come charging straight at us. It's clear that he has something to support his confidence. Hui Gu, you are too cautious. What is there to fear if you and I join forces? No matter how powerful he is no different from us. We are all in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm after all. Moreover, according to the information we received, all the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters participating in this Tao Theory Assembly are newly advanced with less than 100 years accumulation. How strong can this boy's heritage be? Don't forget, a battle between Open Heaven realm masters is nothing more than a competition between the strength of their respective small universes' heritage." Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch mulled over the issue and nodded. "Your words make sense, Brother Zhu Xian, but it is still better to err on the side of caution." Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch chuckled. "Rest assured, this monarch is no fool. If that brat really does come here, I will send somebody else to test him first to learn more about his foundation and origins. Brother Hui Gu, I've always told you that you should have gathered more subordinates under you. You just had to ignore my advice and keep only by Mo. He is just a trivial Fourth Order Open Heaven realm master. What can he do?" Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch laughed. "I've always liked my peace and quiet. In any case, that doesn't matter anymore. If you and I seize this opportunity during the Tao Theory Assembly, then we can escape from this place. When that time comes, we can go anywhere we want." Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch licked his lips. "How many achievement points will someone in the Sixth Order give us?" "I don't know, but it's obvious that it won't be too few." The two of them exchanged a glance with each other and were very eager to make a move. Since they knew that Yang Kai was heading straight for this place, it was only natural that they made certain arrangements to ensure that the brat did not walk out of this place alive. "Brother Yang, what is the cultivation of Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch?" Along the way, Lu Jian suddenly asked this question. Yang Kai did not respond. On the other hand, Bai Mo proudly said, "Master is in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. He is also one of the supreme existences on the prison star." Lu Jing's expression couldn't help becoming solemn. He even felt a sense of lingering fear creeping into his heart. Although a mid-rank Open Heaven realm master could also call themselves a heavenly monarch, the gap in strength between one order and the next was extremely wide. As a Fourth Order Open Heaven realm master, Lu Jing also had the right to address himself as heavenly monarch. However, the weight and power of his title as a heavenly monarch was as different as night and day compared to Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch. "Is this Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's palace?" Yang Kai looked up at the huge palace built into the towering mountain above them, one that was constructed almost completely out of odd-shaped boulders, giving it a simple but crude air. Under Bai Mo's guidance, the three of them traveled 100,000 kilometers and finally arrived at this place. Before they even went up the mountain though, Yang Kai could already perceive the malicious gazes that seemed to come from the above clearly. Those gazes seemed to be looking in this direction. It was conceivable that this place was different from Grey Bones' heavenly monarch's home and that there were a number of subordinates around, instead of just one. The palace was clearly teeming with masters, not just Giant Clam heavenly monarch alone. Nevertheless, this was exactly what Yang Kai was hoping for. The more people there were, the greater the benefits he would reap once he succeeded in his endeavor. It would also save him the effort and time of going around searching for prey. "Brother Yang, are we going up the mountain just like this?" Lu Jing's complexion was turning paler and paler by the moment. Although his cultivation could not compare to Yang Kai's, his perception of danger was extremely sharp. The hidden but powerful auras coming from the mountain were far too oppressive for him. "Do you want to wait here for me?" Yang Kai glanced at Lu Jing. Lu Jing hesitated for a moment before he shook his head. "I'm going with you, Brother Yang." There were many dangers in the lion's den, but staying outside alone might not be as safe as staying beside Yang Kai. At the very least, staying with Yang Kai meant that they could take care of each other even if they ran into any powerful enemies. "Let's go." Yang Kai took a step forward. When he first advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, he had single-handedly destroyed Profound Yang Mountain and defeated the three mountain lords. His current strength was much higher than back then, so no matter how impressive this palace might be, it was nothing compared to Profound Yang Mountain back then. Hence, there was nothing to fear. Their path forward was unobstructed, with not a single person in sight. However, Lu Jing could distinctly sense the hidden and suppressed murderous intent around him that was poised to attack at any time. It didn't take long before the trio arrived at the top of the mountain. Many people were standing on a smooth and flat square located at the mountain peak. A rough estimate indicated that there were a dozen people gathered in this place, and their eyes immediately lit up at the sight of Yang Kai. The cultivation of these dozen or so people was uneven, ranging from the Third Order to the Fifth Order. Furthermore, there were two figures standing quietly behind this group, looking on with interest. Yang Kai immediately focused on these two people, but that couldn't be helped as the aura around them was obviously much stronger than the others. While it was impossible to determine their exact cultivation, if his guess was correct, then these two were most likely Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch and Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch. "Master." Bai Mo looked up at Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch pitifully. In addition, his eyes were filled with tears and untold grief. The Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch nodded lightly. "I know what happened. It's not your fault. Come here." Bai Mo glanced at Yang Kai with some trepidation and did not dare to move away. Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch said lightly, "Rest assured. Nobody can hurt you in front of this monarch." "Yes." Bai Mo hurriedly replied before his figure shifted as he moved away from Yang Kai, rushing towards Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch. Yang Kai did not move, almost as if he didn't notice Bai Mo running away from him. He simply counted to himself, and after a while, he nodded and said, 13 people. It's a little lacking, but such is life. Everybody was taken aback by his words. Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch frowned. "Little friend, which cave heaven or paradise do you belong to? Identify yourself." "Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch?" Yang Kai squinted in that direction and asked another question instead of answering the previous question. Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch nodded in response. "It is this monarch." "So, you must be Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch?" Yang Kai then turned to look at the burly man. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch coldly snorted, "Indeed. Brat, I don't care which cave heaven or paradise you come from, since you dare to barge into my palace, don't even think about leaving this place alive." Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise, "You sure are hospitable, Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch." Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch coldly snorted again. "I can't believe you still have the mood for wisecracks. Let me show you just how this monarch treats unwelcome guests." With a wave of his large hand, he shouted, "Kill." In an instant, all 13 Open Heaven Realm Masters standing in front of Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch and Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch drew upon the power of their small universes in unison. The might of their secret techniques and artifacts burst forth, blasting towards Yang Kai. Lu Jing paled visibly. Without even thinking about it, he pulled away and quickly retreated. In the face of such an overwhelming barrage, he had no way to defend himself. The only thing he could do was withdraw. He had only just steadied himself when he heard a series of explosions coming from in front of him. The aftermath of violent energy spread out in all directions. Before the dust had even settled though, flashes of spear light erupted, and a mix of muffled groans and screams of agony rang out. Fresh blood splattered in all directions as wave after wave of sharp energy burst out like ripples spreading outward in all directions. The fallout from these clashes caused Lu Jing's vitality to roil and his small universe to quiver. For a time, he felt dizziness washing over him and horror flooded his heart. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly circulated his strength to stabilize his small universe. It took a full 10 breaths of time before Lu Jing finally recovered, and at the same time, the vibrations from in front of him subsided without warning. When he looked up, he couldn't help letting out a soft cry of surprise, his mouth gaping open so wide that he could have stuffed a fist into his mouth. 1,000 meters ahead, Xianxia stood motionless, hefting a spear over his shoulder. The wind blew, causing his black hair to flutter and his robes to flap noisily. Blood flowed around his feet while pieces of meat and severed limbs were scattered all around him. It was a bone-chilling scene that looked like purgatory itself. Every one of the 13 open heaven realm masters who had attacked him just now was dead, with not many even retaining complete corpses. Most of their bodies were torn to pieces as though they had been hit by a storm of brutal attacks. Lu Jing was stunned. Likewise, Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch and Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch were frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Mo was so terrified that he nearly fell backward to the ground. Just thinking about the fact that he had been traveling with somebody so powerful that he could have been casually crushed to death filled him with a sense of overwhelming dread. Numerous black lights flew out from the corpses and plunged into the golden wristband on Yang Kai's wrist, instantly causing 3 stars to light up at once. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's eyes bulged in disbelief. He never expected his subordinates to actually kill Yang Kai. According to his joint speculation with Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch, this person was most likely in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. After all, the other party had dared to come charging directly into this place despite knowing 2 6th Order Heavenly Monarchs had gathered. Therefore, he initially planned to use his subordinates to test Yang Kai's abilities before he made further plans. His plan would also make it more convenient for him and Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch to launch a targeted assault on their opponent. Who could have known that 13 of his subordinates would be killed in such a swift and brutal manner? Although the strength of those 13 subordinates had varied quite a lot, there were still 2 5th Orders among them. Even so, none of them could defend against the opponent's spear. How dare you do this? Yang Kai licked his lips as though he had just eaten a full meal. You are hospitable indeed, Heavenly Monarch. I'll kill you. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch was infuriated. He might be in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, but it was not easy for him to recruit so many subordinates under him on the prison star. After all, he was not the only 6th Order Open Heaven realm master in this place. Besides, the cultivators on the prison star were ruthless and vicious people, so most of them were unwilling to be subservient to others. Compared to serving under someone, these outlaws preferred to be free so that they could act without restraint. The main reason Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch only had Mo as his subordinate was that he personally preferred having peace and quiet. The second reason was that he had not been able to find other suitable candidates. The dozen or so subordinates under Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch were people whom he had spent a lot of effort to subdue. Their strength might not compare to his, but he could leave various matters to their discretion. It had saved him a lot of time and effort in the past, hence, it was only natural that he was filled with boundless rage when they were slaughtered by Yang Kai's spear. In his rage, the muscles on his body bulged and his entire being swelled in size by a considerable margin. He grabbed at something in the void and 2 round warhammers appeared in his hands. His huge and stalwart figure was indescribably imposing. It only took him a single step forward for him to appear above Yang Kai's head. The warhammers came swinging downward. Impressive attack. Yang Kai commented, his desire for battle stimulated. He had exchanged blows with various 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters on multiple occasions, but he had not had a proper fight against another 6th Order Open Heaven realm master since his return from Shadowless Cave Heaven. For that reason, he wanted to know just how much he had grown since the time he had initially broken through. Yang Kai's spear stabbed forward like a leaping dragon. There was nothing fancy about his movements, but there was a kind of indescribable beauty in their simplicity. There was no fixed style of form to his movements as his spear seemed to flow freely and without restraint. Kong. Turbulent world forces collided with each other and Yang Kai's figure swayed slightly. He clearly felt his small universe world shake from the impact. On the other hand, Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch was sent flying backward like a sack, his eyes filled with pure astonishment. Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch initially planned to follow up after Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch to attack Yang Kai, but when he saw this scene, his pupils contracted abruptly. He simultaneously suppressed the world force that was gathering in the palm of his hand as quickly as possible. As a fellow Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he clearly knew the extent of Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's heritage. Their strength was basically on par, with neither having any kind of discernible advantage over the other. Just now though, Zhu Xian had been forcefully sent flying after a single clash with this unknown enemy, which went to show how powerful this boy's heritage was. With such a mighty enemy, things wouldn't end well for them even if they joined forces. How was it possible for someone in the Sixth Order to exert so much power? Just which cave, heaven or paradise did he belong to? On the other side, Zhu Xian crashed to the ground in a mess, both his eyes still widened in shock. He could scarcely dare to believe that he could be so vulnerable. Although the attack just now had not injured him, the small universe in his body was shaking restlessly. Shaking his head vigorously, Zhu Xian hurriedly suppressed the shaking in his small universe. Only then did he feel a little better. Weak. You're too weak. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's strength could not even compare to Mao She's, so it was only natural that the other party was no match for him. Back then, Yang Kai had enough strength to fight Mao She even though he had only just advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, so what more was there to say about his current strength? He had devoured a massive amount of world force from the wind spirits in the astral wind source, hence, his current strength was significantly higher than after he just rose to the Sixth Order. Junior, how dare you humiliate me? Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch was livid. Raising his twin war hammers above his head, he charged forward again without regard for anything else. He drew upon all the power in his small universe and poured his world force into his twin weapons. Then, he ferociously smashed them down on Yang Kai in a barrage of attacks. Every hammer that came crashing down tore space apart and caused the surrounding world to collapse. Yang Kai's spear swept out as he met each blow head-on. It might not have been long since he advanced into the Open Heaven realm, but Yang Kai already had countless experiences fighting other Open Heaven realm masters, giving him a firm understanding of such conflicts. A battle between Open Heaven realm masters was simply a competition between the heritage of their respective small universes. The stronger their heritage, the greater their strength, and vice versa. Yang Kai might not have advanced into the Open Heaven realm long ago, but he had fully integrated his sealed world bead into his small universe during his advancement. The small sealed world had always contained a huge heritage, among which included some of the blood monster Divine Monarch's legacy. It was only natural that ordinary Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters could not compare with him. After exiting Shadowless Cave Heaven, he also refined many wind spirits and obtained the world force contained within their bodies, saving him at least 100 years of cultivation. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch might be strong, but he couldn't even compare with Mao She, so how could he be a match for Yang Kai? There was a loud explosion and his burly figure was sent flying backward once more. He slammed straight into the mountain and a violent force struck his body, causing him to bleed profusely. Kong. A huge hole appeared along the stretch halfway up the mountain as Zhu Xian smashed right into the mountain and vanished out of sight. The mountain peak swayed unsteadily for a while, as though it was about to collapse as gravel and loose rock tumbled down its sides. Yang Kai casually flicked his spear and turned to look at Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch, who had been watching the battle. It's your turn now. Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch's expression was solemn. In all the years since he advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, he had fought countless masters of varying orders, but even so, he had never met anyone who was as strong as Yang Kai. If Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch was no match for this young man, then he would naturally be no match for this person either. When he saw Yang Kai looking in his direction with malicious intentions, he sullenly said, Zhu Xian will not be so easy to defeat. It's not too late for such big talk after you beat him. Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at the hole that had been smashed open in the mountain. A surging but hidden power seemed to be reviving in that direction. An extremely terrifying power spread outward, interlaced with an extremely pure monster chi? Yang Kai raised his brow. He suddenly remembered something. According to the information recorded in the jade slip that Chu Huashang had given to him, Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch seemed to carry a monster race bloodline. Although he had not noticed this factor when exchanging blows with the other party just now, it would now seem that the information Chu Huashang had given to him was accurate. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch did indeed carry a monster bloodline. Moreover, a powerful one at that. The reason why ants will always be ants is that they will never experience the power of a master. Brat, you've angered me now. The consequences of angering this monarch are dreadful. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's majestic voice rang out from within the walls of the mountain. Following the sound of his voice, the entire mountain peak swayed and dense cracks appeared along the entire side of the mountain. Dong dong dong, a steady heartbeat that sounded like the beating of a drum reverberated through the air, influencing the flow of vitality in everybody. Bai Mo and Lu Jing immediately flushed red, looking like they were in great pain. A rumbling sound came from the walls of the mountain, as though some sort of behemoth was walking out from inside it. Kacha, two gigantic hands suddenly protruded from the mountain wall. The sturdy rocks were crushed into dust by these gigantic hands, almost as if they were as fragile as tofu. Just by looking at these gigantic hands, it was easy to imagine how enormous their owner was. Moo. The sound of a bull's mooing shook the entire sky. The two gigantic hands violently wrenched apart the mountain walls, creating a large split that extended across its entire length. Then, a bull's head with two curved horns emerged from within, one that carried a slight resemblance to Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's original appearance. The giant then opened his mouth and roared, Junior, today we'll show you what true power. The roar coming from the bull's head suddenly caught in his throat. He suddenly felt a large shadow blocking out the light from his eyes, and the monster bloodline in his body couldn't help shuddering in fear. When he looked up, he saw a gargantuan dragon head looking down at him with great interest. The dragon head had twin horns, dragon scales covered its entire body, and the dragon beard below its maw flapped in the air magnificently. Moreover, the two golden dragon eyes, like two huge suns staring at him, emitted a dazzling light. Gudong, the bull's head swallowed audibly at the sight, while Bai Mo and Lu Jing shivered in fear. Meanwhile, Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch shouted with an extremely solemn expression, Dragon Clan. He had personally witnessed the small young man suddenly swelling and transforming into this behemoth in front of him in less than a breath of time. The 1,500 meters long body in front of him was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. Oh? Yang Kai snickered, what were you saying just now? I'll allow you to finish your sentence. The bull's head remained silent, but his expression was as gloomy as could be. Yang Kai shook his head slightly, the prison star's grand array is truly amazing. I can't believe it managed to suppress me so much. When he was fighting earlier, Yang Kai had already noticed this phenomenon. Under the suppression of the grand array, he could only exert approximately 30% of his full strength. Needless to say, the same held true for everybody here. It was just that he was astonished to discover that the prison star's grand array could even suppress his dragon transformation secret technique. Under normal circumstances, his figure would have reached at least 4,500 meters in length, however, he was barely 1,500 meters now. Their four eyes suddenly met, and the bull's head slowly retracted back into the mountain. Yang Kai stretched out his dragon claw, reached into the mountain without the slightest hindrance, and dragged out Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch who had activated his monster bloodline. At this moment, Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's image was completely different from before. His body was several dozen meters tall and every single muscle stacked on top of each other indicated great underlying strength. Unfortunately for him, his figure, which would have been terrifying in front of an ordinary person, now looked as ridiculous as a child's toy in front of Yang Kai. A Kuei-Nyo descendant? Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. Kuei-Nyo was an ancient divine spirit, and although it was not ranked very highly, it was still a divine spirit. Any mature divine spirit would have the strength of a high-rank open heaven realm master. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch was clearly a descendant of Kuan Yin, but his bloodline was obviously not very pure. The only reason he obtained that kind of physique was by activating his bloodline with the heritage of a sixth-order open heaven realm master. If not for the suppression of the prison star's grand array, his body would have been much larger. Unfortunately, regardless of how much larger he would have been, the difference between him and the current Yongkai wouldn't change. Die. Knowing that he was standing on the juncture of life and death, Zhu Xian opened his mouth and let out a roar after being captured by Yongkai. Dense world force transformed into a pure plume of smoke under the influence of a monster race secret technique and shot towards Yongkai. This plume of smoke looked almost ethereal and non-existent. Nevertheless, it was a blow that contained the full power of a sixth-order open heaven realm master. Yongkai clenched his hand hard while at the same time, he opened his ferocious mouth and took a deep breath, causing his abdomen to abruptly swell up as a result. Fire dragons. Flaming breath. Pitch-black golden crow's true fire spewed out from Yongkai's dragon maw, colliding with the white column of smoke. The intense forces collided with each other, causing an enormous shockwave to spread out in all directions. The impact pushed Yongkai's body backward slightly. Taking this opportunity, Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch launched a fierce storm of attacks on Yongkai's claw that was grabbing him. The pain nearly made Yongkai loosen his grip and throw Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch away. Fortunately, he collected himself in time. Before Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch could break free of his grip completely, Yongkai tightened his grasp around the other party's legs, and immediately after that, he raised his arm and smashed Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch into the ground. Hong, an earthquake shook the ground and the surface cracked open. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch felt a wave of dizziness washing over him, but before he could recover from his shock, Yongkai lifted him up and swung him down to the opposite side to smash him into the ground once more. Zhu Xian fought back desperately, but any form of resistance was futile in the face of such overwhelming strength. Hong hong hong, Lu Jing stood frozen on the spot. With every explosion that rang out, his body bounced upward involuntarily due to the shockwaves traveling along the ground. He stared blankly at Yongkai, who was toying with a behemoth that was several dozen meters tall, as though throwing a ball of dough from side to side. The end has come. On the other side, Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch's eyes widened in horror. He wanted to escape, but he could clearly sense that Yongkai had separated out a thread of aura that locked onto him from a distance while he dealt with Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch. If he did not escape, then this aura would simply remain idle, but the moment he ran, Yongkai would move to stop him. He had no confidence that he could escape from this monster. Is Yin Yang Cave Heaven planning to purge us all this time? The prison star had existed for over 100,000 years and had always been an important training ground for Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples. Although there were countless criminals locked up in this place, there was no denying that they had greatly contributed to the growth of many Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples. Why did Yin Yang Cave Heaven let such a monster into the prison star? Could it be that they no longer feel the need for the prison star to exist and want to wipe out everyone within? Looking at Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch, who was completely helpless to fight back and could only allow himself to be slaughtered like a cow, Grey Bones Heavenly Monarch couldn't help feeling a sense of sorrow and sympathy because he knew he would be next. Hong hong hong, the loud explosions continued. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch had activated his monster bloodline, which strengthened his physique and made him far more resistant to physical punishment, but even so, he could not withstand being tossed around by Yongkai in this manner. A short while later, Yongkai stopped. He held the several dozen meters tall Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch upside down and gave him a little shake. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's body swayed like a limp noodle. Blood flowed profusely, dripping downward like a trickling river. Even the bull horns on his head were broken. Is he dead? How boring. Yongkai's voice rumbled loudly as he lifted Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch to his eye level. The motionless Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch abruptly jerked his eyes open. The rage and humiliation burned brightly in his eyes, like rampant flames that threatened to burn everything to ashes. Die together with me, you bastard! Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch roared furiously. All of a sudden, his originally burly figure swelled in size and his world force became extremely disordered. Yang Kai gingerly picked up the toothpick-like azure dragon spear from the ground and thrust it at Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch. The azure dragon spear grew rapidly and soon became 1,500 meters long. The spear stabbed straight into Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's chest, pinning him firmly against what was left of the mountain wall. Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's eyes widened. He glared hatefully in Yang Kai's direction but could not break free of the azure dragon spear's suppression no matter how much strength he drew out. A terrifying force surged up from the spear and poured into his body, destroying his innards wantonly. Even his small universe was shattered and began to collapse. I can't believe that I, Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch, will die like this. The light in his eyes slowly dimmed. Even though his face was filled with resentment and unwillingness, his vitality eventually dissipated. He should be dead this time. Yang Kai muttered to himself, however, he did not see any black light rushing towards him despite waiting for a little while. He pondered in silence for a moment before the realization struck him. They were probably too far apart. According to the hypothesis that he and Lu Jing came up with earlier, they had to be within 300 meters in order to obtain the achievements from killing their enemy. Grabbing the azure dragon spear with one hand, he dragged Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's corpse that was speared onto its tip closer to him. The moment he did so, a dense black light flew out from Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch's right hand and plunged into his wristband. Slightly more than 3 stars had been illuminated on his golden wristband before, but when the black light from Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch poured in, 5 more stars lit up all at once. I can get 5 stars from killing someone in the 6th order? Yang Kai raised his brow slightly at the sight. He was starting to get a vague understanding of how the achievements in the Dao Theory Assembly were calculated. Along the way here, Lu Jing had killed several insignificant parties. Combined with the achievements that Yang Kai obtained from slaughtering the 13 Open Heaven Realm Masters from earlier, the correlation between the order and the number of achievement points became clear. The achievements in the Dao Theory Assembly were most likely calculated with 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as the base. In other words, killing a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would fully light up 1 star on the golden wristband. Accordingly, it would take 10 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm Masters or 5 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to fully light up 1 star on the golden wristband. Meanwhile, killing a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would give 5 times the achievement accrued from killing someone in the 5th Order. It would seem that killing a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would provide the highest gains. Be that as it may, how could someone in the 6th Order be so easy to kill? Apart from Yang Kai, all the other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters participating in the Dao Theory Assembly were young rising stars, each of them having broken through less than 100 years prior. Even if their starting points were extraordinary, they could not compare with the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Prison Star who had undergone millennia of cultivation to strengthen their foundations. Therefore, they could only manage to kill a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master if 2 or 3 of them worked together. There weren't many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the entire Prison Star, but there were still about 20 of them. If Yang Kai could kill all of them, then he was bound to firmly occupy first place in the Dao Theory Assembly. Unfortunately, it was far too troublesome to search for them one by one. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were scattered across the Prison Star and the area covered by the Prison Star was vast. Under the premise of being suppressed by the Grand Array, he might not find many of them even if he searched non-stop for the next year. Yang Kai gathered his thoughts and turned to look to the side. Grey Bones' Heavenly Monarch, who had been standing there and watching the fight, had disappeared at some point. Even Bai Mo was gone. It was obvious that they had fled hastily when he sank into contemplation. Senior Brother Yang, they escaped in that direction. Lu Jing loudly called out to Yang Kai while pointing in a certain direction. They won't be able to escape, Yang Kai broke out into a savage grin. His enormous figure shrank rapidly and returned to his original appearance. Manipulating space principles, he then vanished from the spot. Trying to escape from a person who was proficient in the Tao of space was nothing more than a fool's dream. It didn't matter how capable Grey Bones' Heavenly Monarch was, as long as the slightest traces remained, he would never escape from Yang Kai's pursuit. In this regard, Yang Kai had absolute confidence. 10,000 kilometers away, Grey Bones' Heavenly Monarch brought along his one and only subordinate Bai Mo as he escaped as swiftly as the wind. There was a layer of blood mist around his body, and it was obvious that he had activated some sort of secret technique that had a heavy consumption rate. It seemed he was burning his own blood essence to flee with all his strength. The sight of giant clam Heavenly Monarch being killed had frightened him out of his wits. Before today, he could never have imagined that giant clam Heavenly Monarch would be so vulnerable. No. It's not that Zhu Xian is incompetent. The strength of that guy from the Dragon Clan is just too tyrannical and outrageous. Despite both parties being in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, giant clam Heavenly Monarch was killed effortlessly, completely incapable of fighting back against Xianxia. Greybones Heavenly Monarch was on par with giant clam Heavenly Monarch in terms of strength, so seeing as giant clam Heavenly Monarch was no match for Xianxia, neither was he. That was why he decided to run away when Xianxia was distracted. After all, that man was an existence akin to a living nightmare. If he did not flee, then all that awaited him would be death. Shua, all of a sudden, his figure that had been speeding forward came to an abrupt stop. Greybones Heavenly Monarch's expression was extremely solemn as he stared forward, a drop of cold sweat sliding from his forehead to his cheek. Master? Biemo looked at Greybones Heavenly Monarch hesitantly. Greybones Heavenly Monarch did not respond. He simply continued to stare hard into the space straight ahead. This place was shrouded in a fog so dense that he could barely see 10 meters in front of him, and even his divine sense was suppressed to the limit. Nevertheless, he could clearly sense that there was an extremely ferocious gaze upon him from up ahead. It felt like an evil dragon was hiding there. How? How can he be so fast? Huigu was filled with disbelief. He had fled with all his might, so how could that monster have gotten ahead of him? Realization seemed to hit Biemo at that moment. Although he could not see anything ahead, it did not stop him from inferring something from the expression on Greybones Heavenly Monarch's face. A hint of panic filled his expression, but that panic soon turned into determination. His power surged with a loud roar. Master, go. I'll stop him for you. You have to remember to avenge me, Master. After shouting those words, he charged straight ahead. 2 bright crimson rays of light shone from within the fog, like 2 red lanterns in the dark night. Pa! A thud was accompanied by a miserable scream. Biemo was mid-charge when he was slapped to the ground by a palm that seemingly stretched out of nowhere, his life or death uncertain. Foolish loyalty. The 2 crimson rays of light swayed and slowly loomed closer. Then, the figure of that Dragon Clan member gradually entered Greybones Heavenly Monarch's vision. Greybones Heavenly Monarch glanced towards Biemo and discovered that the latter had simply been smacked to the ground and he was in no life-threatening danger. Only then did Huigu look back at Xianxia, who was approaching him one step at a time, and solemnly asked, "Are you going to kill me?" Xianxia stopped and stood 30 meters away from Greybones Heavenly Monarch. Tilting his head to the side, he said lightly, "That will depend on whether you wish to live or die." "What if I choose to live?" Greybones Heavenly Monarch asked. Who would willingly choose to die if the option to live existed? Unfortunately, he did not have the confidence to defeat such a terrifying opponent. If it came down to a fight, the fate that awaited him would be no different from what happened to Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch. Pa! An ancient book was thrown at his feet. Use your blood essence to write down your name. Then, you can live. This is, Huigu frowned deeply and picked up the ancient book. Flipping through it, he saw that each page contained the name of a different person written in blood. There were 6 people whose names were written in total, while the book itself had 9 pages in all. Seeing as there were 6 people's names written in the book so far, there were only 3 pages left blank. The first 3 names were nothing special, so Huigu was not too bothered by them. However, the dried bloodstains that made up the last 3 names clearly revealed the residual aura of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. In other words, the last 3 people who wrote down their names were also in the Sixth Order like himself. May I ask a question? The 6 people whose names are written in this book. Are they still alive? He looked up at Xianxia. They're alive and well. It's just that the moment you write your name down in that book, your life or death will be under my control. So, it is the loyalty list. A look of understanding flashed through Huigu's eyes. He had a slight guess when he first saw this item and his conjecture had just been confirmed. Oh? You know about the loyalty list? Yang Kai looked at Grey Bones' heavenly monarch in surprise. It is rumored that an ancient master known as Loyalty Demon refined the skin, flesh, and bones of Xianxia to produce this item. I have only heard of it and have never seen it for myself. So, this is what it looks like. Yang Kai grinned, since you already know about it, then that saves me the effort of explaining how it works. Choose. Do you submit or meet your death? Grey Bones' heavenly monarch sighed, the winner is the king, the loser is the villain. Do I really have a choice? While saying so, he decisively turned to the 7th page. He then bit the tip of his tongue and forced out his blood essence before leaving his name on the page. Yang Kai immediately felt a vague connection forming between himself and Grey Bones' heavenly monarch, thus, he immediately broke out into a big smile. A wise man will submit to the circumstances. A talented person chooses his master. Huigu, you will not regret the decision you made today. Grey Bones' heavenly monarch remained silent. Although he had been captured and thrown into the prison star, he was still free to a certain extent. As a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, there was nobody who could force him to submit in this place. At most, there were some who were slightly stronger than him. Now though, his life lay in the hands of another. This feeling was very difficult to accept in such a short time. Bai Mo, who had been smacked to the ground earlier, crawled up and ran over to Yang Kai, speaking with a flattering smile, "Sir, this one is also willing to write his name down in the book. I will serve you faithfully from now on." His master had been subdued by the other party, so he didn't really have much of a choice. Yang Kai glanced at Bai Mo coldly and put the loyalty list away. "You are not qualified." There were only 9 pages in the loyalty list and he had used up 7 of them. The pages contained the names of Chen Tianfei, He He, Yun Xinghua, Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, Zhouya, and the newly subdued Huigu. Hence, there were only 2 pages left. There was no way Yang Kai was going to waste one of the pages on someone only in the 4th Order. Bai Mo's face paled and he quickly began to beg for his life. "Sir, have mercy. Please have mercy, sir." Grey Bones' heavenly monarch spoke up from the side, "Sir, Bai Mo is loyal to me. His cultivation might be on the weaker side, but it is better than nothing. I hope you will show him some mercy." The fundamental essence of the Tao Theory Assembly was to hunt. It did not matter whether it was the criminals on the prison star or the cultivators participating in the Tao Theory Assembly, both parties considered the other's existence to be worth a certain amount of stars. Therefore, Grey Bones' heavenly monarch was worried that Yang Kai might kill Bai Mo for those points. Yang Kai replied lightly, "Since you've said as much, then he can continue working by your side." Bai Mo was overjoyed and quickly said, "Many thanks, sir." He hurriedly ran to stand beside Grey Bones' heavenly monarch, gazing at Yang Kai with awe. He had watched Giant Clam heavenly monarch being killed with his own eyes. For a man who could effortlessly kill such a powerful figure, a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like himself was probably no different from an ant. "Wait here for me," Yang Kai said before he vanished from the spot with a flash. "This is," Grey Bones' heavenly monarch's expression suddenly became focused. He carefully perceived his surroundings and exclaimed in understanding, "A space secret technique. So, that's how it is." No wonder he was overtaken by the other party. It turned out this extraordinary young man was proficient in the Tao of space. His loss was truly not undeserved. Yang Kai returned a short while later with Lu Jing, whom he left behind at Zhu Xian's palace earlier. Lu Jing couldn't help feeling shocked to see Grey Bones' heavenly monarch standing there. When he heard how Grey Bones' heavenly monarch addressed Yang Kai, his shock grew even greater. He simply could not understand what had happened during the short time he separated from Yang Kai that could make a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master submit to another one so easily. On the other hand, Bai Mo cheerfully walked over to greet Lu Jing. He probably wanted to create a good relationship with the latter. "Sir, where are we going now?" Grey Bones' heavenly monarch asked. Yang Kai replied, "We'll return to your tree cave." Grey Bones' heavenly monarch's expression scrunched in confusion as he asked, "Return to my tree cave?" Yang Kai asked, "You've been on the prison star for a long time, right? How many of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters here do you know?" Grey Bones' heavenly monarch answered, "I know 7 or 8 of them. The rest live too far away, so I don't have much contact with them." Yang Kai nodded, sent a message to them saying that you and Zhu Xian are discussing countermeasures for the Dao Theory Assembly. Invite them to come over and join you. Sir, are you planning to lure them into a trap? Hui Gu's expression changed when he realized what Yang Kai planned to do. At the beginning, he had not understood why Yang Kai had let him go free or why Yang Kai had specially used the loyalty list to subdue him. It had to be said that the power Yang Kai displayed was such that no Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master on the Prison Star could be his opponent. Furthermore, Hui Gu's very existence undoubtedly represented a sizable chunk of achievement in his eyes. It was only at this moment that Hui Gu understood the reason why Yang Kai had subdued him. Yang Kai wanted to use his connections. It's too much trouble to go searching for them one by one. There's nothing more enjoyable than for them to walk to their deaths on their own accord. Yang Kai grinned. I understand. Hui Gu lowered his head, but, sir, the ones that I am acquainted with don't always live in the same place. Some of them like to wander around while some of them are even more secretive about their whereabouts. I might not be able to get in touch with all of them. Just do your best. Yang Kai said. If not for this, he would have no reason to subdue Grey Bone's heavenly monarch. A Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was worth 5 stars to him after all. It was just that the information in the jade slip given to him by Chu Huashang had mentioned the same thing. Most of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Prison Star did not have fixed residences and were extremely difficult to find as a result. Hence, he subdued Hui Gu as part of his plan to use him to lure the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters into his trap. Hui Gu immediately began making arrangements. It was not easy to communicate with the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Although many of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters occasionally interacted with each other on the Prison Star, only a few of them could be considered friends. He sent by Mo along with his faith token to some of the places he knew in order to pass the message to those Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, inviting them to his secluded home to discuss countermeasures for the Dao Theory Assembly. Bai Mo's loyalty to Hui Gu was unquestionable. He even had the guts to stand up against Yang Kai so that he could create an opportunity for Hui Gu to escape. For that reason, there was no need to worry about their secrets leaking out if he was the one to handle the communications. Meanwhile, Yang Kai took Lu Jing with him and returned to the forest tree cave with Hui Gu in tow. The forest had been badly burned by the Golden Crow's true fire, therefore, Hui Gu needed to fix up the spirit array, lest the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters noticed that something was wrong. On the other hand, Yang Kai cultivated in retreat inside the tree cave while refining Open Heaven pills. After waiting for a few days, the criminals on the Prison Star began to enter the dense forest in a steady stream, though the ones who came were not just the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. There were also Third Order, Fourth Order, and Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who either came alone or in small groups of 3 to 5. It was thanks to Bai Mo, who loudly announced that his master had joined forces with Giant Clam Heavenly Monarch to resist the participants of the Dao Theory Assembly whenever he came across others while on his way to deliver the original messages. Many of the criminals on the Prison Star were currently operating without proper leadership, so learning that many foreign Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were going to participate in the Dao Theory Assembly had filled them with apprehension. Hence, they quickly came to join the undertaking upon hearing that 2 Sixth Order Heavenly Monarchs were willing to lead the fight against the invaders from the various cave heavens and paradises. Unfortunately, their trip here was akin to a journey to the Yellow Springs. Yang Kai didn't even need to lift a finger as Hui Gu did all the work for him. Anybody who entered the forest was captured and brought to him alive before they were killed on the spot. It didn't take more than a few days for more stars to appear on Yang Kai's wristband. Moreover, the number of criminals who came to the forest increased as time passed and his gains increased accordingly. Lu Jing couldn't help feeling envious at the sight. Right now, Yang Kai simply needed to sit on his hands and do nothing for the criminals to voluntarily arrive here and become part of his achievements. It was easy and convenient. Even so, Lu Jing knew that there was nothing to be envious about. The only reason Yang Kai could harvest such gains so easily was thanks to his overwhelming strength. Without that strength backing him up, everything was just empty talk. Half a month later, as many as 15 stars had lit up on the golden wristband. Excluding the 5 stars contributed by Zhu Xian, the rest were obtained by killing criminals below the Sixth Order. It had only been less than a month since the Dao Theory Assembly began, but Yang Kai had already obtained such astounding results. Lu Jing simply could not imagine who else could compete with Yang Kai at this rate. Even if the other participants sought out and killed criminals without pause, they still would not be as fast as Yang Kai. This was all thanks to the huge effect of subduing Grey Bones' heavenly monarch. Compared to killing him directly, it was undoubtedly more beneficial to make use of his connections and reputation. On this day, Yang Kai was refining open heaven pills inside the tree cave while Lu Jing quietly sat to the side. All of a sudden, they heard a loud roar coming from the outside. Hui Gu, Ju Xian. This monarch is here. Why haven't you come out to greet me? Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes glinting with anticipation. A big fish finally took the bait. Grey Bones' heavenly monarch's figure appeared inside the tree cave and cupped his fist. Sir. I know. Yang Kai stood up slowly. Who is here? How strong is he? Hui Gu replied, the one who came is Shen Luo, also known as Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch. In terms of cultivation, he is a little weaker than me and Ju Xian, but not by much. Of course, he could never compare with you, sir. Those words were not flattery. Having seen Yang Kai's true strength, Hui Gu truly believed that nobody in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm could match up to Yang Kai. Only those in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm could suppress his monstrous strength. But, Shen Luo did not come alone. He brought many subordinates with him. There was a spirit array set up in this forest, which allowed him to observe the situation as long as another person entered its range. That's perfect. Yang Kai licked his lips and got to his feet. I'll leave the small fries to you. Shen Luo is mine. Yes. Hui Gu replied grimly. Inside the grand array, the tall and bulky spirit collector Heavenly Monarch shouted impatiently, Hui Gu, Ju Xian, are you all deaf? This monarch came here on your invitation to discuss important matters. Why are you avoiding me? What's the meaning of this? A 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master beside Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch furrowed his eyebrows deeply before whispering softly with a vigilant look on his face, Sir, be careful. Something seems to be wrong here. Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch frowned at those words. He had not paid much attention earlier. After all, Hui Gu and Ju Xian were gathered here. Who would dare to be so blind as to cause trouble with 2 6th Order Masters watching? Nevertheless, he immediately noticed that something was indeed wrong after being warned by his subordinate. This place seemed to be a little too quiet. It wouldn't have been strange if it was just Hui Gu, as he didn't have many subordinates in the first place. His only aide was Bai Mo, who was out delivering the messages. However, Ju Xian had quite a few subordinates under him. Why is there nobody around? Just as that thought crossed Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch's mind, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of him with a whooshing sound. He looked up and frowned before interrogating, Hui Gu, what the hell are you doing? Who is this guy? Where is Ju Xian? The unfamiliar young man looked down at him condescendingly. Those eyes contained an intriguing look that revealed a strong sense of aggression, which made Shen Luo feel very uncomfortable. Hui Gu only said lightly, sorry. What? Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch was puzzled. Yang Kai grinned at Shen Luo and answered, Ju Xian is dead, but don't worry, I'll send you to meet him soon. Saying so, he suddenly appeared in front of Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch. They were so close that he was practically touching the Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch's face. Shocked, Shen Luo punched out on instinct. All the strength in his body was condensed in his fist and the world force of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master erupted out. Yang Kai also punched out in defense. There was a loud explosion. Following the shockwaves of world force, Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch felt as though a storm had blasted through his small universe, causing it to rock and tumble uncontrollably while his entire being was violently thrown out. 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. His expression changed drastically. Are you from the cave heavens and paradises? There were only 20 or so 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the prison star, and all of them at least knew each other even if there was no friendship between them. However, Shen Luo had never seen this young man in front of him before. There was only one explanation for the current situation. This young man was not one of the criminals from the prison star but one of the participants from the cave heavens and paradises. Hui Gu, how dare you collude with the cave heavens and paradises to destroy us? Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch roared furiously. Huigu lowered his eyes. I had no choice. Shenluo, it's every man for himself. Yang Kai laughed. Forget that nonsense. Eat my fist. Another punch blasted out, causing Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch to stagger backward. After exchanging just 2 blows, he had gotten a rough estimate of Yang Kai's heritage. The world force of the other party's small universe was much stronger than his own. Didn't they say that all the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters participating in the Tao Theory Assembly are newly advanced with less than 100 years of experience? How can a newly advanced brat have such overwhelming strength? Just where did this shitty piece of information come from? While those thoughts ran through his mind, a barrage of fist shadows entered his vision. Shenluo did not dare to underestimate these attacks and could only defend himself desperately. Hong hong hong, explosions burst out one after another and his figure was steadily forced backward. He was suppressed so badly that he could only defend himself without any ability to counterattack. When he turned to look at the side, he saw that the subordinates he brought with him were being indiscriminately bombarded with attacks from Huigu. Although some of his subordinates were in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, it was impossible for them to resist against an established 6th Order Master. It was only a matter of time before they lost the battle and died. I can't continue staying in this treacherous place. Once Huigu frees up his hands, he will surely join together with this young man. I might not escape alive if it turns into a 2-on-1 battle. Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch frantically punched out as soon as that thought crossed his mind. Ignoring the lives of his subordinates, he forced Yang Kai back before turning to flee. Trying to run? Yang Kai shouted and space principles fluctuated madly, turning the surrounding space viscous. At the same time, he activated near-distant horizon and the space around Shenluo stretched out infinitely. They were both 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch would not be completely suppressed by Yang Kai's space techniques, but even so, his speed was greatly affected. An overwhelming sense of crisis loomed over Shenluo from behind, and with no other choice, he could only turn around to defend himself. A series of explosions rang out again as Shenluo felt a heavy blow striking his small universe world with every clash. The impact made all the vitality in his body roil violently and he felt dizzy as a result. When another punch was thrown at him, he pulled back and hurriedly retreated. He looked down and saw that all the bones in his fists were showing in a bloody mess. Moreover, he could not suppress the uncontrollable trembling in his arms. On the opposite side, the young man looked at Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch calmly. His leisurely manner seemed to indicate that he had not even used his full strength yet. Spirit Collector Heavenly Monarch felt his heart sinking at the sight. He had a vague feeling in his heart that things would end badly for him today. If that's all the strength you have, then, please die. While Yang Kai was speaking, he reached out and summoned the Azure Dragon spear into his grip. Lifting his spear, he thrust it out wildly. End of chapter 4459. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.